You were clearly reincarnated as the most spoiled son in the Eastern world, but due to a congenital weakness, you became a frail, sickly person. Even the childhood friend who grew up with you abandoned you, turning into a mere passerby in her eyes. However, just when you thought you'd live a mediocre life, you suddenly awakened an investment and return system, where by being kind to her, you could earn enormous rewards. A bowl of chicken soup for 6 medicinal pills, and a single egg could fetch 1,000 taels of silver. In the eastern wilderness, in the Zhejiang province, the road was bustling with horses and carriages under the bright midday sun. A dozen carriages were racing forward. You lifted the curtain of the carriage, took a deep breath despite your pale face, but were soon choked by the dust in the air, coughing twice. Young master, it will take another 2 days to reach Qingyuan sect, the steward, who was driving the carriage, smiled. Our carriage is quite comfortable compared to others. All right, you replied, sighing inwardly. Still, high-speed trains and airplanes are much more comfortable. 2 days ago, you had unraveled the mystery of your birth and awakened the memories of your previous life. In your past life, you lived on a world called Blue Star, a highly advanced technological world. But this was different. Here, everyone revered martial arts, and power was derived from individuals. Now, at the age of 16, just as you were beginning to enjoy the leisurely life of a wealthy family in ancient times, your father sent you on a carriage to attend the entrance assessment at the Qingyuan sect, one of the 3 major sects in Zhejiang. Martial arts, you showed a longing expression, gazing at the 3 suns hanging high in the sky. On the journey, a young man heading to Qingyuan sect explained the martial arts of this world. People like your father, who were akin to human mechas, were only at the stubborn bronze level. It was said that the 3 suns in the sky were transformed by 2 former emperors of the Great Yu Empire, and this was not just a myth, but a clearly recorded part of history. An hour later, as dusk approached, the convoy, guarded by a caravan, slowly stopped at an inn. You had just jumped off the carriage when the curtain of the carriage behind you was lifted. A young girl, dressed in indigo cloth, stepped out. Her skin was as delicate as white porcelain under the moonlight, and her figure, at the age of budding adolescence, was graceful. She was almost as tall as you. The long journey, combined with sickness and suffering, had added a hint of fragility to her stunning beauty, but she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Her name, Ying Bing, appeared in your mind. Your family and the Ying family had been longtime friends, and their elders had intended to match you two together in marriage, strengthening the bond between the families. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare it, you said casually. The young girl ignored you completely, her icy, crystal-like eyes not even glancing at you. She passed you and entered the inn, leaving only a faint fragrance behind. The Ying family had recently encountered a tragedy, so the steward tried to explain, but you stopped him. No need to explain. I was too foolish in the past. You sighed inwardly, feeling guilty. You had been spoiled by your family, and you'd done a lot of mischievous things, like secretly watching the maids bathe or hiding firecrackers in the firewood pile. A few years ago, when disaster beasts attacked the city, the Ying family had perished, leaving only Ying Bing alive. Your father had arranged for her to stay with you, though he often bullied her, while secretly harboring feelings for her. It was a bit like how middle school boys might like a girl and tease her by pulling her hair to get attention. It was well known that families whose members died in such tragedies were usually not simple. In your past life, as a fan of novels, you couldn't help but think of these things. Chicken soup's here. The innkeeper smiled as he brought the dish to you. You twitched your lips, muttering, at least in 2 lifetimes, how come I don't have any golden finger or anything like that? Hello? Who's talking? You suddenly jumped up, startled, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Young master, what's wrong? Are you going crazy again? The steward asked, confused. It's nothing, just a bit of ear ringing. You frowned, as you wondered if you were hearing things. Then, the voice echoed in your mind again. Since the host sincerely asked, then this system has no choice but to appear, it said. You mean if I didn't ask, you weren't planning to show up in this lifetime, you thought, but quickly dismissed that as irrelevant. System, what can you do? This system is an investment return system. The host can invest in any target. The stronger the destiny of the target, the better the reward you get. If the target experiences a major breakthrough, additional rewards will be given. You raised an eyebrow. Any target? Can I invest in myself? The system has granted you the destiny divine eye. Whether you have investment value, you may judge for yourself, the voice explained. So, it was possible. As you thought about it, you suddenly felt a strange sensation in your mind, something elusive, invisible, untouchable, but undeniably present. You couldn't quite comprehend it, but you realized that you could somehow use it. However, the information was obscure and hard to understand. It wasn't a sound, nor was it written text. Destiny divine eye, you frowned. I still can't understand this. In the next moment, a panel appeared before you, seemingly undergoing some humanized modifications. Name, Liam O. Age, 18. Bone structure, none. Realm, mortal. Destiny, gray, congenital weakness, troubled fate. Evaluation, the congenital deficiency leads to a frail body. Not suited for martial arts. Apart from being a bit handsome and having a good father, what else do you have? What even are you? Recently encountered this system. You felt it was too real and impolite, but you had to admit, there wasn't much investment value here. You looked up, A flicker of confusion in your eyes as your gaze swept across the people resting in the hall. Name, He Young. Age, 50. Bone structure, none. Realm, blood and chi realm, first pulse. Destiny, white. Evaluation, just an ordinary person, no particular merit. Name, Chen Xiaoyan. Age, 30. Bone structure, none. Most of the people had white or at best green destinies, until your eyes landed on a corner. A faint blue appeared before you. Name, Wang Hu. Age, 20. Bone structure, tiger arms, leopard waist. Realm, blood and chi realm, third pulse. Destiny, blue. Evaluation, some talent, with hard work and practice, might achieve something in the future. However, narrow-minded, vengeful, arrogant, and likely to go down a radical path. Encounter, stuck at a bottleneck in his fist technique and in urgent need of practice to break through. In conclusion, there didn't seem to be anyone worth investing in. The only person who seemed decent, Wang Hu, also had a conflict with you. Dear guest, the chicken soup you requested has the old mountain ginseng that has been aged for 10 years. I will take it to the second floor for you. The inn's waiter greeted and prepared to carry the food box upstairs. Wait. Liamo was suddenly moved and called out to him. I can take it myself. In the waiter's puzzled gaze, Liamo took the food box. His eyes turned to the private room at the end of the second floor. What kind of fate must she have? Knock knock. After a moment, a soft voice from inside replied. Come in. The girl sat quietly by the window, moonlight flowed through the gauze window, shimmering on her dark hair, reflecting her eyes dimly like they had a light. Upon seeing that it was Liamo who entered, she slightly frowned her delicate eyebrows. But Liamo had no time to notice her expression, standing completely frozen in place. A clear message suddenly appeared before his eyes. Name, Ing Bing. Age, 16. Root, Taiyin Moon Phoenix Body. Realm, none. Fate. At this point, the vision of fate appeared somewhat blurred, as if she carried too great a burden of karma and had momentarily stalled. After a few seconds, more information slowly surfaced. Fate, red, bearer of imperial bone, Xianbing is fate, Joshua is spirit, with the appearance of a phoenix. Evaluation, a life of many hardships, always able to turn misfortune into fortune. At this moment, her feathers are not yet full, waiting for the wind and clouds to change, she will surely soar high in the skies and land across the realms. Recent encounters, the Taiyin Moon Phoenix body has not yet opened its veins, externally it appears to be a lifeless body, and before completely mastering the power of Taiyin, she has to endure extreme cold every day. Liamo, ? Well, what did I say? Even the color is gone, directly calculated as an anomaly. According to the vision of fate's judgment, the fates from low to high are black, gray, white, cyan, blue, purple, gold. Above gold, there is also a red fate. Such a fate cannot simply be divided by color, it has various anomalies. The founding Emperor Wu of humanity, who established the Great Yu dynasty, was clearly recorded in historical texts. When he was born, the sun and moon were in the same sky, and the purple star moved, with a divine turtle carrying a monument to name him. Considering this, it is also a so-called fate anomaly. Well, quite surprising. Little Li fell into deep thought, doubting his life. Drink the chicken soup while it's hot. Snap. The door closed. It seems like this day has finally come. Nirvana rebirth, so this is what it means. Ing Bing picked up a piece of chicken, throwing it from the second floor window into the backyard. The guard dog snorted as it finished eating, and after a moment, there was no unusual reaction. Just an ordinary chicken soup? It's not that she holds grudges, outside of her close family, those distant loves and hates are long gone in her memory. But in her memory, Liamo loved to play childish tricks on her. Today, why is he taking the initiative to bring chicken soup? Ding dong. At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly echoed in her ears. Who? Ing Bing instantly squinted her eyes. That voice seemed to ignore her alertness and rang out again. System binding successful. The winner takes all, the loser eats dust. Are you ready? Chapter 2, The Peerless Talent System, Punishment for the Defeated. In the neighboring room. Little Li stared blankly at the ceiling. Good news, his childhood sweetheart has the aura of an emperor. Bad news, his relationship with her isn't good, and he's jumping around in front of her every day. Once he joins the Qing Yuan sect, she will surely shine brightly. Liamo couldn't help but recall the classic scene where the protagonist tests their talent, and the talent stone explodes with a bang. Then, those little villains who bullied the protagonist would shiver in fear, waiting in line to be slapped in the face. At that moment. Investment successful, invested, a bowl of Old Mountain ginseng chicken soup. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations to the host, reward, a Triangling Restoration Pill. Triangling Restoration Pill, a 6-patterned pill, the finest among them, can replenish prenatal deficiencies. An open jade box appeared out of thin air on the table. Inside it was a crystal pill, exuding a purple aura and divine light, yet it did not reveal itself. Liamo opened his mouth, his expression slightly stiffening, and his breath paused for a few seconds. He had heard of this thing before. He was a premature baby. His mother was frightened during pregnancy and gave birth early, not even carrying him for 10 months. He was frail and sickly since childhood, learning to walk a year later than other children, often the subject of gossip within the Li family and among neighbors, who said that Li family was a case of a tiger father having a dog son. His father didn't say it out loud, but he was anxious in his heart, constantly looking for ways to help him. One of these methods included searching for the so-called innate recovery elixir. However, this thing was priceless and hard to find. Even spending half of the Li family's wealth might only buy a two-striped one, and it might not even be obtainable. Many prestigious families, with deep roots and resources, eagerly sought this elixir, willing to pay extra to nurture their descendants, because before practicing martial arts, no one would complain about having a bit of an advantage. Thus, Liamo had been chasing it in vain. He never imagined he would obtain it in this manner. And it was a six-stripe one. Even if Liamo were ignorant, he knew how precious this was. With each additional stripe, the elixir's value could multiply several times, and as it increased further, the growth was geometrical and even rarer. 6 stripes were something he had never even heard of, its rarity was beyond imagination. Ah woo. Seems like it doesn't have much of a taste. Liamo smacked his lips. No matter how precious an item was, it only becomes truly yours when it enters your stomach. The elixir melted instantly upon entering his mouth, flowing down his throat and into his belly. In the next moment, he felt a warm current spreading through his limbs and body, like fish swimming along his bones, through his meridians, wandering through his organs. As if experiencing a long-awaited rain after a drought, the withered tree returning to spring. Who? Liamo exhaled deeply, reopened his eyes, and his expression shone with brilliance. His body felt as if it had shed a 1,000-pound burden, and the world before him seemed to be unveiled by a light veil. With each breath, the air carried a fragrance, and his body felt an endless surge of energy. An inaccurate description. Liamo felt like a feeble old man who suddenly became several decades younger. If he were to practice martial arts again, even if he couldn't be considered a raw gem, at least he would be a flawless piece of stone. The 6-stripe elixir truly lives up to its name. And this was merely exchanged for a bowl of chicken soup. Liamo couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This return on investment was astonishing. Of course, the biggest reason was probably the object of investment. Ying Bing. In his memory, Ying Bing was true to her name. Her personality could basically be summed up with 3 words: ice block. Mending the relationship would surely be a long road ahead, but returns must still be harvested. Red destiny, once this village is missed, one might not encounter this shop again in 8 lifetimes. Butler Sue. Young master, what do you need? The butler hurriedly entered. Liamo lowered his voice and asked, does Ying Bing have any favorite foods? The butler was taken aback for a moment, then thought, not really, Miss Bing usually doesn't have much appetite. Are there any other favorites? Well, we don't really know. The butler frowned, wondering what the young master was up to today. In the past, he would order the servants to intentionally make things difficult for Miss Bing, so why care about her preferences now? Never mind, you've done well. Recalling this, Liamo couldn't help but feel embarrassed. As the butler was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something at the door. By the way, young master, the master instructed that when we reach the city at the foot of Qing Yuan sect, we must take Miss Bing to see a doctor. He even allocated 200 taels of silver for the consultation. What do you think? Go, if the money isn't enough, use my personal funds. Liamo waved his hand decisively. If merely spending money can exchange for rewards, it couldn't be more worthwhile. We need to set out early tomorrow, so rest up. Yes. The butler scratched his head, nodding in agreement. What's up with the young master lately? He seems to have changed his temperament, not only being polite to him but also warming up to Miss Bing. Perhaps he has grown up after experiencing the outside world? The next day. The first ray of morning light shone down, the frost in the compartment sparkled brightly. The young girl curled up in bed, hugging her knees, looking like a sleeping fairy in the snow. Ying Bing was dreaming. She dreamed of her past life. She entered Qingyuan Mountain, initially diagnosed with a severed pulse. After half a year, she had a fortuitous encounter and managed to open her pulse. Then she displayed her monstrous talent, leaving her peers far behind. At 18, the master of Qingyuan was no longer her opponent. She walked out of the eastern wilderness and witnessed a broader world. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were vast. Hidden sects passed down their legacies, ancient lands gave birth to monsters, and the talented heroes of dynasties, along with reincarnated old monsters, flourished like bamboo shoots after rain. It was a dazzling era. Yet, she remained the most radiant presence among the overwhelming power. Top of the Qianlong rankings, first on the Ren rank, first on the Xian rank, first on the D rank, first on the Tian rank. In the end, she ranked among the 9 heavens, equally matched with the martial emperor of the Yuzhou dynasty, known as Huang Tian. The 9 heavens. It meant the 9 most powerful individuals in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Of course, above the 9 heavens, there is a legendary realm of the highest order. Ying Bing opened her eyes faintly. Everything reminded her that she had truly returned to the past. And she encountered something that had never appeared in her previous life. Is it still here? Before her was a set of strange characters. These characters were visible only to her, as if they would exist forever as long as she did not make a choice. System. In both her previous life and this one, she had never seen such a thing. The 9 heavens and 10 lands are immeasurably vast. I am far from omniscient. Perhaps, this is a power I have never encountered before? Ying Bing lowered her gaze for a moment, her mind stirring. Ding dong, binding successful. Host, Ying Bing. This system is the system of unparalleled genius, dedicated to helping the host achieve an invincible path. Ying Bing's expression was calm, without much reaction. An invincible path? She had already walked that path once. Her rise was already an invincible journey, dazzling like the brightest stars among heroes. No one could shine more brilliantly than her. In her previous life, even the Emperor Yu could only match her with special means. In her prime, she might only find opponents by flipping through historical books. In this life, she would only be stronger. Clearance rewards will grant opportunities for immortality. At this moment, the system revealed another message. Ying Bing's breath momentarily froze. Immortal. This was a word that existed in legends. It was said that in every era, a unique immortal would appear in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Surpassing all living beings, it was true transcendence, true immortality. However, since the Yuzhou dynasty established its rule, becoming an immortal had become a mere legend, as if this path had been completely severed, adding to its mystery. This was also the greatest secret that generations of 9 heavens sought and competed for among the 9 heavens and 10 lands. With no way to become an immortal, she confidently chose the hardest path, a rare path where only a few had succeeded throughout history. But in the end, she still fell short by one step. This so-called system, could it really grant a chance for immortality? This system will encompass all pure genius warriors within a certain area and rank them once a month. After the rankings are announced, rewards will be distributed based on the host's ranking. Current ranking range, Eastern Wilderness. In Ying Bing's mind, many memories suddenly emerged. Not only the rules of the system but also various limitations. For example, no external factors are allowed to interfere with the challenge. Revealing the existence of the system is prohibited, preventing the opponent from intentionally yielding. Such matters essentially blocked all avenues for cheating. However, the ranking of geniuses? In her previous life, she was already a synonym for the genius monsters of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. And now, she possessed the memories of her past life. Retracing her martial road would only make her stronger than before. If what the system said was true, it undoubtedly greatly shortened her time to return to the peak and even allowed her to step into that unknown realm. Even if it was an exaggeration, she would not suffer any losses. The punishment for the defeated? In both lives, she had never experienced what it felt like to be pressed down by others. The Central State had always been known for its remarkable people and spiritual land, yet after she left, the younger generation was shrouded in shadow, nearly fearing the name Bing. Even some old monsters, in order to suppress her sharpness, changed their appearances, suppressed their realms, pretending to be newcomers to challenge her. Then, they were forced to reveal their true forms. In the end, they still lost. The choice of Ying Bing was clear. She was undoubtedly going to be the top. This punishment, for her, seemed almost non-existent. It wasn't arrogance. For things she had already accomplished, maximizing the reward was only natural. Why not? Punishment for the loser, successfully activated. Ying Bing pushed the door open and stepped out. Good morning. Not far off, the boy also opened his door. Their eyes met, and Liamo grinned, showing a smile like a spring breeze. Compared to yesterday, his face seemed free of the previous gloom, looking more handsome and radiant. In a single night, he seemed like a sunny boy. He seemed to have changed, just a little, from the distant memory she had of him. Chapter 3, Entering the City, Living Together. Early in the morning, the inn became lively. There were many other boys and girls traveling together, some practicing martial arts outside, others eating breakfast heartily. On the table in the middle, various types of breakfast were laid out. Liamo casually picked up a meat bun and glanced sideways. The girl only had a bowl of plain congee in front of her, as simple and light as her appearance. How can you be satisfied with just this for breakfast? Liamo pushed a plate with eggs towards her. Ying Bing didn't speak but raised her eyes to look at him. The girl seemed a bit weak, her lips colorless, looking sickly, but that illness added 3 parts delicate beauty to her. But anyone who gazed into those beautiful eyes would probably feel an unconscious sense of guilt. Ahem. Li Mo felt a bit embarrassed. The things he had done in the past made him want to dig a hole to hide in. Apologizing was the right thing to do. I'm sorry for what happened before. I don't expect that just a few words will clear things up. If you still have grievances, then it's fine. Ying Bing peeled an egg, speaking softly. Li Mo was momentarily stunned. He couldn't see any insincerity on the girl's face. Rather than forgiveness, it was indifference. Those past events seemed insignificant, not even worth bothering her. She had never cared, so there was no need for forgiveness. Well then. Li Mo smiled bitterly. He had read too many novels, and had made too many assumptions. But, to be honest, Ying Bing's reaction aligned more with the evaluation of the divine eye. Someone who remains unperturbed by praise or insult often goes farther. And the truth was, this was the case. Ying Bing lightly moved her jaw, and didn't give Li Mo another moment of attention. She had seen countless grand events, all vivid and magnificent. Apart from her family, the memories of her humble beginnings didn't even count as a page in her life, long since swept into some forgotten corner. In her distant memory, Li Mo had mediocre talent, barely making it into the Qingyuan sect. He spent a year in the outer sect before being eliminated. By that time, she had already become the brightest presence among her peers. Li Mo had changed somewhat, but it didn't matter. His name would probably never appear on the ranking list of the Eastern Wasteland. They might not even count as passing strangers in each other's lives. She never distracted herself over irrelevant people. Across from her, Li Mo's eating motion slightly paused. Investment successful, investment, 1 egg, 1 bowl of kanji. Reward settling. Congratulations, host. Reward, 1,000 taels of silver notes. 1,000 taels of silver notes, issued by the Hong Kong Money Bank, redeemable at all major money exchanges. Li Mo couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. If only she could eat a bit more. 3 meals a day, he could make himself rich. For tonight, he had to prepare a midnight snack. 2 days later. A magnificent city appeared on the horizon, like a giant beast lying beneath the sky. The city was one of the 12 capitals of the Eastern Wasteland, with 9 prefectures and 36 counties under it. Legend has it that before the founding of the Great Yu dynasty, this had been the capital of the previous dynasty, a place with great figures and prosperity. Later, a disastrous beast tide, unprecedented in history, ravaged the Eastern Wasteland for hundreds of years, and its former glory faded into the past. Until the martial emperor ascended the throne, pacifying the 9 heavens and 10 lands, rewarding his loyal ministers. The first patriarch of Qingyuan Mountain, who had contributed greatly. Bestowed. After thousands of years of governance, this place has finally regained its vitality and flourished again. At the foot of Qingyuan Mountain lies the city of, rebuilt atop the ruins of ancient relics from the previous dynasty. Its grandeur is indeed extraordinary. Beyond the city, 50 miles away, is the famous Qingyuan mountain range. We have finally arrived. Is this the city? It's huge. Standing at the city gate, I feel like an ant. So lively. This important city is indeed bustling with people. Recently, Qingyuan sect is recruiting disciples. Can there be anything less than a crowd? The traffic is heavy, and the grand city gate is like a floodgate bursting open, with the sounds of countless carriages and horses echoing. Looking towards Qingyuan Mountain, many people show longing in their eyes. Great Yu stands strong with military power, ruling the world with factions. In the sky above, there is only one cloud, and that is the Qingyuan sect. Young men from various counties and districts are already extremely excited, shouting noisily. The passers-by seem indifferent, clearly used to this scene long ago. Indeed, it's quite remarkable. Li Mo can't help but sigh with emotion. Having seen various international metropolises in his previous life, he cannot hide his astonishment upon arriving here. Compared to those skyscrapers made of steel and concrete, this grand ancient city with its carved beams and painted rafters is undoubtedly more spectacular. A city that can accommodate 5 million people is entirely different from an ancient city that can hold the same number. They cannot be compared. Pass. The guarding soldiers, clad in armor and holding weapons, shine like silver in the sunlight, standing like iron towers. A housekeeper hastily presents an iron plate and pays the entrance fee. Thus, the carriage is allowed into the city, as if stepping into another world. Li Mo finds everything fresh and new, like a country bumpkin entering the city. His pockets have grown heavier these past 2 days. The daily meals of the ice-clad girl have surprisingly added up to thousands of silver notes, even 1,000 taels of gold. But upon entering this land of expensive real estate, Li Mo feels less extravagant. Young master, we have arrived in city, which is not the same as the county. The housekeeper drives the carriage, reminding him in a low voice. I won't be staying in the city for 2 days.
Liemo smiled.
Going far away, his father insisted the housekeeper, who has watched him grow up, accompany him, showing how much trouble he used to cause. It seems they are afraid his temperament would lead to mischief. What you say is true, young master. The housekeeper breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly agreeing. This trouble-seeking master has changed a lot lately.
He can spare some worry now.
The carriage passes over the vermilion-painted bridge, crossing over the densely packed boats below. Not only is the city larger, but the residents also show a difference. There are noticeably more people dressed in silk and satin, and various luxurious carriages can be seen. For example, the one approaching, pulled by 4 fiery red steeds, covered in scales. The carriage is several times larger than the one Liemo is riding in, adorned with gold and jade, ancient and elegant.
Cousin!
Suddenly, someone shouted from behind. It's Wang Hu, who hops off his horse with a joyful expression and rushes to the carriage. A young man steps down from the carriage, tall, wearing a white brocade robe. With long arms and a steady lower body, he walks with a certain dragon-like grace.
At his waist hangs a token with 2 words intricately engraved, Inner Door. Qingyuan Sect's Inner Door. Everyone's gaze towards Wang, who suddenly carries more caution.
Even though many are traveling together, only a few can enter the outer door, let alone the inner door. A single word separating inner and outer doors means a world of difference. An inner disciple visiting a county would make even the county magistrate treat him with respect.
Little Hu, I guessed you would arrive soon.
The young man laughed as he scanned the crowd, his gaze stopping for a moment on Liemo.
You are newcomers and probably don't know where to settle. I know an innkeeper here, why not go there?
The young man smiled and casually mounted the carriage.
My cousin is called Wang Hao, a little over 30, already an inner disciple. Staying with him ensures you won't suffer any losses. Wang Hu raised his chin, a hint of arrogance flashing across his face. It seemed as if he was the one entering the inner door.
Everyone naturally showered him with compliments.
In a place unfamiliar, following someone from Fulong Valley's inner sect could save a lot of trouble. What is he looking at? Liemo paused for a moment, then quickly realized.
The other person was not looking at him, but at the cool girl beside him.
That made sense. Even in the capital city, Ying Bing's beauty had not diminished at all. Dressed simply, she made the elegantly dressed women of the large city seem dull. After several days of feeding, their relationship must have made some progress, right?
After all, they were no longer strangers.
As thoughts swirled in his mind, a restaurant appeared by the canal ahead. It stood 7 stories high, exuding luxury, showcasing the extreme beauty of this ancient city.
The attentive waiter spotted Wang Hao and immediately called the manager over. The manager respectfully presented tea and began discussions with Wang Hao, while the others felt somewhat awkward. They had all seen it before. Even the most ordinary room here costs 20 taels of silver, with more expensive rooms available, and because Qingyuan sect is about to open its mountain gate, the guest demand was high, leading to price increases.
100 taels for a room? Liemo glanced at it and directly walked to the counter. This amount of money wasn't worth saving. Excuse me, 2 upper rooms. One for him, one for Ying Bing.
The steward and accompanying people had just put down their luggage and returned with the escort agency.
Sorry, customer, we don't have many rooms left. You can only have 1 room among your companions.
The gentleman at the counter said apologetically.
That's fine. Liemo thought for a moment and nodded.
The second floor, Plum Blossom Room, please take care. Just as he paid, and the counter gentleman took out the sandalwood room sign, he heard Wang Hu sneer.
If someone arranges it, just enjoy your stay.
100 taels of silver in the capital can't show off, and having money here doesn't mean it will work.
Liemo, ? He remembered. This guy was the son of the leader of the Liuhai gang in the county.
His old man was the county officer, managing the law and order of the whole county. One was a mouse, the other was a cat. Naturally, the 2 young ones couldn't see eye to eye.
At the same time. Not far away.
Wang Hao also returned to the nervous boys and girls, feigning regret as he said. There are only 13 upper rooms left. Since you are all from my cousin's hometown, you can just squeeze in together.
No problem, we can just squeeze together. Thank you, Brother Wang, you are truly a good person. The group was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Liemo chuckled in silence. How could someone express regret while standing with their hands behind their back, chin tilted up?
What a man thinks about most in his life are 3 things.
1. Find a way to show off.
2. That girl is so beautiful.
3. That girl is so beautiful, I need to find a way to show off in front of her. Sure enough, Wang Hao then looked at Ying Bing and said.
This young lady, there aren't enough rooms, but fortunately, I have a private room here, which is usually unoccupied and cleaned up relatively well.
If you don't mind, you could stay there.
His tone was quite confident. This trick was not new, it worked perfectly on girls from small places.
Didn't you see the envy and jealousy in the eyes of the nearby rural girls?
Very few could resist kindness from someone of a higher status who could help with future prospects.
No more rooms?
Ying Bing glanced at the manager from the corner of her eye.
Indeed.
Indeed. The manager felt a chill on his back and nodded repeatedly, wiping away sweat. Wang Hao smiled and was about to say something, but in the next moment, the smile froze on his face. The girl took the sandalwood room sign in front of Li Mo and went directly upstairs, to the plum blossom room.
With a loud bang, the wooden door closed. Poof. Glancing at Wang Hao, whose face turned blue and white, Li Mo instinctively found it amusing but couldn't laugh. Look for fun? Look in the mirror. Shaking his head, he also went upstairs. Chapter 4, Pure Yang Pill, Special Bonus. In the room, Li Mo finished unpacking, stood up, stretched lazily, and propped open the window. The river breeze blew in, and opposite was the Qingyuan mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, with buildings scattered on it, like a silent giant overlooking the city below. The view above. It would probably be better. Li Mo muttered. Once he crossed over, how could he be willing to just be an ordinary person?
But with his current situation, even the beginner's manual might not be as far-reaching as Wang Hu's progress.
A tiger in leopard form, with superior bones.
Among his peers, his talent could be considered the best. New disciples are classified into outer and inner disciples based on talent, and even the true transmission disciples are selected using an elimination system from the bottom. Clearly, having a good starting point means the people you come into contact with have stronger fates, and the return on investment is higher. Not to mention, if he's assigned to the outer sect, he definitely won't see Ying Bing again. By the way, Father mentioned that there's a doctor in the city who is familiar to him and has excellent medical skills.
Li Mo turned around and said softly, "Why don't we go take a look today? At the tea table." "No need."
Ying Bing sipped her hot tea and shook her head.
Li Mo said helplessly, "Going there once might help alleviate the symptoms."
Ying Bing remained silent, raising her gaze from her teacup, with steam swirling but unable to hide the deep, soulful gaze.
She looked at Li Mo, as if trying to see something extraordinary on his face. "Since Father gave silver, I should at least report back to him.
The Sanyang Medical Hall is not far, just 2 streets away."
Li Mo deliberately frowned. Sanyang Medical Hall? Ying Bing gently took a sip of tea, seemingly savoring these words.
After lowering her gaze for a moment, she nodded.
Okay. In the evening.
The city was brightly lit, with flower boats and lanterns near the riverside, and on the wide streets, there were noble people dressed in fine silks, as well as obvious outsiders.
The Qingyuan sect recruited disciples once every 3 years, making the city's excitement even greater than before.
Among them, the busiest place was Jinhuan Street, where items such as medicinal herbs, weapons, and horses were sold, all used by martial artists.
Sanyang Medical Hall. Please kindly announce our arrival. Li Mo took out a letter written by his father.
The pharmacy boy, upon seeing the recipient on the letter, straightened up his expression. "Please wait for a moment, our hall master is out on a house call, it may take a little while."
"Thank you." Li Mo and Ying Bing sat in the hall, waiting. After a while,
footsteps were heard in the hall. A middle-aged man walked in, looking weary, his coarse robe full of patches. His features were sharp, with a long beard hanging down to his chest, and his eyes, especially, were very bright.
"Hall master."
The pharmacy boy took out the unopened letter and handed it to him. The middle-aged man quickly glanced over the letter, and a smile appeared on his face. "DeLong, this child, I can't believe he still remembers this old man."
Ying Bing's brow twitched imperceptibly. Li Mo sensed something was wrong. This man seemed to be around the same age as his father, yet why did he speak in such an old-fashioned way?
Nearby, the pharmacy boy proudly said, "Master is 96 this year."
96? Li Mo opened his mouth.
They say practicing medicine makes one age easily, but how come there's someone who grows younger the more they learn?
Did he practice some sort of technique, or learn some kind of health preservation method? This world really can't be understood by common sense. It's just a little thing, not worth mentioning.
"Your father said the patient is this young lady, please come forward." The middle-aged man in the coarse robe gestured. After Ying Bing sat across from him, he flicked his fingers, sending a golden thread that wrapped around her slender, fair finger.
Li Mo watched with great interest.
The pharmacy boy, seeing his concern, added, "Don't worry, in the whole world, there are very few illnesses my master cannot cure." The middle-aged man in the coarse robe curled his lips slightly, clearly pleased with this statement. But the next moment, he let out a soft hum and furrowed his brows. Buzz. The golden thread trembled slightly. A cold frost appeared and quickly spread along the golden thread from Ying Bing's fingertip. Snap. The middle-aged man in the coarse robe, as if shocked, broke the golden thread by himself. He then breathed out, still shaken.
"How domineering. How is it? Liamo took a deep breath and asked.
The middle-aged man in the coarse robe furrowed his brows so tightly they nearly formed a Chinese character. He thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "Inconceivable, inconceivable, logically speaking, you should not have lived to see today." He had practiced medicine for 80 years, and had seen all kinds of difficult and strange illnesses.
But he had never seen someone with such a domineering coldness in their body. It was simply unheard of. This young lady should have been diagnosed as having a broken pulse, right? Ying Bing nodded.
The middle-aged man in a hemp robe paused for a moment, then slowly spoke up. "I can only guess that this may not be a deadly condition, but a special physique. As for what exactly it is, I need to consult ancient texts. If it's not an illness, then there's no way to treat it. I can only prescribe some medicine to ease the pain." Ying Bing was surprised for a moment, then returned to calmness. Being able to see through this layer, the other party's medical skills could rank high in the city. Including herself, she also found the answer later in the central divine continent, from a long-established hidden secret place.
The Taiyin Moon Phoenix body. In that ancient text, 10 extraordinary physiques were recorded, and the author named them the 10 absolute bodies.
Including the Taiyin Moon Phoenix body, 9 of the 10 absolute bodies have already disappeared, only existing in legends and speculation. The only one that can be specifically verified is the true dragon body of the state and society, able to suppress the country and bear the fortune of thousands of realms. This is the pure yang pill I refined. It should be effective, 200 taels of silver. The middle-aged man in the hemp robe took out a porcelain bottle.
That's not too expensive. Liamo nodded and prepared to take out money.
However, the middle-aged man in the hemp robe slowly raised a finger.
1 pill. Liamo. Can you not breathe so heavily when you speak?
The medicine boy wiped his mouth and repeatedly said, "That's already the price after spitting blood. If it weren't for the master feeling embarrassed today, it wouldn't be."
The
middle-aged man in the hemp robe glared over, and the medicine boy awkwardly shut his mouth.
Not expensive, not expensive. I want 100 pills, thank you.
Liamo, like a magician, slapped a stack of banknotes onto the table, and there were even a few bars of gold.
The medicine boy, exclamation point. The middle-aged man in the hemp robe, question mark.
Ying Bing raised her delicate brows. In the medicine shop, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The thick stack of banknotes roughly looked to be over 10,000 taels, and those few bars of gold were worth even more. Gold was precious, though it circulated less in the market, yet it still had a market price. If taken out to exchange for silver, it would far exceed market price. How should I put it? It adds up to at least 20,000 taels. Even in the city, where land is as precious as gold, it would be enough to buy a grand mansion.
I have some private savings. Liamo smiled shyly. That should be enough, right? 100 pills. Are you coming here to stock up, to take home and eat as meals?
Just 1 bottle, 12 pills. The middle-aged man in the hemp robe's mouth twitched slightly, pushing the bottle forward.
That works. Liamo nodded reluctantly.
With a cupped fist salute, he left with Ying Bing. Watching the two disappear into the night, the middle-aged man in the hemp robe scratched his chin, puzzled. Wasn't it said that these two kids had a very tense relationship? Why do they seem worried about spending less money? He picked up the golden threads covered with frost on the ground, looking thoughtful. If it truly is some kind of physique, this child's talent is probably unimaginable. Master, a message came from the sect. The medicine boy returned holding a hawk, took down the bamboo tube it was holding in its beak, and fed it some jerky. The letter clearly stated, "To Elder Lu, personally opened by Shui Jing." After reading the letter, he smacked his lips and glanced at the backyard. Let's return to the sect, bring the pill furnace. Yes. The medicine boy, with a delicate and fine appearance, nodded and ran to the backyard, exerting strength with a grunt. The tall copper cauldron adorned with dragon and tiger patterns spun and rested on his thin shoulders. On the other side, the bustling night market was about to extinguish, with fewer pedestrians, leaving only the flickering streetlights that had yet to burn out. The smoky atmosphere of the street market faded, and the starry sky above finally began to spark. What a pity. I heard the food stalls in city's night market are abundant. Next time I need to come earlier. Holding 2 skewers of city's specialty willow leaf grilled fish, taking a bite, it was delicious and fragrant, without a hint of fishy taste, even the bones were crisp. Want to try? Liamo turned back to offer the fish. Ying Bing's gaze remained straight ahead, watching the boy with oil stains at the corners of his mouth. A question arose in her heart. Having been reborn, she thought everything would unfold as planned. But he seemed to become an exception. Why? This was the first time Ying Bing took the initiative to ask. Liamo was in a good mood, grinning. If being tough doesn't work, then I can only come soft. What if you're a compliant donkey and feel touched enough to leap into my arms? After the words fell, the atmosphere became a bit awkward.
Ing Bing, who didn't hear a satisfactory answer. His gaze was calm, clearly treating his earlier joke as wind passing by his ears. Indeed, one cannot expect an ice block to have any sense of humor. It's settled. You have suffered unfairly with me before, consider this a compensation or an investment. It's just a little over 2,000 silver coins. Once I join the Qingyuan sect, it's small change. Li Mo waved his hand, appearing to be quite generous. Regardless of how strong or weak he seemed, being poor in the future was impossible. Ing Bing's brows slightly furrowed. Where did he get this confidence? In the previous life, Li Mo had only managed to enter the outer sect, and that was rather forced. His bone structure could be described as quite ordinary. The boy, however, seemed completely unaware, as if he was dreaming of shining brilliantly in a few days. Ha! The night wind blew, and the shadows of the lamp swayed, casting the boy's spirited face in and out of light. Ing Bing suddenly froze for a moment. In the dusty memories, a familiar yet distant figure flashed by. That was once her, who, amid countless gazes like watching a play, bowed to an elder of the Qingyuan sect, vowing to open her meridians within half a year. At that time, where did her confidence come from? This favor, I accept. As the pleasant voice echoed, a notification appeared. Investment successful, 12 3-line pure young pills. Investment successful, your words have changed the other's mindset. This investment has successfully altered the life trajectory of the investment target. Feedback rewards will be critical hits. Congratulations, host, you've received special feedback. Change of mindset? Li Mo was puzzled, he hadn't said anything particularly special. The destined girl was indeed the destined girl, this could evoke feelings in her. Special feedback, reward critical hit. It looked like a sign of something big coming. Do you want to eat grilled fish? It's very fragrant. No. Little flying fishes here? Chapter 5, Xianpin Immortal Body, Entrance Ceremony. Among the green plums. The boy and girl, who have known each other for many years, were sharing a room for the first time. The canopy of the large bed was lowered by delicate hands, hiding the girl's figure. She's become an ice block again. Li Mo withdrew his gaze, lying on the soft couch with the quilt wrapped around him. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't seem like someone who could be changed with just a few words. Forget it, who knows what she's thinking. Speaking of which, investment doesn't necessarily have to be items? Li Mo pondered, looking at the reward he just received. Xianpin Immortal Body, the immortal body becomes mortal through the rolling red dust, many mysteries, starting from this. Would you like to receive it? The reward was very simple, just 4 characters. But this somewhat incongruous term made Li Mo raise his brow. The style was all wrong, this was clearly a martial world. Could it just be an adjective to make the system sound high-end and impressive? Anyway. It didn't sound bad. With a thought, he accepted the reward. In an instant. A thunder, only he could hear, exploded in his ears. It felt as if a thunder had torn open dark clouds in his mind, plunging him into chaos. He couldn't even feel himself. Buzz. Buzz. In the chaos, it felt like a storm. The heavens and the earth began anew, with countless colors and sounds. Li Mo could neither see clearly nor hear clearly. In this moment, he felt as tiny as dust and yet as great as mountains, unapproachable. As if he had ceased to exist, yet was everywhere. Not knowing how long it had been. Li Mo lost consciousness. Not far away. On the bed, the satin canopy gradually covered by frost, as if it would shatter upon touch. The girl hugged her long legs, her lips turned pale, and her eyelashes tinted with snow. Even her breath carried an ancient coldness. She seemed to be placed in an extreme cold ice prison. But she had long been accustomed to it, feeling no pain, with only a calm expression. Ing Bing knew this torment would end when she mastered the power of the Yin. Before that, she had to open her meridians. Pure young pill. Shui Jing is considered the top alchemist in the mansion. Ing Bing pinched the pill and swallowed it. Some warmth rose from her dantian, slowly flowing into her meridians. Completing the opening of her meridians before the entrance ceremony was not a problem. Suddenly, she remembered something. Ing Bing lifted the frozen canopy. Looking towards the soft couch. The young boy was peacefully lying there, softly snoring. Sleeping pretty soundly? Is he okay? The next morning. Li Mo opened his eyes on the soft couch, his gaze deep like a sky full of stars, calm and clear like a mountain spring. On the surface, he still looked like himself. Yet even just standing there gave a sense of being one with nature. Name, Li Mo. Age, 16. Root bone, Xianpin Immortal Body. Realm, none. Fate? Evaluation, possesses an immortal body, fate and chaos, future unknown. Recent encounter, amended his relationship with childhood sweetheart, finally better than strangers. Liamo had thought his fate would turn purple or even golden. Who knew it ended up being two big question marks? There must be some changes. But where is it different? At this moment, I cannot say. He thought for a moment and stopped dwelling on it.
The system's investment returns so far, at least the ones from the ice block, had never disappointed him. I haven't even started my martial path, just have to slowly experience it.
Liamo picked up the kettle to brew some tea, only to find the water had frozen into ice.
The source of it all was that frozen block on the couch. An astonishing cold radiated, yet he felt no chill at all.
At least it seemed. He had become impervious to cold and heat. I can't be worried about failing the entrance ceremony. At least I can enter the inner sect, right? Liamo felt his spirits lift.
With nothing to do, and unable to cultivate, he decided to go out and see if he could chance upon a suitable investment target. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Since getting the pure yang pill, Bing had stayed in the room without going out.
She didn't eat, didn't drink. Liamo was not worried at all.
With reverse destiny, she wouldn't starve herself to death. Probably due to her physique, so he let her be. After 2 days, the cold air between the childhood friends lingered, the furnishings inside were likely ruined, and Liamo had to pay 500 taels of silver to settle it. In these 2 days, Liamo had encountered various investment targets. Most were rather ordinary, with few being blue. Recent encounters were bizarre and varied. For example, someone whose private school grades were not good, wanting to find a rich woman. Or someone who felt life dull with too much money, wanting to experience poverty. Even a hulking man eager to wear women's clothes. Such encounters left Liamo wanting to invest but unable to help. Of course, most were still normal people. Even a mosquito leg is meat. Thus, he gained many returns, though few were beneficial for martial arts, mostly odd items. Paintings, toys, food ingredients, fine wines, even a young woman's belly band. This broad net casting method truly produced meager results. On the morning of the third day. Quality is more important than quantity. In the future, unless in special situations, I won't proactively invest in white or gray.
Liamo pushed the door open to enter the room.
At a glance, he saw a beautiful back, combing soft black hair in front of the mirror.
Are you done? I'm better than before. Bing's porcelain-like face seemed to have turned a bit rosy.
She had opened her meridians. Successfully opening the meridians meant no longer having a dead-end appearance and that her hidden talent had re-emerged. This was thanks to that bottle of pure young pill.
Come eat breakfast. Liamo smiled.
Bing picked up the bowl, softly said, "Thank you."
What? Liamo paused, his eyes wide. The ice block actually said thank you? He was shocked. I didn't hear clearly, what did you just say? Liamo was unsure.
But Bing fell silent, drinking her porridge. By the time the sun was bright, the two had finished breakfast and went downstairs together.
Today marked the day when Qingyuan sect was founded.
When the carriage traveled several dozen miles, it could no longer move, as there were simply too many people, all crowding the official road. They had to get off and walk. The scene made Liamo's DNA stir a bit. Surrounded by youths, it felt like an echo of student days doing morning exercises on the playground. After walking for about half a stick of incense's time. Ahead, At last, I can see the gate of the Qingyuan sect, and many disciples in colorful garments. In front of the disciples, 7 stewards sit at a large table. Ding! 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 3 sounds of the morning bell ring out. Root bone is the first barrier to practicing martial arts. If the root bone is too poor, one will struggle immensely on the path of martial arts, and no amount of effort will make a difference. Those with low root bone should not waste time and may leave at their own discretion. A short, stout elder with a ruddy face booms like thunder, his voice rolling through the crowd. No one leaves. Anyone who comes here has either made thorough preparations or is the type who won't shed tears until they see the coffin. They have all come to the gate. Since they are here, they will stay. Seeing this, the short, stout elder waves his hand and says, "Then line up properly, and come up one by one to test your bones." As soon as he finishes speaking, countless boys and girls line up willingly under the management of the Qingyuan sect disciples to undergo the test. The stewards seem to have practiced a special technique. They touch the shoulders of the testers, and can roughly tell the quality of their root bones. Wu Ping, rank C, you may go. He Haikua, rank D middle. Qian Ning Ning, rank D low. The root bones are categorized into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D by the Qingyuan sect. Those with at least rank C qualify to enter the sect. There are many factors that determine talent, and root bone is just one of them. Having rank C root bone means one holds a ticket to the martial arts world. Even so, among 10 testers, only 1 or 2 might have a rank C or higher. Just this first barrier is likely to eliminate 80% of the people.
As for those above rank A, that can only be classified as A high. It's not necessarily accurate, but the vast majority of those above the Azure Mandate have successfully passed. Liemo stands in line, his eyes of destiny always open. Little girl, you may come up.
An old woman in front waves her hand. Ying Bing steps out of the crowd and is met with countless gazes.
She is simply too beautiful.
Standing there, cool and collected, it feels as though silence surrounds her, making her impossible to ignore.
Liemo strokes his chin.
Based on his experience reading novels, there are likely two possibilities. Either she is an absolute prodigy, or she is entirely useless.
Someone carrying great fortune cannot possibly be just one among the crowd.
Hiss. As expected, the old woman's brow immediately furrows. She becomes much more serious, her energy sinking to her dantian, her robe moving without wind, seemingly preparing to use her internal strength to check the young woman's root bone.
This commotion draws everyone's attention.
Even the other stewards grow curious.
Checking for A-level root bones shouldn't cause such a stir.
In the next moment, the old steward's voice echoes throughout the crowd.
Ying Bing, A high. Her tone is complex, filled with surprise and excitement.
The crowd erupts in chatter. Those with A-high qualifications are extremely rare in the history of the Qingyuan sect. Only a moment ago, Morong Xiao, known as the Qilin child of the noble court, barely measured at A-low. And even he has been deemed the top genius of the decade.
Liemo.
It appears she is indeed the former. Under the gaze of all sorts of eyes, Ying Bing becomes the center of attention.
Surprisingly, she feels neither happy nor sad. She knows this doesn't mean much at all. The reason she is A-high is simply because the highest qualification in Qingyuan sect is A-high. Calm amid praise and blame, this mindset is truly rare.
I look forward to your performance on the stairway to heaven. The short, stout elder can't help but praise her. Testing the bones only eliminates those unqualified to practice martial arts.
The real comprehensive test of talent is the second barrier. The stairway to heaven.
Root bone isn't everything when it comes to talent, but with an A-high root bone, this young girl's performance in the second barrier will undoubtedly be impressive.
The entrance ceremony is about to begin. The top candidate might already be among them.
Ying Bing nods and stands among the others who have passed. The proud expressions on the faces of the boys and girls who had just passed the first barrier vanish without a trace.
They are still focused on how to enter the inner sect.
But Ying Bing is destined to be the true disciple.
Is this the good ceiling you mentioned encountering on the way down the mountain? A lazy voice sounded from not far away.
The woman was dressed in palace attire, her cheeks rosy, lazily leaning on a chair. Yes, it's her, but I don't know how far she can go on the heavenly stone steps. Shui Jing glanced at the woman, revealing a look of helplessness.
I like this girl. The woman in palace attire took a big swig of wine. The elders? Are you sure it's not because the girl is stunningly beautiful?
She is not suitable for your school's martial arts.
Shui Jing said helplessly.
Why isn't she suitable?
The woman in palace attire frowned. What are you so picky about?
You've trained yourself to be like a furnace, and this girl clearly should not be under your guidance.
A voice, slightly cold and tough, spoke up. Han He, do you want to fight?
The woman in palace attire clenched her fists, clearly eager for a challenge. Elder Han He instinctively took a half step back, snorting coldly in caution.
Everyone, calm down.
The voice contained authority. When the sect leader spoke, the woman in palace attire reluctantly grabbed her wine gourd and took a few more swigs. The elders exchanged glances.
Could it be that the sect leader is interested in that little girl?
Unknowingly, another incense stick of time had passed. In the meantime, there had been 500 people who went through the bone reading.
Finally, it was Li Mo's turn.
The old woman grabbed his shoulder and immediately felt a force rushing in, ready to flow through the meridians of his body.
But soon, this force disappeared.
The old woman opposite him frowned for the second time. Internal energy can stimulate a person's organs, reaching the meridians and bones. The better the bones, the stronger the reaction to this stimulation.
But this young man's body showed no response at all.
It would be one thing if that were all, but her internal energy seemed to have vanished into thin air. If she hadn't seen the boy standing right in front of her, she would have thought he was a rock. The old woman hesitated for a moment but still wrote down his name.
Liemo, Class C, you may go now. Thank you. Liemo had expected this and gave the old woman a salute.
He then passed through the mountain gates with an unchanged expression.
Oh no, Class C, Dad is going to be displeased.
When the time comes, you must speak up for me, your words carry weight with him.
Liemo laughed heartily, nudging the girl beside him with his shoulder. Ying Bing was slightly surprised. Class C qualification is not much different from his memories. But he didn't seem to be disappointed. Liemo had an indifferent expression, still cheerful.
3 parts are determined by fate, and 7 parts are earned through hard work.
Many people can't even enter the mountain gates, I'm already very lucky. There was something he didn't say. What's the rush? I have a backing.
Ing Bing looked at the boy, his carefree demeanor genuine.
Well then.
At least his bottle of pure yang pill helped her open her meridians ahead of time, saving her half a year's time. This mindset is worth a little bit of support. How far he can go depends on himself.
Just then. In the distance, a steward's announcement once again drew the attention of the crowd. Wang Hu, Tiger Arms and Leopard Waist, Class B.
The crowd erupted into chatter.
Aside from 2 Class A monsters,
Wang Hu already has the best talent.
Saying he's 1 in 10,000 is not an exaggeration. Enjoying the compliments surrounding him, Wang Hu smiled arrogantly, even throwing glances at the crowd. What are you looking at? Liemo fell into deep thought. At this moment,
a figure landed before the mountain gate.
Form of tiger and leopard?
A middle-aged man like an iron tower reached out and pinched Wang Hu's shoulder. Wang Hu was shocked but then saw his cousin step out from among the disciples and nodded at him.
Not bad, indeed, tiger arms and leopard waist.
The middle-aged man smiled in satisfaction.
Master, this is my cousin. Wang Hao respectfully greeted.
Not bad, he is more suitable to practice certain families' tiger-leopard thunderhand.
His laughter buzzed, resonating painfully in people's ears. Buddha, wait until he enters the inner door, you can take him as a disciple anytime. The short and stout elder frowned and reminded. Buddha?
Wang Hu was stunned for a moment, then felt ecstatic. This was a very powerful inner door steward. If it weren't for the fact that there was 1 post for each elder, he would have already been in charge of a peak.
I know the rules.
The monk casually cupped his hands together. Under his cousin's gesture, Wang Hu quickly bowed his head.
I pay my respects to master. You go ahead and conquer the ascending stone steps first. The monk did not correct this form of address. After the monk left,
Wang Hu raised his head even higher, almost as if he had the word proud written on his forehead. Walking past the mountain gate, he came straight over, brimming with confidence, and clasped his fist.
Miss Ing, we will be fellow disciples from now on.
He then received a look of utter disregard. This talent was only somewhat acceptable in a small place like Mansion. In Ing Bing's eyes, Wang Hu's 2nd tier and Lime's 3rd tier, there was no essential difference. Both were mere stubborn stones, so why bother separating them by how smooth they were? Wang Hu was stuck in place, his face flushing with anger.
He could only glance back at Liemo. We are from the same hometown. Now that I am rising, how could I forget you?
Wait, there are distinctions between the inner and outer doors. My visit here may not be easy. And who knows, after some more time, I might become a direct successor.
Seeing you is less convenient compared to meeting Miss Ing, right?
His smile was quite sinister.
Having an inner door steward as his backing. Wang Hu, young and arrogant, felt his ego swelling to bursting.
Several young boys and girls from Ning'an County showed frustrated expressions, unable to vent their anger. Wang Hu had been so overbearing in the county, and now he ascended even higher in status. Originally, they had a bad perception of Liemo, but now in comparison to Wang Hu, they found the former somewhat charming.
Ah, right. Lime's Tianming divine eyes had never been closed.
Ever since Wang Hu tested his aptitude, the originally green fate had begun to show a hint of black.
When Wang Hu was just showing off, the black deepened even further.
Even the evaluation had changed to headstrong and self-willed, unknowingly regarded as a test subject by the inner door steward. The future looks bleak. He disliked arguing with the worthless, and was even lazier to argue with a half-dead person.
Another round of disregard. You. Wang Hu choked, feeling an unnamed rage boiling within. However, the short and stout elder seemed to have noticed this side. He retracted his gaze from Liemo and Ing Bing, quietly smirking in his heart. The days are still long.
After all, the difference between the outer door and genuine successors is like heaven and earth.
They can never be together. Chapter 7, Reaching the Peak. 3 suns hung high, the sky was clear and bright. The bone testing stage had ended, but the scene remained noisy. Many who hadn't entered the door stayed behind to watch the fun. Before the already initiated disciples lay 2 mountain paths leading to the top of Qingyuan Mountain. One was for the usual entrance and exit of the disciples. The other was overgrown with weeds, ancient and extraordinary. This was the famous ascending stone steps. Legend had it that this was an unusual treasure obtained by the ancestor of Qingyuan sect unexpectedly, but it was incomplete, suspected to be from ancient sects used to test disciples long ago. Climbing 10 steps allows entry to the outer door. Climbing 50 steps allows entry to the inner door. Climbing 80 steps makes one a true successor. The short and stout elder stood before the ascending stone steps, speaking loudly. But what if one reaches the top? Someone confidently inquired. Who else could it be but Wang Hu?
The short and stout elder's mouth curved slightly, as if he had answered this question many times before.
The ancestor has said, the one who reaches the top is the true successor of the Qingyuan sect.
However, throughout the history of the sect, there have been countless geniuses, but only 2 or 3 have ever accomplished it. Those were all exceptionally gifted individuals. Do not aim too high, instead focus on climbing higher.
As he spoke, he paused.
Those words were meant for the majority of people.
Wasn't there a little girl with exceptional talent this year?
Elder, isn't the one who was strong and even trained early at an advantage? Another person asked.
The short and stout elder patiently replied.
No need to worry, the stone steps will suppress one's vital energy. After explaining to everyone, he waved his hand.
1 hour is the limit, let's begin.
As soon as the words fell, a disciple inserted a long incense stick, as thick as a finger, into the bronze incense burner. The timer started, but everyone looked at each other, hesitating.
No one wants to be the first to stand out.
A bunch of timid as mice people, I'll go first. Wang Hu took steps without caring for his kin and climbed the stone stairs. In an instant, he felt the energy in his body no longer boiling, unable to provide him with extraordinary strength. Yet he still proudly stepped out. 10 steps, 20 steps. At the 30th step, his body began to sway. At the same time, he faintly heard the roar of a tiger within him, resisting immense pressure. This also supported him as he stepped past the 50th step.
Others gasped in surprise. The inner door.
With someone testing the waters, others followed suit. After all, the incense was still burning, the wasted time might just be enough to climb one more step. The speed of climbing varied, but no one had a relaxed expression. The pressure from all directions increased immensely as one climbed higher, making it impossible to breathe.
Is that Lin Jian? He's moving so fast.
Morong Xiao is even faster.
They are so relaxed.
The discussions were few, most people were focused in climbing diligently. Until Ying Bing stepped up. Everyone's attention unconsciously shifted to her.
After all, everyone was curious. This cold girl, rated as possessing supreme bones, how far could she go? The complete stone stairs can still test one's character.
Feeling a faint pressure, Ying Bing shook her head slightly.
Moreover,
these heavenly stone stairs were ancient.
If time passed a bit more, they would probably lose their effectiveness. Her figure, like an ice lotus, ascended higher and higher.
10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps.
As if walking on flat ground?
Height barely affected her, she quickly left everyone behind.
Everyone could no longer hold back. This was no longer about reaching the top or not.
This was clearly about breaking the record for the fastest climb. Her talent was probably unmatched among all the superior bones in the Qingyuan sect's history.
Ying Bing climbed step by step.
Soon, she reached the 54th step.
Wang
Hu noticed it suddenly became quiet behind him. He turned to look and felt a chill in his hands and feet. The girl's gaze was like snow under frost. It was as if she was looking at him with a cold moon that hung above the clouds, surveying all life. In that instant, he instinctively dared not meet her gaze and stepped aside.
The eyes of the crowd are upon her. Li Mo sighed inexplicably.
Some people are cold on the outside and warm on the inside, while others are hot on the outside and cold on the inside. Meeting someone like Ice Cube, who appears frozen but is still domineering inside, was a first for him. Thinking this, he also moved.
Hide one's talent? Not possible.
The higher he climbed, the higher his status in the future, making it easier to connect with those destined for greatness.
He hadn't yet enjoyed enough of Ice Cube's wool. Moreover,
he wanted to see how far he could go himself. To gauge his talent, he had spent a long time without knowing his own level.
What level is the immortal body in the martial world? Waiting online, rather anxious.
1 step forward.
Aren't these just regular stone stairs? Li Mo tilted his head, stepping up 3 steps at a time. At the high platform.
That little girl Ying Bing's personality is just to my liking. Watching the girl moving like a storm, the woman in palace dress had shining eyes. Her movements were so grand that they made her already evil figure even more wicked.
Can these 2 little ones get together?
Shui Jing stroked his long beard, deep in thought. In a letter he received, Li Mo's father, his former disciple, mentioned wanting Ying Bing to be his future daughter-in-law.
Now it seems.
This granddaughter-in-law is probably not too reliable. A bone of the 3rd rank doesn't look like it could become a true disciple. Shui Jing suddenly saw a young figure moving rapidly on the mountain path. Master, that little girl is better off in my hands, I can definitely teach her well. The woman in palace dress drunkenly patted her chest and promised. The senior leaders couldn't bear to watch and spoke up one after another.
You must be joking, 12 hours a day, 6 hours sleeping, and 6 hours drunk. Sister Shangwu, just let her go, don't lead such a good genius astray. No way, absolutely not. Even if you beat me to death, I still won't agree. The elders? The thought of taking on apprentices stirred within them. But on this matter, they all agreed, anyone could teach, but they must not kneel under the ninth peak elder, Shangwu. Just then. Suddenly. A clear and melodious phoenix cry echoed through the sky. There she stood. Ying Bing had already reached the end of the heavenly stone steps. Crows, magpies, wild geese, and eagles, an endless stream of birds swept from all directions, obediently circling around her. Countless people in the crowd stood frozen, unsure of what was happening. But the high-ranking officials of Qingyuan's sect on the platform sensed something amiss. Behind Ying Bing, they seemed to see a moonlight bird, its feathers resplendent, its aura striking, noble, and mysterious. The usually silent leader of the Qingyuan sect stood up suddenly. This girl can condense the forms of 100 birds. She gathers the phoenix spirit. She shows the scene of the great Yin. Shangguan Wensong's gaze was piercing. Others on the heavenly stone steps couldn't see the strange phenomenon. Yet they heard the shocking cry that reverberated through the clouds and saw the 100 birds swirling. Wang Hu was in disbelief. That fairy-like figure was only 40 steps away from him. Just when he was filled with naked desire for possession, ready to rush a few steps closer. Step. Footsteps came from behind. Li Mo? How did he get up here? You must have used some trick to sneak onto the heavenly stone steps. Still want to stand beside her? Get lost. Wang Hu's eyes were bloodshot, his face darkened. Straining against the pressure, he reached to grab Li Mo by the collar, intending to throw him down. Li Mo? In his eyes, the other's movements were as slow as a turtle. Even now, he wouldn't stop? He, Li Mo, really had no interest in slapping faces. The rules didn't say you can't make a move on the steps. Oh? What did you say? I said. Bang. Little Li lifted his leg for a swift kick. There's a kind of pain that looks painful just to watch. The boys who saw this scene all felt a chill below. Ugh. Wang Hu's face suddenly turned a deep shade of purple. The intense pain made it impossible for him to stand, especially on the stone steps, where the pressure was immense. Ah. The cries of agony and rolling sounds gradually faded away. Get out of the way. Someone shouted a warning, and fortunately, everyone dodged in time, avoiding being hit by Wang Hu, who rolled like a gourd. It's calm now. Li Mo shrugged and continued walking upward. A deacon had seen what he did but didn't say much more. It seemed Wang Hu was right. On the heavenly stone steps, there were indeed no rules against striking others. But since everyone was not in competition, wasting energy to annoy others would be self-defeating, so no one had ever done this. That little brother smiles like the sun, his strikes are truly ruthless. No, this isn't the point. Isn't he of mediocre talent? Suddenly someone spoke up, and everyone reacted. Indeed, it didn't make sense. How did he climb to over 50 levels? No, now it's already 80 levels. The casual and unhurried manner he had was so effortless. If Ying Bing's performance left others shocked and envious. Then for Li Mo, it was pure astonishment. You call this mediocre? Elder Han, you didn't misjudge this kid's potential, did you? A short and stout middle-aged elder asked with uncertainty. The old woman who had just assessed Li Mo's bone structure changed her expression, and could only whisper. Perhaps it's because I'm old, my eyesight has gotten worse, and I made a mistake. As soon as these words were spoken, the high-ranking officials fell into deep thought. That deacon was sharp-eyed and experienced. Could one really make a mistake in assessing bones? In the time it took to exchange a few words. Over there. The figure at the peak turned from 1 into 2. Ying Bing's eyes shifted repeatedly. Reaching the top? In her eyes, this was not difficult. Even on the complete heavenly stone steps, she had encountered countless who could reach the peak. But among them, there was none like him. The breeze blew, and Li Mo's robes fluttered as he smiled and said, "What a coincidence, you're also here." With the world below him, he felt open and free in his heart. This was supposed to be a beautiful day, but there was a crow that didn't understand the beauty of the scenery. It landed with a loud flap on the boy's head. Chapter 8, His manifestation is himself? The first purple destiny. Has he reached the top too? If I weren't barely managing to stand, I would suspect that the stone steps for climbing to the heavens have a problem. But he reached the top, why didn't he cause any special commotion? Who cares? He climbed up so easily, his roots are definitely not just average. The crowd buzzed, already discussing. Earlier, Ying Bing had attracted a multitude of birds, a grand scene. But when Li Mo went up, there were none of those strange happenings. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must have cheated.
Wang, who tumbled down from dozens of steps, already dazed from the fall. Seeing that shameless person who ambushed him reach the top made him even angrier, his eyes going black. At that moment, he was so furious he felt like he could crush his back teeth, wishing he could rush up and drag Liu Mo down.
But sadly, he couldn't even stand up now. Cousin.
That bastard is sneaky and vicious, unworthy of being a disciple of Qing Yuan's sect.
Shut up, the elders will decide.
Wang Hao felt embarrassed but interrupted his cousin's unfiltered remarks in time. How that kid is judged is a matter for the high officials.
It's not up to them to question the fairness of the entrance ceremony.
Of course, Wang Hao also felt that Liu Mo must have used some other means. The sect has records. The 5th-generation leader of Qing Yuan sect is depicted like a cascade of stars falling from the galaxy, the 16th-generation leader, stirring life into all trees in spring.
Including the current leader, Shangwan Wansong, countless swords and weapons trembled in submission. Every person who reached the top had an extraordinary aura revealed.
Different from the others climbing the stone steps.
On the observation platform, the high-ranking officials fell silent.
They are all in the divine observation realm, capable of seeing what the naked eye cannot.
Thus, in their eyes,
the boy with a crow on his head was surrounded by extraordinary sights. Behind him, there was a silhouette, facing the world.
That back seemed ordinary, yet incredibly profound.
The fisherman on the riverbank, the scholar reading late into the night, the general entering the grand hall.
It was as if the back changed in the blink of an eye.
And when they regained their senses, it was back to normal, still that elegantly dressed young lad.
Liu Mo's back? He reflected his very self while climbing the heavenly stone steps? What the hell is this? The elders exchanged glances, each seeing absurdity and astonishment in the other's eyes.
They never considered such a thing could happen. But one thing was beyond doubt.
This youth is extraordinary. Since he has reached 100 steps, he can be regarded as a true disciple. What do you all think?
Xue Jing calmly let go, discarding the beard he had unintentionally tugged.
Yes.
I also think we should observe for a while. But both of these individuals have reached 100 steps.
Elder Han, he put down his teacup, speaking with some hesitation.
The ancestral teaching states that those who reach the top are candidates for the sect leader and should be groomed as successors of Qing Yuan Mountain.
How can a sect accommodate 2 successors?
This had never happened before, in 100 years, 2 people reaching the top simultaneously. For a moment, all the elders looked towards the sect master.
Shangwan Wansong paused for a moment. Ying Bing is the true successor, Liu Mo is also a true successor.
To this, the elders were not surprised. One reflected the ordinary self of a common person.
The other reflected the noble and mysterious, like a moon in the night. The latter clearly had more potential. Clang.
A long sound of a bell echoed through the mountains. The long incense in the huge copper furnace burned out, an hour passed. As time was up, the young men climbing on the platform gradually relaxed, some were overjoyed, some calm as usual, some filled with reluctance. But now, it was all settled. In reality, only about 700 or 800 were truly able to enter Qing Yuan's sect in the second round. The elders from various peaks of Qing Yuan's sect also descended from the high platform.
Shangwan Wansong stepped out, and the noisy scene instantly quieted down.
Those entering the outer sect, go to the outer courtyard affairs hall to receive your tokens and miscellaneous items. Those entering the inner sect can choose a peak to join, each peak has different functions and focuses. Martial arts skill varies, and you have 3 days to understand. No matter if you join the inner or outer sect, do not slack off.
You are still young, and the universe is uncertain.
The voice of the sect master has a way of shaking one's heart.
Liu Mo glanced at the elders and was slightly stunned.
Xue Jing winked at him.
Oh well.
Liu Mo had previously wondered how a barefoot doctor from a clinic could produce something like a pure young pill.
Ying Bing is a true disciple, joining my sect. Sovereign Shangwan Wansong said again.
Those who had not yet left had long anticipated this, but they still couldn't hide their shock.
The sect master of Qing Yuan sect, Shangwan Wansong, is taking on disciples.
Stepping over the celestial stone steps, climbing straight to the sky. Just a moment ago, they were together in the initiation ceremony, and now, in the blink of an eye, it's a world apart. This is the unpredictability of life. Liu Mo, Lin Jiang, and Murong Xiao also have the potential for true disciples.
Is there any elder willing to take a disciple?
True disciples, just like 1 carrot for 1 pit. Each elder can take a maximum of 5 true disciple students. What a pity, my own disciples are already full. Lin Jiang, you have manted legs, magpie wings, and green snake spine.
Do you wish to follow me?
TSK, this Murong Xiao kid is not bad, possessing the bloodline of an auspicious beast, he is a good seed. Lin Jiang was soon accepted by an elder.
Morong Xiao even attracted 3 elders vying for him, ultimately becoming the disciple of Elder Han He. These two. Liu Mo was also sizing them up. Name, Lin Jiang. Age, 16. Root bone, manted legs, green snake spine, magpie wings.
Realm, Blood Chi Realm, 4 meridians.
Destiny, blue. Evaluation, this person has decent talent, but is overly eager for quick success. If they realize in time, they may rise further.
Recent encounter, just became a true disciple of Qingyuan sect, desires a weapon above a fine blade.
Name, Morong Xiao. Age, 16. Root bone, Ming Jiao body.
Realm, Blood Chi Realm, 5 meridians.
Destiny, blue.
Evaluation, his father is a human, and his mother is a transforming dragon, kind-hearted but heavily influenced by his bloodline. If he can combine the strengths of both, his future is limitless.
If he combines their flaws, it could be disastrous.
Recent encounter, long suppressed instincts, hoping to calm the bloodthirst within.
Hiss. Liu Mo gently inhaled sharply. Isn't he also possessed of a bloodline from an auspicious beast? Father is human, mother is a dragon? Morong Zhao's father is a tough character, even Su Xian would have to serve tea upon seeing him. He silently noted the whereabouts of the two. By the way, what about me? Liu Mo snapped back to reality and noticed the elders' gazes were somewhat hesitant. This child has excellent talent, but how should we teach him? This is what the elders are thinking simultaneously. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Suddenly, a lazy voice broke the silence. Kid, hick, do you want to join my sect? Liu Mo turned to look. There stood a girl in palace attire, hands on her hips, trying hard to appear serious. Her features were elegant and grand, the loose garments couldn't hide her stunning figure. Standing there, she looked like a peony blooming freely. Of course. Liu Mo didn't hesitate long and bowed respectfully. What about Marshal Ni Shangwu? Xue Jing was taken aback for a moment, wanting to speak up. But was shot a threatening glance by Shangwu, who tightened her long, slender fingers into a fist. Joining her sect is also excellent, you will henceforth be the only seed at the 9th peak. Xue Jing quickly flipped his stance and went along with it. I have met my master. Liu Mo stepped forward to pay his respects to his master, puzzled internally. Why do the elders look at him with a hint of sympathy? He couldn't help but use his destiny eyes to take a look. Name, Shangwu. Age, 27. Root bone, South Ming Fire Lotus body. Realm, Inner Scene, 7th level. Destiny, purple.
Evaluation, the youngest elder of Qingyuan sect, you may question her character, but do not doubt her strength, she has an extraordinary background. Recent encounter, out of money for drinking, currently pondering how to ask other elders for silver, highly interested in the true disciple Ing Bing.
Liu Mo, question mark.
No wonder the higher-ups look strange.
No matter how you look at it, Shangwu is not a good master. Moreover, apparently, he was not the only one with extraordinary bones to be accepted. Is it really that she's interested in Ing Bing? Those comments. Even Liu Mo began to doubt the value of the purple destiny. After all, it's the first time encountering the purple. Even if I can't learn anything, the investment returns will always be there. Liu Mo thought this, and his heart relaxed. From now on, I'll take care of you. When we're out, just call my name. Shangwu patted him on the shoulder, as if reassessing his fate.
Liu Mo took a sharp breath, her strength was quite impressive.
Not far away.
The already apprenticed Ing Bing gazed at the woman in palace attire and the helpless-looking boy.
You've entered Shangwu's tutelage. Ing Bing slightly nodded.
If Liu Mo could learn even a fraction of Shangwu's true skills, he might have a place among his peers in the mansion. Of course, in the Eastern Wilds, he wouldn't be considered a top talent and would likely not make it onto the system leaderboard.
For true disciples emerged from this session, my Qingyuan sect shall flourish. Let's go, I'll take you to complete the entry procedures.
The short, plump old man smiled broadly at the group. Chapter 9, Liu Mo, I might be a fake disciple, and the cohabitation life with Bing Tuachuo.
The initiation ceremony had ended.
2 geniuses had reached the top of the Skystone steps. It was undoubtedly an unprecedented event for Qingyuan sect since its establishment.
The news spread like wings, quickly known by everyone in the sect. At the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, in the Internal Affairs Hall.
We have gained 4 true disciples this year. I heard that the elder hasn't accepted disciples for 50 years, could it be that he's finally considering cultivating an heir? You all didn't see it in person, that girl was as beautiful as a fairy, cough, that's not the point, the main thing is she reached the top in just a few breaths.
Truly exceptional. Isn't there still one more who reached the top? That person is apprenticed under Elder Shangwu.
Hiss. The few internal disciples in the Internal Affairs Hall, while sipping tea, became animated in their discussion. When they heard someone had joined the ninth peak, they all leaned back, their expressions strange, with a hint of pity in their eyes.
This boy is done for.
Sigh, if it weren't for being in the same class as that girl, he might have been nurtured as a candidate for sect leader.
He has talent but a bad fate. Someone sighed.
The other internal disciples nodded in agreement. Just as they were speaking, they suddenly all put down their teacups and stood up straight, obediently saying,
"Good day, Elder Qian."
The short, plump old man nodded. I brought a few newly initiated true disciples to collect their items. Also, the salary for the first month should be dispersed in advance, according to each peak's set standard. The short, plump old man, known as Qian Bufan, was an elder in charge of internal affairs at Qingyuan sect.
He was one of the highest-ranking elders in the sect. Because internal affairs also included finance.
This is like a personal favor being offered, mainly because of Ing Bing.
Liamo understood but still bowed to Qian Bufan. "Thank you, elder."
"Ah, you needn't thank me." Qian Bufan turned slightly, not accepting the bow.
Liamo was puzzled.
But he quickly found out the reason. The items for entrance were quickly distributed, 2 sets of finely made cloud-patterned robes, and a belt made of red copper. These were uniformly issued by the sect. The salary came with certain specifications. Morong Shao, stationed at Divine Weapon Peak, monthly silver 500 taels, 100 refining hammers, 2 bottles of jade bone pills. Lin Yi, stationed at Rui Peak, monthly silver 300 taels, 2 bottles of tranquil heart pills.
The internal disciples brought over 2 trays.
Then turned to Ing Bing, their expressions becoming much more respectful. Ing Bing, at Qingyuan Main Peak, monthly silver 1,000 taels, 1 superior coal iron sword, 2 bottles of pure yang pills, 10 pulse washing herbs. The internal disciples listed a series of items in rapid succession. Other disciples passing by showed envious looks upon hearing this. The treatment for true disciples was enough to make anyone drool.
And it wasn't over.
That disciple added, "The sect leader has issued a decree. You may choose another courtyard as your residence, exclusively for your use, and you may select it yourself. A private courtyard." This was a treatment only available to certain stewards, specifically those who had made contributions to the sect.
Besides having an excellent training environment. Autumn Water Pavilion.
Ing Bing said without thinking.
Okay, I'll record that for you, junior sister."
The inner disciple paused for a moment, then nodded.
"What about me?" Liamo pointed at himself, thinking he had been forgotten.
"You, junior brother, are from Qingyuan Peak. Your peak has prepared for the true disciples." The inner disciple took out a thick book and handed it over.
"Could it be a martial arts manual or something?" "It's too thick." Liamo curiously opened it, and saw written on it,
"Jingtai Year 162, Month 2, Qingyuan Peak advances 3,000 taels of silver. Jingtai Year 162, Month 3, Qingyuan Peak advances 10 jars of apricot blossom wine. Jingtai Year 164, Month 9, destroyed the beast cages at the Rare Beast Peak, causing the escape of strange beasts, with a total loss of 52 exotic beasts." The dense pages were filled with bills and IOUs.
"Liamo, question mark."
Little Li's head was filled with question marks.
"Did you take it wrong?" "No." Elder Qian Bufan sighed and said, "Resources for true disciples are provided by their own peaks, not uniformly distributed by the sect.
Qingyuan Peak has not provided any resources to true disciples. Not only that, but your senior sister Shan Wu has also advanced many things from the inner palace. When you have time, take this bill over to her so she can quickly fill the famine."
"This thick book is all bills?"
Little Li's mouth twitched.
"So everyone else is reaping benefits while I have to shoulder debt?"
Qian Bufan nodded and kindly reminded him, "By the way, you probably don't have a place to stay at Qingyuan Peak. You'd better plan early and make yourself a grass hut or something. You can ask the inner palace for materials."
"Grass hut?" Liamo fell into deep thought.
He never thought that by joining Qingyuan sect and becoming a true disciple, he would end up homeless.
"I must be a fake disciple. Stay at my place."
Suddenly, Ing Bing gently opened her red lips. Limo's heart jolted, and he turned back in a daze, but couldn't see any change in her cold face.
"Is this still the ice princess I know?"
"The Autumn Water Pavilion has an excellent environment. You two can act as a pair of celestial lovers." Qian Bufan rubbed his belly, his face breaking into a slightly ant-like smile.
"Elder Qian, are you actually a shipper?"
Elder Qian, you're overthinking it."
Liamo shook his head.
You two aren't a couple?" Old Qian was startled for a moment. He heard that the two were childhood sweethearts who entered Qingyuan sect together and were both true disciples. Today, Ing Bing even specifically said she wanted Liamo to stay with her, and now they were living together.
In this day and age, who has a normal relationship living in the same room? Liamo hadn't even opened his mouth yet.
But Ing Bing's voice had already sounded beside him.
No.
Her tone was very casual, but it felt chilling to hear.
You misunderstood. Liemo continuously waved his hands.
Then the two fell silent. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a bit strange. I'm getting old and love to gossip, please forgive me. Qian Bufan chuckled, smacked his lips, and even looked a bit disappointed. Liemo let out a bitter smile and withdrew his gaze from Ying Bing.
Is the Ice Princess beautiful? To describe her as a national beauty would not be an exaggeration.
But, she is too cold. Her personality and body are cold in every sense.
Thinking of this, Liemo couldn't help but sigh. His feelings for this childhood sweetheart were more about pity than admiration.
In his memory, she wasn't originally like this, it was later, after family misfortunes, that she became so. If he were in her shoes, he too couldn't be optimistic and gentle. Across from him, Ying Bing subtly shook her head. The world is unkind, and the martial path is endless. In her past life, countless talented people pursued her. But if she hadn't severed her desires and focused solely on the martial way, she would not have reached the peak. In this life, she also maintains a firm heart towards the path.
Autumn Water Pavilion is located not far from Chuanyu Peak.
It stands by the mountains and rivers, with a beautiful view. The pavilion has 3 stories, along with a side courtyard, with a clear spring flowing in the middle, elegant and natural, standing out among the other pavilions.
At this moment, the big door of Autumn Water Pavilion was opened.
The two walked in one after the other. The boy still carried big bags and small bags. This house is built quite well.
Liemo was very satisfied with the new living environment, feeling a bit emotional.
Before, Ying Bing borrowed to live in the Li residence, living under someone else's roof. Now the roles had reversed. He turned back and saw Ying Bing staring blankly at the courtyard. It seems like no one's lived here for a long time, let's clean it up first.
Liemo looked around. He walked around but didn't find any cleaning tools.
Suddenly, Ying Bing said, the broom is under the stone bench in the flower courtyard.
Liemo bent down and really found a broom.
You go boil some hot water. Ying Bing tied up her black hair with a strap and spoke naturally. As if she had lived here for a long time, seamlessly becoming the mistress of Qiushui Pavilion.
She didn't mean to.
But in the way she swept the floor, she surprisingly had a calmness and ease like someone who has lived in a high position for a long time.
All right, I've become a hardworking and uncomplaining little maid. Liemo smirked and saluted, I obey the higher-ups' instructions. Although he knew Ice Block was always like this, why was he still feeling a little unwilling inside?
As a male with a strong sense of pride, this is quite normal. The steaming hot water was boiled and poured into a rosewood tub by Liemo. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in a tub of bath water, helping the investment object clean her body.
Received investment feedback, 1 gold bar.
The gold bar returned from the system was quite hefty. Liemo remained silent for a while, and shouted to the courtyard. A tub of bath water isn't enough, I'll boil some more for you.
At night. The next day. Liemo woke up as usual, glanced at the frozen neighboring room, and dove into the kitchen to make breakfast.
Not long ago, he had cast a wide net for investments, providing him with many strange returns, including plenty of food that could be eaten hot. When the sun fully rose, Liemo brought out soy milk and steamed buns, and Ice Block was already sitting there. Her lips were still colorless, and her face was as white as snow. Describing her as beautifully frozen was the most appropriate. Not long after breakfast was finished, a loud voice came from outside. Is Ying Bing the disciple here? He opened the door. An old man sat in a quaint and atmospheric carriage, with the 4 eaves of the carriage exquisitely carved with 4 auspicious creatures. I am the coachman of the sect leader. The old coachman smiled widely and said, on the order of the sect leader, I'm here to take the disciple up the mountain. In the future, I will be the one to pick you up, as there are many buildings on Qingyuan Peak, afraid you might not find the way. Wow, the sect leader's carriage. Liemo thought to himself, no wonder it looks so impressive. Look, this is the treatment of a true disciple. He was afraid he would have to walk up the mountain. Thank you. Ying Bing nodded, and after getting in the carriage, she lifted the curtain and said, Liemo, you can prepare a few jars of good wine in front of Chuanyu Peak. After leaving this sentence, the carriage disappeared in a puff of dust. Chapter 10 Fire Heart Grows Lotus, Unity of Heaven and Man. At the top of Chuanyu Peak. It seems Elder Qian never intended for my cheap master to pay back the debt, reminding her not to borrow again. Liemo looked at the arrangements at the peak, his mouth twitching slightly. A simple wooden house, with some broken walls and rubble. Gone. If he didn't know this was the Qingyuan sect, he would think this place had just been attacked by beasts. Master, master? Liemo called twice, but no one answered, so he pushed open the wooden door. The smell of alcohol filled the room. He saw a woman lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, her sleeping position sprawled out, with a slight sheen of drool at the corner of her mouth.
Master?
The woman let out a lazy sound and turned over to continue sleeping. Liamo had no choice but to lean closer to her ear and whispered.
Elder Qian is here to collect the debt.
The effect was incredible. Shang Wu suddenly sprung up, but when she saw Liamo standing in front of her, her drunken eyes showed both alertness and confusion.
Who are you?
I'm your disciple.
Liamo said helplessly.
Disciple, oh, I remember now. Shang Wu scratched her head, seeming to recall something, her apricot eyes still dazed. What do you need from me?
Awake, but not fully awake. Liamo paused for a moment and said, after entering the sect, shouldn't you teach me something?
That seems quite reasonable.
Shang Wu's fragrant shoulders were exposed, seemingly completely unaware. How unsightly her current posture is.
She stood up, her palace robe hanging down, exposing half of her shoulder, and she was actually a bit taller than Liamo.
Yesterday, I was thinking of teaching you something. I haven't drunk, my memory just isn't good.
She slightly frowned, looking a bit troubled. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a pop sound, the noise of a wine cork being opened.
Shang Wu's nose twitched, immediately recalling. Green Ant Brew?
It's specially made from the Shirlipa winery, needs to be stored for 5 years, the wine is amber in color, only then is it a good product.
A 10-year-old is even rarer, where did you get this?
She took the wine jar from her unfortunate disciple and drank deeply, the wine flowing down her chest, outlining an astonishing curve.
Your memory isn't bad either. Liamo couldn't bear to look. Shang Wu wiped her mouth and said.
I remembered, yesterday I made a bet with that old ghost Hanhe.
Daring to say I wouldn't teach my disciples, can I endure that? Liamo.
What the other person said seemed reasonable. Whoever becomes a master probably wouldn't receive a ledger.
He just took in a Morong Shao and dares to flaunt in front of me, bah.
So, I made a bet with him. In the next 9 Peaks Martial Conference, if the disciples of Chuanyu Peak rank higher, he would help me settle the accounts of the Inner Affairs Hall.
What about losing? Losing? As my disciple, can't you have a little confidence?
Saying this, Shang Wu turned around, rummaging through her box, and pulled out a book.
She confidently said. This is my unique secret method, within today, I will take you into the door. Liamo took the booklet and saw the name of this secret method. Fire Heart Cultivating Lotus Method.
It actually sounded quite impressive.
Moreover, even the system evaluated that Shang Wu's strength was extremely strong.
Well, with so many accounts, it must be that she owes them due to her ability. Being able to owe so much to the Inner Affairs Hall, Elder Chen could only gently remind her not to borrow anymore, which already explained a lot.
Liamo felt slightly reassured and opened the booklet.
After reading, he asked.
Master, there was something I didn't understand just now.
Who?
Master? Liamo looked up.
He found his carefree beautiful master had unknowingly fallen asleep again, and he didn't know when the wine jar had been drunk clean.
Completely drunk, unable to wake her up even if he tried. Sister, can you be a bit more reliable? As Liamo was feeling a bit helpless. Investment succeeded, investment, a jar of 10-year green and aged wine.
Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host, reward, 10 years of martial arts insight. 10 years of martial arts insight can be used on any martial arts, allowing the host to increase 10 years of understanding.
Ha! 10 years of martial arts insight?
For the realms of a martial art, it is divided into 6 stages: entry, initial familiarity, small success, great success, perfection, and transformation. Even common martial arts in the Jianghu, those who reach perfection are few and far between.
Let alone transformation.
For instance, Dadli Dalong, after nearly 20 years of practicing the wind-catching palm, barely achieved great success. Of course, this is also related to individual perception. Not to say my perception is off the charts, but I can consider myself smart enough.
Liamo simply walked out of the room and sat down on the ground. Thinking this way,
he infused all 10 years of martial arts insight into the Fire Heart Cultivating Lotus Method. 10 years of martial arts insight, infusion successful. In the first year, you thoroughly understood all the words of the Fire Heart Cultivating Lotus Method and began experimenting, you successfully entered the door. In the third year, you seem to have gained insight, discovering the key to the skill, reaching initial familiarity. In the 9th year, your Fire Heart Cultivating Lotus Method became more and more proficient, reaching small success realm. In the 10th year, you seemed to touch a layer of bottleneck but ultimately lacked accumulation.
In an instant,
countless images surged in Liamo's mind. He seemed to have genuinely immersed himself in the Fire Heart Cultivating Lotus Method for 10 years, having practiced it to the small success realm. 10 years, small success. That sudden feeling of enlightenment made Liamo feel as if he was soaring among the clouds.
He couldn't wait to begin his first practice. In his dantian, a warm sensation rose.
And the surrounding trees and plants began to move without wind. The first time cultivating, if one can complete the opening of meridians, it is considered a success.
Liemo calmed his mind. Inside the room,
Zue Sun danced drunkenly, suddenly furrowing her brow.
She mumbled. Unity of man and heaven? Who has such good luck? Meanwhile, on the other side, Qingyuan Main Peak, Cultivation Hall. Several elders stood nearby, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes.
What amazed them was the girl sitting not far away, her 5 hearts facing the sky.
At this moment, these old men, who added up to 500 years of age, all doubted their lives. Doubting whether their first half of life was lived like a dog. Entering the gate in one day?
Xue Jing murmured in disbelief.
To be precise, it was 15 minutes. Xian Bufan reminded, full of emotion, then turned to ask. Han He, you also practiced this frost-seeking technique, how long did it take you back then?
Han He's lips twitched, and after a long time, he replied.
1 month.
At that time, Han He was still very young, also a newly entered youth in Qing Yuan sect. He still remembered how it took him a month to master the technique, and when he successfully opened the meridians, his master joyfully called him a genius.
Comparing to the little girl in front of him. As the elders spoke, the warm breath they exhaled instantly turned into ice crystals. Talents emerge constantly in every generation, our Qing Yuan sect is about to thrive. Xue Jing commented solemnly.
His perception was very keen. While Ling Bing was cultivating, it felt as if there was an endless source of Taiyin power within her, continuously flowing. Even if she was the master of this power, she would still inevitably be harmed. Taking yang herbs or pills could offset some of it.
It seems that the pure yang pill he sold to Liemo a few days ago helped this little girl open her meridians. SSS. A light sound.
The cold wind seemed to revolve around Ing Bing as the center.
She has opened a meridian.
Han He widened his eyes.
He clearly sensed that the first main meridian in Ing Bing's body was now unblocked.
If this continues, can she open all 12 meridians in just a few days? This statement was only half correct. Ing Bing could indeed achieve opening all 12 meridians in a few days.
But how many more did she plan to open?
The elders of Qing Yuan sect were ultimately limited by their vision. The human body is like a hidden treasure, the main meridians are far more than just 12. Of course, for ordinary Qi and Blood Realm warriors, even if they knew of their existence, they couldn't connect them, it required incredibly skilled and precise control. But for her, it was not a problem. What Ing Bing wanted was to connect 24 meridians, creating a great cycle within her body. When she entered the inner breath realm afterwards, her strength would be more than 10 times stronger. With such a monster, we really have overstayed our welcome.
Xue Jing showed a bitter smile.
The sect master was busy, intentionally sending the 3 of them to teach Ing Bing, answer her questions, and avoid one person teaching to prevent mistakes caused by habit.
Now it wasn't needed. Watching Ing Bing cultivate, they felt all their teachings were flawed. I'll leave this to you all, I'm going to Kunyu Peak. What are you going there for? Bad luck.
At the mention of this word, Elder Han He coldly snorted.
Are you really at ease letting Shang Wu teach the disciple?
Xue Jing tugged at his garment.
Qian Bufan took a deep breath.
Junior brother Xue, you should go quickly, I'm afraid it will be too late if you delay.
Chapter 11 Opening Meridians, Sister Wu stood at attention.
A figure flickered in the mountains. Just thinking about his own apprentice opening the meridians under Shang Wu's guidance made Xue Jing's scalp tingle.
If he goes late, it won't just be misleading the disciples. There might even be a need for emergency rescue. This is not an exaggeration.
Sister Shang Wu once had the thought of accepting disciples. Everyone thought she reached the inner realm at such a young age, and even if she usually acted unreliable, teaching a disciple should be effortless, so they tacitly agreed. Who knew that on the first day, that unfortunate soul went into a frenzy? After that, it was unknown whether Sister Shang Wu felt there was no meaning in taking disciples or realized she was not suitable to be a teacher. She never mentioned accepting disciples again. Unfortunately, that child Liemo, although gifted, gives people a feeling of being hard to approach. The other elders don't know how to teach, and their true discipleship quotas are already full. Otherwise, how could such a talent, who reached the peak alongside Ing Bing, end up in the demonic cave?
Xue Jing no longer hopes Liemo can, like Ing Bing, open his meridians in a day. Just being safe and sound would be good enough. He sighed.
Xue Jing felt a wind under his feet, as if he had disappeared into the clear breeze, his speed almost invisible. In just a few breaths, he carried his medicine box and stepped onto Chuanyu Peak. However, before reaching the mountain top, the worry on Xue Jing's face turned to confusion.
Something's not right. Someone is drawing on the essence of heaven and earth to practice?
Drawing on the essence of heaven and earth, also known as unity of man and nature. This state is what all martial artists dream of. Practitioners need to supplement energy through food, elixirs, and similar things to cultivate their vital energy.
However, neither food nor elixirs can be consumed indefinitely.
But in a stroke of luck, a martial artist might achieve unity with heaven and earth, a state somewhat similar to external visualization, where one small world reflects and cycles with the large world outside. The speed of energy absorption becomes more than 100 times faster.
Moreover, there are no side effects afterward, along with unexpected benefits. Shang Wu should be sleeping now. Why is he practicing today and even achieving unity with heaven and earth? Xue Jing quickened his pace even more. At the mountain top,
he saw Li Mo sitting quietly in front of the wooden house, as if he had merged with nature. The countless pores on his body seemed to open, continuously exchanging breath with the outside world. It was as if his body had already connected with the universe. To the universe, he was like a small depression, attracting the purest source energy from all directions to fill this dip. He vaguely sensed, line end,
that the kid's dantian seemed to have planted a lotus seed.
At this moment, it was crazily absorbing source energy, heading towards rooting, sprouting, and even blooming.
Shoo! A soft sound came.
Before Xue Jing could feel shocked.
Shoo! Another sound came. After opening the meridians, did he also unblock a main meridian?
Xue Jing's mouth dropped open, his long beard blowing in the wind, as he fell into a daze.
Not only did he successfully open the meridians, but
in one day, he not only opened the meridians successfully but also unblocked a main meridian like a breeze. Not only did he learn the Fire Heart Lotus method without any guidance, but he also entered the state of unity with heaven and earth. Xue Jing was doubting his life, unable to describe how he felt in words.
Elder Xue, when did you arrive? Li Mo's ears twitched, and he opened his eyes.
You, don't get distracted while talking. Unity with heaven and earth is a rare opportunity.
Xue Jing anxiously puffed his beard and stared. Ha? Unity with heaven and earth? Li Mo was stunned for a moment, not understanding. But I kind of need to go to the bathroom. Old Xue's vision went dark. Was this really bathroom time? He was now at the internal visualization stage.
Unity with heaven and earth was like experiencing external visualization in advance, a rare and precious opportunity. If this chance were given to him, he could grasp it better and reach new heights.
This kid completely did not realize the preciousness, wasting such a gift. Oh, okay. Li Mo didn't understand why old Xue suddenly seemed a bit off.
He had just complained about the strong sunlight here and moved his spot under the tree.
Then continued practicing, yet his speed remained this fast. Could it be? Is it not common for others to practice like this? Perhaps it's the benefits brought by the Xianyin immortal body. Thinking of this, Li Mo felt a bit curious.
The Fire Heart Lotus method states that by opening 12 meridians and planting 12 lotus seeds, one completes their training and reaches fullness in the vital energy stage.
But why do I feel like it's not just that? He could sense.
The 12 main meridians were far from his limit. His body felt like a bottomless pit.
The connection between the first and second meridian was not even the beginning. Forget it, let's take it step by step.
The foundation is very important.
Li Mo closed his eyes, once again entering the state of training.
Xue Jing kicked open the wooden door not far away and saw Shang Wu still sleeping soundly, instantly feeling a throb in his forehead. He took a waking incense stick from the medicine box and waved it in front of her nose.
Achoo!
Shang Wu sneezed, her graceful face scrunching up. Disturbed twice in a row from a sweet dream, she clenched her fists and, seeing it was the good-natured Xue Jing from the clan, she impatiently said,
Old Xue, you better have something important. Your disciple is outside in a state of unity with heaven and earth, and you can still sleep? How can you sleep? Xue Jing spoke irritably. You drank too much, I drank too much.
Shang Wu tilted her head, thinking old Xue was speaking nonsense.
Can't you just go outside and see for yourself?
Xue Jing said, not wanting to argue further, and walked out the door. Shang Wu's eyes were hazy for a moment, then she scratched her head and looked outside.
At that glance, Sister Wu stood straight.
Congratulations to the host, demonstrating unity with heaven and earth, causing Xue Jing to gain insight. Congratulations to the host, demonstrating unity with heaven and earth, causing Shang Wu to gain insight.
Calculating rewards. Investment return, ice fire wine 3 bottles. Investment return, martial arts insight 20 years.
Ice fire wine, after drinking, the body undergoes the tempering of ice and fire, making it a holy item for enhancing physical strength.
Ha! I can gain investments by practicing?
These rewards are almost like picking them up off the ground.
Ice fire wine. Li Mo decided to hold off on trying it for now.
With his brief understanding of his master, if the wine came out, it surely wouldn't last a moment. Just right, he didn't know how to refine his body yet.
Ice fire wine seemed like a perfect thing to have.
After practicing for about 2 hours, he really couldn't sit still anymore. The soreness and discomfort in his muscles mentioned in the martial arts book weren't present. But his bladder truly felt sore and swollen. Thinking this, Liamo stopped asking heaven and earth for more, patted his clothes, and stood up. That strange state vanished just like that. The first sight he saw was Shui Jing, reluctantly coming back to his senses, then said with a face full of emotion. "Old man, I owe you a favor." At their age, with deep-rooted bottlenecks, wanting to take a further step up was extremely difficult. Observing the unity of heaven and earth was, for him, also very beneficial. "You flatter me, my father often mentions you at home," Li Mo said respectfully. His father, Li Dalong, was once a disciple of Shui Jing. Back then, Shui Jing had not yet assumed the position of elder. Luckily he still remembers me. Shui Jing stroked his long beard inside. What a pity for Dalong, if he hadn't encountered that unfortunate event, he should be an inner door steward by now. Old Shui's appearance looked to be about the same age as his father. But Liamo knew that when his father entered the sect, Shui Jing had the countenance of this middle-aged person. His real age was probably not much less than 96. Liamo timely spoke up. "Everyone has their destiny. My father said being able to keep his life also entirely depends on Elder Shui. If it wasn't for my father being injured on the way home and meeting my mother, I wouldn't be here. Loss in one area brings gain in another, that's just how it is." Young Li had a way of charming elders. Dalong is fortunate. Shui Jing looked at Liamo with a bit more appreciation in his eyes. This kid doesn't seem to be as troublesome as Li Dalong said in his letters. Perhaps it's true that a father will always be more strict with his son. The atmosphere between the old and the young was just right. Suddenly, Liamo caught a whiff of alcohol, then felt tightness in his neck, feeling a bit suffocated. Shang Wu wrapped her arms around her only beloved disciple's neck and vigilantly claimed her territory. Hey, this is my disciple. You old man better not think about stealing him." "I do want to steal him, but I have no spots left in my own sect," Shui Jing said irritably. Looking at the raucous Shang Wu, he felt a bit of a headache. His disciple was a good seedling, he hoped Shang Wu wouldn't lead him astray. If he learned clumsy skills, that would be minor, but he must not pick up those bad habits. Little M.O. If you want to prove your martial arts or find someone to spar with, you might as well check out the martial arts hall down the mountain. Shang Wu's almond eyes squinted for a while before nodding. Learning some simple moves, the martial arts hall should be enough. Li M.O. Sister, are you too lazy to teach? However, with the mental methods, he was indeed ready to learn some martial skills. Going to the martial arts hall could also help him scout for worthy investment opportunities, making it a good place to go. Chapter 12, Outer Gate Martial Arts Hall. Martial Arts Hall. Today, the segment teaching martial arts had already finished. On the ground paved with blue stone bricks, each outer gate disciple was practicing, sweating profusely. Among them was Wang Hu. The result on the heaven ascending stone steps wasn't about how high you climbed but about where you ultimately stood. He later endured excruciating pain to struggle to ascend but was only placed in the outer gate. And all of this was due to one person. He must have used some trick to deceive the heaven ascending stone steps. One day, I will expose his true form. Bang bang. He struck the sandbag, making loud thuds, as if treating it as someone he hated. This was the only way he could vent his anger. After all, Liamo had indeed been taught the true transmission. Even his cousin Wang Hao couldn't lay a hand on him. Brother Wang, your cousin has truly refined the six harmonies fist to quite a level. The meridians have opened, and I no longer need to teach him. A blue-robed outer gate steward raised an eyebrow. Little Hu has had a talent for martial arts since childhood, having practiced a few moves with my uncle casually. Wang Hao smiled on the surface, but there was a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. He's just like Xiao Qin, he should be an inner gate disciple. The steward shook his head, looking at a young man in the crowd. The young man had an ordinary appearance, wearing a short shirt, with unwavering determination in his gaze. He was meticulously practicing, drenched in sweat. What you said, brother, is not correct. Huzi's talent cannot be compared to that waste. He once entered the inner gate with me but has since become weaker and weaker, his blood energy almost dwindling to the level of just opening the meridians, right? A hint of mockery appeared in Wang Hao's eyes. The two were just talking. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the sunlight shining through the doorway. The young man, dressed in a cloud-patterned robe, wore a sunny and easygoing smile. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Li Mo? Seeing that familiar face, Wang Hu punched the sandbag until it burst. The martial artists practicing around also stopped, looking confused. Wasn't he the true disciple? Why did he come to the outer gate martial arts hall? Junior brother Li, I am He Hongfeng, what brings you here? The blue-robed outer gate steward stood up, polite and formal. Liamo cleared his throat and said, "Brother, he is being polite. I came to learn some basic fist and kick martial arts."
He Hongfeng? A true disciple comes to the Outer Gate Martial Arts Hall to learn basic martial arts?
You must be joking with me.
Is this matter known to the elders?
My master went to sleep, and it was Elder Shui who sent me here.
Liamo nodded. Master. Elder Shangwu?
Once He Hongfeng thought of the beautiful elder in a fiery red palace outfit, he immediately understood.
It made sense.
The expressions of the people in the martial arts hall varied, some delighted in it, some felt pity, and others were unconvinced. A true disciple had fallen to coming to the outer gate to learn martial arts.
This implied that he wasn't very valued. That made sense.
The elders all had their own true disciples, and recently Yingbing was gaining a lot of attention. Many people said she would be the next generation leader of Qingyuan sect, so naturally, the elders would gather around her.
Liamo had also fallen into the dislike of his master.
It was understandable that he felt neglected.
In the crowd,
the young man called Xiaoqin was currently wiping his sweat, unable to help but reveal a hint of sigh.
Wasn't his situation the same? Can a true disciple not come to the Outer Gate Martial Arts Hall?
The regulations did not say so, but today the basics of fist and kick are finished. If you want to learn more, you must ask the Inner Gate senior brother who taught the fist and kick. He Hongfeng was responsible for guiding Outer Gate disciples to open their meridians and condense their blood energy. The Inner Gate senior brother who teaches the fist and kick.
Liamo followed his gaze and saw Wang Hao drinking tea.
Wang Hao did not lift his head, his tone was not very friendly. The martial arts hall has its own rules. I only dedicate 1 hour each day to training the outer disciples.
Since you're late, no one can make an exception.
As he spoke, he raised his head, pretending to be surprised.
Li Shidi? Aren't you a true disciple? If you insist on breaking the rules, then I can only give you a little extra training.
The words sounded quite sinister. If he wanted to learn more, it would mean breaking the rules, making an exception. Originally, everyone thought there was nothing wrong with teaching an extra time, but after these words, they felt it would be unfair.
Cousin, true disciples are impressive. When coming to the outer door, you must follow the rules.
Wang Hu chimed in, playing the role of the clown. Although he hadn't formally accepted a master, he was almost a disciple of the floating tower steward. In terms of identity, he wasn't afraid of Liamo, this disregarded true disciple. He Hongfeng stopped talking, he guarded the martial arts hall and only needed to prevent chaos, avoiding involvement in others' conflicts.
Alright, you two, are you performing a comedy routine?
Liamo raised his hand to silence them and said to He Hongfeng.
I won't break the rules, I just want to watch others practice nearby, is that okay? Of course, that's fine. Good. Liamo nodded and stepped into the martial arts hall, looking around. He seems to be practicing well? As his gaze settled, Liamo walked toward the corner where Xiaoqin was. TSK, these two are together.
Wang Hao shot him a sideways glance, a smirk on his lips.
Wang Hu almost laughed out loud. Watching others practice, who do you think you are? And, why did he choose to learn from someone known as a waste in the outer door? Brother, is it convenient for me to watch your training here? Liamo first bowed.
Xiaoqin, if you want to watch, feel free, I can't guarantee you'll learn anything.
Xiaoqin replied gloomily.
Liamo smiled warmly, Brother Xiao can practice as you like, don't worry about me.
Xiaoqin's eyes were complex.
This boy, despite being a true disciple, did not carry himself with arrogance, on the contrary, he treated him, an outer disciple, with respect. Having endured many cold glares, he rarely felt the respect of others. For a moment, he even felt a sense of sympathy. Shitty, this is the Six Harmonies fist, I'll start from the beginning, pay close attention. After Xiaoqin spoke, he deliberately slowed down his pace. The Six Harmonies fist emphasizes that energy permeates the 6 directions, intent reaches the 8 corners.
Power rises from the ground, after mastering it, your eyes and hands will synchronize.
Xiaoqin carefully practiced the movements, explaining the martial arts principles while he trained.
It could be said to be simple yet profound. Liamo watched and couldn't help but feel curious.
This senior brother's skill in the 6 Harmonies fist is impressive, not like the level of an outer disciple.
Before long, Liamo grasped the basics. What is your name, senior brother? Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin stopped his movements. Xiao. Liamo couldn't help but associate the surname with something extraordinary.
He involuntarily activated his destiny vision to observe the other.
Name, Xiaoqin. Age, 18. Root bone, none. Realm, initial blood chi realm. Destiny, purple.
Evaluation, though of ordinary root bone, has excellent comprehension, resilient in character, appears to be a rugged stone but hides exquisite jade within, will surely achieve great success in the future. Recent encounter, possesses the ancient 7-star jade. This treasure is ancient and requires a substantial amount of blood chi to activate, causing Shao Qin's realm to continuously fall from the chi blood realm's 10 meridians.
After reading, Liu Mo was momentarily stunned. Brother Shao actually has a purple destiny.
Liu Mo had not expected this. After all, the other was just an outer disciple and appeared to have no peculiar traits. If it weren't for his impressive fist skills and the surname catching his attention, he might have missed it.
Well, from now on, I might as well collect investment targets by their surnames. Catch those surname Shao, those surname Ji, and round them all up first.
It also indirectly indicates something. A highly favorable destiny does not guarantee an easy life. One might also face various setbacks and trials. If one can pass through by oneself, then fate may become stronger.
If one cannot pass through, then fate may weaken or even disappear.
While Li Mo's thoughts were in turmoil, Shao Qin suddenly frowned and glanced at Wang Hu not far away, saying, Liu Mo, if you have a conflict with Wang Hu, you should leave early.
Oh? How is that so? Liu Mo was puzzled. There is a rule in the martial arts hall of the sect.
Disciples can challenge each other to sparring, and the challenged cannot refuse.
Shao Qin's face didn't look good. What kind of rule is this? Aren't you afraid of injuring people? Liu Mo raised an eyebrow. Implying that Wang Hu would deliberately seek him out for sparring later?
With that supervisor senior watching, it won't lead to serious consequences. At most, there will be minor injuries, just a bit of suffering. Shao Qin shook his head and let out a sigh. From his tone, it seemed he had suffered from this type of situation before.
Liu Mo contemplated.
With this rule, it was not difficult to understand. The sect didn't need a bunch of paper tigers. Rather than let them suffer or even lose their lives outside, it was better to let them learn in-house first. So encouraging martial fights was understandable. As long as nobody got seriously hurt or killed, it didn't count. Well, if you want to learn punches, you can come find me tomorrow. For today, just go back.
No need, what's there to be afraid of?
Liu Mo still wore a carefree smile, as if he didn't take this matter to heart.
Shao Qin frowned. Could it be that Junior Li felt secure in his true transmission and thought Wang Hu wouldn't dare to truly attack? At that moment,
You, come here, let's fight. Wang Hu cracked his knuckles and pushed a certain outer sect disciple forward. That outer sect disciple gritted his teeth and prepared to fight. However, it was only the first day of learning punches, and he had just barely learned the stance.
When he threw a punch, it wasn't much different from flailing like a turtle's fist. Soft and weak, haven't you eaten?
Wang Hu sneered. He easily deflected the opponent's punch and kicked toward the opponent's knee, breaking the weak stance.
Thud.
That outer sect disciple lost his balance and knelt down on the ground as a result of the kick. On the stage, He Hongfeng frowned. Sparring was sparring. If you were to win, you could use some tricks. But Wang Hu's martial arts were clearly far superior to his opponent's, clearly humiliating him on purpose. However, he glanced at Wang Hao and ultimately said nothing.
You. You're not convinced? Let's continue if you're not. I concede. Weak, practice more, get lost.
Wang Hu rolled his neck as his bones crackled, then turned to Liu Mo. Oh, I forgot we have a precious true disciple here. Come, let me see what makes the true transmission so strong. He walked over aggressively, pushing past several outer sect disciples in his way.
Liu Mo.
He looked fierce, but he didn't show any signs of panic at all. After all, he could add his understanding of martial arts to the Six Harmonies fist at any time. How good would it be after a few years? If he piled on 20 years, there was no way he would lose control and accidentally kill someone, right?
At that moment.
Hiss.
A branch carrying a cold aura cut through the air.
Wang Hu's face instantly changed, and without thinking, he hurriedly dodged. However, he still couldn't dodge in time, and the branch grazed his neck, instantly causing blood to gush out. What was this branch? It was clearly a sword. Everyone gulped and felt a chill down their spine, watching from a distance. They all looked toward the doorway.
At the entrance,
Ying Bing's face was like frost, her expression calm. Clearly, that sword just now came from her hand. A single sword strike, and she casually threw a branch, yet it injured Wang Hu like this?
Liu Mo. What was with this damn sense of security? She wants to kill me.
Wang Hu's face turned pale, his voice trembling as he spoke. Wang Hao was shaken, gazing at that stunning figure, his eyes flashing with possessiveness. On the very first day, she had practiced an excellent swordsmanship to a preliminary level? She was exceptionally talented, had good understanding, stunning looks, and even her personality was so thrilling. Yet Wang Hu was still howling in pain. Thus, Wang Hao asked seriously. Ying Bing, how can one resort to killing among fellow disciples so easily? You better give me an explanation.
Then he was ignored. What brings you here? Liemo asked in surprise.
I was passing by on my way to the Sutra Pavilion.
Ying Bing's brows furrowed for a moment, then relaxed. She seemed to understand why Liemo was in the training hall. Did you open your meridians?
Yeah, unlike you, I learned swordsmanship.
Liemo, curious, felt astonished. That sword just now definitely wasn't from a beginner.
It couldn't be used right after opening meridians. Ice Chunk had at least opened another main meridian.
Wow, the Red Destiny is really scary. It's like I've got to cheat too. Let's go back to Chioshui Pavilion. Ying Bing's ruby lips parted slightly. Without waiting for Liemo to respond, she turned and walked outside. Glancing at the dazed Xiao Qin, Liemo thought there was no rush. After all, she wasn't going anywhere, it was the same to invest tomorrow. The two continued their conversation, ignoring everything around them.
Not far away, Wang Hao's face had darkened to the point where water could drip from it.
Ying Bing, you almost killed my cousin just now.
Even if you are a true disciple, you shouldn't act so recklessly.
Ying Bing paused for a moment.
Seemingly annoyed by the pest, she slightly turned her head, her voice ringing out like jade hitting stone.
I never almost kill.
After that, she walked out the door. The outer disciples along the way didn't dare to meet her gaze.
Liemo!
Yes, very right, that's the flavor.
You.
Wang Hao was immediately choked in place, his dark face changing several times. The dismissive words from the other party actually made him feel convinced inside.
Senior brother are you just going to watch?
Ying junior sister hasn't violated any rules, your cousin was shouting quite energetically, it doesn't look like he's seriously injured. Besides, he himself said he wanted to challenge the true disciple, isn't the true disciple here?
He Hongfeng said with a smile. He thought he was foolish.
Even if Ying junior's sister demolished the training hall, he still needed to help clean up.
Stop shouting, the person has left.
Wang Hao felt inexplicably unhappy and kicked Wang Hu's butt. Only then did Wang Hu realize that he had just gotten a scratch on his neck. It looked scary, but it was actually nothing serious. However, he truly felt a near-death sensation, like he had brushed past death.
Liemo, you coward. Relying on women for protection.
If you dare come to the training hall again, I will make you pay.
She can't protect you every day.
Wang Hu shouted angrily towards the outside. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Qin in the corner, shaking her head and laughing.
You worthless fool, dare to laugh at me? Weren't you the one teaching Liemo to practice boxing just now? Wang Hu instantly exploded.
You're so good at teaching, come here, let me ask you how. Xiao Qin squinted her eyes, ready for a fight. He, however, wasn't as lucky as Li Shidi. He could only rely on himself.
Chapter 14 Hot Pot, Ying Bing's Dream. Inside the carriage.
This carriage looked low-key on the outside but was actually filled with treasures, not to mention the frame was made of golden-scented wood, carved with patterns of gluttonous beasts, sturdy and uncorrupted, with a delightful fragrance. A definite version of the public's luxury car in the martial arts world, and sitting on it, one wouldn't even feel a slight shake.
No wonder this is the leader's vehicle. Old senior, how much did this carriage cost? Liemo felt somewhat reserved yet couldn't help but marvel.
It was like a country bumpkin stepping into a wealthy household, both curious and afraid to touch anything. I am Ba, just a lowly servant, you can call me Old Ba. The old coachman said with a smile. This carriage, if counted in gold, is worth several tens of thousands of taels. It was a gift from the owner of Hashing Trading Company.
Liemo! Believing he was somewhat wealthy, young Li now felt the harshness of poverty.
Tens of thousands of taels, all in gold. Even if this thing was made entirely of gold, it wouldn't cost that much money. Seeming to see his confusion, Old Ba smiled. This carriage is made from cold iron, nothing can harm it even at the divine realm.
No wonder I can't afford it.
Liemo realized, patting his shriveled pocket. The dream of traveling in a luxury carriage just shattered.
At the tea table, Ying Bing sat gracefully drinking tea. With ease and naturalness, one would think.
She was originally the owner of this carriage.
No. Liemo even had a sense that she was lowering herself in a vision. Was an ice block a punching bag at Li's house before? Liemo couldn't help but sigh. What does it mean to carry the bones of an emperor? Returning to Chioshui Pavilion.
Ying Bing casually picked up a withered branch and practiced swordplay, trying to see how far she could reach with her current level.
At the kitchen door, Liemo asked. What do you want to eat today?
Of course, Qingyuan sect had a canteen. However, 3 meals a day could be rewarded from ice block, so little Li was happy to cook. Anything is fine, I have no cravings, you don't need to put too much thought into it. Ying Bing said without turning her head. That's because you haven't encountered real delicacies.
I'm not boasting, if I cook seriously, it would be unique under heaven. Li Mo said confidently.
In the white investment feedback, there were many seasonings that did not exist in this world.
There was even a batch of hot pot base, which he had wanted to eat for a long time. Ying Bing said nothing. She didn't know if she heard it or not. This is just too focused. Li Mo sighed secretly, people are not machines. Long-term neglecting one's own needs as a human will surely mess up one's mentality. Is senior sister Ying Bing there?
At this moment, there was a shout outside.
Li Mo went out and found it was a deacon from the outer door, who brought big and small bags. It's various monster meats.
After eating, it has miraculous effects for nourishing chi and blood, which is commonly not found outside. This was also a treatment for the true disciples of the sect leader.
That outer deacon introduced.
These two kinds were raised in the rare beast peak, respectively, iron bone cow, azure scale fish, and rock goat.
With beef, mutton, and fish, if we make a hot pot, wow. Li Mo thought, starting to drool a bit. Half an hour later.
The rich spicy aroma wafted in the courtyard.
Li Mo sat in front of the stove, dipping the thin as cicada wings iron bone beef. It's incredible.
When the monster meat of this world meets the hot pot base from Blue Star, it's simply unforgettable.
Hurry and try. Li Mo dipped the fish meat and placed it in Ying Bing's bowl.
The girl's lips coated with a layer of red oil, appearing ever more tempting.
Is it delicious? It's acceptable. Ying Bing's speed of using chopsticks was slightly faster than before. Li Mo noticed and smiled.
Then eat more, monster meat is also good for martial arts.
Food is a human desire, when one should enjoy, they should enjoy. Heat wafted in clouds.
The girl's appearance became indistinct in the smoke and fire. Her cheeks moved, though it was unclear if she heard.
On the third floor, in the room. Congratulations to the host, investment, 1 portion of Monster Hot Pot. Reward feedback received, 1 Shenjing.
Shenjing contains the purest vitality from heaven and earth, can be used for alchemy, forging, or to power various tools, with endless uses.
This hot pot meal was too worth it. Li Mo's hand displayed a milky white crystal, shaped like a diamond, shimmering with glimmers. The aura coming from it was very familiar to him. Isn't that the vitality he gathered into his body during practice?
However, the amount of vitality contained in this Xianjing was immense, he wouldn't know how long it would take to accumulate this much himself.
Not of much use to Li Mo.
But, this item is very precious, 1 piece is worth a fortune. The steps to ascend to the heavens are opened with this item.
It's decided, I must eat monster meat every day from now on. I must feed Ice Block well. Li Mo put away the Xianjing, firmly resolving in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wasn't senior brother Shao Qin in possession of a 7 stars ancient jade?
Since this 7 stars ancient jade needed vitality to activate, Shao Qin's level kept dropping.
This Xianjing would just happen to solve his problem, right? Since I can't use the Xianjing anyway, I can invest it in him. Li Mo also summarized some investment rules. Destiny level is the basis of rewards. And things that help the investment target greatly will make the rewards better based on that destiny. Shao Qin has purple destiny. The feedback reward's value must certainly far exceed a piece of Xianjing.
There's no need to learn Liuha Fist anymore.
With 20 years of martial arts insight, I can master it no matter what.
Li Mo, having gained experience from the last time, did not exhaust his martial arts insights in one go.
5 years of martial arts insights, successful infusion.
After a year of practice, you have completely mastered Liuha Fist for combat, reaching the initial proficiency level. In the 4th year, Liuha Fist has become a part of your everyday actions through long-term focus, no longer confined to mere moves. In the 5th year, your Liuha Fist has achieved minor success. A familiar feeling came over him. But merely achieving minor success was not enough. 5 years of martial arts insights, successful infusion. In the 1st year, you continuously practiced punches, faintly sensing a higher realm of fist technique. In the 3rd year, a flash of inspiration hit you, seemingly finding the right direction, and you began to verify and refine. In the 4th year, your Liuha Fist technique has achieved great success. In the 5th year, you gain new insights, but they are not yet clear. A familiar feeling returned. After completely inheriting the insights, Li Mo clenched his fists, feeling an urge to try it out. So, he directly set up a stance in the room and began practicing his fist technique vigorously. With each move, it was as fierce as before, no different from what he had practiced himself.
Crack! Li Mo drew power from the ground, channeling all his strength into a thunderous strike. Intent infused with Liuha.
With this punch, the fabric at his arm tore apart, becoming fragments.
Just opening one meridian gives such power. Li Mo let out a long breath and changed into a new outfit.
Right now, he couldn't even fully unleash the power of Liuha Fist.
Practice.
He sat cross-legged, quietly operating the Huixin Shenglian method. A sword, as Ying Bing flicked it, dispersed into 9 blossoming flowers of sword energy.
Searching flower sword technique.
She had known it in her past life, but today she earnestly watched Elder Han He practice it carefully once. After all, this was a secret tradition of the school, and if she directly claimed to know it, explanation would be unclear. Now, she could at most manage to perform a sword to seek out 9 flowers. In her prime, this sword technique was something she could unleash with ease, causing a rain of flowers, all transformed from sword energy. If coupled with the power of the Taiyin, freezing the Great Lake would be effortless. Her current level was still too low. Ying Bing withdrew her sword and stood straight, preparing to intensify her practice once more. Suddenly, her delicate brows furrowed.
The sound from next door. When he practices, does he draw in the essence from heaven and earth? This shouldn't be a method that Shang Wu possesses, but rather resembles a special physique. Ying Bing felt a bit surprised. She knew of many methods that directly borrowed the essence of heaven and earth to enhance oneself. But no matter which one, they could only be used above the external realm. Without the connection between inner and outer worlds, a martial artist could not directly demand from heaven and earth. That could only mean it was brought about by Li Mo's special physique. Source flow martial body. Eternal green wood body. Limitless sky body. Ying Bing fell into memories, recalling many prodigies she had encountered before. Some of them truly left a lasting impression on her. Which one could Li Mo be among them? Or perhaps, he was something she had never encountered before? After a moment, Ying Bing pulled her thoughts back. She was just a bit curious as to why Li Mo had changed so much. What kind of physique it was, didn't matter. If she did not know, it indicated she was not strong enough. At least she had never ranked on the 9 heavens and 10 lands list of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. If it was those she remembered as defeated opponents, what could it matter? After all, they couldn't compare to the 10 absolute body. 2 continuous hours of practice. Once again, an icy aura began to emanate from her body. She had just sat down on the bed. Knock, knock. The door was pushed open a crack, and Li Mo poked his head in with a copper basin. Ying Bing, the beast meat needs to be refrigerated. I've put it in your room. The Ice Block brand refrigerator is well rated by those who have used it. Question mark. Ying Bing watched him place a covered basin of beast meat in the corner and then leave. As he left, he even turned off her light for her. If it were in the past, she would have definitely thrown the copper basin out and used a cold glare to warn Li Mo to never enter her room casually again. No one can just throw things in. But today, the deliciousness of hot pot seems to linger endlessly on the tip of my tongue, hard to shake off. If the meat goes bad, I won't be able to eat it, right? Swipe. She pulled up the bed curtain. The bone-chilling cold in the room spread, making it even quieter, and she gradually fell asleep. The girl's sleeping face slightly frowned. But it wasn't because of the extreme cold torture. She was dreaming. She dreamed of the scenes when she held the title of Phoenix Heaven and presided over the Gue Palace. Palace Master, I know the disciples of Gue Palace cannot be infected by love, so, please, Palace Master, take action and abolish all my martial arts. Master, I traveled the world and met a good person. Palace Master. Haha, Ying Bing, you really don't even know what love is, how sad. Various chaotic scenes flashed, and her brows furrowed deeper. Chapter 15 Extreme Martial Arts, didn't he just learn to fight yesterday? The next day. The sky was bright. In the training hall, Xiao Qin limped in, his face pale, breath shallow, clearly looking injured. Xiao Qin dares to come today. He was beaten so badly yesterday, his injuries aren't even healed yet. Sigh, if it were Xiao Qin in the past, he could knock Wang Hu to the ground with one hand. I don't know what happened to him. If he's still like this in 6 months, he'll be asked to leave Qingyuan sect, right? A few disciples whispered, their tone somewhat regretful. When they saw brothers Wang Hu and Wang Hao walk in, they immediately shut their mouths. You worthless piece of trash, dare to come today? Very good, I like a tough guy who won't cry until he sees the coffin. Wang Hu laughed with interest, cracking his knuckles. Bang. Xiao Qin dragged his injured body, practicing his punches one by one, ignoring Wang Hu's words. Li Shidi didn't come today? Looks like he took his advice. Sigh, too bad, I have my own reasons to come. In 6 months, if things don't change, I will be expelled from the sect. My energy and blood keep declining again and again, I can only place my hopes on martial arts. Xiao Shixiang, you're injured? Hearing the voice, Xiao Qin involuntarily turned around. Seeing the visitor, he was momentarily stunned. Li Mo? Others were also momentarily stunned. He really dares to come. Yesterday, Wang Hu said that if Li Mo dares to come again, he will spar with him. Wang Hu had started practicing martial arts long ago.
Liamo could become an official disciple, his talent must be great, but he has no martial arts foundation and just began to touch martial arts. Does he feel that being an official disciple, being scared by an outer disciple, would make him lose face? But if he ends up getting beaten badly, how embarrassing. Good. Seems like you think I wouldn't dare to ask the official disciple for advice. Wang Hu narrowed his eyes, turning his target to Liamo. His aura became dangerous.
For Xiaoqin, he had more of a mocking attitude. For Liamo, it was hate from the bottom of his heart. He looked up at his cousin. Don't do anything out of line. Wang Hao said indifferently.
Of course. Wang Hu grinned.
Meaning, within the rules, do whatever you want? He Hongfeng frowned, can't this Wang Hu stay quiet? These two brothers came in late, did they not see the power of Elder Shanwu? But since they didn't break the rules, he couldn't say anything. Everyone, stop standing around, practice your punches.
The outer disciples began practicing their martial arts, while Wang Hao started teaching the new outer disciples Liuha Fist. Looking at his movements, he seemed quite skilled, showing years of experience in Liuha Fist. But the thoughts of the people in the training hall were not focused on practicing right now.
Something might happen later. You shouldn't have come.
Xiaoqin's face was serious, his brows tightly knitted together.
You got beaten up yesterday, yet you came today?
Liamo smiled casually, unconcerned.
Xiaoqin sighed, I have my own reasons for having to come. I have my reasons too. Ah? Xiaoqin was taken aback, unsure of what to say.
Indeed, although they had not interacted for long, it was clear that Li Shidi was easygoing. It's not the kind of competitive spirit that insists on winning at all costs. Xiao senior brother, take this, it's my way of repaying you for sharing your skills yesterday.
Liamo pulled out a jade box and handed it over. Liuha Fist isn't some divine skill, but,
Xiaoqin was speaking, but before he could fully open the box, his pupils suddenly constricted. He recognized what was inside.
Xianjing. Don't make a fuss, it's enough for us to know about it. Liamo put his finger to his lips, signaling him to be discreet. Li junior brother, I cannot accept this.
Moreover, this treasure works wonders for cultivating any martial arts, you should use it yourself.
Xiaoqin quickly closed the box, lowering his voice. I have a special constitution, I can't use it. Li Mo's smile turned more sincere.
He clearly saw a flash of desire in Xiaoqin's eyes, but Xiaoqin held himself back. Not only did he decline, but he also, out of concern, warned about the value of the Xianjing. Old Xiao is a good man, he is worth befriending.
That won't do, it's too precious. Xiaoqin remained steadfast in his refusal.
If you feel indebted, consider it a loan from me.
You can return it whenever you get the chance. As my first friend in this sect, refusing would be disrespectful. Liamo directly placed the box in his hand. Friend. Xiaoqin held the box, standing there in a daze. He once had friends in Qingyuan sect, but that was when his talent still shone. When he lost that brilliance and was demoted to the outer sect, those so-called friends didn't bring him aid, they would even kick him when he was down. And Li junior brother had only practiced one day of boxing with him. This piece of Xianjing might change his fate. Because just a moment ago, the jade pendant on his chest had reacted strongly. Take it, Xiao senior brother, you need it. Liamo persuaded again. After struggling for a moment. I will never forget this kindness.
Xiaoqin didn't express thanks with lengthy words, nor did he question why Liamo believed he would be able to repay him in the future. He simply held his gaze firm and clasped his fist tightly. Everything was understood without a word. Then when I need your help in the future, I will be unreserved. Liamo patted his shoulder. Looking at this brother's eyes, he guessed he would risk his life for him without a second thought. Purple destiny. Even his master had a purple destiny, now the youngest elder of Qingyuan sect. This investment not only gains the friendship of a future strongman but also rewards from the system. A triple win. He wins twice, it's like a cold lump of ice biting into a flower pepper, absolutely delightful. They say the more friends you have, the more paths you can take. If I keep investing like this, when they grow, won't I be the most respected person in the entire DU? Liamo couldn't help but let his imagination wander, picturing a classic scene. A direct disciple of Qingyuan sect returns home, only to find his father living in a doghouse. With a simple order, 100,000 strongmen come soaring down. In the future, please call me Li, the owner of the face fruit, M.O. The image was too beautiful. And there were rewards too. Xiaoqin wanted to continue practicing Liuha Fist with Liamo, but Li shook his head and politely declined, simply sitting aside. He sipped tea while checking the investment feedback. Congratulations, host, successful investment, 1 Xianjing. Investment feedback, Extreme Soldier's Body. Extreme Soldier's Body, legendary skill, harness the sharp energy of weapons to refine oneself, proving a body that is invincible. At the time of success, all weapons will submit, enhancing one's physical power while wielding any weapon.
The complete martial arts flows into his mind, and Liam O instantly memorizes it.
He closed his eyes, carefully reading the memories.
This was indeed a martial art for horizontal training.
And it could also enhance mastery over weapons. This skill requires the murderous energy of weapons to refine oneself.
Liam O began to contemplate.
Extreme soldier's body, just by the name, one can tell it is filled with killing intent. But this is by no means a crooked path, rather, it is an extremely pure and exquisite method of horizontal training. It's very dangerous and difficult to master. But the rewards once mastered. Far beyond this difficult danger.
Liam O decided to practice. When a person drifts in the Jianghu, how can they avoid being wounded?
No matter how good the armor is, it cannot compare to one's own strength. For the sake of safety, one must refine oneself.
Is there a place in the sect where the weapon's killing energy is intense? Unknowingly, the martial arts hall has stopped teaching boxing techniques. Free practice time.
This means one can also freely spar.
Li Zhenchuan, today you don't have a woman to protect you, right?
Wang Hu grinned, his fists creaking as he tightened them. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring at the youth as if he wanted to eat him raw. He Hongfeng felt something was wrong. But just as he was about to rise to stop it, he was held down by Wang Hao.
Wang Shitty, if something happens, you and I won't be able to take responsibility.
He Hongfeng said in a deep voice. Wang Hao squinted, sneering, don't worry, my cousin knows how to control his strength, besides he is only in the Qi blood realm, if there's a problem, you can stop it at any time. Within the rules, you need not interfere.
Alright then.
He Hongfeng hesitated for a moment, thinking it through. His internal energy had reached the Great Rotation Realm. As long as he was careful, the Qi blood realm under his watch couldn't cause much trouble.
Wang Hu.
Xiao Qin stepped forward, directly walking over to confront Wang Hu. He seemed to want to spar with Wang Hu first. Old Xiao was indeed getting down to business.
But someone was faster than him.
Xiao Qin only heard the sound of wind whistling past his ears.
Wang Hu saw a dark shadow rapidly enlarge in his view. It was a fist. Bang. All the outer disciples present almost hadn't reacted yet.
Just as they came to their senses, they heard a dull sound. Wang Hu staggered backward, finally collapsing to the ground. His face was still filled with shock, which hadn't even had time to fade away. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak, the pain in his ribs made it hard to breathe. It felt like his bones had cracked. You're too weak, sparring with you won't teach me anything.
Liam O said lightly, still wearing a faint smile.
Xiao Qin beside him was already dumbfounded.
6 Harmonies fist?
This isn't right, Li Shitty just learned the boxing technique yesterday. And he just started practicing, how could he have such strength?
Chapter 16 6 Harmonies connected, fierce beautiful master.
In the vast martial arts hall, a dead silence fell. The outer disciples who saw the scene all thought they were dreaming.
Liam O had clearly just learned the boxing technique.
Today, he had defeated Wang Hu, the tyrant of the martial arts hall. And with just one punch, had knocked him down to the ground, unable to rise.
You call this a beginner? Is this how true disciples are?
On the Grandmaster chair. He Hongfeng's gaze shifted. He had already touched the threshold of the insight realm, so he could see that Liam O had only opened one main meridian. This progress could not be called slow, but what surprised him was not this. Wang Hu was in the Qi blood realm with 3 meridians. One meridian defeating 3 meridians, crushingly one. This was certainly partly because Wang Hu had underestimated him. But it also proved that this Li Zhenchuan's boxing skills far surpassed Wang Hu. What he had just seen was quite clear. That punch was at least a minor success in 6 Harmonies fist. Wang Hao quickly flew to Wang Hu's side, imparting internal energy to help him recover his qi and blood.
His expression had turned extremely gloomy.
Li Zhenchuan has no interest in sparring with outer disciples, then let's spar with me. Wang Hao, this is not within the rules. He Hongfeng put down his tea bowl, cursing inside. You, an inner disciple for several years, looking for a Qi blood realm to spar? You have no shame. The other outer disciples couldn't hold back upon hearing this. When Wang Hu bullied us, I didn't see you say a word.
So only he gets to win, right?
I won't use my internal energy, I'll suppress my level to the early Qi blood realm. Inner disciples asking true inheritance for guidance, even if it reaches my master, is still within the rules.
Wang Hao showed no intention of giving him face. He Hongfeng's face grew darker. How about suppressing him with the pagoda? The gap between an inner disciple servant and an outer disciple servant is much larger than between inner and outer disciples.
He seemed to think of something and coldly sneered.
Good, as long as you don't regret it. Junior brother Li, what do you say? Avoiding battle is also fine. He.
Wang Hao no longer paid attention to him and turned with sharp eyes to Li Mo. Li Mo's eyes narrowed slightly.
Since they were both suppressed to the same realm, why not give it a try?
Moreover, when he was just in a real fight, a sense of battle rose in his heart, and as time passed, the battle intent not only did not fade but instead grew stronger like a fire spreading across the prairie. Thus, for the first time truly fighting someone, he felt no unfamiliarity and was able to fully display everything he had learned.
Could this also be because of the Xianpin immortal body?
I would appreciate your guidance.
Li Mo spoke softly. Everyone was shaken. Junior brother Li actually agreed to the fight?
He had only been practicing martial arts for 2 days at most. If it were a spar with other inner disciples, it would be one thing, but Wang Hao seemed approachable, yet in reality, he was a malicious person.
Saying this, Li Mo turned again. Senior brother Xiao, could you move aside a bit?
Where was old Xiao?
It was empty beside him. Xiao Qin had vanished. Strange, old Xiao didn't seem like the type to abandon an ally in danger?
You help others, but when it's your turn, they run away. Wang Hao was worried the other party would refuse to fight, his hands behind his back, a sneer playing at the corner of his mouth. Just to avoid others saying that I bully the weak, I'll let you take the first move. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, the wind from a punch was already upon him. Facing someone looking for trouble, Li Mo would not hold back, his back arched like a bow, his fist like a cannon hammer. He struck down at the opponent's ribs, 3 inches below. Feeling the fierce wind of the punch, Wang Hao raised an eyebrow but was not intimidated by the initial momentum. Bang! The 2 fists collided.
Wang Hao's arm went numb from the impact, yet he did not retreat.
Confident in his fighting experience, he began to counterattack directly. But what he didn't expect was
Li Mo appeared extremely seasoned.
Ignoring the piercing punch aimed at his chest, he instead closed in, striking down like a steel whip at the opponent's shoulder.
The fist surged without pause, not needing to pull back for breath. Had he achieved small mastery of the 6 harmonies fist?
Wang Hao felt a chill in his heart, but he could not pull back his punch. He also struck hard. The power of this punch had reached the peak of the early blood chi realm and was perfectly executed. He could do the small mastery of the 6 harmonies fist too. Moreover, poof! Wang Hao coldly snorted, pulling his shoulder back. Li Mo's powerful fist landed on Wang Hao's shoulder, but he found it felt as if an invisible force was supporting Wang Hao, just barely failing to smash down. He himself was pushed back a few steps by a punch to his chest.
Internal energy? Li Mo exhaled a breath of foul air, realizing the other was pretending to use no strength but was actually utilizing internal energy.
But he said nothing, and instead, his battle intent intensified.
Again. Wang Hao was astonished by the kid's resilience and his cold laughter grew darker.
After all, he lacked experience and used the same 3 moves. As time passed in their exchanges, it became exposed. This time, he used the same trick as before. If it didn't succeed the first time, using it a second time not only was ineffective, but also easy to counter.
The next second, his pupils suddenly constricted. That kid's fist. Smack!
Li Mo's ferocious punch broke through the thin layer of internal energy and landed squarely on Wang Hao's shoulder. Wang Hao stumbled back, his face turning pale and then green, eyes darkening.
6 harmonies connected? Full mastery?
He Hongfeng dropped the teacup in his hand, the fine pre-rain Longjing spilling all over his pants. But he ignored it, his expression dazed. The 6 harmonies fist was a basic technique, true, but that didn't mean it was simple. In fact, the more basic something is, the harder it is to master.
Each small improvement requires much practice. Is this a person?
Wang Hao was caught off guard and suffered a significant loss. But he did not admit defeat, instead trembling with anger, clearly already furious.
Wang Hao, what do you want?
Before He Hongfeng could finish speaking, Wang Hao charged forward, a shadowy intent rising in his palm.
He directly aimed a strike at Li Mo's Dantian.
He Hongfeng arrived right after, his realm far superior. But, he didn't need to take action.
Boom! Wang Hao flew backward like a cannonball.
Under the terrifying force, his bones cracked and creaked all over.
He crashed directly into the wall, creating a large hole.
He Hongfeng's hair stood on end, and he turned stiffly.
Elder Shang. Master? Senior brother Xiao?
Li Mo was stunned for a moment, then turned around to see 2 figures at the doorway. Who else could it be but Shang Wu and Xiao Qin? However, Xiao Qin, a burly adult man, was being dragged up by someone with one hand, his face drained of color. Master, why are you here? This kid said you were bullied in the martial arts hall, so I came. Shang Wu squinted her eyes. At this moment, she had no trace of laziness, like a mother tiger whose territory had been invaded.
Li Mo understood in his heart.
No wonder old Xiao disappeared at first. He knew Wang Hao was someone not to mess with, so he went to Chu and Yu Peak to enlist help.
Smart move, old Xiao. Cough, cough, brotherly, you flatter me.
Xiao Qin was set down but still wobbled, his stomach churning. It was tough for him, a Qi blood realm being dragged through the air by someone in the inner scene realm.
Master, are you okay after hitting him like this? Liu Mo retracted his peripheral vision.
Not far away, Wang Hao had already been smashed into the wall, like a hanging painting, not knowing how many bones were broken. Foaming at the mouth, he was breathing more out than in. He probably wouldn't die but would be severely injured.
Of course, there's a problem.
Shang Wu crossed her arms, narrowing her apricot eyes. Anyone who dares to touch my protege will definitely have someone behind them instructing them.
Who is it? What's their name? I'm He Hongfeng.
He Hongfeng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his legs trembling.
Damn, Wang Hao, this vile brat, couldn't be persuaded.
Also, he entered late. Why provoke her of all people? The older disciples all knew that in Qing Yuan sect, it was better to offend the sect master than to provoke this ninth elder. You go to the Divine Weapon Peak and bring Fu Tu here. If I don't see him within a quarter of an hour, I might just drop by and pay a visit. Shang Wu casually sat in the Grandmaster chair.
Ha? Me? I'll go right away.
He Hongfeng ran out as if a wild beast were chasing him.
Liu Mo?
He was worried that if the junior got beaten, the senior would get involved, and the master would be held accountable.
But with Shang Wu's posture, it seemed she was preparing to call the senior over to give him a beating too? Xiao Qin coughed lightly, whispering.
I heard that Divine Weapon Peak used to be very high, just slightly shorter than the main peak of Qingyuan.
Liu Mo was taken aback and looked outside the window.
Divine Weapon Peak was clearly the shortest among the peaks, seemingly missing a chunk on top.
Xiao Qin continued. Later, Elder Hanha had a conflict with Elder Shang Wu, and the peak was knocked down by Elder Shang Wu. Liu Mo, ah?
He looked at the large gap on that mountain peak, which seemed to have been bitten by a fierce beast. Turning around, the beautiful master was daintily sipping tea, her leg crossed, a slight smile on her lips as if thinking of something happy.
Liu Mo felt absurd and surreal.
Precious disciple, come here, you're not hurt, right?
Shang Wu waved with a bright smile.
Liu Mo walked over, and just as he was about to feel moved, he heard Shang Wu say,
when Fu Tu gets here, we have to give him a good scolding. Do you have confidence? Scold him? Liu Mo was embarrassed. No wonder the master came so quickly. Chapter 17, Collecting Debts is also an investment? Divine Weapon Peak.
In the Forging Institute, heat and cold coexisted, and the sound of hammering iron echoed continuously. He Hongfeng hurriedly ran in, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he said, Fu Tu, the steward, you need to hurry. Elder Shang Wu said if she doesn't see you within a quarter of an hour, she'll come to Divine Weapon Peak. As soon as the words fell, a group of bare-chested, muscular men in the Forging Institute broke into a cold sweat.
Seemingly recalling some bad memories.
They all turned to look at the giant iron tower nearby.
Fu
Tu's face twitched violently twice. He loosened his grip, and the forging hammer fell to the ground.
What exactly happened?
Elder Cold Crane slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, You call upon the disciples of my Divine Weapon Peak at will, and when you open your mouth, it's to fight.
Do you think there's no one at my Divine Weapon Peak?
The strong men lowered their heads, pretending to be very busy. You first, Floating Tower.
Yes, Elder.
Floating Tower's expression changed as he walked out of the forge courtyard.
Elder Cold Crane then asked with a serious face. What's going on? What's the matter?
Floating Tower's disciple had a spar with the newly promoted true disciple. He Hongfeng recounted what had just happened. Elder Cold Crane's 3 corpses were enraged. An elder disciple sparring with a new disciple, such a shameless thing could even happen. If they were going to do it, then just do it. They hadn't done it before. Now, it's good. That calamity star, Shang Wu, can stir up trouble without reason, and now that she has reason, what's to become of it? By the way, you just said that Liu Mo forced Wang Hao to use his inner energy? That's right, actually Wang Hao was secretly using it before, but just a bit, and he suffered a loss against the perfected 6 Harmonies fist, so he was furious.
That's none of your business.
Elder Cold Crane pinched a strand of his grizzled beard, his eyes flickering.
6 Harmonies fist perfected. Opening the meridians in a day.
Based on these 2 points, this kid Liu Mo, even if he's not better than Ning Bing, isn't far off. The stone steps to the sky really never go wrong. That kid's physique may manifest in his martial arts talent, which is why his progress is so unbelievable.
Such a good seedling actually entered Shang Wu's tutelage.
Learning art purely is one thing, but if he learns that crazy woman's bad habits,
just thinking about it makes his head hurt. In the martial arts hall.
Floating Tower stepped in and immediately saw his disciple trapped in the wall, life or death unknown, while Shangwu was sitting in the main seat drinking tea. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger.
Elder Shang, I don't know why you have injured my disciple like this.
Shangwu raised her eyebrows, her voice louder than his.
He struck first.
As she spoke, she lifted Li Mo's arm, pointing at the bruise on his palm. If I hadn't arrived in time, my exceptionally talented disciple would have been killed by your disciple.
Li Mo coughed lightly, wanting to pull his hand back.
But he couldn't pull it back.
No, master, this bruise on my hand is from hitting them.
If I were any later, I would have vanished myself. Using his powers from afar, Floating Tower pulled Wang Hao out from the wall.
After giving him a healing pill, he turned back. It's just a spar between sect members, Elder Shang, you are going too far.
Wang Hao has the duty to teach new disciples how to fight, perhaps just passing down fighting techniques.
Sparring? He used inner energy, is that also teaching?
Shangwu said as she slammed the teacup down, angrily saying.
Little Mo, what does our Qing Yuan sect's rule say?
Those who harm fellow sect members may be killed on the spot.
Li Mo timely spoke up.
Waste. What use do I have for you?
Floating Tower glared angrily at the unconscious Wang Hao.
Bullying a disciple who had just entered for only a day, and had to use inner energy? Now it's good, the label of harming fellow sect members has been slapped on, even if he crushed his teeth, he could only swallow it.
In his fury, he discreetly glanced at the young man beside Shangwu. He knew very well what Wang Hao was capable of, and without using inner energy, he couldn't even defeat the other party?
Then, thank you, Elder Shang, for managing my disciple.
Farewell. Floating Tower carried Wang Hao, preparing to leave.
But after taking just 2 steps, he felt his breathing tighten and the hair on his neck stood up.
You from Divine Weapon Peak still owe me an explanation.
Shangwu spat the tea leaves into the cup, her face full of disdain. Bring me 10,000 pounds of cold iron, 1,000 pounds of red gold, and 10 pounds of iron essence. If even a single ounce is missing, don't think about leaving this door.
Everyone present gasped in shock. This is equivalent to the Divine Weapon Peak's production for 10 years. Elder Cold Crane might not even be able to come up with it.
It was visible to the naked eye that the veins on Floating Tower's forehead were bulging.
You are asking for too much. Shangwu, don't go too far. What if I do?
A scorching aura spread out, making it nearly impossible to breathe.
Was it a misperception?
Li Mo, in a daze, surprisingly saw a lotus flower blooming in flames on his beautiful master, burning brightly, as if it were eternal. The momentum of the elder was suddenly stifled. If it were someone else, he could confidently say the person wouldn't dare to make a move within the sect. But when the crazy woman Shangwu got angry, even the sect master would take a step back.
Li Mo, feeling wise and inspired, tried to ease the situation. Elder, you are only the steward of the Divine Weapon Peak. If you want too much, you really can't provide it. I, as the disciple, haven't even been injured. Why don't we ask for less compensation? Shangwu snorted coldly. The reasoning is indeed so, disciple. What compensation do you think would be satisfactory? Li Mo lightly coughed and said, pen and ink on service.
He picked up his brush and swiftly wrote.
In just a moment, he finished a list. The elder glanced at it.
Most of it was fine wine that Shangwu loved to drink, along with some various precious items.
Though it would still result in heavy losses, it was not as outrageous as before. Come to the Divine Weapon Peak to collect it.
Seeing the master and apprentice in harmony, the elder's expression fluctuated, but in the end, he swallowed his anger.
Ah, this is how it should be. It would have been better if you had come to your senses earlier. Shangwu's imposing manner instantly dissipated.
After the elder coldly snorted and left, she finally smiled, suddenly giving her precious disciple a big hug, happily burying his head in her chest.
If Li Mo were to describe Shangwu's figure at this moment, he would say it was breathtaking.
No wonder you are my disciple, you have already learned 3 points of my skills.
Master, can you give me a little?
Li Mo shyly asked for a share of the spoils. Shangwu became instantly alert, looking at her precious disciple as if she were no longer looking at a cozy warm coat.
1 out of 9.
The beautiful master held up 1 finger.
Master, you only want this little?
1 portion is yours, 9 portions are mine.
Li Mo helplessly said, actually, I just want some beast meat to roast and eat. Roast meat? Shangwu's eyes lit up, you can cook?
Of course, in my house, I am the first, and no one dares to say second.
With modern seasonings in hand, he was that confident.
As soon as he finished speaking, he felt himself being lifted up.
Then, the surroundings began to blur, rapidly retreating.
By the time Li Mo was about to throw up, he finally felt solid ground beneath his feet.
Where is this?
Hearing the sound of metal being struck, little Li looked around in confusion. What he saw was a huge cave with a faint cold light visible. On the left and right sides of the cave, there were two rivers, one extremely hot, the other icy cold, leading into the yard through two water channels. A group of blacksmiths were focused on working in this yard.
This place is.
That is the Divine Blade Cave. It existed even before our Clear Abyss sect was established. In a good mood, Shangwu happily explained a few things to her new disciple. Inside, there's a bunch of scrap metal. I once killed a killer from the drizzling rain tower, and his sword was thrown in there. According to that old man Hanhe, it was to cultivate the sharp aura of weapons.
Weapon sharp aura? Li Mo's heart stirred. Then, isn't this Divine Blade Cave a good place to train the extreme weapon slaughter body?
Humph, those are not just scrap metal. Shangwu, do not be disrespectful to the predecessors of my divine weapon peak. Elder Han stood with his hands behind his back, looking very displeased.
Shangwu didn't chat with him about nonsense, she reached out. Where is the stuff?
Humph,
floating pagoda.
As soon as she said this,
Floating Pagoda brought out a horse cart.
Liamo guessed in his heart that this had to be the steward named Floating Pagoda, who had been prepared so quickly at the Divine Weapon Peak. All the things were requested by his master.
It seemed to be planned for a long time, picking only what could be provided.
Shangwu squinted her beautiful apricot eyes, smiling like a fox that had successfully stolen food.
Old man Hanhe, it's rare for you to be so straightforward. Fine, let's just let this matter pass.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully invested, acting as an accomplice for Shangwu, and completed a blackmail.
Investment feedback, 3 barrels of ice and fire wine.
Investment feedback, 2 bottles of 6 pattern clear heart pills.
Investment feedback, 10 pounds of iron essence.
Clear heart pill has the effect of calming the mind and can suppress distractions to some extent. Each piece can last 2 hours, no more than 1 piece should be taken each day.
Overindulgence will lead to dulled emotions and the loss of humanity.
Iron essence, 10,000 pounds of iron, 1 tail of essence, just a strand added to common weapons can sever hair and break strands. It is an essential material for forging divine weapons.
Little Li was very happy.
Unexpectedly, helping the master to raise the stakes could actually be counted as an investment.
It was a big win.
This may not be the best reward he's ever received, but it is definitely the richest one. The reward's value has far exceeded the total that master has painstakingly plundered.
How could this old man lose both people in the game? I hope when the time comes and you lose to Shangwu, you won't try to cheat me.
Elder Han snorted coldly. He was talking about the bet between the two regarding their disciples. That wager was worth far more than a mere cart of goods. No, it couldn't even be measured with gold and silver.
Then I shall give you a chance to lose.
Shangwu smiled and gave a thumbs up, then turned it down.
Li Mo. Master, where does your confidence come from? If I remember correctly, Morong Shao possesses the mystic dragon body and is renowned as a rare talent in the manner for a decade.
Without Ing Bing, Morong Shao would undoubtedly be the leader of this generation of disciples. Elder Han's confidence likely has a lot to do with that half-demon bloodline. The characteristic of half-demons is that they start at an extremely high level. My disciple is not talented, nearly Chi Blood Realm 5th Meridian, and he has already reached the 2nd level of the Divine Edge Cave. I am ashamed, really, he is just a slight bit better than I was in my youth.
Elder Han casually took a sip of tea. Shangwu was surprisingly taken aback. He's only at the Chi Blood Realm 5th Meridian and you're letting him practice in the Divine Edge Cave?
A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Hanhe's mouth. I have my own plans, you need not worry. His disciple carries a half-demon body and his bloodline is known for its strong physical power, and with his guidance, he practiced horizontal training to fully utilize his strengths. Now, relying solely on his physical body, he can lift 10,000 pounds of giant stone.
Li Mo might go very far in the future, yet so what? The Nine Peaks martial arts meeting is right around the corner.
In the short term, he could never surpass Morong Shao.
It's just a Divine Edge Cave. Shangwu pouted, ultimately not saying out loud, my disciple is also capable. The weapons in the cave are all for killing.
Individually, they might not seem like much, but if gathered in a regular pattern, they can harm people from a distance.
Moreover, some of these weapons have killed countless and carry an astonishing murderous aura, enough to terrify people.
Entering means a double test of body and mind. Even she could not reach the lowest level of the Divine Edge Cave.
Elder Han may I ask if outsiders can enter this Divine Edge Cave?
The motion of Han drinking tea paused. Shangwu discreetly signaled her disciple.
Silly disciple, we don't have to contend over everything.
Han's gaze swept over. Entering is naturally allowed, but I advise you to think twice. Inside the cave, aside from Morong Shao, all are disciples above the inner breath realm. The former's strength and innate body is overpowering, while the latter can use inner breath to protect themselves. I'll try at the edge first. If it doesn't work, I won't push myself. Li Mo's eyes shone brightly. This was said to both of them.
Han secretly shook his head.
No wonder he just got to the training hall and clashed with others. Just because he had made a bit of progress in martial arts, he didn't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth and wanted to compete with others everywhere. This temperament would teach him a lesson. You can enter, but be responsible for your own safety. If anything happens, don't blame me.
Thank you. Liemo cupped his hands and then looked at his master.
Shang Wu narrowed her apricot eyes and pondered for a moment, then took out a small bell from her chest. If you can't hold on, shake it vigorously a couple of times.
This is the Heartlink bell.
One bell shaken vigorously will make the other ring. As long as they are not separated by 1,000 miles, it will be effective. Our Shang elder may seem carefree, but she does not want her precious disciple to get hurt.
Thank you, master. After receiving the bell, Liemo then walked up to the entrance of the Godblade Cave. Chapter 18, Godblade Cave, Murderous Intent enters the body of Morong Shao.
In front of the Godblade Cave. Looking into the cave from the entrance, one could see various weapons placed inside, some gleaming coldly, others rusty and worn. It felt as if the blades were pressing against him, causing his whole body to tense up. Many martial artists were coming and going, all powerful individuals. Some were blacksmiths, while others were inner disciples from different peaks. What is your purpose for entering the Godblade Cave, and how long do you plan to stay? An inner disciple steward sat there, recording the comings and goings of people. However, when he looked up, he was slightly taken aback. The young boy in front of him was too young. Liemo said, I will temper my body for no more than 2 hours. The steward blinked in surprise, then waved his hand impatiently. You just entered the Blood Chi realm, why are you here causing trouble?
Go on, go on.
With his discerning eye of the God Observation realm, he could tell that Liemo had just entered the Blood Chi realm not long ago. Elder Han, he has already given permission.
Liemo paid no mind to the other's attitude.
Somewhat fierce, but not with bad intentions.
Elder Han, he.
The steward looked uncertain. Which peak are you from? He asked.
Liemo, Chuanyu Peak.
Where did a disciple from Chuanyu Peak come from? As he spoke halfway, the inner steward suddenly remembered. This year, Elder Shang Wu seemed to have indeed taken in a true disciple. And it was someone with exceptional talent. It seemed like that person had ascended the heavenly steps together with that true disciple named Ing Bing.
What was the name again?
For a moment, he really couldn't recall.
Please record my waist token. Liemo took off his waist token.
After the steward recorded it, he nodded and spoke with a softened attitude.
If you wish to practice, remember to act within your limits.
The first level contains sharp weapons, many of which have never tasted blood.
As for the second level, those are truly lethal weapons.
I once killed a notorious bandit, and his knife is stored in the second level. Since the other party was a true disciple, there might be some backing. For example, the Elder Han, his newly accepted true disciple, had a body so strong it was unbelievable and was already able to access the second level.
He was happy to provide a few explanations.
What about the third level?
Liemo asked curiously. Young man, don't aim too high. The third level contains famous weapons, and famous weapons have spirits. If you haven't reached the God Observation realm, you shouldn't go there.
The steward shook his head, emphasizing what he said several times.
I understand. Liemo took back his waist token, cupped his hands in thanks, and walked into the cave.
Instantly, that feeling of being pricked on the back deepened. There were quite a few people on this level, and some recognized him.
Liemo?
Wow, it really is that Li true disciple.
What is he doing here? Practicing?
A delicate person like him doesn't seem to have a solid foundation. He hasn't even reached the internal breath realm. Does he really need to use metal and iron energy to temper his internal breath? The crowd was confused. But Liemo clearly didn't intend to explain himself to others and walked forward without a care for 50 steps.
Huff, can't walk anymore. Liemo let out a long sigh of relief.
After reaching this point, his skin began to sting. For him alone, 50 steps on the first level was already his limit. If he tried to go further, his body would sustain irreversible injury. I have 10 more years of martial arts comprehension left. First, let me begin mastering the extreme blade body tempering. Liemo focused his spirit, and a thought struck him. 10 years of martial arts comprehension successfully infused. In the first year, you have thoroughly read the extreme blade body tempering and understood how to manipulate the weapon's murderous aura to temper yourself. In the third year, after in-depth practice, you found that with proper manipulation, you could completely temper your internal organs as well. By the 5th year, your extreme blade body tempering is beginning to take shape. In the 10th year, you have mastered it in detail, able to resonate with various weapons intuitively, reaching your meridians.
Comprehension completed.
You have achieved great mastery of the extreme blade body tempering.
In an instant, he had an epiphany. Li Mo immediately felt a brand new world open up to him.
If the pervasive murderous intent of the weapons could be compared to water, then before he was like a duck out of water. The deeper the water, even on a calm day, he could drown. After grasping the extreme blade body tempering to a great degree, he became a wave rider, and if it were not for the stormy waves, no one could hurt him.
Body tempering. Li Mo sat cross-legged.
The sharpness of the soldier's intent surrounded him and was drawn into his body. The sharp essence is dangerous, but under his exquisite guidance, it didn't harm him in the slightest, instead, it was refining his body.
Jade must be carved to become a tool. Is he practicing? How long do you think he can last? I bet not even a stick of incense. A stick of incense? It would be good if he lasts 100 breaths. Don't you all practice? Why worry about others? I'm a blacksmith, thank you. Seeing Li Mo sitting like a meditating old monk, some people began to discuss.
Others started to bet how long this Li Jinchuan could hold out here.
However, the betting had not even started. Not far away, Li Mo suddenly stood up. What the? It's not even 30 breaths. He can't do it. Locked in. Haha, thanks Li Jinchuan for helping me make some money. Wait, he's not going back.
When this person shouted, everyone finally came to their senses. Yes, this Li Jinchuan did not turn back but continued deeper. It looked like he was about to descend to the second level.
What the hell? Is he giving up his life? Wait, he seems fine? Hiss, this is insane. I'm going, he really went down to the second level. Everyone was dumbfounded.
The young man walked briskly, passing through the doorway at the end of the first level. His silhouette quickly disappeared at the end of the staircase.
No.
They hadn't expected this to happen when they opened betting.
What do we do now?
Many who are at the internal breath stage only stay on the first level.
How is Li Mo acting like he's taking a stroll in his backyard?
This sharp murderous intent should not completely come from the weapons stored in the Divine Edge Cave.
Could it be that there's something deeper in the Divine Edge Cave? Li Mo picked up on some clues.
Others might be unable to sense it, but perhaps because of the Xianyin immortal body, he was extremely sensitive to this kind of aura. If he were to become a blacksmith, he would be like a fish in water. Thinking of this, he wanted to delve deeper.
Just as he descended to the second level,
the weapons in sight were fewer, but all 18 kinds of weapons were still present. Many of them had chips, clearly having experienced battles. He suddenly felt his mind grow heavy, and his consciousness became chaotic. It was as if a cold feeling was invading his heart.
The intent to kill.
Li Mo took out a clear heart pill, took one and pressed it under his tongue, and only then did that feeling dissipate. He felt it slightly.
I can still go further. Li Mo continued on. He walked another 100 steps forward.
Suddenly, he saw a figure. It was also a young man, wearing a white cloud pattern true disciple garment, a purple gold crown on his head, and scales faintly visible on the skin around his neck.
His delicate face was wrinkled, struggling in expression. Murong Xiao? The name surfaced in Li Mo's mind.
So he used the heavenly fate divine eye to look.
Name, Murong Xiao. Age, 16. Root bone, Ming Jiao body. Realm, Qi blood realm 5 meridians.
Heavenly fate, blue with black. Evaluation, his father is a man, his mother a transforming flood dragon, kind in nature but greatly affected by his own bloodline. If he can combine the benefits of both, his future is boundless, but if he combines the deficiencies of both, he will bring disaster upon one party. Recent encounter, affected by the murderous intent, his demon nature is reviving. If not timely extracted, his temperament may change drastically.
Murderous intent entering the body? The last time he saw Murong Zhao's heavenly fate, it was still blue with purple. Now it's blue with black. It's clear this half-demon true disciple is at a life and death crossroads. One thought leads to heaven, one thought leads to hell. Chapter 19, Murong Zhao's past, Little Li's first horizontal practice.
His name is Murong Xiao, and he grew up following his grandfather. He was not always called a genius. From a young age, he had scale-like patterns on his body, so he was often bullied by other children. Every time he came home covered in dirt from the private school, his grandfather would say he was too kind and timid, not knowing to fight back when beaten.
But only he knew.
When the feet were added together, what scared him was not the inability to defeat others, but a longing voice deep inside.
Hungry. So he dared not strike back.
Afraid of seeing blood, he could no longer control that hungry self. As the years went by, that inner desire gradually faded, but he still kept his vegetarian habits.
Murong Xiao felt he was no different from normal people. Until today. He arrived at the second level of the Divine Sharp Cave. You are a flood dragon, a born great demon, yet you do not eat blood food? Do not deny yourself any longer.
Return to your true self, you will never again be bullied by the weak. The suppressed nature over the years had never disappeared. Like a pile of hay that has been accumulating, once ignited, the fire would be uncontrollable. Just when Morong Zhao's consciousness was almost fading, and scales nearly covered his cheeks. The next second, someone pried open his mouth and stuffed something inside. It was round and plump. Before he could even taste what it was, it rolled down his throat. Magically, his spirit quickly regained clarity. Morong Zhao opened his eyes in confusion and saw a boy of similar age standing before him, handsome and smiling like sunshine. He held a porcelain bottle that emitted a refreshing scent of medicine. He recognized that this was the boy who, like him, had been accepted as a true disciple during the grand ceremony. "You're finally okay." Li Mo sighed in relief. Oh man, that was close. At this second level, there were few people, and he was nearest to him. If Morong Zhao lost control due to murderous intent, the first target would probably be himself. "Thank you." Morong Zhao whispered his gratitude. Even he knew that it was this boy in front of him who saved him. What he had just swallowed must be some kind of incredibly valuable pill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had such an effect. "Thank you, Brother Li, for your help. I was careless and let the murderous intent invade my mind. I fear it's not just that, right?" Morong Zhao's expression stiffened slightly as he looked up. He felt that the other's smiling eyes had seen right through him. "Actually, I also read in an ancient book, it mentioned that a half-demon's body is generally influenced by their bloodline. The higher the bloodline rank, the deeper the influence. If not controlled, the demonic nature will revive. Your bloodline should be of flood dragons. Just now, I saw horns grow on your head." Li Mo had not finished speaking. Suddenly, Morong Zhao's expression changed several times. In the end, his face sank, as if he had made some kind of decision. He walked over step by step, slowly. Li Mo retreated 2 steps, feeling somewhat wary. Could it be that Morong Zhao had a problem in his thinking and wanted to kill him to silence him? Just as this thought arose, thud! Morong Zhao knelt down cleanly. He knelt with such force that the blue stone bricks beneath him cracked. "Please, don't tell anyone else." Li Mo. The divine eye of destiny evaluated his nature as good, and indeed, he was quite kind. He was starting to doubt that if he leaned in close and whispered, "You wouldn't want others to know about your half-demon body, would you?" Whatever request he made next, Morong Zhao would likely accept. "Elder Hanha also knows about your half-demon body, doesn't he?" Suppressing his small evil thoughts, Li Mo became puzzled again. Morong Zhao said bitterly. "You also know that the house calls me Kailan's son. This is actually a lie my grandfather made." Through Morong Zhao's explanation, Little Li finally understood the reason. Ming Jiao is a disaster beast. Once it appears, it will stir up blood and gore. Back in the day, Morong Zhao's father brought back a woman, who was also Morong Zhao's mother. They got married shortly after. However, it was not until she became pregnant that the old family head of the Morong clan discovered that his son was a fierce person, even more impressive than Su Xian. Many things happened in between. But ultimately, Morong Zhao was born safely. The old family head knew that a half-demon body could not be concealed, so he simply chose not to hide it. Just let people spread rumors in the city. Over time, everyone in the mansion believed that Morong Zhao possessed a hint of water Qilin bloodline. The Qilin is a beast of good fortune. As time passed, Morong Zhao was referred to as the Qilin child. Li Mo was greatly shocked after hearing this. "You are all ruthless people. Don't worry, I will keep my mouth shut. But even if I don't say anything, you will eventually slip up." Sigh. Morong Zhao was silent for a long time, letting out a long sigh. Didn't he know? Even if he passed this hurdle today, what about in the future? As a martial artist, he couldn't just be a good man for his whole life, right? At that moment, Morong Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened. "By the way, what kind of pill did Brother Li give me earlier?" "This is called the Clear Heart Pill." Li Mo handed him the bottle. "Clear Heart Pill? I've taken it before, it shouldn't have such an effect." Morong Zhao poured out a pill, examined it, and his eyes dimmed again. This was indeed the Clear Heart Pill. But, it was a 6-patterned one. A 6-patterned pill, even the simplest healing pills, are rare and hard to find, far exceeding their own value. No wonder the effect is so good. Even if the Morong family holds considerable power in the mansion, such pills are still hard to come by. Because even if they are produced, alchemists usually wouldn't trade them. "Alright, I'll take my leave, I still need to practice." At this moment, Li Mo waved his hand. "Brother Li, your pill. You can keep it, a man's knees have gold beneath them, it's not in vain to receive such a great gift from you." "Ha? As for the bloodline matter, I will go search that ancient book again, perhaps there is a solution." "Ha?" Morong Zhao held the porcelain bottle,
dazedly kneeling in place. He had also grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and for the first time in his life, he felt limited by poverty. No way, bro. A 6-patterned pill. And it's not just one, but a whole bottle. He didn't even know how much this was worth. Because in the hands of those in need, this is an invaluable treasure. Morong felt a little regretful in his heart. Since he was already kneeling, he should have kowtowed a few more times. Morong Shao wanted to catch up, at least to say some words of thanks. But after taking a few steps out, he suddenly stopped. Because he realized that the place Li Mo went seemed to be somewhere he could not advance. Brotherly Mo. That is the 3rd level. Morong Zhao's voice echoed in the cave. With his physical strength, he could only reach the middle of the 2nd level. To go to the 3rd level of the Divine Soldier Cave in the Qi Blood Realm? Just thinking about it makes one shudder. No, Brotherly just saved me, I can't let him get into trouble. If I can't go to the 3rd level, I can only go to seek my master. Morong Shao quickly scrambled up. He ran swiftly toward the outside of the Divine Sharp Cave. Meanwhile, little Li Mo was still completely unaware of this matter. He walked while seeing a message from the system. You have an investment feedback waiting to be received, do you wish to receive it? No. Li Mo stepped into the 3rd level, fully focused. Looking up, various weapons were scattered on the rock wall. These weapons had once belonged to masters of the inner realm. Looking at them felt like seeing the past of their owners. Seeing them stab into others' bodies, held by their masters, fighting for their lives against enemies. Similarly, the sharp killing aura they emitted was multiple times stronger. There might still be people in this level. But at least they were not within Li Mo's range of vision. This should be about right. If I go further down, even if I have the extreme weapon-killing body, it would still be dangerous. Li Mo found a piece of blue stone and sat down. He first took out a gourd and drank a few big gulps. Ice fire wine. It felt like a refreshing spring in the mountains upon entry, but once it entered the belly, it seemed to ignite, making every inch of meridian, fascia, and even bones feel steaming hot. Let's start. Li Mo exhaled the wine's breath and chewed the clear heart pill before swallowing it. He circulated his energy. As the extreme weapon-killing body started to operate, the sharp killing aura washed over his body. Pain. Li Mo felt fine sweat trickling down his forehead, gritting his teeth to endure. He felt his muscles, like stubborn stones being constantly polished, gradually revealing their jade-like glow, becoming stronger and tougher. The strength of the ice fire wine served as a lubricant, enhancing the refining effect and also promoting muscle reconstruction. Sweat soaked his clothes, and white smoke rose from the top of his head. Student Shaoli intuitively realized how painful horizontal training truly was. But he had already begun training. After a brief exploration, he started to include his meridians in the refinement process. Buzz. Just as Li Mo was practicing, the weapons inserted into the stone wall seemed to sense something, vibrating restlessly. Chapter 20, The Elder Han He Who Questions Life, Are You Coming Here to Stock Up? At the same time, inside the Divine Weapon Peak Academy. What horizontal martial arts did you teach Li Mo? Han He casually inquired about military news. Even if he believed that Morong Shao could never lose, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. However, Shang Wu's next words nearly made Han He spit out his tea. Horizontal martial arts? I didn't teach him. Didn't teach? He just opened his meridians yesterday, where would he have the time to learn horizontal techniques? Shang Wu rested his chin on his hand and yawned, feeling bored. Han He's old face twitched. You don't even know what skills your disciple is training and you dare to let him go into the Divine Peak Cave? He thought Shang Wu had prepared some kind of trick to win their bet. And then there was Li Mo. He couldn't be practicing some low-level techniques like iron cloth shirt without realizing it, could he? Just then. Master. Master. Not good. Morong Shao rushed into the courtyard, his back soaked with sweat. He wasn't exhausted, he was anxious. Aren't you practicing? What happened? Han He frowned, glancing at his disciple. He had always felt that his disciple was calm, which was why he felt safe letting him down to the 2nd level of the Divine Peak Cave. What caused him to look so panic-stricken now? The Divine Peak Cave was right under his nose, how could anything terrible happen? Brotherly went to the 3rd level of the Divine Peak Cave. Master, you need to save him quickly. Morong Shao hastily said. His anxious expression. If someone unaware of the truth saw him, they would think his father had fallen into a river. Brotherly? Which Brotherly? Han He didn't immediately react. It's Elder Shang Wu's true disciple, Li Mo. Han He, ? Shang Wu, ah? Li Mo went to the 3rd level? The 3rd level was where legendary weapons were stored.
Whether it was the murderous aura of former weapon masters or the sharp energy inherent in the Divine Peak Cave, it was not something a Chi Blood Realm novice could withstand. The blacksmiths in the courtyard all gasped at the same time. Having dealt with weapons for many years, many of them didn't dare to stay long on the third level. Going to the Chi Blood Realm down there, that would mean death. No, no. How did he get down there? He stood up suddenly, full of doubt. To reach the third level, he must pass through the second level. A newcomer in the Chi Blood Realm, without any experience in body refinement, wouldn't even be able to get to the second level. But looking at Morong Zhao's expression, it clearly didn't seem fake. I don't know either. Morong Zhao shook his head. Perhaps he possesses a miraculous treasure, allowing him to isolate the sharp energy. He pondered for a moment and thought of this possibility. He should be fine for now. Shang Wu's wine instantly sobered her up, and she uncertainly pulled out the heart-worthy bell from her pocket. The bell hadn't rung at all. He said in a deep voice. On the third level, your disciple probably lost his senses immediately upon going down. With a miraculous treasure by his side, perhaps he'll be okay for a short time. Just as the words fell, a red shadow shot out like a meteor, quickly rushing away. And where she had originally been, there was now just a large pit. Hey, what just whooshed past? The inner gate steward, who was doing registration at the entrance, rubbed his eyes. Who are you? Register. Do you recognize who I am? Oh, it's you. He followed in, lifting his hand. If a true disciple died in the cave, even though he was an elder, he would have to be held accountable. Shang Wu, don't let me down, don't collapse my Divine Peak Cave. He shouted loudly from behind. This is understandable. There was a disciple who had just entered the inner breath realm and mistakenly entered the third layer of the Divine Blade Cave, which affected his sanity. The speed of the inner scenery is simply faster than a fire's light. Indeed, it is as fast as lightning. Shang Wu had no intention of hiding her aura, the scorching wave of heat even overshadowed the sharpness of the weapon's aura. As a result, many trembling warriors filled the first and second layers of the Divine Blade Cave. Before long, Shang Wu had already entered the third layer. However, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Shang Wu's tense expression gradually relaxed and transformed into confusion. Shang Wu, my disciple has saved your disciple's life this time. What do you plan to do about this favor? Elder He walked down with his hands behind his back. But before he could finish speaking, he was blocked by his own words in his throat. This elder, who had held power at Divine Weapon Peak for 20 years, was frozen in place upon seeing the scene before him. Previously, he thought he could finally make Shang Wu, this crazy woman, owe him a favor, and it would be much harder for her to come to Divine Weapon Peak to take advantage of him in the future. Never would he have imagined that he would witness this unforgettable sight. There, the young man sat on the blue stone, surrounded by dozens of weapons, each radiating an aura of submission and obedience. Without exception, they were all renowned weapons. Each disciple who entered the inner gate had the chance to select a weapon from the Divine Blade Cave. If they were fortunate, they could bond with a renowned weapon. Of course, most people would ultimately only be able to select weapons from the second and first layers. To have a renowned weapon recognize you was an enormous luck for an ordinary disciple. You must know that even the elders of each peak mostly used renowned weapons. To obtain dozens of renowned weapons to recognize you at once? He would rather believe that as a great master in the inner scenery, his vision was failing, and there was something wrong with his eyes. Gulp. He swallowed hard. I said this kid wasn't brainless. Isn't he practicing well? Shang Wu snorted, returning to her lazy demeanor. He was speechless. Who was it just now that almost created a problem several times? At this point, he had no time to argue with Shang Wu and focused intently on the young man surrounded by renowned weapons, observing him repeatedly. Even though he was accustomed to great storms, he couldn't help but doubt life at this moment. This kid really is practicing. Moreover, attracting dozens of renowned weapons, the sharp intent to kill in this area almost centers around him. Even someone in God-observing realm would need to think twice. Yet he is completely unscathed. He, a master craftsman himself, was incredibly sensitive to weapons. But the more he understood, the more he realized how difficult this was for someone at the Blood Chi realm. By the way, old man He, doesn't the Divine Blade Cave have a rule? As long as you get recognized by a renowned weapon, you can take it away. Shang Wu wiped her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She didn't even have a renowned weapon. Of course, that was because she had something better. But this was dozens. If she strolled around the third layer with her precious disciple, maybe there would be even more. He, ? Are you here to stock up? You remembered wrong, each disciple can only take one weapon from the Divine Blade Cave. It wasn't like this before. Before was before, now is now.
The effect of the clear heart pill is wearing off quickly. Li Mo stopped circulating his techniques.
He opened his eyes and looked at the cold, dark light in the distance. Just when he had driven the extreme weapon-killing body to perfection, he felt a faint awareness forming in the depths of his mind. That awareness was very weak, but it surely existed. In the deeper part of the Divine Blade Cave, something was calling him.
Cough, Li Mo, you can choose one renowned weapon to take with you from these.
The voice of Elder Han he came from behind.
Li Mo snapped back to reality and noticed the two people behind him.
Elder Han he looked helpless. His master was drooling at the weapons surrounding him. Why were they here?
Thank you, Elder Han he, but I don't plan to choose a weapon for now. Li Mo cupped his hands politely.
The greatest hobby of my father is collecting various weapons, often saying he dreams of owning a famous weapon. He naturally knows the preciousness of famous weapons.
But the key is,
he hasn't practiced weapon skills yet, so he can't just pick a famous weapon at random and then choose the corresponding martial arts.
That's right, apprentice, we are not in a hurry.
Shang Wu said while turning back with a beaming smile, clicking his tongue and laughing. When you can reach the 4th level of the Divine Blade Cave in the future, we will take our time to choose.
Elder Hanha, you agree, right? Elder Hanha's eyelids twitched violently.
The 4th level, what's inside there, can be considered the life root of the Divine Weapon Peak.
Let's see if you can go down first. It's just a matter of time.
Seeing this annoying old man being put in his place, Shang Wu proudly patted his apprentice's shoulder. With this pat, he noticed something unusual.
Ha! Xiao Mo, why have you become tougher?
You guess what I came to the Divine Blade Cave for?
Li Mo had a mouthful of words that he didn't know whether to spit out or swallow. Well, the extreme weapon body technique really shows results. At least, now getting hit by my master doesn't hurt anymore. Preliminary estimates show that my physical strength has improved by at least 30%, and this is only the first day of practice. I will only get stronger in the future. Once my physical strength improves, I'll venture deeper.
The things that resonate with me should not be on the 4th level, but still deeper.
Li Mo withdrew his gaze. Chapter 21, Shao Qin's grandfather, Fire Sparrow Feather. At the cave entrance. Did that Li really go to the 3rd level of the Divine Blade Cave? Oh my, how did he get in?
There's no hope. A few years ago, someone who just entered the inner breath accidentally stumbled into the 3rd level, and when he was rescued, not only was he covered in wounds, but his mind was also messed up. Later he was cured but became drooling.
Hiss, he won't be hanging on our peak, will he? That's Shang Wu's apprentice.
I suddenly remembered my clothes at home haven't been hung out yet, I'll head back. The entrance of the cave was quite lively, many disciples even stopped forging iron to gossip about this. If a true disciple had an accident in the Divine Blade Cave, that would be a major incident for Qingyuan sect.
Morongxiao paced back and forth, anxious like an ant on a hot stove.
Li brother is such a good person, he better not be in trouble.
As he murmured, suddenly he perked up. What is everyone gathering here for?
Go do your own business.
Elder Hanha walked ahead, scolding the gossiping inner disciples. Shang Wu and Li Mo came out from behind him.
Little Li was still wearing that smile.
Li brother, are you okay? Do you still recognize me? How many is this? Morongxiao took 2 steps and bounced in front of Li Mo, shaking his finger. 5, aren't there just 5 fingers? Li Mo thought this was some sort of brain teaser. How much is 5 plus 5?
10. After a round of intelligence testing. You haven't turned into a fool, that's great. Morongxiao sighed in relief, his face filled with joy.
Li Mo, thank you. Before the two could say much, Li Mo was lifted onto the cart by Shang Wu. Let's go, old dang. Shang Wu, in a great mood, gave the horse a whip on the rear. The cart gradually moved away. Safe travels, Li brother. Morongxiao waved at Li Mo. Elder Hanha couldn't help but feel curious. How did my disciple get to know Li Mo and seem to have such a good relationship? Forget it, it doesn't matter.
The 9 Peaks meeting may have nothing to do with private feelings, and the results will still be based on strength. Even if Li Mo is gifted, he is still just at the entry level of the blood energy realm, and the gap in realm compared to Morongxiao is still there.
What's more, it's hard to say beyond this. Shower.
In a little over 10 days, the new disciples will participate in the sex trial. During this time, every afternoon you will practice martial arts with your master.
Yes. At night. The vast and tranquil Qingyu mountain was silent.
In the dormitory of outer sect disciples, one room was still lit. Shao Qin held a mysterious crystal, and his realm had surprisingly returned to the blood energy realm at the 9th meridian. That piece of mysterious crystal had already turned mostly grayish-white.
This is naturally not only due to him. Who?
10 meridians, I have returned to the blood energy realm at the 10th meridian again. When Xiaoqin opened his eyes again, a hint of joy could not help but show on his resolute face. But soon, he looked at the Xianjing in his palm, which had completely turned grayish-white, indistinguishable from an ordinary stone, and a look of confusion appeared on his face.
Has it all been absorbed? I shouldn't be able to do such a thing.
You naturally cannot, but it is because of me. Suddenly, an old voice rang in his ears.
Who are you? My name is quite ancient to speak of. 10 minutes later.
Xiaoqin sat there, both surprised and confused. It turned out that his realm had dropped because of this jade pendant on his chest. To be precise, it was because of this old grandpa who claimed to be the Qianqing martial sovereign within the jade pendant. If what he said was true, then at his peak, this old grandpa was much stronger than the master of the Qingyuan sect. Moreover, he also said he could be Xiaoqin's teacher, while Xiaoqin needed to help him reshape his body after becoming powerful. It seems the 7-star ancient pendant did not choose the wrong person. You have persevered without giving up on martial arts for so long, which is why I was awakened. The old voice carried approval. He was very satisfied with Xiaoqin's perseverance and talent. So, it's time to give you a gift to show my acceptance, lest you harbor resentment in your heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7-star ancient pendant suddenly lit up, as if opening a small portal. From it floated out a brocade pouch. This pouch contains a flame sparrow feather. Although it only contains a trace of the true phoenix's bloodline, it is still very rare after my repeated tempering. Wearing it can repel all evils and can also nurture the body, with countless marvelous uses. Xiaoqin held the brocade pouch, feeling a warmth throughout his body. But he still spoke honestly. If I rely on myself, I don't know how long it will take for my teacher to awaken. It was mainly because Junior Brotherly gave me a Xianjing.
Xianjing?
The old voice obviously paused for a moment, and then realized that the crystal stone in Xiaoqin's hand had been completely absorbed. In such a barren land as the Eastern Wasteland, Xianjing should be extremely rare and precious.
He actually was willing to give it to you?
Yes, Junior Brotherly is a person of high moral integrity. Teacher, I want to repay him by giving him this phoenix feather pouch. Xiaoqin said with earnest eyes. Now that he had this old predecessor by his side, he shouldn't encounter too many dangers. But after all, this was a gift from his teacher.
He couldn't just hand it over without the teacher's agreement.
You have such good intentions. In the future, when you have achievements, you can also support him. The old man called Qianqing martial sovereign did not stop him. He would be glad if Xiaoqin was a grateful person, as that would make it more possible for him to help reform his body in the future. Moreover, the fact that the other party casually gave out Xianjing indicated that he at least had some background in the Eastern Wasteland.
Support Junior Brotherly?
Xiaoqin displayed a bitter smile, shaking his head. He is a true disciple, while I am only an outer disciple. He had personally experienced how talented Junior Brotherly was. It took just one day for him to master the 6 Harmonies fist. He couldn't even be called a genius, he was simply a monster. A true disciple, with the brightest future ahead, will only ever become an elder.
The Qingyuan sect is just a small sect in the Eastern Wasteland.
The old voice paused for a moment. Then he spoke earnestly. In the near future, you will leave here to shine brightly in a broader world.
As my disciple, do not belittle yourself. Remember your teacher's teachings.
Xiaoqin hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly.
You are lacking in self-confidence, which is also a lack of confidence in me.
Well, tomorrow, I will meet your Junior Brotherly and see what kind of extraordinary talent he really has.
Seeing Xiaoqin's thoughts, the Qianqing martial sovereign couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity.
But soon, he pulled the conversation back to the main topic.
The mind method you are practicing is not quite suitable for you. And now, listen carefully, I will pass on a technique called the transformation of the Void Heart Sutra.
Thank you, teacher.
Xiaoqin perked up. After a moment, the Qianqing martial sovereign fell silent, seemingly sinking back into a deep sleep within the jade pendant. He tucked the pouch into his bosom and diligently practiced the newly learned mental technique. Chapter 22, Ing Bing's Troubles, the Inheritance Ground. The Qiushui Pavilion.
At this moment, the aroma of cumin and grease wafted through the small courtyard. Roasted meat, 5 taels of silver per skewer, for pretty ones, it's free. Here you go, you're a beauty, have a skewer.
Liamo took out the charcoal stove used in winter as a grill and skewered the beast meat from the beast peak, sizzling as it cooked.
While grilling, he cheerfully called out in a playful tone to sell the meat. Good disciple, were you a chef before?
Shangwu took a bite, her apricot eyes filled with delight. She has eaten roasted meat before.
Why does the meat made by her disciple taste so much better? Especially that unique fragrance, perfectly combined with the smoky aroma of the meat, it was simply divine.
Liamo smiled and grabbed a few more skewers.
Wow, here's another beauty. This black horn sheep meat nourishes yin and replenishes blood, so I'll let you have it.
It really is delicious. Ing Bing took a small bite, savoring it carefully.
The ice dumpling gave a high evaluation in 4 words, which clearly meant the flavor was indeed great.
Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Shang Wu loved spicy food and kept exhaling breath.
Even Ying Bing, who usually preferred light meals, rarely indulged this time. After all, grilling and eating made her forget just how much she had consumed. Little Binger, you understand respect for your teacher well, so this skewer of grilled fish should be given to me.
But you're not my master. You've eaten a lot. Little girls who eat so much will get fat.
But I am in my growth spurt. Oh, you're staying with Li Mo every day. Next time, just let him make it for you. Shang Wu crossed her arms, puffing up with anger. Even with all her coaxing and deceiving, she couldn't get a skewer of grilled fish from this little girl. How frustrating. Ying Bing ate the grilled fish, tucking away a strand of hair behind her ear, showing a hidden smile. She thought back to the past. In her vague memories of the Eastern Wasteland, there were only a few important people who left a deep impression on her. One of them was Shang Wu. When the Qingyuan sect fell, if it weren't for Shang Wu, she probably wouldn't have been able to escape from the mansion alive. Unfortunately. Shaking her head, Ying Bing dispelled the distracting thoughts in her mind. In this life, such tragedies will never repeat themselves.
Good meat naturally goes with good wine. Li Mo also sat down at the table to eat.
He held a bottle of wine, contained in white jade porcelain. When he uncapped it, an instant spicy yet refreshing aroma spread out. As the wine poured out,
it remarkably presented 2 distinct colors, red and blue, in the cup. What kind of wine is this? So aromatic.
Shang Wu twitched her delicate nose, sniffing, and immediately perked up, her eyes widening slightly.
Ice fire wine. Li Mo smiled as he placed the wine bowl in front of Shang Wu.
As he spoke, he poured another cup.
This one was for the ice dumpling.
Ying Bing raised her crescent-shaped brows slightly, taking it up to examine. Her ice-like eyes reflected the 2-colored wine, looking stunning.
This item was produced on Yuchuan Island in the North Sea.
There was a spring that was half cold, half hot all year round, possessing magical effects for tempering the body. On the island, there were families specializing in brewing wine, specifically using it to brew, hence the name Ice Fire Wine. Although that family brewed wine, it was still a huge force compared to the Qingyuan sect. Every year, that family would tribute over 100 varieties of fine wine to the Gui Palace, including this Ice Fire Wine. She had long abandoned it. Usually, it would be given as a reward to promising disciples.
How did Li Mo obtain this wine?
Good disciple, where did you get this wine from? Shang Wu, having tasted Ice Fire Wine, now had a rosy face, her voice softer than ever. Her apricot eyes blinked gently, like ripples on water.
Li Mo tactically leaned back.
It was hard to imagine that the delicate-looking woman in front of him was someone who could blow up a mountain with one punch. I obtained it accidentally from a secret place, just a few jars.
Li Mo spoke casually.
Oh? You have such luck, no wonder you could enter the 3rd level of the Divine Edge Cave unscathed.
Shang Wu didn't think there was anything wrong with this explanation.
Ying Bing took a sip, understanding in her heart. She had a rough guess in her mind.
Li Mo probably gained some inheritance from somewhere.
Relying on the treasure left in the inheritance, he changed his own constitution. The Ice Fire Wine was also left from the inheritance, used to refine the body of the inheritor.
Perhaps, it was in the days when he opened his meridians in the capital city? That's fine.
At least in the future, he would have the chance to inherit Shang Wu's legacy and become an elder of Qingyuan sect. This has already greatly changed his fate.
Well. Shang Wu pouted and finished the wine in one gulp.
There are a few jars of Ice Fire Wine left. If Master likes it, why not take a jar with you?
No need, you keep it. I can't use this wine for body refinement anymore.
Then when I go down the mountain later, I'll bring some good wine back for Master.
Li Mo was a bit surprised as he took the wine cup and had a sip. However,
in the next moment, he realized something was off.
He remembered that he didn't pour himself any wine, so what he just drank was Ying Bing's cup? Little Bing, what's wrong?
Shang Wu tilted her head, noticing that Ying Bing seemed a bit stunned.
It's nothing.
Ying Bing frowned and shook her head gently. Oh, you should drink more, this wine is very beneficial for your blood energy. As Shang Wu spoke, she took her small gourd from her waist and drank it down twice.
Li Mo cleared his throat, handed her a new cup, and filled it. Ying Bing sipped the wine. Just now, her calm heart seemed to have a subtle ripple.
This was what made her feel strange.
The men who pursued her had talents unmatched in history, unmatched genius, terrifying backgrounds, and even before becoming one of the 9 heavens, the celestial of the 9 heavens had once expressed admiration for her. Let alone using flowery words.
She had never even moved a thought. Over time, everyone said that the Empress residing in the Gui Palace was ice-cold, with no emotions or desires.
In fact, she was merely unwaveringly pursuing martial arts.
Worldly desires wear down the bones of heroes, love is just a stumbling block. But just now, when a strange feeling rose in her heart, she surprisingly didn't reject it.
Perhaps it's because of the ice fire wine.
Ying Bing finished the ice fire wine without carefully savoring the taste.
At my current level, I cannot ignore the effects of drunkenness.
Pulling her focus back, she quietly guided the trace of drunkenness to circulate within her body. For this time, I shall focus on my training. In a while, the sect will have a trial for new disciples. Don't embarrass your master. After Shang Wu finished speaking, she yawned.
Trial? Li Mo showed a look of confusion. Shang Wu wiped the sparkling wine stain at the corner of her mouth.
It's to send you into the Qingyuan mountain range to collect some herbs, hunt some wild beasts, and so on.
For those in the blood energy realm, it's somewhat challenging. Some 9th grade monsters can be quite difficult to deal with. By then, you and Little Bing can look out for each other. Li Mo nodded, roughly understanding what was going on.
It was the kind of plot often found in novels.
Li Mo felt a bit speechless.
Master, Ying Bing is the sect master's disciple. She has way better treatment than I do.
She doesn't need to look out for me. Speaking of which, Master seemed to take him in because she was interested in Ying Bing.
They had only just met, and she was already calling her Little Bing. Ying Bing didn't seem to mind. It felt as if they had known each other for a long time.
Who said I don't care about you? Shang Wu sniffed and took out a small booklet.
Take this in practice. It's a middle-grade martial art, just right for you now, and way better than the Six Harmony Fist. The booklet was titled Burning Sword Technique. Don't underestimate it just because it's a middle-grade martial art. Outside, many sects would consider it a treasure to keep. Many small sects still regarded low-grade or even worthless martial arts as treasures.
Thank you, Master. You were just complaining about me.
After saying this, Shan Wu waved her hand, tugging her small gourd, and walked out of the autumn water pavilion. At the table, Ying Bing put down her wine cup, her mood returning to calm. For the sect's trial, there were things she had to do, and no one could help her. She needed to acquire a legacy. Li Mo's inherited legacy was left by someone, but compared to what she was about to receive, it was absolutely like clouds and mud. After all, no strong person would leave their legacy in the barren eastern wilds. What she was going to unlock was different. It was not left by a person. Chapter 23, The Stony Heavenly Book Seal, Another Lineage Opens.
Inside the room, Li Mo was soaking her feet while checking today's investment returns.
Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in 1 share of Icefire wine and 1 share of roasted exotic beast meat.
Investment feedback, 1 jar of 100 flower dew ointment. Investment feedback, 1 night pearl.
100 flower dew ointment, top-grade healing medicine, derived from the first drop of dew collected from 100 kinds of rare flowers and herbs, contains excellent revitalizing properties, and is remarkably effective for treating external injuries. Night pearl, produced from the North Sea, always shining, an essential treasure for the abodes of great men. This reward should belong to my master. A round pearl the size of a fist appeared in Li Mo's hand, radiating a gentle glow. She had seen this thing before. In the capital city, at the Hungtone business house, there hung a night pearl on the auction stage. Just from the luster and color, it looked a bit inferior to the one in her hand. In any case, it was quite valuable. As for the use, it was overshadowed by that 100 flower dew ointment. Li Mo applied a little on herself, it felt cool, and the slight wounds caused during the day's tempering in Shinfoam Cave began healing almost immediately. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in 1 share of Icefire wine and 1 share of roasted exotic beast meat.
Investment feedback, 20 years of martial arts comprehension. Investment feedback, 1 mystic crystal. Ice chunks are still fragrant. Li Mo couldn't help but exclaim.
By just having a little drink, she received 20 years of martial arts understanding. This thing was valuable no matter how many years one gained. Clearly, under the circumstances where her master favored wine and meat, the rewards burst from Ying Bing were still not just a little better.
One could only say this is the terror of the red heavenly fate.
For the rewards, one should hug tightly the jade legs of Ice Chunk.
But am I hugging legs? It's like holding a clear money tree. The host has 1 more feedback awaiting collection, would you like to collect it? Li Mo remembered. She saved Morong Shao during the day. This should count as a significant change in his fate, right? What good things would come out?
Little Li student felt a bit excited, her thoughts moved.
Collect.
Congratulations to the host, invested in 1 bottle of calming heart pill, successfully saved Morong Shao, preventing him from falling into madness. Investment feedback, 1 stony heavenly book seal. Stony heavenly book seal, if placed on any martial arts, it can allow it to evolve in perfect, thus enhancing the martial arts grade, at most can raise the martial arts to a superior level.
Perfecting martial arts? Li Mo was stunned for a moment, almost letting the night pearl roll onto the floor. In the next moment,
a small seal the size of a thumb emerged in her left hand. The small seal was copper-colored, but different from the brass or bronze Li Mo had seen. Engraved on all four sides were tadpole-shaped characters, exuding an ancient charm. If there is a stone version of the heavenly book seal, then might there be copper, silver, and gold versions? Li Mo pondered. Currently, the highest level of martial arts she practiced should be Extreme Soldier Kill Body, which belongs to the Supreme Skill category, while Fire Heart Bloom Lotus Method is a superior martial art. Above Supreme Skills is Divine Power. If in the future she gained a silver or gold version of the heavenly book seal, it could also upgrade the martial arts she had practiced. Upgrading existing martial arts is far more convenient than switching to other techniques. Let's talk about it when I have one later. Li Mo took out the wildfire sword technique her master had just given her. Besides this medium-grade sword technique, she had no other martial arts to upgrade her at the moment. She gently poked the heavenly book seal onto the page of the book. Suddenly, the tadpole script began to glow slightly and all dove into the book, moving between the characters. Some characters were rearranged by the little tadpoles, while others were swallowed, and then new characters were spat out. Li Mo watched, quite amazed. About 5 minutes later, the tadpole script completely lost its glow, disappearing entirely. And the sword technique recorded in the book transformed into the Fire Crane Thousand Feathers Sword. I have gained 20 years of martial arts insights. If I add it all to the other two techniques, it still might not help me break through from great success to perfection. Let's learn the sword technique first. Little Li rubbed his hands and reasoned with himself. Well, he actually just wanted to learn the sword technique. Who wouldn't want to be a dashing sword hero, riding the winds and asking the moon? Being strong can be discussed later, looking good is a lifelong matter. With dreams in his heart, Li Mo injected all his martial arts insights into the Fire Crane Thousand Feathers. 20 years of martial arts insights successfully infused. In the first year, you became very interested and studied the Fire Crane Thousand Feathers sword earnestly, successfully entering the basics. In the 5th year, you still eagerly pursued the study of sword techniques, and the practice went very smoothly, finally training it to initial proficiency. In the 8th year, you entered a bottleneck period, without any hint of progress for a long time, and you began to doubt yourself. In the 20th year, after a long period of sitting in silence, you relied on diligent effort to summarize your sword techniques, barely achieving minor success. Li Mo opened his eyes. In an instant, the experience of countless days and nights of practice became vivid and clear in his memory. He looked at a branch outside the window. No, this was clearly an unrivaled divine sword. Breaking off the branch, he joyfully started to swing it, the branch in his hand faintly emanating a melodious wind sound. The raging sword technique prized explosive power. The refined Fire Crane Thousand Feathers inherited this strength and improved it further. Each time he hit an opponent, it left energy within them, causing red marks to appear on their body, like burning crane feathers. When the energy accumulated to its limit, it could burst out all at once. Minor success could stack the energy up to 9 layers. Once I reach the inner breath stage, I can replace the energy with inner breath. Throwing away the cracked branch, little Li was very satisfied. After calming down, he couldn't help but ponder. 20 years, and only minor success? Was it because martial skills are tougher to master than mental methods or other practices, or was it that he had no talent for swordsmanship? In the future, if I have other martial techniques, I can add some martial arts insights, then I'll know. Li Mo withdrew his thoughts. Sitting down on the ground, he began practicing his mental method. I need to speed up the opening of my meridians. This mystical body of mine seems to have more main meridians, the path to the blood energy stage is longer than others. Buzz. After a strange resonance with the heavens and earth, Li Mo entered the state of unity with heaven and man once again, as the purest essence of heaven and earth flowed into his body like water. His consciousness slowly sank, entering his own body. Inner sight. This didn't require special training. After Li Mo mastered the Fire Heart Lotus method, he could naturally do this. Of course, for others, they would probably need to reach the inner breath stage to master it proficiently. In the usual blood energy stage, one could only rely on diet, practice, and constant honing of their blood energy, then recklessly impact the meridians. But with inner sight, Li Mo could not only use essence energy to refine his blood energy but also envelop it with essence energy, accurately infusing it into the meridians. To give an analogy, the former is like a bucket of water, splashed out haphazardly. The latter is like connecting a water hose, accurate and efficient. Thus, the process of Li Mo opening his meridians could only be described as water flowing naturally. There were no so-called bottlenecks, nor could he possibly be injured. It looked simple, but achieving this point involved many factors. The mystical body, the perfected mental method, and the intense body techniques for increasing meridian strength, all were indispensable. Alas, it's a bit slow. I estimate that it won't be until midnight that I fully open the yang meridian, but... Li Mo sighed softly in his heart. He could only say this in his mind. Because if he said it out loud, others would hear and beat him up. Even the outer disciples in the sect were elites selected from lands, each generation replaced another, all aiming to enter the inner sect. The condition was to open 12 main meridians and enter the inner breath stage within 3 years.
However, in the end, only 1 out of 10 people actually succeeded. Can successfully enter the inner gate. You actually think it's slow? Unknowingly. It's late at night.
The moon, more than 10 times larger than Blue Star, casts a silver glow over the clear Abyss mountain range. In the room, the fluctuation of the heaven and earth's vitality slowly calms down.
Yang Wei is connected.
Liam O glanced up. The moon had just moved to the top of the sky.
Probably, it took 3 hours?
If others knew, they would think he had seen a ghost. But inside Liam O, the meridian that had just been opened was truly filled with mighty vitality.
Of course, this was within Li Mo's expectation.
What truly surprised him was the number of meridians in his body.
I should have 36 main meridians? Liam O was both shocked and delighted.
For a martial artist, the main meridians in the body are equivalent to an engine.
This means he could use 3 times the vitality compared to an average martial artist in the future? The gap in combat power would be even greater.
There are still 10 more days until the sect trial.
I wonder if there will be any surprises.
You see, Ying Bing had written in her evaluation that her life was fraught with difficulties. So if nothing unexpected happens, she would likely run into some trouble. If she encounters trouble, living under the same roof, will probably not be able to avoid being caught in it. A sense of urgency rose in Li Mo's heart.
He longed to break through. The vitality accumulated should still be enough to open another meridian. Li Mo mumbled to himself. After using the restroom and drinking a cup of water, he sat down again. The heaven and earth's vitality began to fluctuate again. Strangely enough, whenever he practiced, he seemed to feel no exhaustion or fatigue at all.
If it weren't for the restriction of the conversion speed between vitality and blood, rolling for 12 hours a day wouldn't be impossible.
Next door. In Ying Bing's room, many things had already frozen and broken. She never lit candles.
Because when she practiced, candles had no right to burn. In the Gue Palace, all the lighting in the palace was provided by pearl lamps made from merman fat.
2 meridians. Still not fast enough.
Ying Bing lowered her eyes and calculated a bit. The place of inheritance she aimed for required at least 8 meridians in the vitality realm. This means that in the next 10 days, she would need to open at least 6 more meridians.
Suddenly,
Ying Bing seemed to recall that this sect trial was not going to be peaceful. She had not yet successfully opened her meridians at that time and was not a participant. She only heard some rumors. It was said that a small number of disciples had gone missing during this trial. Indeed, not dead, but missing, with no body to be found.
What happened in between was unknown. Being stronger means having more assurance. I must obtain one of the 9-color primordial phoenix's fates. Ying Bing's snow-like eyes sparkled slightly.
In her previous life, by chance, she entered a secret place, which was born from the Xia soul of one of the 9-color primordial phoenix's 9 souls. Because of this, she revealed her talent and changed her fate. After that, this inheritance remained intimately connected to her. Later, whether through fortuitous encounters or by various means, she collected all 9 souls of the 9-color primordial phoenix, becoming one of her crucial supports on the road to invincibility. It can be said that among the significant opportunities in her life, the 9-color primordial phoenix ranks in the top 3. The divine ability Ying Bing created, the 9-color mysterious Phoenix Sutra, also requires possessing the 9 souls to practice.
Li Mo, is he still practicing?
He does have some perseverance.
Strangely, whenever Ying Bing thought of Li Mo being next door, a slight ripple stirred in her once ice-like heart lake.
She didn't dislike this feeling, but she hated how it affected her. What she disliked even more was that she didn't understand the origin of this emotion.
Could it be because I still owe him a personal favor? Ying Bing pondered for a moment and decided. When going to the place of inheritance, she would bring Li Mo along. Any other opportunities and there would be enough to change an ordinary person's destiny.
Perhaps it could allow him to walk out of the mansion and even the eastern wilderness in his lifetime. If he could witness the true wonders of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even if it's just a little bit, it counts for him not to have lived this life in vain. Chapter 24, A Return Gift, The Shock of Thousand Forms Martial Venerable.
The next morning, Li Mo woke up feeling refreshed.
He only slept for 2 hours, but still felt full of energy. His whole body was invigorated.
Last night, he practiced until very late.
As a result, he opened up a 3rd meridian, just a hair away from being fully opened. Not to mention anything else, his strength was much greater than before. This conclusion came when he accidentally broke a pair of chopsticks while making breakfast.
Is Ice Block still practicing? So hardworking. No wonder she can be the chosen one. Li Mo placed the breakfast into the steamer.
As long as he started a fire, it would be ready to eat, just a little attention to detail.
Are you kidding? Is this really breakfast for Ice Block? This is all investment in real gold and silver. Moreover, with Ice Block's level of destiny, she could very well surprise him. Details determine success or failure. I'm simply an investment genius. Little Lee happily gave himself this evaluation. Now, let's not even talk about his silver.
In the system space, there were 5,000 taels of gold, along with various precious and rare items.
Who knows, these might be useful in the future.
A truly successful investor understands that even a mosquito's leg is meat. I'll go to Shinfeng Cave in the morning and practice extreme soldier body.
Liu Mo was thinking about this.
He believed that having a strong body was just as important as having a high level. Although little Lee was determined to be a sword hero.
But who said a sword saint couldn't wear a tank?
Furthermore, the extreme soldier body could enhance the connection with weapons, allowing for greater power in sword techniques when he finally obtained a good sword.
Just as Liu Mo was about to leave, he hadn't walked far when he ran into a familiar figure. It was Xiao Qin.
Although he still wore the gray robe of an outer disciple, his spirit had improved a lot, looking much more upright and confident.
Inner door. Moreover, Xiao Qin's aura was much stronger than before.
Li Shidi.
Xiao Qin had obviously been waiting at the entrance of Qiushui Pavilion for a while.
Seeing the door open and Liu Mo come out, he greeted him with a hearty laugh. Thanks to you, I've returned to the Blood Qi realm with 10 meridians.
Then congratulations, Xiao Shixiong. Liu Mo was not surprised and felt quite happy.
Old Xiao was not bad, being able to avoid wasting time and seeing the light of day again soon was a good thing.
I owe it to your help.
Xiao Qin shook his head sincerely. If it weren't for your Shenjing, I fear I would have been stuck for a long time. This is a rebirth grace. It's good that you've recovered. If things go on like this, you'll be back to the inner door soon.
Liu Mo praised him without a doubt. Old Xiao must have activated the 7 stars ancient pendant. He just didn't know whether it contained a legacy, a strong person's inheritance, or perhaps, the strong person themselves? Anyway, no matter which type, Xiao Qin's future achievements wouldn't be low. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, Liu Mo seemed to sense something. Someone was spying on him? Liu Mo quickly turned his thoughts around, realizing naturally. Could it be Xiao Qin's grandfather? The friendship of providing timely help, I truly don't know how to repay.
I recently had some fortunate encounters and received a protective talisman from an elder. Xiao Qin took out a golden silk pouch from his sleeve. The shape was clearly not of this era, and the material was not ordinary gold thread. Even through it, he could feel a tranquil and gentle warmth. The only flaw was that the pouch was strung together with a rough hemp rope. Inside is a feather, left by a powerful beast of great bloodline. It can resist evil charms and nourish the body.
Such a good item, doesn't Xiao Bro need it as well? Liu Mo roughly knew who the elder Xiao Qin was talking about. Seems like he really met the grandfather.
No wonder he could take out such a good protective treasure.
It's not that useful for me anymore.
So please, Shidi, do not refuse. Xiao Qin, seeing his hesitation, spoke up a bit anxiously. Liu Mo understood in his heart but did not reveal it on his face. He smiled and took the pouch.
Then I won't be polite, thank you, brother Xiao.
Protective treasures are always welcome, no matter how many one has. Right now, I am training my extreme martial body. In the future, my physical defense will surely be very strong.
In short, my physical defense will be exceptionally high. But when facing those magical attacks, that might not be the case.
The pouch just happens to cover the shortcoming. At least I don't have to worry about being sneaked up on by all sorts of messy tricks.
1 investment, 2 returns. What a good deal. It's enough for us to share, junior brother.
Xiao Qin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and smiled. He was worried that Liu Mo would refuse to take it. Junior brother, I will take my leave now. I have some errands to run.
Xiao Qin waved his hand.
The teacher is still very weak and urgently needs materials and treasures to restore his spirit. He has to find a way to search for them. Although he knows those things are expensive, it's better to ask around first to find out where to get them. Brother, take care.
Liu Mo nodded.
After putting on the pouch, he immediately felt a bit of warmth.
Snap.
A sound came from behind. It was Ying Bing opening the window for ventilation. The ice on the window fell to the ground, shattering into pieces.
On the way down the mountain,
Xiao Qin's steps were much lighter. But before he could walk for long, the voice of Qian Xing Wuzuan echoed in his mind. Such talent, simply unmatched through the ages. His tone was steeped in admiration, even revealing shock. This man, who once claimed even the lord of the house was but an ant, clearly was a bit out of sorts now. Teacher? Xiao Qin paused in surprise, instinctively asking. Are you saying Li junior brother has great talent?
No, not him, it's that little girl.
The old man's voice seemed unable to calm his emotions now.
Little girl? Xiao Qin thought for a moment and nodded. Oh, you mean Sister Ring Bing, right?
I heard she and Li Jr. brother grew up together as childhood sweethearts and both are true disciples. In the future, they should advance side by side, perhaps they will achieve a remarkable story. Old Xiao showed a bit of a doting smile, feeling somewhat envious.
Advance side by side?
Qian Xing Wuzuan sighed softly and said, Disciple, you don't even know what she carries, people like her are born destined. Your Li Jr. brother is already quite excellent by house standards, but only within the house. That little girl, perhaps in the future, will shine brightly across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I never expected that after I have passed, I would still be fortunate enough to witness such an existence at its beginnings. Xiao Qin was baffled upon hearing this. Just yesterday, the teacher had that aloof demeanor, didn't this attitude change a bit too quickly? It felt quite sudden. But, teacher, you told me yesterday not to belittle myself. If you could reach the realms I once had, you might be lucky enough to see her soar across the 9 heavens. Qian Xing Wuzuan said with emotion. It seemed even just being a witness was a very honorable thing. He gave the fire sparrow feather, which Xiao Qin then gifted to Liu Mo, originating from one of his close friends. Without familiarity, he feared he could not perceive it so clearly. Xiao Qin was a bit dazed. He hadn't even been out of the house, let alone to the eastern wilderness domain or the 9 heavens and 10 earths outside. He had no idea what that concept really entailed. Qian Xing Wuzuan continued. For the house, Qingyuan sect is a massive entity, but in the eastern wilderness domain, it is not so significant. All I can do for you is to give you a chance to see the vastness of the world. That girl may one day have her place in the legends of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. You will understand the gap between that in the future. The old man's voice paused for a moment and then continued. When one person achieves the way, even chickens and dogs can rise to heaven. Since Li Mo and Ing Bing have a childhood sweetheart bond, the future achievements will never be low. After all, they will not be worse than yours. Let's keep in touch more. Invisibly, the attitude of the 1,000 Forms martial master has changed. From supporting to keeping in touch more. And this change, was it just because of junior sister Ing Bing? I have a good rapport with junior brother Li, he is my first friend. Xiao Qin's smile is full of carefree spirit. Since he is a friend, why think too much? Your mindset is quite good. I hope you can maintain your original intentions, ha ha ha. The old man couldn't help but be infected by his smile. But then, perhaps because he had spoken too much, his voice sounded a bit unreal. I hope to find something beneficial to the soul today. Xiao Qin quickened his steps down the mountain. Chapter 25, Investment in Returnees, the Enlightenment of Little by Little. On the way from Qiushui Pavilion to Divine Arm Mountain. Walking for about a stick of incense. Ahead, the mountain gate could already be seen. At this moment, a long line had formed in front of the mountain gate. An outer gate steward sat there, welcoming and sending off, with a pile of identity badges stacked in front of him. Li Zhenchuan. The old woman saw Li Mo and took the initiative to salute. Although the true disciple has no real power within the gate, in terms of status, it is definitely higher than that of the outer gate steward. This old woman looks somewhat familiar to Li Mo. She had once read his fortune, determining a third-grade talent. The surrounding outer gate disciples, seeing his white cloud-patterned robe, were filled with envy and yearning. Yet no one hesitated, each handed their badge to the old woman, shouldered their bags, and walked out of the mountain gate. What are they doing? Li Mo couldn't help but be curious. At this point, it shouldn't be time for the outer gate disciples to be expelled. Why are so many people lining up to submit their badges, as if they intend to withdraw from Qingyuan sect? Because the sect's trial is imminent, and since it is called a trial, it will indeed carry some danger. The old woman opened her left hand, 3 fingers remaining. I see. Li Mo thought a bit and understood the old woman's meaning. Not everyone has the confidence to compete for the inner gate. To stay, one must participate in the sect's trial. If you lose a limb and do not enter the inner gate, in the end, you will be expelled from Qingyuan, and then even living will become a problem. Dying during the trial is not impossible as well. Many people didn't think about entering the inner gate after joining. The old woman shook her head, casually putting away the badges she had just collected. Learning some skills in the outer gate, returning home to open a martial arts hall or becoming a constable, that is a bright future in the eyes of many. Li Mo couldn't help but feel emotions. Martial arts is a river against the current, most people can't even be counted as fish swimming upstream, just sand swept by the water. If it weren't for the hand he held, his future wouldn't be much better. He would probably return to the county, under his father's arrangement, and become a city guard captain. Just as he was about to leave. But strangely, he still used his ever-open heavenly destiny eye to scan the crowd in front of him. Suddenly, information about many people appeared before his eyes.
Name, Wu Bing. Age, 19. Root bone, none.
Realm, Blood Chi Realm 3 Meridians.
Destiny, white. Evaluation, Bing's martial arts achievements are not ideal.
Recent experience, recently received a letter, the third husband of Widow Wang at the village head died, preparing to return home to pursue love.
Looking around.
The Outer Gate disciples who voluntarily left Qingyuan sect, most of their destinies were white or gray.
There is basically no investment value.
For example, this one called Wu Bing.
Helping him pursue Widow Wang, what reward could he eventually get?
The worst case would be a few copper coins, and the better possibility could be a special item, such as Widow Wang's apron. Of course, there are exceptions.
Name, Lu Hui. Age, 19. Root bone, none.
Realm, Blood Chi Realm 3 Meridians.
Destiny, black. Evaluation, an old unlucky soul.
Recent experience, on his way home, encountered an immortal trap, failed to rescue the beauty, but was instead stabbed in the back by the woman.
Li Mo sighed softly after reading it. After all, it was a life.
He could not help but watch everything with indifference. Even if it was a stranger, as long as there was no deep-seated hatred, he would not want to see the other die without understanding.
Lu Hui. Li Jinchuan?
Lu Hui was stunned for a moment, pointing at himself, seemingly unable to believe that the famous Li Jinchuan had called his name. He racked his brains but could not figure out what relation he had with the other party.
Excuse me, Li Jinchuan, what can I do for you? Are you passing by Qinghai County on your way back home? Li Mo came forward to ask.
Not really. Lu Hui replied, confused.
Qinghai County? That was not just out of the way, it was practically a detour to his grandmother's house.
He could have taken the water route, returning home downstream, but if he went to Qinghai County, he would have to travel by land.
However, something that left him even more baffled happened next.
Li Mo unexpectedly pulled out a small gold bar, about the thickness of a thumb, from his sleeve.
How about now?
It's on the way, on the way. Lu Hui was not foolish and quickly reacted. Li Jinchuan wanted him to make a trip to Qinghai County. That small gold bar looked like it weighed 4 or 5 taels, enough to buy a house when returning home.
Well, as long as it's on the way.
Please deliver a message to Li Dalong, the county lieutenant in Qinghai County.
Please say on, Jinchuan.
Moments later, Lu Hui left happily with the gold bar in hand. On his head, the black destiny had suddenly turned white again.
His recent experience had transformed into detour back home, met with the head of Yangwei escort agency on the way, becoming an escort.
And in Li Mo's ears, a clear voice rang out.
Congratulations, host, investment successful, saved a life. Investment feedback, 2 years of martial arts insight. Although Lu Hui was not a person of destiny, just an ordinary person in the crowd, he still brought Li Mo 2 years of martial arts insight. This is quite a pleasant surprise.
Li Mo's mouth curled up, he hadn't thought too much about it. Martial arts insight, a good thing, the more the better, even a little is necessary.
It's all about accumulating small gains into large ones. Thus, Li Mo began to replicate the method. 5 minutes later. Congratulations, host, investment successful, saved a life. Investment feedback, 2 years of martial arts insight. 10 minutes later. Congratulations, host, investment successful, saved a life. Investment feedback, 2 years of martial arts insight. Half an hour later. Congratulations, host, investment successful, saved a life. Investment feedback, 2 years of martial arts insight. Don't say.
This world is not particularly peaceful, there are both natural disasters and man-made calamities, and quite a few unexpected people encountered on the way home.
Some met fierce tigers and thought their newly learned 6 harmonies fist could withstand it? Then they failed and became a meal.
Some encountered unscrupulous shops and were made into human meat buns. In short, Li Mo understood why when he came to Fuqing, his father spent a lot of money hiring escort protection.
These several unfortunate souls also brought Li Mo remarkable gains. 8 years of martial arts insight earned.
If he gets another 20 or 30 years of martial arts insight, he could possibly bring a certain martial art to perfection. Before the sect trial, people will continuously leave the sect. He can come to look every day, regularly brush investments.
Li Mo was in a good mood.
There were 13 days until the sect trial. Even if fewer people left the sect later, he still had a chance to gather 70 or 80 years of martial arts insight. This would be enough to elevate several of his martial arts skills to another level.
Li Mo looked around the crowd again.
There were no more young men with dark destinies.
He walked with satisfaction towards the divine weapon peak.
But that's okay, he would come again tomorrow. He had just asked, and disciples leaving the sect to return home would all come to the mountain gate in the morning. In any case, he planned to go to Divine Weapon Peak every day, passing through here daily. Chapter 26, The Young Master of Rare Beast Peak, 4th layer of the Divine Blade Cave. Time passed. 10 days later. The young man entered the Divine Blade Cave. In his eyes reflected the cold light within the cave, flashing with a sharp glimmer for an instant. But the innocent smile on the young man's face. It almost made people think that the sharpness just now was an illusion. Hey, Legion has arrived. Junior brother Morone asked about you this morning. TSK, practicing body refinement every day. Junior brotherly, you must have a special constitution just like junior brother Morone. In recent days, the disciples of the Divine Weapon Peak have become somewhat familiar with Li Mo. This is because Legion has no airs about him, treating everyone with the same warmth as a spring breeze. Last time someone was injured, if it weren't for Legion taking out the medicine in time, that inner sect disciple's hand would have likely been ruined. Thus, in just 10 short days, outsiders would have thought that Li Mo was the true disciple of the Divine Weapon Peak. After greeting everyone, Li Mo walked through the corridor and entered the second floor of the Divine Edge Cave. He did not use the extreme battlefield body, yet felt no discomfort at all. Name, Li Mo. Age, 16. Bone structure, profound fetal celestial body. Realm, blood and chi realm, 8 meridians. Destiny? Evaluation, bearer of the celestial body, chaotic fate, future unknown. Recent experiences in the Divine Edge Cave tempered his body to the peak of mortal weapons. With one more step, he can reach the level of a sharp weapon. If the physical body can be as tough as a sharp weapon, I could go down to the 4th level and take a look. If that doesn't work, I'll use my martial path comprehension to perfect the extreme battlefield body. In 10 days, he accumulated 76 years of martial path comprehension. Not to mention perfection, even putting all his effort into the extreme battlefield body could possibly push it to the transformative realm. But there is no need for that for now. Training emphasizes the word practice. To make progress, one must repeatedly refine oneself over time, otherwise, no matter how strong the theory, it is just theory. Unlike swordsmanship, where every slight improvement brings greater power. He stepped into the 3rd level. Li Mo walked to the end, took a calm heart pill, then sat cross-legged. At the entrance of the Divine Edge Cave. Name. Noticing someone approaching, the inner sect steward spoke without raising his head. In Hua Chang. The visitor calmly reported his name. The steward was shocked in his heart and quickly stood up. Before him stood a young man in his 20s, thin in frame, seemingly unable to fully fill his cloud-patterned white robe. His facial features were indeed handsome, but paled to a sickly degree. A black mole on his brow darkened his aura considerably. Of course, the steward's sudden change in attitude was not because of In Huacheng's status as a true disciple. The current Beast Treasure Peak Master also shares the surname In. So it's true disciple In. Long time no see, how has Master In been? Thank you for your concern. In Huacheng responded with indifference, showing little interest in giving the steward any extra courtesy. However, after receiving the waste token, the steward still promptly took notes. May I ask, true disciple In, why have you entered the Divine Edge Cave? To refine the body and acquire weapons. In Huacheng, true disciple of the Beast Treasure Peak. Entry into the Divine Edge Cave, body refining, weapon acquisition. After recording, In Huacheng took back his waste token and stepped into the Divine Edge Cave. True disciple In? Didn't he just come back not long ago? He must have only recently broken through. Could he have already condensed his inner breath into form, stepping into the observation realm? That's hard to say. If true disciple In is refining his body, he should also be going to the 3rd level. Wouldn't that mean he runs into true disciple Li? The people on the 1st floor of the Divine Edge Cave could not help but whisper among themselves. But before they could say more, the murmurs suddenly died down. Because not far away, In Huacheng had already turned around, his gaze sweeping over the disciples of the Divine Weapon Peak present. For some reason, when he looked at them, everyone felt as if they were being watched by a fierce beast. In Huacheng narrowed his eyes and said, "When did the sect get a true disciple Li?" It was during this year's entrance ceremony. He just entered our Qingyuan sect." Someone answered. The next moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. In Huacheng's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and abruptly appeared right in front of him, and the gaze staring at him seemed to have turned into vertical pupils. A newly admitted disciple entered the 3rd level of the Divine Edge Cave. Are you trying to joke with me? No. How could I dare? The inner disciple swallowed hard. Everyone knows that true disciple Li comes here every day. On the first day, even Elder Hancha was scared to go down to find him. The result is that he is totally fine. Everyone around nodded repeatedly. In Huacheng was half believing, with a flash of anger in his eyes. After standing in place for a few seconds, he coldly snorted and turned to leave. Only then did everyone feel the oppressive heaviness in their chests disappear, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Once his back disappeared completely, someone spat softly.
This Yin Wanjin, isn't he just dealing with beasts on the rare beast peak? Has he lost his mind?
Don't talk nonsense. If he reaches the divine vision realm, he might hear us.
Li Zhenjuan is better, he even invites us for drinks. That's not saying much.
Walking on the second floor of the Divine Edge Cave, Yin Huacheng was indeed in a very bad mood. He had paid an unimaginable price to gain this body strength and finally entered the third level of body refinement.
But now suddenly someone said, a newly admitted disciple, why should he? Isn't this saying that all his efforts were a joke? So what if Morong Shao has half-demon blood? Then where did Li Zhenjuan come from? Could it be that he also has some kind of demon blood? Step.
Yin Huacheng stepped into the third level. His flesh suddenly began to twist irregularly, his thin body rapidly swelling as if inflated. Tiny, dense fuzz appeared on the surface of his skin, and his arms instantly became longer.
He became stronger.
But in various parts of his body, there were faint animal traits, appearing extremely strange.
My 100 beasts blood refining is only missing a few forms. At that time, it will definitely be true ultimate skill, ha ha ha.
Feeling endless power, Yin Huacheng chuckled softly and strode forward. The sharp intent hit him, but it was all blocked by the iron-cast feathers.
10 minutes later.
Suddenly, he came to an abrupt stop. Not far ahead, he saw a boy sitting cross-legged, surrounded by dozens or hundreds of various weapons, all of which were famous items. This was probably half of the famous items in the third level of the Divine Edge Cave.
Yin Huacheng's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, glaring at those vertical pupils. Feeling the tremor of the ground, Liamo opened his eyes and looked back.
Goodness, not turning back didn't know, but turning back startled him.
What on earth is that? That shouldn't be a person, right?
No one said there were monsters in the Divine Edge Cave. Well, anyway, my physical body is already comparable to a weapon. I can try going to the fourth level.
Liamo hesitated for only 3 1/3 seconds before standing up,
taking advantage of the monster not reacting. He patted the dust off his butt, didn't even look at the famous items around him, and stepped into the fourth level.
And as he left, those famous items all slid back into their original positions, clear distinctions made.
Creak. In Yin Huacheng's heart, it seemed something shattered.
It was his fragile Dao heart.
He schemed for so long to obtain a famous item, yet the other party didn't even bother to look. He conducted hundreds or thousands of experiments for body refinement, even becoming a monster, yet he still dared not approach the fourth level of the Divine Edge Cave.
The newcomer, who was born with a silver spoon, Yin Huacheng's mentality immediately collapsed a bit. Why not choose me? Why does he get to?
The flesh on his body began to twist again, faintly showing signs of losing control. Yin Huacheng went crazy, smashing and venting his dissatisfaction. But here are all famous items.
Famous items have spirits, and it's not just a joke. Chapter 27, Shi Shao Sword, 100 Beasts Blood Refining. Was that really a monster just now? Liamo thought and then felt something was off. The Divine Edge Cave is within the Qingyuan sect, and there are inner door stewards guarding the entrance. How could a monster get in? Maybe it's just an ugly senior brother. Liamo no longer tangled over this matter. Step.
His steps had already landed on the ground of the fourth level. The sharp killing intent that hit him directly, even though he had just started to see results in body refinement, made him feel almost overwhelming pressure in an instant. A flesh body comparable to the peak of ordinary weapons. Suddenly, a slight sting came.
Just the diffused aura is so terrifying.
Stronger than the third layer by more than 10 times.
Liamo gently breathed in, instantly feeling a slight numbness in his 5 organs.
Fortunately, he practiced his organs and meridians together, otherwise, he feared he wouldn't be able to hold on.
What weapons are nurtured in this layer? Liamo raised his gaze.
He saw the vast fourth layer. One half was frozen with frost, while the other half was so hot that the air distorted. It must be known that this was in a cave. This scene was, to say the least, unbelievable. The remaining weapons had also diminished significantly. All in all, there were only 9 stone platforms, each with a weapon inserted. On the first one was a long sword that was entirely bright red and crystal-like. As Liamo stepped forward, he found that there were also inscriptions before the stone platform. First-generation God Weapon Summit Master Zhu Zichong, inspired by the dual suns in the sky, forged after the Burning Void Sword ranked 5th in the 9 provinces God Weapon list, created as a mysterious weapon and named Qi Shao. This was the first line of inscription on the stone platform.
Mysterious weapon.
Weapons were divided into ordinary tools, sharp tools, fierce tools, and famous tools. Above the famous tools, there are 5 levels of mysterious weapons.
A mysterious weapon. As for what is above the mysterious weapon, Liamo had no idea, he hadn't even heard of it.
But according to the inscriptions on the stone platform, if this mysterious weapon is merely a replica, then its prototype, the Burning Void Sword, must be even more powerful. The 9 Provinces God Weapon List. The first generation God Weapon Summit Master. Liamo was astonished in his heart. As far as he knew, now the God Weapon Summit took a long time to produce even one famous weapon. In the past, could they even forge mysterious weapons? Doesn't that mean that when this sword was forged, the Dayu dynasty had just unified the world not long ago? There were more words below, and Liamo continued to read. 4th generation master of Qing Tian Sex Chuan Yu Peak, Qin Xiaoming, today taking the sword. 6th generation master of Qing Tian Sex Chuan Yu Peak, Luo Rulong, respectfully asking for the Qishao sword. 13th generation master of Qing Tian Sex Luoxia Peak, Yu Hong, with the fiery sun sword technique entering the transformation realm, requesting the Qishao sword. The further back one goes, the longer the interval between the masters coming to take the sword. Liamo couldn't help but feel a surge of thoughts. This indicates that the number of people in the Qing Tian sect qualified to wield this mysterious weapon is decreasing. Moreover, this sword seems to have been lost for a period of time. 33rd generation master of Qing Tian Sex Chuan Yu Peak, Shang Wu, killed the Tian-ranked assassin of Shiyu Tower, recovering the Qishao sword. Liamo scanned the 9 stone platforms. There were clearly distinctions of time among them, but the recorded content was mostly similar to the first one. 3 of them were empty. It was uncertain whether they were lost or in the hands of certain high-ranking sect members. He roughly understood. What was placed here were the mysterious weapons forged by the generations of God Weapon Summit. As long as one could gain the recognition of a mysterious weapon, they could become its master. Once one was no longer capable of wielding the mysterious weapon, it must be returned. How can one become the master of the weapon? It was a lie to say that Liamo wasn't envious. A mysterious weapon. He dreamed of possessing the handsome long sword. On this stone platform, there were only 2 swords. One was called Tian Shuang, and the other was this Qishao. Buzz. Suddenly, a sound of sword singing rang out. It seemed to sense Li Mo's approach. The Qishao sword inserted in the stone platform vibrated continuously. In the next second, Li Mo's vision blurred. Not far away, a swordsman with a sword stood erect appeared. The swordsman's face was unclear, he wore the simplest of short shirts, yet a fierce aura emanated from him. The other party did not speak, but Liamo seemed to understand their meaning. Please draw the sword. Draw the sword? Liamo took out a steel sword returned from the system space. This was his first practical use of sword techniques, and he felt a little excited in his heart. Am I afraid of you with my small mastery of high-level sword techniques? 10 minutes later. Liamo instinctively covered his chest and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Just now, in a daze, he felt as if he was pierced through the chest by a sword. Even though he wasn't actually hurt, he still felt a burning phantom pain. His moderately accomplished sword techniques couldn't even withstand 5 moves. The red sky sword ceased its humming and fell silent once more. It seems that to become the master of weapons, one must cultivate a superior martial skill to its ultimate state. Looking at the words left on the stone platform, Liamo regained his composure. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and sat down to refine his body. The further one goes with martial skills, the greater the difficulty increases exponentially. 76 years of comprehension in martial arts is not enough to push the fire crane Thousand Feathers to its ultimate state. If I could last 100 years, then perhaps I could give it a try. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze toward a nearby stone wall. On the first day entering the God's Edge cave, I felt something calling me. But clearly, there is no path ahead. Could it be that I need to shatter this stone wall? At the entrance of the God's Edge cave, a silence fell over the crowd. Because just moments before, the once high and mighty In Hua Chang was now stumbling out of the cave, looking quite disheveled. His eyes were filled with gloomy anger, his cloud-patterned clothes were torn into strips, and his body was covered in blood marks. He wasn't seriously injured, after all, those famous weapons were not under anyone's control, they acted on their own, and for his physique, it was merely a few surface wounds. But what he couldn't understand was why all the famous weapons rejected him so vehemently, yet were eager in their pursuit of a newly initiated disciple. It was like chasing a goddess for years, only to see her turn to embrace a stranger she had just met for a few days. It was infuriating. I am still not strong enough. In Hua Chang clenched his fists and walked to the back mountain of the Divine Soldier Peak. In the distance, he could see someone waiting there. That person was tall and robust. It was Fu Tuesday. What happened to you? Seeing his disheveled appearance, Fu Tu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Where is the new vessel I asked for? In Hua Chang clasped his hands behind his back and did not answer his question. It's Wang Hu, with tiger arms and a leopard waist, the beast type has already been fed. Fu Tu showed a trace of sneer at the corner of his mouth, he even thanked me. Good. In Hua Chang nodded with a flicker in his eyes.
Fu Tu knew that he was someone who couldn't tolerate the slightest loss, so he continued. Patience is key, you should wait for the sect trial to take action. I have my own judgment.
Yin Hua Chang replied with some impatience.
After a moment, he spoke again.
Recently, a group of outer disciples will be leaving the sect to return home.
You won't let them go either?
Fu Tu studied his expression seriously. Yin Hua Chang snorted coldly, having gained benefits from Qingyuan sect, there's no way they can just leave in glory. Those useless ones might as well serve some purpose, that would be their luck.
The blood sacrifice of beasts is no wonder it's a forbidden technique.
Practicing it too much can indeed damage one's mind.
Fu Tu sneered internally but pretended to hesitate on the surface. Don't forget who guaranteed your entry into the Qingyuan sect.
Yin Hua Chang's tone carried a hint of threat. Fu Tu had not intended to refuse, after feigning a bit of reluctance, he nodded.
Fine, I will think of a way for you.
Just as he was about to leave, he took only a few steps when Yin Hua Chang's voice called out behind him.
What about that newly appointed disciple Li? What's his background? He is the sole heir of the Jade Peak.
Fu Tu squinted with a half-smile, you'd better not have thoughts about him, if you provoke Shangwu, Evening Peak Master won't be able to save you.
Jade Peak. Li Mo.
Yin Hua Chang mumbled, seemingly trying to memorize this name. The fourth layer of the God's Edge Cave, only the elders of the various peaks or those who had achieved mastery in observational realms would have a chance to directly face the mysterious weapons.
That kid must possess some extraordinary treasures, right, it must be because of those treasures.
Yin Hua Chang's anger faded, replaced by a strong sense of fiery passion.
Chapter 28, The Pan-Calamity Falling Starhammer. Little Li still had no idea he was being targeted.
In the fourth layer of the God's Edge Cave, the air vibrated with the sharp energy of weapons, and the fierce wind howled, making the cave seem ghostly. If one's body had not been tempered and lacked special methods, they would likely be blown to pieces by the sharp wind in an instant.
Yet the youth's body stood firm, unwavering.
Through his clothes, which had turned to rags, one could see his skin faintly shimmering with the light of treasures.
Who?
Hiss. At this moment, Li Mo's body, which was in the breakthrough stage, was like a weapon being sharpened. Under the sharpening of sharpness, the rust gradually faded, revealing its edge.
Most disciples of Qingyuan sect used ordinary weapons.
Only a few inner disciples could possess a sharp weapon. Some were taken from the Divine Blade Cave, while others were purchased outside. And now, Li Mo's body was moving closer to becoming a sharp weapon.
Suddenly, the dissipating aura abruptly became even more fierce.
The treasure light on Li Mo's body grew stronger and finally reached a critical point. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the strong sharpness in his gaze flickered as he opened his mouth to lightly exhale.
Puff!
The mountain wall opposite him actually caved in a small pit.
A mouthful of impure air, like a sharp arrow.
If it hit someone at the early blood realm, it would probably leave them heavily injured if not dead.
Li Mo stood up, completely unconcerned about his tattered clothes.
He clenched his palm, feeling the surging power. He picked up a piece of blue stone and applied slight force. Silently, the stone powder slipped through his fingers. A body comparable to a sharp weapon. Not to mention 9th grade exotic beasts, even the 8th grade ones would find it hard to break my defense. Li Mo waved the stone powder in his palm, examining it under the dim light, growing increasingly satisfied.
The skin color didn't change, it seemed whiter instead?
Like it had been polished.
Thank you.
Li Mo sincerely bowed towards the 6 mystic weapons, including the Qishao sword. Buzz. The mystic weapons emitted slight buzzing sounds, as if in response.
Then, Li Mo walked to the end of the 4th layer of the Divine Blade Cave.
Holding the luminous pearl in his left hand, he tapped on the stone wall with his right index finger. The sound was crisp and not dull.
Hollow inside? Li Mo raised an eyebrow.
Using the glow of the luminous pearl, he noticed that the stone wall before him had a slight color difference from the surrounding cave walls, as if it had been artificially constructed later.
After pondering for a moment. Bang!
Li Mo's fist shot out like a dragon, the power of the 8 meridians in the blood realm and his body comparable to a sharp weapon exploded. The powerful force made the stone wall collapse with a thunderous roar.
Sure enough, there is a path.
Li Mo's eyes sparkled. But before he could rejoice, the strong wind howled, as if countless sharp arrows were shooting towards him. The overwhelming killing aura seemed to condense into substance.
Li Mo! Exclamation point.
In shock, he quickly activated his extreme soldier body to its fullest. He struggled to open his eyes. He saw a passage barely wide enough for one person, with strong red and blue lights dimly coming from the other side. Inside the basketball court-sized cave, there were 2 pools. One pool resembled lava, and the other looked like ice-cold frost, flowing out towards the cave. At the confluence of the 2 pools, a pitch-black hammer was silently standing there, diverting the merging waters of fire and ice.
Boom! It was clearly just a hammer shaking. But it felt as if the whole divine weapon peak was shaking. Just a glance made Liemo feel as if his mind exploded. In a daze, he saw a burly man with sideburns, holding the hammer, smashing a sword blade on an anvil, sparks flying. Shi Shao? Tian Guan? These two mystic weapons were both forged by this hammer? Before Liemo could think more, the scene before him changed again. He saw the hammer still being held by the burly man with sideburns, striking down on a dragon's head resembling a small mountain, which exploded, leaving only the dragon's horn. He also saw this hammer later in the hands of other strong warriors, killing various powerful beings. Even with one strike, it directly reduced an entire mountain to powder. Booming. Not good, it seems there's an earthquake. When Liemo came to his senses, he realized that was not an illusion, the entire divine weapon peak was truly shaking. He hurriedly ran outside. While running, a voice inexplicably echoed in his heart. It was not human speech, but he could understand the meaning within. I am waiting for you. Is it that hammer? Divine Weapon Peak, Forging Institute. Hiss. A puff of white smoke rose. The cold crane took off his coat. Don't be fooled by his aged appearance, his upper body was truly muscular and fearsome. He took out the quenched weapon, a three-pronged spear that seemed to swallow blades, sparkling coldly. Master, you have forged another famous weapon. Morong Shao relaxed and looked at him with full respect. Recently, he had been practicing the cloak hammer under Hanha's guidance. Ah, a famous weapon. Once, many true masters came from my divine blade peak, and they were all able to forge mystical weapons. Elder Hanha took a sip of tea, gently caressing the newly forged spear. Master, you will definitely be able to in the future. I am old, it might be difficult in this life. Hanha shook his head, then looked at Morong Shao with eager eyes. You have the body of a half-demon, if you practice hard, you might be fortunate enough to wield the anvil of cataclysm. Before he finished speaking. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains trembled, with cries filling the air. Elder Hanha suddenly stood up, his brow furrowed tightly. He seemed to realize something and shot out instantly. In an instant, Hanha's figure appeared at the mouth of the Divine Blade Cave. The earth is shaking. Run, quick, run! Those still in the cave all started to flee, wishing they had two more legs to escape faster. Liemo also ran out. His clothes were tattered, looking like a wild person. Morong Shao met him head-on. Seeing his clothes in tatters, he hurried over to check. Li brother, what happened to you? I just accidentally tore my clothes while practicing. Liemo replied, his heart racing with unease. Today's commotion was definitely caused by him. The elders are all here, what happened? Morong Shao suddenly said. Following his gaze, Liemo saw 9 figures standing at the cave's entrance. Masters are here. Liemo realized the seriousness of the matter. The disturbance in the Divine Blade Cave must have been caused by that hammer. What rank of weapon could it be? Li brother, do you want to come with me to change clothes? That sounds good. After the two left, at the entrance of the Divine Blade Cave. Hanha, could it be? Chen Bufan asked tentatively. Elder Hanha nodded. That's right, it's the Anvil of Cataclysm. You don't seem like a great master, what exactly happened? A middle-aged man who resembled In Huacheng 7 Points spoke up. He was the peak elder of Rare Beast Peak In Huaxian. Shangwu half opened her eyes, chuckling. Old man, you're always so temperamental. As soon as she said that, the other 8 shot her angry glares. Hanha snorted coldly. Shangwu, do not speak carelessly about our Divine Blade Peak's ancestral treasures. The reason why Divine Blade Peak was named so was naturally because it possessed a true divine weapon. The Anvil of Cataclysm. Before the establishment of the Clear Abyss sect, it already existed in the Divine Blade Cave. Later, only those elders who reached the Great Master level could bring it out when forging a mystical weapon. It was used, but not controlled. Only the sect leader and the peak elders knew about it. It's useless to say more, let's go down and take a look. Shui Jing stroked his long beard. The elders exchanged glances, all nodding. They walked in silence. After a short while, they arrived at the 4th level of the Divine Blade Cave, where the mystical weapons were placed. Upon seeing that huge hole, they couldn't help but narrow their eyes. This hole seems to have been blasted open by brute force? There are no traces of internal energy or intent. Who did this? The elders looked at each other, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Clearly, the one who opened this hole was not among them. Just as they were puzzled, they noticed Elder Hanha's expression was unusual. Next, they also looked toward the bottom level of the Divine Blade Cave, where ice and fire intertwined. Shangwu raised an eyebrow, smiling. Hanha, it seems this old antique hammer has recognized its master. Everyone. Upon discovering this fact, everyone gasped in shock. A divine weapon. Han's face twitched, and he stood there blankly, as if he had lost his soul. Recognized its master, recognized who? Qian Bufan tried to calm himself. No one answered.
This is interesting, letting a divine weapon recognize its master.
But then left it behind.
Yin Hua's eyes sparkled.
It can't be that you can't lift it, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a divine weapon recognize someone who can't lift it as its master?
Han He trembled uncontrollably, his voice hoarse.
For a moment, the scene fell into silence. After a while, it was still Han He who spoke first. I will investigate this matter. If I find any leads, I will report to the sect master and discuss with my fellow peak elders. Should we block this cave?
After the sect's trial, new true disciples and inner sect members will come to Divine Blade Cave to select weapons.
I think it's unnecessary.
Indeed, new disciples probably won't come here.
They discussed a few points.
The elders of various peaks left Divine Blade Cave one after another. Only Elder Han He remained standing, his figure cast against the wall by the glow of ice and fire. For a long time, he looked despondent and sighed softly.
Don't you wish to be just a forging hammer? Chapter 29, Learning the Sword, preparing to go to the inheritance site with Ying Bing. Autumn Water Pavilion. Night fell, a bit chilly.
Today, there were only 3 small dishes on the table, not made by Liu Mo, but taken from the dining hall. Ying Bing held her bowl, her cheeks slightly moving. After eating only half a bowl, she put down her chopsticks.
Today's meal was indeed tasteless.
Ying Bing had never cared much about food, as long as it was clean and filled her stomach. For her, eating was only necessary because her current body still needed nourishment, nothing more. Her appetite, like other desires, was very faint. Before tasting hot pot and barbecue, it was indeed like this. I could endure the darkness if I had never seen the light.
This principle also applies to food.
Now, looking at these ordinary dishes, Ying Bing felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. She caught a glimpse of the boy across from her. The young man was mechanically pushing his food around, a face full of life's doubts.
Classmate Li's mood was indeed extremely complex. Panjia Meteor Hammer, Divine Weapon.
At that time, Morong Sha whispered to him that there might be unusual movements from the divine weapon beneath Divine Blade Cave.
Li Mo's expression was incredibly vivid.
I have made small progress in swordsmanship, but the Qishao sword completely disregards me. But I clearly have not practiced hammer techniques, yet the divine hammer is quite fond of me. That hammer, to say it's the father of the Qishao sword would not be an exaggeration.
Could it be that he is simply not suited to learn the sword, but to practice with the hammer?
In his mind, the image of himself with a charming smirk, swinging a hammer and smashing an enemy's skull, inevitably surfaced.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. Liu Mo slammed down his chopsticks, dispelling the image in his mind.
He had no desire to continue eating. He perversely picked up the long sword, stepping into the courtyard. Holding the azure steel sword, he personally began practicing the sword techniques for the first time. The sword light flowed, and he was brisk and energetic. At his age, achieving a small proficiency in a high-level sword technique would definitely earn him praise from any elder who saw it.
10 days of small progress. There is some talent for swordsmanship.
Ying Bing also thought it was quite eye-catching. Of course, he was still far from being a true sword genius. Even without previous life experiences and perspectives. For her, learning a high-level sword technique to small proficiency only took half an hour. However, in the path of the sword, there were even more terrifying geniuses than her. Born with a heart and bones for the sword, any sword technique, with just one glance, could be transformed, creating exceptional sword techniques at 10 years old and mastering divine-level techniques at 20. Such people genuinely exist. They also left a profound impression on Ying Bing as a defeated opponent. And then there was the little princess of Dayu, born for the sword, her talent unmatched in the world, even more terrifying.
If Liu Mo knew what she was thinking, he would probably just bitterly smile. A family knows its own affairs. He has practiced swordsmanship for more years than his actual age. Now he could only be barely considered presentable. Then his true talent might only be deemed support for defense. I don't feel any progress at all. Not even a glimpse of the bright dawn of great achievement. Liu Mo practiced his sword skill, and he had to admit one thing.
This was not called sword practice. At most, it could only be called sword dancing because he made no progress after one round. He didn't even know which direction he should strive towards. People are not afraid of hard work, they are afraid of not finding the direction to work hard in.
Could it be that he really was not cut out to be a swordsman? Your sword technique relies on restraint and withholding.
A familiar, clear voice suddenly rang in his ears. Before Liu Mo could react, a long, slender, and fair hand had already taken the blue steel sword from his grip.
The longer you can accumulate energy, the stronger the power will be when it finally erupts. Swish. Thus, drawing your sword should be like embroidering flowers, controlling each bit of your strength. Swish. The stronger your control, the more energy you can accumulate. Under the moonlight, a beautiful girl danced gracefully with her sword. When she used the sword, she was focused and serious, her movements carrying a harmonious beauty that was not of this world. Like an ice lotus blooming slowly in a mountain pool, it had gone through the 4 seasons and had finally opened. Liamo was dazed and distracted. But soon, he felt a bit confused. The ice girl clearly had never practiced Fire Crane Thousand Feathers, right? Was what she said true? 20 years of martial arts insight successfully infused. Little Li chose to breeze through it. After all, the sect trial was coming soon, and improving his sword technique would definitely come in handy. In the first year, thanks to Ying Bing's guidance, you found the correct practice direction for Fire Crane Thousand Feathers. In the 5th year, you worked hard to practice control over the sword, and finally, you could keep 17 feathers without releasing them. In the 7th year, as you went further, control became harder to practice, even a tiny bit of progress required enormous effort, and you spent 2 years with no improvement. In the 13th year, through diligent effort, you finally integrated the techniques into your body's instincts, and you could keep 24 feathers. In the 20th year, you successfully left 30 feathers on the wooden dummy for the first time. Fire Crane Thousand Feathers sword technique, great success. Li Mo. Like water, swordsmanship experience surged into his mind. But he couldn't feel a bit happy in his heart. The ice girl's guidance was indeed correct. What was certain was that she had never practiced the sword technique, she had only watched him practice it once. Then she could guide him? Though he didn't want to use this word, Liamo had to admit that he was filled with such horror. Boom boom boom. A series of muffled sounds. The girl turned and sheathed her sword, and behind her, the bamboo suddenly showed dozens of feather marks that exploded into dazzling ice flowers. But she didn't look back, she just softly asked. Did you learn it? Li Mo. I got it. It was clear that the ice girl meant no sarcasm. She really wanted to teach him, she truly believed that he could make progress just by watching once. Liamo suddenly remembered that in his past life, he asked a top student about math problems, and the person wrote down 4 different solutions without looking up. Each one exceeded the level of his understanding. Then they sincerely asked him, did you get it? Show me one. The sword was thrown back to him. Li Mo's feelings were complicated as he took the sword and practiced. In Ying Bing's slightly lowered eyes, the boy's somewhat awkward figure was reflected, and she showed a hint of satisfaction. Not bad. If she could teach him, then he was not too foolish, and he could be considered talented in sword practice. I practiced correctly, right? Liamo turned around but found the space behind him empty. The window on the 2nd floor had closed again, and a thin layer of ice rapidly formed on the glass. It seemed she had gone back to practice again. How many meridians does the ice girl have opened now? Liamo pondered slightly. He originally thought he was progressing quickly in the blood chi realm. Even with a red destiny, he thought he could easily surpass anyone. But what had just happened made him cautious and humble. Little Li put away his little bit of pride. He also returned to his own room, sitting cross-legged on the bed. The fiery sparrow feather pouch on his chest steadily and peacefully brought warmth. Fire Heart Lotus method, activate. Tonight, he would try to open the 9th meridian. Unknowingly. The moon shone high above. Next door. The 9th meridian has been opened. Ying Bing opened her eyes, the ice crystals on her eyelashes shimmering slightly. Since opening the meridians. In just half a month, she condensed the 9 meridians. In her last life, it took her a full 3 months. The progress in her realm was several times faster. But, in terms of combat strength, it was more than dozens of times stronger. Now, at most, she could use her current body to unleash a perfect level of swordsmanship. Her combat experience, not to mention within the mansion, but across all 9 heavens and 10 lands, was undeniably the best. Moreover, she carried the power of the lunar energy. Although she couldn't control it yet, even a slight breath escaping was enough to be a killer move. For the sect trial, I should be able to handle any variables. If I can obtain one of the 9 colors of the original Phoenix's 9 souls, I could truly reach perfection in my vitality realm. And that mysterious system. Ying Bing's eyes shone with a hint of anticipation. There was no doubt she would be ranked first in the system's leaderboard. At that time, she would also receive system rewards, making her even stronger. Speaking of the vitality realm, looking across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, from ancient to modern times, she dared to claim she was unmatched. Time passed. The sun rose and set. The hard-working Little Li classmate had already gotten up and was busy in the kitchen early in the morning. Yesterday she offered guidance, so today's breakfast should be a bit more lavish.
By the way, with the Fire Heart Lotus method breaking through to the 9 meridians, my control over the heat has also improved greatly.
Liemo stirred the dishes, thinking to himself. That's right. Last night he had already opened the 9th meridian.
They said it gets harder to open the meridians as you go further, but he had never felt any bottleneck at all. Every breakthrough felt as natural as flowing water. After making breakfast, he had a light meal and went to the mountain gate as usual, ready to harvest some insights into martial arts.
Li Zhenchuan, back again today? Today, the same old woman was processing the withdrawal requests for the outer disciples. Liemo came every day, making the old lady feel a bit anxious. You don't want to withdraw like the outer disciples, do you? Nothing to do, I'm just strolling around. Liemo smiled and greeted her, but the next moment, his face suddenly froze.
He had just activated the Divine Eye of Destiny.
Name, Jiang Yu. Age, 19. Root bone, none. Realm, Vitality Realm, 4 meridians. Destiny, black.
Evaluation, ordinary beings, nothing remarkable. Recent encounter, on the way home, met followers of the demon summoning sect, was seated with beastkind, devoured of essence and blood to death.
Name, Duanan. Age, 18. Root bone, none. Realm, Vitality Realm, 2 meridians. Destiny, black.
Evaluation, ordinary beings, nothing remarkable. Recent encounter, on the way home, met followers of the demon summoning sect, was seated with beastkind, devoured of essence and blood to death. These two were not exceptions. Liemo looked around, and it was a sea of black. Every returning disciple's destiny was black. Everyone here was doomed to die. Moreover, their deaths were all strikingly similar.
Demon summoning sect?
Liemo's brow furrowed tightly. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly stood in front of the group of disciples.
Brothers, please hold on.
I have stored 10,000 taels of silver in the Fanghua Tower, but since entering the Qingyuan sect, I have resolved to focus on martial arts, so I reckon I won't need it.
Since you are returning home, how about enjoying some food and fun for a few days?
Help me spend the silver, so I can cut off my attachment.
10 minutes later. Liemo gained a large amount of investment returns to claim.
His martial arts insights amounted to a total of 110 years, along with all sorts of miscellaneous items. Those returning disciples were all swayed to the Fanghua Tower. Fanghua Tower was the liveliest pleasure district in the mansion city, often frequented by nobles, with the cheapest overnight stay costing 30 taels of silver. Naturally, it was also a safe place. Upon hearing that going to Fanghua Tower to eat and have fun wouldn't cost them anything, everyone was overjoyed.
Such luck? They almost shouted out to call Liemo their godfather.
Seeing their excited expressions, if they didn't enjoy themselves for a few days, they probably wouldn't want to come out again.
Demon summoning sect doesn't seem to be one of the 3 sects of mansion. It doesn't sound like a proper sect. Liemo withdrew his gaze and walked towards the divine weapon peak. In this world, in a society without the rule of law,
thinking too much is useless, becoming strong myself is the only truth. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed.
Xiao Shui Pavilion.
It seems like it will be at most 10 veins. Liemo stood up, rubbing his thighs that were a bit sore from sitting all night, and opened a nearby bundle. Inside were 2 pieces of clothing, one black and the other indigo, both made from fine Sanjiang brocade. Little Li immediately recognized that these were crafted by his mother. There was also a letter from home.
My dear son, greetings as if we meet. You and Xiao Bing'er are now true disciples of Qingyuan sect?
Good, my son is indeed remarkable. The writing was a bit messy, indicating that his father was so excited while writing that his hand trembled.
Liemo couldn't help but chuckle, then continued reading.
Since you've become a true disciple and practiced martial arts, you should mature a bit, change that reckless personality of yours, and no longer act like you used to. A man must settle down and establish himself. It's time for you to think about marriage. You should also treat Xiao Bing'er especially well. You two have known each other since childhood, and now you've joined Qingyuan sect together, both as true disciples. This is a fate bestowed by heaven. The one closest to the water gets the moon first. You need to wake up and seize this opportunity.
It was clear to see.
His father seemed a bit anxious, writing vigorously at the end. He couldn't wait to hold a chubby little grandson next year.
Liemo. Who understands family?
In his last life, he was pressured to get married at 26, almost dying from it. In this life, at 16, he still couldn't escape the marriage pressure. Well, it's quite common for men in Dayu to marry at 16.
Is this my problem?
Liemo felt a bit of a headache. It's hard to imagine how Xiao Bing'er would be as a virtuous wife and loving mother.
Not to mention,
just the thought of the two of them sleeping in the same bed at night made little Li shiver.
Looks like I'm going to disappoint my father. Liemo shook his head and changed his clothes. In just half a month, The youth in the mirror looked more three-dimensional, appearing more sunny and handsome.
His previously somewhat frail body had now transformed with defined muscles, fitting the typical thin and clothes, fleshy when undressed look. Wearing his mother's tailored outfit, anyone who saw him would praise the young man for his fine clothes and spirited demeanor.
Well, if one ignores the playful waterfall design on the clothing. Ing Bing, your mother made you new clothes. Liemo held the garments and knocked on the door next door.
Recently, during the plum rain season, the air was humid, and the door felt frozen solid, making a loud bang when knocked.
Just put it at the door.
A voice clearer than ice cubes came from inside.
Liemo nodded and went to prepare breakfast. Before long,
footsteps came from the stairs.
Liemo instinctively turned around, and the bun in his mouth silently slipped away.
Ing Rong seemed slightly lowered, illuminated by the morning light. Her dark hair stood upright, tied in a high ponytail that swayed behind her. Her fitted clothes accentuated her delicate figure even more. Her legs were extraordinarily long, and the black veil clearly outlined the shape of her legs.
Black silk?
Liemo realized that it should be a material called Yun Shadow Silk, which is thin, tough, cold-resistant, and heat-resistant.
Moreover, it's pricey. This protective gear is much more expensive than weapons. The person who invented this must be a genius.
I will wait for you at Wanyuai Cliff for an hour.
Try to hurry.
Ing Bing suddenly spoke up.
Wanyuai Cliff? Why? Liemo didn't understand why she would suddenly blurt this out.
Ice Block clearly had no intention of explaining herself to him.
Curious, Liemo activated his Destiny Divine Eye. Name, Ing Bing. Age, 16. Root Bone, Taiyin Moon Phoenix Body.
Realm, Qi and Blood Realm, 10 Veins. Destiny, Red, bearing the Imperial Bone, Xianbing for Fate, Zhou Shui for Spirit, possessing the appearance of a phoenix in the sky. Evaluation, many tribulations in fate can always turn ominous into good fortune. At this time, with feathers not yet rich, waiting for wind and cloud changes, must soar high in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, phoenix arriving in the 6 directions of the 8 wastelands. Recent encounter, participating in sect trials, planning to go to the 9 colors Yuan Phoenix inheritance place, to obtain one of the Xiaoling souls of the Yuan Phoenix, preparing to bring along a burden for the sake of gratitude.
Chapter 30, the trials begin, encountering the Calling Demon sect again.
From the carriage, one could already see the Rare Beast Peak. Rare Beast Peak is the last peak of Qing Yuan mountain range and also the closest to the wilderness. A vast crowd was ahead, with a clear distinction between inner and outer gate disciples. But without exception, they were all new disciples who had not yet participated in the sect trials. As soon as the carriage belonging to the sect leader stopped, it instantly became the center of attention in the crowd. Is that the true disciple of the sect leader, Ing Bing? Hiss. This junior sister is really stunning. Lower your voice, I heard she's already at the 8 meridians of Qi and blood. I heard it from Elder Chen Bufan's true disciple, and she was even granted a set of Black Cloud inner armor.
How long has she been in the sect? 8 meridians? What a genius! No one could possibly become the champion of the sect trials in their first year of joining, right? That would be incredibly extraordinary. Who is that beside her? That's Li Jinchuan, who joined the sect with her.
I know, Li Jinchuan is such a great person. Hearing the discussions of the other disciples, Li Mo's mouth twitched. Thank you, I don't need a good person card just for doing good deeds.
Wanyuai Cliff seems to be deep in the testing grounds. Glancing at the map, Liemo found the place he agreed upon with Ing Bing.
The deeper the testing grounds, the stronger the beast's powers.
Wanyuai Cliff is quite remote, and along the way, he would pass through many territories of late-stage and even peak-level 9th grade beasts. If he didn't have a bit of skill, he really couldn't venture in. 1 hour.
Liemo looked at Ing Bing, who had moved to the front of the crowd, and silently encouraged himself.
Don't underestimate us time travelers. Suddenly, Liemo noticed a familiar gaze, staring intently at him. Wang Hu.
At this moment, Wang Hu still wore that rebellious expression, but the hint of sickness in his brows made him seem gloomy. Staring at Liemo, he suddenly crossed his arm over his neck, making a slashing gesture.
What's wrong with him again?
Liemo was speechless, yet instinctively felt something was off with the guy's condition. So, with a thought, he used the Divine Eye of Destiny to scan Wang Hu.
Name, Wang Hu. Age, 16.
Root Bone, Tiger Arm, Leopard Waist.
Realm, Qi and Blood, 8 meridians. Destiny, Black.
Evaluation, some talent. If he studies hard, he may achieve something in the future, but he is narrow-minded, vengeful, arrogant, and likely to go down an extreme path. Recent encounter, beast species deep-rooted, has strayed deep into the wrong path. His own essence blood is insufficient for sustenance, planning to consume the blood of beasts, gradually losing rationality.
Beast species? Liemo raised his eyebrows.
What puzzled him wasn't Wang Hu's fate but that the guy actually had contact with the demon summoning cult. Before the outer gate, disciples participated in the sect trials. If they did not leave the sect, they were not allowed to leave the mountain gates. If Wang Hu had been inside the Qingyuan sect the whole time, where did this beast species of the demon summoning cult come from?
This sect trial is probably not ordinary. Li Mo pondered for a moment. Yes, if the Daughter of Destiny participates, everything being normal would be the real abnormality. According to the usual storyline, the ice block should be the one to save the day, and might even launch a desperate counterattack? But since I know this, Master, Li Mo ran directly to where the elders were seated.
Shang Wu was dozing off, and when he heard his disciple's voice, he groggily scratched his head.
Is it time to eat?
I'll treat Master to a meal after the trial.
I have something to report. Li Mo spoke and expressed his judgment.
But he found a reason to cover up the use of the Divine Eye of Destiny. When he mentioned the words demon summoning cult,
Shui Jing and Qian Bufan instantly became serious. Even Shang Wu's drowsiness disappeared.
Are you sure it's a follower of the demon summoning cult?
This matter cannot be taken lightly. Qian Bufan's voice was low, and a hint of worry was faintly visible between his brows. My father is a county constable and once caught a follower of the demon summoning cult.
I just felt the aura was similar. I can't determine it completely, but thinking this matter is serious, I still felt it was better to report to the elders.
Even if I misjudged, it's still better than remaining silent.
Li Mo's words were reasonable. Little Mo is thorough in his work.
Shui Jing thought for a moment and said,
there's a 90% chance that the kid named Wang Hu has practiced the evil techniques of the demon summoning cult.
Blood training of beasts.
The claws have reached our Qingyuan sect. Elder Yin Hua of the Rare Beast Peak suddenly stood up. It seemed he was ready to grab Wang Hu and interrogate him thoroughly.
Yin Hua, look at you, so anxious.
Shui Jing stopped him. His gaze toward Li Mo held a hint of satisfaction as he said,
we understand now.
You should go back and participate in the trial. Everything will proceed as usual, as if nothing happened.
Understood. Li Mo complied without question.
Elder Shui likely had other plans in mind.
In Qingyuan sect, if the elders can't handle an issue, his thoughts won't matter much. Half an hour later,
Qian Bufan stood in front of everyone with his hands behind his back, announcing the trial rules.
Ordinary wild beasts will not count toward your score.
The first, middle, and late stages of the 9th grade exotic beasts will be worth 1 point, 3 points, and 15 points, respectively. Of course, there are also the peak 9th grade exotic beasts, worth 100 points, but unless you have the strength of inner breath stage, it's best not to attempt it lightly. Successfully killing an exotic beast or in dire need, you may release a signal arrow, and an inner sect steward will come.
After Qian Bufan finished, he returned to his seat.
With his words, the disciples received signal arrows and selected suitable weapons.
Then, over 1,000 people marched into the forest.
Yin Hua, junior brother. Shui Jing suddenly spoke.
Yin Hua nodded.
He blew into a bone whistle, and hundreds of birds flew out from the Rare Beast Peak, some diving into the forest, others circling the sky.
In the time it takes to brew tea, a signal arrow pierced through the sky.
Soon, an inner sect steward returned dragging a black panther's corpse, which was about the size of a calf, its eyes wide like copper bells, the fierce intent frozen on its face. The fatal blow was to its throat, a sword sealed the wound, yet not a drop of blood flowed. Because the wound had already been frozen.
Bing, 1 point. Qian Bufan nodded in amazement.
There are many disciples who can kill 9th grade exotic beasts, but achieving such a clean and neat kill without using an ounce of extra effort is rare.
Yin Hua's eyes flickered.
I suppressed my realm to the qi and blood stage, and I couldn't do it to that extent.
Shui Jing clicked his tongue in wonder.
Little Bing seems to have had no real combat experience before.
Shang Wu's apricot eyes sparkled.
The first kill of an exotic beast was as easy as killing a chicken. Once, many highly talented disciples, despite their strong power, would fail to display even 30% of their strength when faced with exotic beasts, overwhelmed by their might. But some would grow stronger when faced with strength, becoming bolder, like herself.
Shang Wu called it a natural fighting body. Isn't my dear disciple making any moves?
The master propped his chin with one hand, half closing his sleepy eyes, as if about to fall asleep again.
Woo! Another signal arrow sounded. Li Mo killed a 9th grade early stage exotic beast. The inner sect steward brought back the exotic beast, causing many elders to fall into deep thought.
After a long silence, Shui Jing hesitantly spoke.
This thing, is it a winged fawn snake? To be honest,
if it weren't for Elder Shui having recently refined medicine using the scales of the winged fawn snake, he wouldn't have recognized what it was. This snake corpse had a shattered head, broken fangs, and every bone in its body was fractured, resulting in its long body being squished into a heap, like a crushed soda can.
It was too brutal. Completely the opposite of Bing. Qian Bufan, holding his round belly, fell into contemplation. Shang Wu, Liamo practiced, isn't it swordplay?
He has also mastered the 6 harmony fist. Shang Wu shrugged, indicating it had nothing to do with her. Yin Hua picked up a shard of the snake's fang. The strongest part of the winged fang snake is its fangs, yet they were shattered along with its body by a punch.
This kid's current realm is not lower than Ying Bing's. And he seems to have practiced some kind of powerful technique?
Shui Jing felt a tingle at the back of his head.
The elders had no objections. With their keen eyes, they could see many things from the battle traces.
From the outcome against the 9th grade early-stage exotic beast, Li Mo's performance was not inferior to Ying Bing's. But the elders opened their mouths, unsure whether to praise or criticize. This combat style was too reminiscent of a certain someone.
There is enough trouble with one merchant dance in the Qingyuan sect. What if a second one comes out?
Sigh, old Shui, you are confused.
Why didn't you take in that Li kid back then?
I really had no spots left.
Elder Qian had a spot, so why didn't he take him?
I wanted to take him in, but that merchant dance nephew got to him first.
You are confused. Is it still possible to prevent him from going down the wrong path now?
The elders sighed. Shang Wu stood up, one hand on her hip, the other clenched into a fist that creaked.
If you want to dig my corner, go for it. Whoever beats me, my precious disciple goes to them. The stage instantly fell silent. Chapter 31, a single punch to kill a late-stage 9th grade beast. Do you dare to call yourself a swordsman? Meanwhile, in the mountains and forests.
A late-stage 9th grade beast can't even scratch my skin.
Liamo glanced at his fist. They say to hit a snake in its weak spot.
But he had just wanted to test the limits of his body. The result was, without even using his blood energy, he smashed that winged python with a single punch.
Strangely, Liamo had never killed even a chicken before.
His first kill of a beast surprisingly didn't make him feel nervous or uncomfortable at all. His punch was calm, as if he had experienced it countless times before.
Is this also a benefit of the Xianpin immortal body? Liamo couldn't help but want to complain.
It seemed that apart from practicing swords, everything else came to him quickly. He shook the blood from his fist.
Wanyue Cliff. Liamo looked at the map.
Then he took out the Qinggang sword and walked deeper into the forest. In the vast forest, scattered cries could be heard. From time to time, he could see new disciples battling with beasts.
Liamo did not stop.
On his way, he encountered several late-stage 9th grade beasts, but the outcome was the same as before with the winged python.
All were killed in a second with a single sword strike. Liamo hadn't even used any sword techniques.
Before long, he arrived at the area marked Shishir Forest on the map. Strange-shaped stone pillars stood tall, resembling dead trees without branches, with a river more than 10 meters wide flowing through the center.
This river flows down from Wanyue Cliff. I just need to go upstream. Liamo thought to himself.
Footsteps came from ahead, and when he looked up, he saw an inner door steward dragging back a sheep-like beast covered in scales, with black horns.
An old friend.
The black-horned sheep. Don't be fooled by its frequent appearances on the Qiushui Pavilion dining table. It is actually a late-stage 9th grade beast. Although herbivorous, it is particularly fierce and strong.
Now it had been slain by a single sword. Ying Bing killed it? Liamo immediately recognized it.
A clean sword strike to the throat, the wound was frozen, not a drop of blood had been spilled.
Even the black horn sheep probably didn't know it was about to die. That's right, it's indeed the work of Yingzhen. The steward nodded. He stood there, watching Liamo, not moving his feet. Liamo was initially confused, then his brows relaxed. He felt it too. The next moment.
Suddenly, a huge black shadow emerged from the water, leaping high.
It was a giant turtle with a bumpy back.
A late-stage 9th grade beast, the spiked-backed turtle. Turtle blood can be used for medicine. Turtle meat is extremely delicious, even the turtle shell is a good material. The baths in Qiushui Pavilion are made from it. Of course, the spiked-backed turtle, as a late-stage 9th grade beast, is also quite ferocious. In its waters, there are basically no other fish. Also a late-stage 9th grade beast. The inner door steward watched with great interest from the side. Both these disciples had entered the Qingyuan sect together and ascended to the 100th step of the Sky Pillar Stone. Yingzhen could kill the black-horned sheep in a single blow. I wonder how this Li Jin will perform against the spiked-backed turtle. Of course, as both are late-stage 9th grade beasts, the spiked-backed turtle is sure to be harder to kill. If it retracts its limbs into its shell, a blood energy realm warrior would probably just be left staring.
Just as he was thinking this, Liamo had already moved.
The blue steel sword suddenly burst forth with dozens of sword lights, each carrying a repressed surge of energy and blood.
The sword technique is not bad. The internal elder's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration. Even among the true transmissions of the Qingyuan sect, this sword technique could be called stunning. If he hadn't witnessed Ying Bing's sword technique, he might have been even more astonished. Sensing danger, the spiked-back turtle across from him let out a growl and immediately retracted its limbs. The dozens of feather marks transformed from the fire crane's 1,000 feathers exploded on the turtle's shell, instantly covering it with tiny cracks. Not only was the turtle shell damaged, the blue steel sword also broke open a few grain-sized holes. Li Mo. This sword was an ordinary weapon issued from within the sect, and in theory, it should be enough to kill a 9th-grade exotic beast. Unfortunately, he encountered a tough old turtle. If he had used a bit more strength just now, it would have been the sword that broke first, instead of cutting through the turtle shell. Roar! The spiked-back turtle seemed to be intimidated and flipped over to escape into the water. Don't run! Li Mo unhesitatingly chased after it. It was just aggressive. Now that my weapon is damaged, it still wants to leave? Li Zhenchuan. That beast is cunning. As the elder's words fell, Li Mo had already pursued into the water. Seeing a series of bubbles rise, the elder felt anxious in his heart. Once in the water, the spiked-back turtle was not just 10 times more troublesome, even a 9th-grade peak beast wouldn't dare to tangle with this thing in the water. Li Mo's sword technique was good. But in this water, he might not be able to unleash even 50% of it. Just as he decided to go down and save someone when things seemed off. Glub glub boom. The river's surface suddenly exploded with muddy waves, and a huge figure was thrown up. Li Mo's figure followed tightly behind. He flew down like a meteor crashing into earth. The spiked-back turtle's pupils were filled with fear, as if it sensed the smell of death. But this time, it couldn't retreat back into the water and had to use the same trick again, retracting its limbs and head into its shell. Exclamation point. The internal elder watched in disbelief, his mouth gaping wide. The spiked-back turtle was thrown out of the water? But that was not the end. In the next moment, something even more shocking happened. This time, Li Mo did not use his sword, every muscle in his body was tensed to the extreme. The 6 Harmonies fist had reached great perfection, and the energy of 10 meridians was pushed to the limit, carrying an intense murderous aura of the soldier's path. He threw a punch. That fist landed on the turtle shell. The turtle shell seemed fragile like an eggshell, crushed and dented on impact. The force even penetrated through the shell, shaking the ground and leaving a large spider web of cracks. I really want to be a swordsman. Young Li clenched his fist, filled with immense rage and sorrow. Hearing his roar, the elder's already stiff face twitched madly. He looked out, and from the shattered turtle shell, dark red blood began to flow slowly. The spiked-back turtle was clearly killed by a single punch. And it died quite uneasily. Looking at Li Mo again, his sleeves were completely shredded, and he was steaming with hot water vapor. The muscles casually exposed looked like they were forged from gold and iron. You? A swordsman? That was just the spiked-back turtle being pummeled to death by you. If it were still alive, it would have jumped up to protest. After a while of tea, the corpses of the 2 exotic beasts were placed beneath the platform at the entrance. One of them, everyone immediately recognized it as the black-horned sheep, clearly killed by Ying Bing. But looking at the lump behind it, the elders, in their haste, couldn't even identify what species it was. Is this the spiked-back turtle? Yes, it was before. This. The expressions of the elders were all exceedingly vivid. Ying Bing was astonishing, and to date, facing all exotic beasts, she had accurately killed them with one sword strike. As if knowing exactly where the beast's weaknesses were. Li Mo. They truly did not know how to evaluate him. Shang Wushi Zi, you sure you taught him sword technique, right? Shui Jing confirmed again. Why would I lie to you? Shang Wu sniffled. The internal elder also testified. Li Zhenchuan indeed used a sword, and his swordsmanship was outstanding, but the quality of his weapon was too poor to break the shell of the spiked-back turtle. When he smashed the spiked-back turtle with a punch, he was shouting something about wanting to be a swordsman. Doesn't that mean his fists are harder than the turtle's shell? The elders fell silent again. After a long while, Elder Hanha slowly spoke. After the trial, let Li Mo go to the Divine Edge Cave to choose a weapon. Among the famous weapons, swords are the most abundant. There is no shortage of one for him. If he is not satisfied, he can pick 2 from my private collection. Humph, as if I need your approval. Shang Wu lifted his chin and said. That person, score it. The steward standing in front of the scoreboard wiped the sweat from his brow and began to write and draw on the board. Everyone took a glance. On the scoreboard, Li Mo and Ying Bing were practically crushing everyone, leaving them far behind. The gap between the 2 of them was very small. Ying Bing was leading by a slight advantage of 5 points. As for the 3rd place, Wang Hu? Chapter 32, Should True Strong Ones Be Modest? In another part of the Creekstone Forest,
Lin Jiang was covered in wounds, holding his spear awkwardly, already in a state of decline. The beasts he was fighting were two large, vicious wolves, each covered in ring-shaped patterns. One was in the early stages of the 9th rank, the other in the middle stages. The focused ring wolves, in terms of strength, were not the strongest among the 9th rank beasts. But they were very cunning, never appearing alone, and often coordinating with each other. If this drags on, it will not be good for me. Lin Jiang furrowed his brow. Even if the trial ends here, I must decide the winner quickly. He was seriously injured now. If more focused ring wolves showed up, things would be bad. Among the true disciples, Morong Xiao had the body of a half-demon, and Ying Bing, no need to mention her. Even geniuses would despair in front of her. Li Mo. I've heard he has a great reputation among people? In the end, he was the only one without any fame. Lin Jiang had broken through to the 6th meridian of the blood and Qi realm, and had trained his spear technique to a minor level, enough to deal with most 9th rank middle stage beasts. He had hoped to amaze everyone. But now that it had stopped, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unwillingness. I'll fight. Lin Jiang had one ultimate move that he had intended for a 9th rank late stage beast. He stirred his blood and energy, thrusting his spear forward with incredible speed, tearing through the air. The focused ring wolf with slightly stronger aura was pierced through by his spear. However, the focused ring wolf in the early stage of the 9th rank didn't seek revenge for its companion, instead, it let out a howl. Not good, it's calling for the wolf pack. Lin Jiang's expression changed instantly. But after using his killing move, he was exhausted, and couldn't stop it in time. The next moment, an odd thing happened. The howl calling the wolf pack turned into a wail. A figure dragged the focused ring wolf out of the stone forest. You are a true disciple, right? Are you Lin Jiang? The voice, half smiling and half sneering, carried a sense of suppressed emotion. Wang Hu? Lin Jiang recognized the person. It might be a little impolite to say. At the entrance ceremony, Wang Hu had rolled down the heavenly stone steps like a falling gourd, all the way from the inner gate to the outer gate. Everyone in the sect knew about this, and it was hard not to recognize him. Now it seemed, his real strength didn't seem to be much different from his own. Thanks, Brother Wang. Lin Jiang let out a sigh of relief. What you kill belongs to you, what I catch belongs to me. No objections, right? Wang Hu twisted the neck of the focused ring wolf. Naturally. Lin Jiang relaxed. Having this 9th rank middle stage beast as his spoils of war was already quite good. Gulp. Gulp. Just as Lin Jiang shot the signal flare, suddenly, a sound of drinking came from behind. He turned around and couldn't help but frown even deeper than before. He saw Wang Hu biting open the neck of the focused ring wolf and drinking the foul-smelling wolf blood, looking completely satisfied. Lin Jiang couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust in his heart. 2 focused ring wolves. One counts for Lin Jiang, one counts for Wang Hu. The steward closest to them arrived, quickly checked the 2 wolf corpses, and then took them away. The figure of the steward faded away. I take my leave. Lin Jiang cupped his hands and intended to leave. This Wang Hu gave him an uneasy feeling. After seeing the scene just now, he truly did not wish to have more contact with him. Just after taking 2 steps. Who said you could leave? A rustling sound suddenly came from behind him. Lin Jiang stopped in his tracks, and after turning back, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw Wang Hu's arms expanding at a strange speed, rapidly sprouting colorful fur. The look in his eyes had almost lost any human emotion, leaving only a beastly bloodlust and ferocity. Just now, Wang Hu deliberately led the steward closest to hear away? You! Whoosh! Lin Jiang did not have time to speak, and a gust of evil wind rushed towards him. Meanwhile, not far away. What's that commotion up ahead? Liamo, shirtless, weaved through the stone forest. Don't misunderstand, Little Li does not have any special habits, he simply cares about the clothes sewn by his mother. Anyway, they wouldn't survive the fight later, so he simply stored them in the system space. Hearing the intense sounds of fighting ahead, he quickened his pace. Then, as he approached, he saw 2 figures engaged in battle. Lin Jiang was clearly at a disadvantage, forced into a very awkward situation, blood flowing all over his body. If this continued, he might not die at the hands of his opponent but would certainly bleed to death. What is Lin Jiang fighting against? No, this is not a strange beast. Liamo sensed something was off. The heavenly fate divine eye swept over. Name, Lin Jiang. Age, 16. Bone structure, praying mantis leg, green snake spine, magpie painting shoulder. Realm, blood chi realm, 6 meridians. Heavenly fate, blue-black. Evaluation: this person has decent talent, but they seek rapid success, too aggressive will lead to a fall. If they awaken in time, there's no telling how much further they could go. Recent encounter: after a fierce battle, they have yet to recover and encountered Wang Hu, who has been consumed by the beast species. Although they won't die, they are heavily injured and will struggle.
That's Wang Hu? Liamo raised his eyebrows. Taking the beast species, could it really turn someone into this horrific form?
Moreover, it was clear that Wang Hu was using lethal force, but the heavenly fate divine I said Lin Jiang would not die in the end.
Is it the elders? Realization dawned upon Liamo.
It must be the elders. They have been quietly watching Wang Hu's movements. But for some reason, they did not act directly. However, they couldn't stand by and watch a true disciple die needlessly, so in the end, they saved Lin Jiang. The elders save him, but so will I.
I can invest blue once more.
Wang Hu, you and I have no grudges or enmities. To harm a fellow disciple is a great sin. If you stop now, I can act as if nothing has happened.
Lin Jiang's breath grew weaker.
He knew he had no chance of winning and could only hope to make the other hesitate by speaking. The Fire Ring Wolf has no grievances with you either.
Survival of the fittest: you are weaker than me, therefore, you must become my blood food. What crime is there?
Wang Hu licked clean a streak of blood from his tiger claw, his gaze more ferocious. Lin Jiang bit down hard with his teeth, knowing there was no chance for negotiation now.
Today, it was either he would die or Wang Hu would die.
Another gust of cold wind rushed in. He could only barely muster all his strength, preparing to use his killing move again. But, having lost too much blood and expended too much energy, this strike was nowhere near as fierce as last time.
Halfway through,
Wang Hu, grinning ferociously, actually caught the spear shaft with his palm. Then, with his clawed hand, crashed down. Not to mention a human head, even a piece of greenstone would be smashed into pieces. Lin Jiang sighed inwardly.
Was his life to end here? Bang!
Lin Jiang was astonished to find that his head was not smashed as he had expected. Instead, Wang Hu staggered back several steps, each step leaving a deep dent in the ground. A youth, with a physique as strong as a cheetah, had unknowingly stood in front of him.
Li Jinchuan?
Lin Jiang was dazed.
Liamo, you are still so meddlesome.
Good, you came at just the right time. I was worried I couldn't find you. Wang Hu was completely devoid of the feigned calm he had just moments before. Upon seeing Liamo, he resembled a crazed beast. Some people, just by showing up, can make him lose control.
Don't shout, just stand still.
Wait for the inner gate steward to come and hear the verdict of the sect.
Liamo lightly frowned.
Having saved Lin Jiang, his investment was already fulfilled.
He was too lazy to do anything extra, not knowing what the elders planned.
You're looking for death. This attitude, in Wang Hu's eyes, meant that Liamo was disregarding him. Thus, he completely lost control. Not just his arms, but all the flesh on his body began to swell, and thick hair sprouted everywhere. A tiger tail sprang out, whipping around like a steel whip. Now, there was no trace of a human left. He was simply a standing, fierce tiger. His crimson eyes seemed ready to devour Liamo whole as he lunged forward. Li brother, be careful. Lin Jiang's heart chilled as he shouted loudly. He could feel that Wang Hu's breath was even more terrifying than before. Perhaps this was what a peak 9th grade beast felt like. He immediately took out a signaling arrow and shot it. Seeing Liamo remain still, he urgently called out. Li brother, hurry and run, or none of us will. Bang! With a heavy sound, the massive tiger claw crashed against Liamo's fist. The contrast was huge. But the result nearly made Lin Jiang's eyes pop out. The furry tiger arm instantly exploded into a mist of blood, as if it had no bones and broke. Liamo showed no sorrow or joy. He grabbed Wang Hu's head and slammed him to the ground. Boom! The ground shattered. After such a long prep, I thought you were going to do something big. Practicing evil techniques is still a technique, whether practiced or not. Why turn yourself into something unhuman and unearthly? Liamo lightly said. Wang Hu's eyes rolled back, losing consciousness. It was unclear whether he was knocked out from the fall or from rage upon hearing Liamo's words. Soon, the beast-like state on Wang Hu vanished, turning him back into a human form. His breath instantly diminished greatly, like an old man whose candle flickers in the wind. Not far away, Lin Jiang's mouth was wide open, enough to swallow 2 eggs. The Wang Hu, equivalent to a peak 9th grade beast, was defeated in an instant? Was it truly just with one move? To be honest, he even felt that Liamo hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a knockout, he could have easily killed Wang Hu. Why did they all join the Qingyuan sect together? Why was he so strong that it inspired such despair in others? Moreover, he was considered a direct disciple. Before entering Qingyuan sect, he had already learned for a long time in a martial arts school. And when Li Mo entered, he hadn't even opened his meridians. He was completely an ordinary person with no strength to truss a chicken. At that time, he could defeat 100 Li Mos easily.
How much time had passed since? Just as Lin Jiang began to question life,
a wooden box was presented before his eyes.
Here, for external use.
At the same time, a clear and bright voice rang out. Baimedu ointment, remarkably effective for treating external injuries.
This.
Lin Jiang came back to his senses and looked up to see a radiant smile. At once, he hesitated no longer and quietly applied the medicine to his wounds.
Meanwhile, investment successful, invested half a bottle of Baimedu ointment. Received feedback, 1 copy of the martial arts Golden Bell Shield. Do you wish to claim it? Do not claim. In response to the system in his heart, Li Mo waved at Lin Jiang.
Alright, you wait here for the steward. I'm in a hurry, so I'll head off first.
Having said that, he took large strides toward Wanyue Cliff.
Li brother, take care. Lin Jiang watched his back, feeling a surge of reverence and admiration. The medicine worked exceptionally well, and after applying it, his bleeding stopped immediately. Not only did it save his life, but he could also continue to participate in the trial.
Saving lives without seeking reward. Shouldn't true strong ones be humble and modest?
Lin Jiang thought deeply, rising to his feet once again.
Chapter 33, The future of Qingyuan sect may soon be brighter than the sun and the moon. Will Li Mo score surpassing Bing? At the entrance of the trial ground,
a magpie stood on the shoulder of Yin Huaxian, chirping away. Yin Huaxian paused for a moment and then spoke. That Wang who indeed practices the blood refinement of all beasts, he just fully unleashed his beast lineage, instantly opening all 12 meridians, and transformed into a tiger and leopard, roughly equivalent to a peak 9th grade beast.
Then does that mean my disciple is in great danger?
The elder of Rui Peak suddenly stood up. He had already considered intervening when he learned that Lin Jiang encountered Wang Hu, but was talked down by several other elders.
What he feared most was acting rashly and frightening away the big fish behind Wang Hu.
Elder Lu, don't be anxious, I haven't finished speaking yet.
Yin Huaxuan's face showed an unusual expression as he continued. Li Zhenchuan happened to pass by.
Wang Hu has already been subdued by him and is currently being escorted back by the inner sect steward nearby.
Li Mo again?
The elders exchanged glances. Defeating a peak 9th grade beast and subduing Wang Hu, who is equivalent to a peak 9th grade beast, is no small feat.
The latter still possesses human wisdom, making him even trickier than a beast.
To be honest, although Li Mo and Ying Bing both stood at the top of the ascending stone steps, the elders still believed that Ying Bing's aptitude was still vastly superior in many aspects. After all, the sect master's true disciple, Ying Bing's terrifying progress had already left them stunned and numb.
Unexpectedly, Li Mo truly has a sense of keeping pace with him? Before long,
the inner sect steward threw the unconscious Wang Hu onto the platform.
Is Li Mo not coming back with him?
Shui Jing was the first to speak up, inquiring. He was worried that Li Mo might have been injured and was still forcing himself to continue the trial.
Some injuries, if dragged on, can leave lasting problems. In response to Elder Shui, according to Li Zhenchuan has not been injured.
It should be true, for he subdued Wang Hu with just one move.
One move?
Shui Jing then focused on the Wang Hu lying on the ground, resembling a dead dog.
He quickly discovered that Wang Hu's entire arm was twisted and broken.
No matter how one looked at it, it did not resemble a battle where both sides were evenly matched.
It looked more like being casually crushed by a stronger beast. Not to mention,
just this ferocious combat power is enough to be compared to Ying Bing.
Could it be that this kid's roots hide a certain powerful beast bloodline? Qian Bufan couldn't help but doubt, recalling being dazzled on the ascending stone steps.
You alone saw it wrong, surely we all didn't see it wrong.
He must have successfully practiced body refinement.
Han he shook his head.
In just half a month, achieving mastery in body refinement.
It seems that his previous guess was correct.
Old man, you're a fool. Shang Wu laughed, her apricot eyes squinting into crescent moons.
Han he recalled their bet, his old face instantly darkening like the bottom of a pot.
He had to admit. Although Morong Xiao was also excellent, compared to Li Mo, the gap was simply immeasurable. Competition? With just a little effort, whether he could withstand even one punch from Li Mo was still uncertain.
Moreover, that guy will also improve, and his rate of improvement will only get faster.
With these two, Qingyuan sect will surely thrive. Yin Huaxuan's eyes sparkled with strong light.
The elders nodded in agreement. The first batch of founders of Qingyuan sect all came from the central continent. At that time, the territory of Qingyuan sect was merely one district, yet it stood out throughout the entire eastern wilds. Never expected that in their time, they would produce talents comparable to the founders.
And it produced two at once. When they grow up, Qingyuan sect might cause the sun and moon to shine in the same sky. Shui Jing chuckled. Liu Mo rescued his fellow disciples and subdued Wang Hu. Let's give him the score for defeating a peak 9th grade beast. No one has any objections, right? No one opposed. Even giving Liu Mo a bit more score was reasonable. Thus, the scoreboard changed to Yingbing, 119 points. Liu Mo, 116 points. Just a short while ago, Yingbing had also defeated a peak 9th grade beast. So there was still a slight margin of 3 points between them. The future is still long, let's think long term. Right now, there are still people who are keeping an eye on us. Shui Jing spoke, pulling everyone's attention back. In the end, the person behind Wang Hu never made a move. The demon of the Huanma sect is indeed alert. It could also be that Wang Hu was just a casual move for the opponent? If you ask me, just dig 3 feet underground, I don't believe we can't find the demon's trace. Not right, if we do that, it would alarm the snake in the grass, and we may not gain any rewards. The elders discussed in a flurry, unable to reach an agreement. Ultimately, they decided to temporarily send the person to Rui Peak for imprisonment and interrogation. Wait for the sect leader to come out before making a final decision. Anyway, since the opponent didn't even care when Wang Hu died, it's likely this trial won't cause any more trouble. Let the sect's trial finish safely first. At this moment, another steward returned, dragging 2 strange beasts. One was a fiery ring wolf king. The other was a lion bear. Both were late-stage level 9 beast. Before he got close, the elders already recognized it was definitely the work of that disciple, Li Jin. With this achievement, Li Mo's score reached 146. Instantly overtaking and becoming number 1. My precious disciple is number 1? Shang Mu snorted lightly, took the steward's pen, and quickly changed Li Mo's score, then hung it at the top. She crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Who dares to say I can't teach my disciple? The elders? They were confused. On the other side. At the end of the stream stone forest. Senior brother, save me. An outer sect disciple was knocked to the ground by a fierce lion bear, powerless to resist. He could only look toward a figure standing on a stone pillar with pleading eyes. That person, though not a steward, was also wearing disciple clothing. The outer sect disciple never expected. The companion he called with a signal arrow was watching coldly, with no intention to help at all. Only mockery and indifference were in his eyes. It was Yao Huachang, who had taken the initiative to take charge of the Wanyue cliff area. Yao Huachang was in a terrible mood. Because the promise made by the pagoda was not fulfilled, those disciples who left the sect didn't return home directly but instead enjoyed themselves in a brothel in the capital. Just now, he learned that Wang Hu was dead. This meant he wouldn't be getting any training materials for a while. And both incidents were caused by the same person. Li Mo. Yao Huachang felt a vein bulge on his forehead, his eyes switching back and forth between vertical pupils and human eyes. At this moment, a crow landed on his shoulder and let out a few low, hoarse cries. You want me to avoid trouble? Yao Huachang's aura became increasingly terrifying. At this point, the outer sect disciple finally fell silent. And the lion bear, who was enjoying a feast, quickly turned around upon hearing the sound. But as soon as it met Yao Huachang's gaze, its fierce glare instantly turned to fear, lowering its body. Poof! The lion bear's bright red heart was pulled out. Yao Huachang swallowed it down whole. I wanted to keep you a bit longer. If you ruin my materials, then you yourself will pay the price. He changed into black clothing, and his figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 34, Qingyuan, Leap of Faith. Wanyue Cliff. All the way, Liu Mo actually didn't spend much thought looking for strange beasts to kill. No matter how rich the sect's rewards were, they could never compare to the inheritance of the ice boulder. Just listen, the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix. Such a high-end opportunity, if not for clinging to the ice boulder, in this life, he probably would have nothing to do with it. So delicious. Lost in thought, Liu Mo had already climbed Wanyue Cliff. From here, looking down, it was a 10,000-foot sheer cliff, clouds and mist swirling below, making it impossible to see the bottom. Not even a single bird could be seen. Qingyuan. Here is the origin of the entire Qingyuan sect. If one gazed far away, they would find that the entire Qingyuan appeared very abrupt. There seemed to be no beginning or end, entirely unnatural. Where is the place of inheritance? Liu Mo scanned the surroundings but did not find the so-called place of inheritance. That's also true. This Wanyue Cliff was not a place seldom visited. It is said that many young couples often come here for secret meetings, and there are plenty of tales about this place inside the sect. If it were that easy to be found, it's probably been made public a long time ago. How did that ice block get discovered? Could it be like how I felt a connection in the Divine Blade Cave with that hammer? Is the opportunity here also calling for her? Speaking of which, will I have to jump down from Wanyue Cliff to Qingyuan? How deep could that be? Liamo walked to the peak and looked around.
Suddenly, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. In the depths of his mind, it seemed a shocking sword intent was slicing down. The sword intent felt like a heavenly punishment falling from the 9 heavens, capable of breaking through any obstacle in this world until it completely killed its target.
At this moment,
Liamo felt that his body, tempered by countless battles, was incredibly fragile, no different from an ordinary person's.
Who? Qingyuan was cut out by a single sword?
This terrifying thought arose in Liamo's heart. A sword cut through many ages ago, and even today, its sword intent still lingers. A single sword's light was cold enough to cover 19 states. Before this sword intent, it seemed no longer merely descriptive.
What kind of powerful being could this be? In the future, perhaps that ice block will also become such a powerful being, even stronger than this? Liamo recalled the evaluation of Bing in the Eye of Destiny.
In the future, she will surely become the strongest under the 9 skies and 10 lands.
Compared to her now, he should not be too far behind in the Qi and Blood realm. Thinking this, little Li sighed. Why can't I be someone suited for practicing swordsmanship? Next time, I'll try again with a good sword. The slightly chilly wind from Wanyue Cliff blew in.
Bing tidied her slightly messy hair and glanced over. The Lingxiao sword Dao is indeed vast and powerful, resonating through mountains and rivers.
The one who holds this path now should still be guarding the sword too?
The one who struck that sword, even in her prime, would be worth a serious look.
Later,
that master passed the Lingxiao sword Dao to a deposed princess of the Daiyu dynasty.
Strangely enough,
she had known the woman who inherited the Lingxiao sword Dao and later became the #1 female sword immortal beneath the 9 heavens, back when they were both insignificant.
Because in her previous life, she was seen as a dead end and couldn't enter Qingyuan's sect right away.
They had shared a time of mutual support, sailing in the same boat.
That was when Bing first learned the sword. Chuling should also have been banished to the eastern wasteland by now. But she definitely doesn't know who I am anymore. Bing couldn't help but show a faint smile.
And at that moment, she stepped onto Wanyue Cliff.
Seeing Liamo at the cliff's edge, covered in beast blood, Bing was slightly taken aback.
In her expectations, Liamo should still be in the Streamrock Forest now. After all, he might encounter a peak 9th grade beast later. Even if he's in the 12th meridian of the Qi and Blood realm, relying on his mastery of the sword, it would certainly not be easy to handle. Considering that this path is not easy for someone in the Qi and Blood realm, she had even deliberately given Liamo an extra hour.
But he actually arrived earlier than herself? You finally came. Liamo laughed heartily and showed no surprise.
It seems that the ice block had a pretty easy journey, even her hairstyle was intact. His clothes were all torn. Alright, it was also because he had ruined them himself. You should heal first, I'll wait for you. Bing slightly nodded, a sense of clarity rising in her heart.
Liamo, it seems he hasn't tangled with any beasts on the way.
Instead, he must have avoided battle, running straight to Wanyue Cliff.
Heal?
Liamo was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile.
I'm not hurt, this is all beast blood. Don't believe me? Look.
I encountered 2 not-so-strong beasts blocking the way, and since I was in a hurry, I didn't bother too much. He took a few steps closer. Bing frowned slightly and actually reached out to poke him on the chest.
It really was beast blood. Could it be that he didn't encounter trouble on the way and only ran into 2 early-stage 9th grade beasts upon reaching Wanyue Cliff? This luck feels a bit too good.
But this also amounts to giving up on the trial. Bing certainly didn't care about the sect trial rewards, but Liamo clearly didn't know why she called him over, yet still chose to come over without hesitation. Bing looked up and saw that sunlit, handsome face smiling at her. She did not see any hint of complaint or impatience in his brow, only joy at fulfilling their agreement in time. It seemed as if he immensely believed in himself, as if calling him here was certainly for a reason. Why? Bing found this young man somewhat incomprehensible.
Liamo felt a bit out of place. The ice block's finger was still poking at his chest. Cool and tingling. 2 true inheritances, did I come at a bad time? Suddenly,
a hoarse voice, like a cold wind, drifted over.
Liamo and Bing turned back almost simultaneously.
They saw the only path they had taken to the moon viewing cliff, where a figure in black robes and a steel mask had somehow stood there. I only wanted to settle a score with Li's true inheritance. Didn't expect to have an unexpected gain, even finding Ying's true inheritance here.
When mentioning Bing,
the voice of the figure in black trembled, filled with uncontainable excitement.
Whoosh! A loud arrow shot through the air.
The other party was just short of pasting the words "bad person" on his face.
Liemo naturally did not waste his breath, directly shaking his people. However, the figure in black remained unmoved, instead mocking him. Li's true inheritance might as well think carefully. If I hadn't prepared thoroughly, would I appear here?
Yingbing, oh Yingbing, I truly can't bear to let you become his pair of doomed lovers, as long as you.
Ding ding. 2 sounds of bells rang out. Liemo shook the heart bell expressionlessly. Liemo.
In an instant, the voice of the figure in black changed.
If he could remove the mask, one would see his face, drastically changing, breaking into a sweat.
He of course knew who this bell would call in.
You're dead. In the faint distance, a beastly roar echoed endlessly in the depths of the clear abyss.
However, the other party had yet to strike. A blade of sword light had already arrived. The sword intent was cold as bone, domineering and decisive, making the hair stand up. Yingbing surprisingly threw the sword in her hand. With this sword, the black-robed man was confident he could take it head-on.
But he had to admit, Yingbing's strength exceeded his imagination, hardly sufficient to describe her as a genius.
Taking it hard, even if he was in the god observation realm, he would still be injured. The air was quiet for a moment.
In the end, the figure in black chose to stop, sidestepping to dodge. However, at that moment,
Yingbing did not look at the figure in black but met Liemo's gaze.
Jump. Liemo seemed to realize what she wanted to do. Yingbing suddenly found this young man even more incomprehensible.
This was an unfathomable abyss.
Why was there not even a hint of fear from him?
Was it trust in himself?
All right. Yingbing was never one to hesitate or dither. Since Liemo agreed.
Though she could not understand what the other party was thinking. She also unhesitatingly grasped that hand and stepped into the void. The cold wind suddenly became piercingly sharp.
Everything around rapidly became blurry. All senses became dull. You too.
On the moon viewing cliff, the figure in black rushed over, his black robe already torn apart. He looked down dazedly at the boy and girl holding hands tightly, disappearing into the mist. In his eyes, only disbelief remained.
Chapter 35 Embrace in the Abyss. Jumping into the endless abyss. They didn't have the slightest hesitation. Yin Huacheng's mind went blank, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints.
He had seen many people's ugly faces before death. But he had never seen anyone running toward their death without hesitation. This clear abyss, he didn't even know how deep it was, and there was still a powerful pressure remaining within. Once they fell, their blood, energy, intent, and even the heavens and earth inside and out would be suppressed. Even a sect master with strength reaching the outer realm would probably not dare to go down unprepared. 2 with blood chi, 10 deaths with no life.
Crazy. You two are crazier than I am.
Yin Huacheng slammed a fist on the ground, a deep sense of regret rising in his heart. The reason he had just dodged that sword was to avoid being injured.
Getting injured could lead to exposing his secrets. But how much better was it than now, losing both the chicken and the rice?
This means he not only did not obtain high-quality practice materials, but also committed the serious crime of harming the true inheritance.
The elders are about to arrive.
Yin Huacheng forced himself to suppress the turbulent emotions inside. He quickly took off the black clothes and threw them into the Qingyuan along with the iron mask, then changed into the clothing of a true disciple. After doing all this, he prepared to send a message to the elders.
However, before he could make a move. Boom!
A fire-colored meteor fell just 3 zhang away from the cliff. The impact raised clouds of dust, flying sand, and rocks, even giving the illusion that the entire Wanyue cliff shook 3 times. As the dust cleared, a woman in a blazing red palace dress swirled, her dark hair flowing like the wind.
Where is my disciple?
Her voice had lost its drunkenness, sounding somewhat unfamiliar.
Gulp!
Yin Huacheng was scorched by the intense heat, his throat dry, ready with a belly full of words, but not a single word could escape his lips. The disciple just arrived.
Shangwu, speak properly. Other elders also landed on the mountain peak. Let's find out what happened first.
Yin Huaxian took a deep look at his son.
Yin Huacheng gained a bit more confidence, then spoke up. Wanyue Cliff is the area I am responsible for. Upon hearing the signal arrow, I rushed over. But by the time I arrived, Wanyue Cliff was already empty.
As his words fell,
everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. There is only one road leading up Wanyue Cliff.
They hadn't seen Liemo and Yingbing when they arrived, and there was none at the cliff top, which could only mean.
Everyone's gaze looked toward the Qingyuan, a heart sinking to the bottom.
This long sword belongs to Yingbing.
She must have encountered an opponent she could not cope with, hence the desperate strike.
Shui Jing came out with a long sword, his face grim. The sword was wrapped in frost, still radiating a chill.
Those 2 little ones are not ordinary Qi blood realm practitioners. Together, they should at least hold out until we arrived. The one who attacked them is from the observation realm? Qian Bufan's words just fell.
No one expected that the demon behind Wang Hu, from the demon summoning sect, actually aimed for the two true disciples.
Bang!
Suddenly, Yin Huacheng spat out blood and was knocked back. Just as he was about to crash into a tree, an invisible force drained his strength, causing him to tumble several times before he stumbled to his feet. Yin Huaxian supported his son, frowning.
Shangwu, no one wants such a thing to happen.
Every year's trials have casualties. Managing such a vast area, it is inevitable that one cannot be everywhere.
Does everyone need to go find trouble with the steward?
Shangwu's narrowed eyes flashed with a hint of fire. She no longer attacked, only coldly said,
"Do not let me find out that you have any connection to this matter."
Yin Huacheng felt like facing a great enemy, his face suddenly turning incredibly pale.
Shangwu.
Yin Huaxian angrily said, "I empathize with your feelings, but do not recklessly accuse others." Shang Wu ignored his anger.
"Alright, this is not the time for internal strife." Qian Bufan asked, "Yin Hua, have your controlled birds brought any news? The Wanyue cliff is near the Qingyuan, hence the birds cannot approach."
"I will search the surrounding area, and if I find any suspicious individuals, I will inform everyone immediately."
Yin Huaxian nodded. Shui Jing heavily exhaled, searching for the demons is secondary.
The priority now is to determine the lives of Liu Mo and Ying Bing.
If they are still alive, how can we save them? Silence. Hearing this, the elders fell into silence.
They knew nothing about the situation below the Qingyuan. The records within the sect about this place were almost non-existent. Many strong practitioners from Qingyuan sect had suspected the existence of an extraordinary treasure below, which was why Qingyuan was constantly shrouded in pressure. Many had tried to explore, but either they vanished without a trace or retreated halfway. Jumping down from here, they likely would truly disappear without a trace.
Suddenly. Ding ding. What just rang twice?
In Shangwu's eyes, a strange gleam flashed, and she quickly raised her wrist.
It was the heart ring. Liu Mo was still alive.
Quick, stop her.
Shangwu, don't rush to jump down yet. People are still alive, let's think of a way, we can surely save them.
Shangwu intended to recklessly jump down to save them. The elders hurriedly stopped her. The scene was extremely chaotic. Only Yin Huacheng and his son Yin Huaxian revealed a hint of astonishment on their faces, as if in agreement. Yin Huacheng wanted to say something, but was shot down by his father's gloomy gaze.
Get back to the rare beast peak. Yes. The master should know that I'm still alive. Liu Mo tightly held the heart ring, thinking in his heart.
After flying in the mist for a long time, it seemed that one would lose the concept of time and space.
What can be determined is,
they had fallen very deep. The pressure was growing heavier, and Liu Mo could hardly perceive anything around him, as if everything had vanished with the howling cold wind. Only the coldness of the small hand in his palm gave him a sense of reality.
Liu Mo vaguely glanced at the owner of the small hand.
In her narrowed eyes, there was still an unchanging coldness and purity. He did not know if she was confident or completely unafraid of death. At such a high place, if not for the destined girl, surely we'd be dead.
I estimate we'd be nothing but dust.
So high, even if there were protective measures below, I'm afraid it could still result in a concussion or injury. That unknown heritage site could not be explored without Ying Bing.
If it were that easy to find, it wouldn't have existed until now. So, Ying Bing cannot be harmed. Thinking this, Liu Mo inexplicably pulled her closer. Soft jade in his embrace.
A gentle yet strong heartbeat was transmitted from the soft body.
Ying Bing?
She didn't move frantically, just looked at the youth with confusion, turning her back down.
Is he preparing to be my cushion?
Even her heart, calm as water, couldn't help but feel a little absurd.
So high up, if I really fell to the ground, what use would having him cushion me be?
She had never been this close to a male before. In her previous life, no man dared to come within 3 meters of her.
Ying Bing gently bit her lip.
If she moved too much, perhaps it would change the course of the fall. In the end, she didn't push the youth away.
Chapter 36, Exorcising Yin Spirits, the 9-color original Phoenix Heritage Site.
Not knowing how long had passed. The intense feeling of weightlessness finally faded, but underfoot there was still no sense of reality, they had not landed on solid ground.
Liu Mo finally regained consciousness.
He suddenly discovered that behind him was a radiant 7-colored glow in the clouds, and thanks to this strange glow, they had sustained no harm. And this light was flowing from the crack of a stone door not far away.
Thank you, you can let go now.
A cold voice rang in his ears.
For a moment, Liu Mo was stunned.
That beautiful and flawless face was very close to him, and he could even feel her warm breath. Due to holding on tightly, even through their clothes, he could feel Ying Bing's heartbeat.
It is well known.
When one falls into water or from a high place, they instinctively grab onto anything they can hold.
Student Lee felt a little embarrassed for a moment.
It seemed he was worrying too much and did something unnecessary.
Liam cleared his throat, released her, and stood up, pretending to look around. Where is this?
I've never heard there is a place like this below Qing Yuan.
You brought me to Wangyu Cliff to bring me here? Ying Bing nodded, not explaining much. How did you know about this place? Liam asked casually.
When people are embarrassed, they tend to talk more nonsense. Ying Bing lowered her eyes and said lightly, I'd been here in a dream. If one regarded what happened in her previous life as a dream, this wouldn't be wrong. Many things had changed since her rebirth. But thankfully, the call of this place had never disappeared for her. Although others might have 100 lives, jumping from Wangyu Cliff wouldn't allow them to reach this heritage site located in Qing Yuan.
Even if they come, they cannot smoothly enter the inheritance inside, and can only be trapped in the radiant light. Let's go.
Ying Bing instinctively placed her hand on her waist, but felt empty.
Use mine.
With these words, a very ordinary blue steel sword appeared in her hand, with some tiny nicks the size of rice grains on it.
It seems that his arrival at Wangyu Cliff was not as easy as he claimed to be.
Ying Bing suppressed her thoughts and nodded slightly, raising the sword to move forward.
Liam followed closely by her side, staying alert to their surroundings. Since this is the inheritance, then perhaps there still exists some kind of trial?
The thought had barely settled when... whoosh! A piercingly cold wind blew, stirring a chill deep in the soul.
Come down, accompany me. Why are you still alive? Fortune, unparalleled fortune, take me in with you.
Overlapping murmurs drifted in from the wind.
Be careful. Don't stray too far from me. Ying Bing's clear voice rang out. What are these? Liam looked around with the light from the radiant bridge.
He discovered that dark clouds were surging, with grim, tormented faces flashing by from time to time. In the past, Ying Bing would have surely been too lazy to explain. But today, she unexpectedly provided an answer for him. When a martial artist reaches the observing god realm, they can observe mountains, rivers, the sun and moon, rare flowers, strange grasses, various exotic beasts, and even the wonders of the world to sharpen their spirit. When they reach the grand completion of the observing god, they could even leave their body and control objects with their spirit. Therefore, if a martial artist above the observing god realm dies, with their lingering obsession, a wisp of spirit remains unextinguished, transforming into a shadowy being. Shadowy beings cannot see the sunlight, which is why there are so many here.
Liam understood.
It was evident that many had harbored thoughts of exploring the clear abyss and had acted on them. Among them were certainly strong individuals. Clearly, they all failed. A wisp of obsession forever remains here, watching over the 9-color phoenix inheritance that they could never enter again.
Shadowy beings.
The cold wind swept in with shadowy beings from all directions, and Ying Bing beside him acted without hesitation.
Clang.
This was the first time Liam saw Ying Bing fight seriously. The sword light surged, blooming into hundreds of sword flowers. Each sword energy flower precisely hit a shadowy being, forcefully pushing it back.
Complete realm of the seeking flower sword technique.
However, this attack, which was enough to drive back those in the internal breathing realm, didn't seem to inflict any real damage on the shadowy beings. It merely drove them back into the clouds, and before long, they would come rushing back again.
Move faster, shadowy beings are not afraid of blades.
Before Ying Bing could finish her words, a wave of warm, peaceful energy suddenly came from behind.
On Li's chest, a feather-shaped light glowed from the pouch. Fire Sparrow Feather.
Pure Yang, the nemesis of evil and dark things.
Liam lightly threw a punch.
To his surprise, a thin layer of Fire Sparrow Yang energy clung to his fist.
He.
The shadowy being across from him clearly lacked complete consciousness. It did not realize the seriousness of the situation.
Sizzle. As if ice and snow met boiling oil.
The dark, thick figure of the shadowy being nearly dissolved and disintegrated in an instant.
It instinctively wanted to retreat,
but was punched right through by Liam.
Poof. The shadowy being vanished. That pouch contains a wisp of Phoenix Clan aura. It must have been left by some bird with the true Phoenix bloodline? Ying Bing's tense body relaxed slightly.
This way, she wouldn't have to split her attention to take care of him.
But why was Liam still standing there, not moving? Liam was somewhat dazed. Because just now, the system had actually sent a notification.
Congratulations, host, for successfully investing in helping Xiaorong dispel her obsession and gain peace.
Investment feedback, 1 year of martial arts insight. Liam! Exclamation point. Killing a shadowy being could also count as investment feedback? No wonder they say that transcending lost souls counts as merit. So,
Liam looked at the rolling shadows in the clouds, his eyes filled with eagerness.
Even a mosquito's leg is still meat.
Rewards should still be claimed.
Liamo was about to continue when he noticed Ing Bing's delicate brows furrowing as she looked over. Ahem.
These shadowy beings, many of them were predecessors of the Clear Abyss sect.
Since it's just a matter of effort, let them rest in peace, classmate Li said seriously.
Ing Bing pursed her lips, her eyes shimmering with a tranquil glimmer.
In the end, she still didn't urge him, quietly waiting by the side. With those dark entities coming toward her, she would casually direct them toward Liamo. It felt great. Liamo felt ecstatic inside. With a man and a woman working together, it was less tiring. In just the span of 2 incense sticks, the dark entities were mostly cleared away, and the air no longer felt so chilling. What followed were a series of investment returns. Roughly calculated, martial arts comprehension reached 86 years, coupled with the original amount, nearly reached 200 years. There were also several miscellaneous items. There were remnants of soldiers, various medicinal pills, gold, silver, treasures, and even several land deeds, uncertain if they were still valid now. Thank you. Liamo smiled sincerely, cupping his hands toward Ing Bing.
Ing Bing sheathed her sword, and a strange feeling inexplicably rose in her heart.
Sometimes she couldn't understand why Liamo would do such things that had no benefits and wasted time. But the feeling after doing it wasn't so unpleasant?
Shaking her head, she took a few steps forward and finally stood at the entrance of the legacy site, in front of the moss-covered stone door. Her elegant hand pressed against the stone door.
Buzz. A strange vibration resonated. Dust gently fell, and the stone door slowly opened.
A peach blossom-colored light radiated, filling the surrounding space. The light suddenly brightened, and Liamo instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, peering through his fingers into the door inside.
Chapter 37, An Unexpected Incident in Ing Bing's Life.
Behind the stone door was a cave.
Trees, rocks, insects appeared in crystalline form, resembling red gemstones. Magnificent, yet lifeless.
It had been a long time since anyone had set foot here, but everything in the cave seemed to be eternally frozen in a moment, wrapped in red crystals. The dawn light grew denser, becoming tangible. At the source of the dawn light was a vividly alive little divine tree. Not far away was a pool the size of a bathtub, filled with a rose-red liquid, emitting an enchanting fragrance. This was all that the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix legacy contained. Everything was exactly the same as when Ing Bing had come in her past life. She exhaled deeply.
The 9-colored Yuan Phoenix was extremely important to her. It could be said.
Without the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix's 9 souls, the Blood Phoenix Sutra she relied on would be like floating duckweed, even less than unbeatable skills. The reason she could be reborn was also due to the forbidden technique from the Blood Phoenix Sutra she used at the last moment.
Nirvana.
Now, she was getting the Dawn Soul much earlier. And without needing to explore, she knew all its mysteries. In this life, she would fly higher, faster, and farther. Ing Bing pulled back her stirred spirit, softly saying, "The water in that pool carries a trace of divine beast's blood. You can soak in it, the benefit to your future is immeasurable. At the very least, your body refinement skills will ascend to a higher level."
A trace of divine beast blood from the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix.
In her past life, it was because she had soaked in that pool that she achieved meridian opening. And from that point on, she became immune to all poisons, as if aided by divine powers in the chi and blood realm.
But now it wasn't necessary anymore. Then thank you very much.
You should hurry to receive your own legacy.
Liamo smiled, feeling good.
Though the Ice Woman hadn't stated it outright, he knew this so-called divine beast blood was most likely the blood of the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix. Even if this trip did not yield investment returns, it was still a fruitful journey. The rewards from the system could hardly compare to the value of that pool of water. Don't be deceived by the Ice Woman's appearance that kept people at a distance. Deep down, she was still thinking about him.
He didn't want to be coy. He stepped right into the pool.
In an instant, a powerful vitality surged in through every pore of his body, as if little fish were swimming through the major meridians around him. It was so comfortable it felt like a cleansing of the soul. With this, I can also consider the favor repaid. Ing Bing thought she had finished repaying the favor when there was a feeling of a stone being set down in her heart.
But for some reason, at this moment, she felt a little empty.
However, for Liamo to come this far was already a huge change in fate. In the future, perhaps he would have a place in the Eastern Wilderness domain. Suppressing her emotions, Ing Bing looked down at the small tree.
The small tree, though less than a person's height, faintly exuded a grand and majestic feeling.
The branches were bare, and it was unclear whether it was dead or alive. Ing Bing bit the tip of her finger. Splash! Blood dripped into the soil, flowing into the roots of the small tree. A miraculous scene occurred. With the first drop, the withered trunk began to show signs of life. With the second drop, new buds started to appear on the trunk. With the third drop, the buds transformed into branches and began to grow rapidly. With the fourth drop, the branches became lush and full of leaves, and at the top of the canopy, a small blossom emerged.
Until the ninth drop of blood fell. The flower bud finally fully bloomed.
A clear and melodious sound, like shattered jade, rang out.
Xia Pa.
Ying Bing's gaze fell on the flower bud, where stood a palm-sized miniature phoenix.
The phoenix was vivid and lively. If one did not know the secret, they might think this was a living creature.
She reached out, wanting it to hop onto her palm.
However, the phoenix suddenly flapped its wings and quickly flew away. Ying Bing?
A sudden change occurred. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly turned around, her gaze following the phoenix.
This is Li Mo? The phoenix landed on the boy's shoulder, hopping playfully, looking very close. She had nurtured the 9-colored original phoenix Xiapa with her own blood, yet it chose Li Mo?
Ying Bing could hardly believe the scene before her, even suspecting this was her illusion. Her Taiyin Moon Phoenix body was able to successfully awaken Xiapa.
This meant her physique was closely linked to the 9-colored original phoenix.
She should have been the chosen successor. This was something she was utterly convinced of in both her past and present lives.
But why Li Mo? The phoenix that had transformed from Xiapa actually abandoned her and chose him? Was it because there was a true phoenix's aura in that pouch? Ha! Where did this bird come from? Li Mo was soaking in a hot spring.
Upon opening his eyes, he saw a beautiful little bird bouncing on his chest. He wanted to ask Ying Bing what was going on and if there was any danger, but he found her expression extremely complicated.
Li Mo's heart thumped.
It was the first time he saw Bing Tuozi with this expression.
Is this your inheritance? Li Mo asked. Ying Bing nodded softly, yes. Li Mo.
Inside the cave, it suddenly became quiet, only the sound of their breathing could be heard.
The atmosphere became quite awkward. This Bing Tuozi, you wouldn't be thinking about killing and stealing treasures, right? Li Mo stood up from the water, testing the waters, asked. We are like siblings. Childhood friends. Ying Bing's mood was originally hard to describe.
But the boy's nervous expression made her feel unexpectedly amusing. She raised her delicate brows.
Why not? Upon hearing this, Li Mo instead relaxed. Don't trick me, you're not that kind of person.
Ying Bing looked up at him, without saying a word.
Indeed.
If this boy did not completely trust her, he would not have jumped down with her.
Li Mo suddenly asked, this is very important to you, right? Yes. Ying Bing nodded, involuntarily lost in thought.
The 9-colored original phoenix's 9 souls had helped her through many difficulties. Rather than saying it was luck, it later became an inseparable part of her destiny in life. Among them, Xiapa had accompanied her the longest. And now, a part of her life had chosen someone else.
The mood of the Phoenix Empress was incredibly complex.
Then this must be something very powerful. Li Mo examined the little bird jumping in his palm. The little thing was quite beautiful. Ying Bing furrowed her brows for a long time, finally dispersing the tension.
But since it chose you, then it belongs to you. Li Mo blinked and asked. After all this effort, won't you feel unwilling? I will, but it has already chosen you.
Ying Bing regained her calm. Moreover, without it, I am still me.
So domineering.
Classmate Xiaoli admitted he was a bit dazzled by her charm. He had tried to tease Iceblock, but ended up being shown up instead.
Isn't she the destined daughter of heaven?
He chuckled softly. Li Mo blocked the little phoenix bird that wanted to get close to him. The little phoenix looked a bit aggrieved, showing a slight hint of human-like confusion.
Go on, go to where you should be. Follow her, and you can still see me often. Li Mo gently tossed her into the air.
The little phoenix seemed to understand his meaning, flapping her wings and flying back to Ying Bing. Ying Bing raised her head.
Her jade-like face finally lost its calm expression.
She stared at the boy, her eyes filled with surprise, and even some confusion. Ying Bing asked as if meeting him for the first time, it can change your fate, giving you a chance to stand atop the 9 heavens and 10 lands.
You can still regret it now. I know. Li Mo smiled from the heart.
The more precious it was, the better his investment return would be.
What would the system return for a precious legacy that could change Ying Bing's fate? TSK.
But finding something important on the first meeting is quite rare.
Ying Bing's serene eyes gazed at him blankly.
The boy's smile was as sunny as ever, without hesitation or reluctance, and even
a hint of little expectation?
In 2 lives, she had seen too much. In the face of opportunities, couples schemed against each other, fathers and sons turned against one another, brothers harmed each other. She had long grown accustomed to it. It was precisely because she had never fully trusted anyone again that she was able to go so far.
But today, it seemed there was an exception? If you keep being sentimental, it won't be like you. Hurry up and accept the legacy.
The expression in Ing Bing's eyes changed several times, eventually softening slightly.
Okay. The little phoenix flew into her forehead, transforming into a rosy pattern on it. Countless auspicious lights suddenly burst forth. Glowing clouds shot out of the cave, blooming with indescribable beauty. Outside, the sky was getting late.
But Qing Yuan suddenly brightened up, like a river of radiant clouds.
The clear call of the phoenix echoed, resonating through the sky. Qing Yuan sect, mansion, and even the entire eastern wilderness could hear it clearly.
On the summit of Moonwatch Cliff, the elders stared blankly at the scene unfolding before them, shock evident on their faces.
Qing Yuan has changed.
Quickly notify the sect master.
In this moment, the Qing Yuan sect undoubtedly became the most dazzling presence in the mansion, with the radiant light almost overshadowing the brightness of the moon in the sky. Mansion City. In an ancient and elegant room.
An old man dressed in luxurious attire had his feet warming in the laps of two young maidservants when he suddenly noticed the color of the window curtains change.
He slowly stood up and asked, "Why is there such brilliant light outside?"
Reporting to the mansion master, it is from the direction of Qing Yuan sect.
Qing Yuan.
The old man pondered for a moment, his expression shifting several times. Write a letter, asking Elderine Hua from the Precious Beast Peak to come to the mansion for a discussion.
Yes.
The steward replied but hesitated for a moment.
If there's something to say, just say it. Princess Chuchong is missing.
After the steward spoke, he was drenched in sweat, not daring to look at his master, the expression of this mansion master. For a long time, a deep voice finally came.
Dig 3 feet into the ground, and I want her found. Yes. At Biluo Lake.
A giant ship that looked like a mountain was floating on the river, not much smaller than the surrounding islands. A black flag fluttered in the wind, boldly inscribed with Red Whale. The Red Whale Gang, one of the 3 sects of the mansion, is officially the weakest among the 3 sections. But its members come from all walks of life, claiming to have hundreds of thousands, and behind the scenes, countless forces in the Jianghu have connections with them. A burly man with a thick beard stood at the bow of the ship, hands behind his back, gazing into the distance.
Did the Qing Yuan sect discover an extraordinary treasure, or has some kind of legacy been opened? Master, I believe it is the latter.
Behind him, a pale-faced young man spoke up.
For some reason. As the leader of the Red Whale Gang, the rugged man with a thick beard did not refute the young man's doubts. Qing Yuan sect has a long history, how can it still have a legacy in the present? Such a legacy must be extraordinary.
Only the chosen ones are qualified to receive this legacy, perhaps they have the potential of the hidden dragon list? The bearded man said in a deep voice. He has always wanted the Red Whale Gang to rise even higher under his leadership, to replace Qing Yuan sect as the leader.
This is very possible. After all, upper official Wen Song is getting old. With me around, what does it matter if a couple of prodigies emerge from this small city? Can they compare to me?
The young man in the red robe licked his lips.
What the elder said is true. The worries in the Red Whale Gang leader's eyes disappeared. In the North Sea region.
On a towering mountain peak, there stands a giant tower as high as 100 stories, seemingly reaching out to touch the sky.
Yantian sect.
The world-renowned hidden dragon list, along with the heaven, earth, and human rankings, all originated from here.
On the stargazing platform at the tower's peak,
an old man with a head full of white hair maintained a posture of looking up at the sky, unaware of how long he had been in this stance. Suddenly, his eye twitched, and his aged voice murmured softly. Originally, it was a different realm in the 9 heavens, with the dark moon shining brightly. But why is there still chaos? He took out a jade plate from his bosom, on which countless jade pieces, the size of fingernails, were slowly sliding. As he urged it, the movement of the jade pieces grew faster and faster.
Suddenly, they jammed, and the entire jade plate fell into darkness.
Along with it, the old woman's expression also dimmed.
Cough, cough, cough. Master, what happened to you? Mars. Mars. Are you referring to the disturbances recorded by the ancestor, Mars?
The old woman let out a long sigh, her pale old face showing even more signs of aging. The stunning young girl pursed her lips, her heart in turmoil. The Yantian sect can discern the destiny, observe the rise and fall of nations, and even influence the course of events. This includes the foundation of Dayu and the ascension of the martial emperor.
Mars's disturbances signify one thing. Yantian sect is about to lose sight of the heavenly secrets. Master, the crown prince seeks an audience. Another disciple came forward to announce.
Tell him that I will not help him find Princess Chulong, nor can I.
Qing Yuan sect. With such a major incident occurring, the sect's trials were naturally terminated early.
Mainly, the entire Qingyuan mountain range, wherever the glow spread, beasts of all kinds were either fleeing or lying on the ground, trembling in fear.
Continuing the sex trials held no meaning anymore. At Moonwatching Cliff, a thin old man approached the edge of the cliff. Upper official Wen Song still wore that grey robe, looking more like a neighborly old farmer than a sect leader. Master! Master!
The elders gradually returned to their senses from their shock.
How long have Ying Bing and Liamo been in Qingyuan? Upper official Wen Song asked softly.
About 2 hours. Shui Jing's brows showed no signs of worry at this moment. Master, they should have entered a certain hidden area of Qingyuan sect, and likely, have already received the legacy.
I believe so too. Han He's expression was quite interesting.
It cannot be said that Han He is not skilled in cultivating internal energy. The other elders showed no less calmness. Since the founding of Qingyuan sect, no one has ever seen the opportunity of the true form. Radiant beams of light illuminated the heavens and earth. This is likely a legacy beyond even their imagination. The only doubt is, who exactly is the one who obtains this opportunity?
Ying Bing? Or, my precious disciple truly brings me pride.
Shang Wu placed her hands on her hips, her almond eyes reflecting the shimmering glow. If my disciple obtains the legacy, he will surely become the sect leader.
Once he becomes the sect leader, I will be the supreme elder.
At that time, I can spend the sect's money however I like.
He. Shang Wu wiped the corner of her mouth, extremely happy. The elders?
Miss, we still don't know who will receive the legacy.
Moreover, our sect leader is still alive, and you are already planning how to stir things up in the future?
If Shang Wu becomes the supreme elder.
Everyone gasped in shock.
Qian Bufan said righteously, if the sect master wants to use the resources of the sect, it also requires the votes of the elders from each peak.
I think that girl Ying Bing has a higher chance of obtaining the inheritance, Elder Han he said. Elder Luoxia Peak also nodded, the cry we heard just now should be from a female. Shang Wu? You can tell the gender just by the sound?
Shui Jing laughed and cried at the same time, this inheritance might actually be obtained by both of them.
The light finally filled the entire Qingyuan.
The young man and woman stepped back onto Wangyue Cliff.
Liamo wore a bright and satisfied smile. Ying Bing's brow shimmered faintly, adding a touch of divinity to her stunning appearance.
But Li Mo's smile was just too radiant. For a moment, everyone truly couldn't tell who the opportunity fell into.
Where's the inheritance?
Shang Wu quickly approached Li Mo, scanning him up and down, even sniffing him with her twitching nose.
It's not with me.
Li Mo shrugged his hands.
Then why are you smiling? Not with Li Mo?
Everyone turned their gaze to Ying Bing. The disciple indeed obtained a form of inheritance, dating back a long time.
Ying Bing nodded. She knew the origin of the 9-colored primordial phoenix.
But in everyone's eyes, it should be her first time receiving an inheritance, she shouldn't know so much about its origin. Of course, this didn't affect the elders' shock.
Because of 2 words, ancient.
Revering the ancient and despising the modern is not advisable. For instance, martial arts may be revised by later generations.
But inheritance is definitely more precious the older it is.
If it didn't have some background, it would have long since faded away in time. How could it be passed down to now? We, Qingyuan sect, might be about to produce a genius that can make it onto the longing list. Qingyuan has a long and rich history, yet countless people have explored it and found nothing. Who would have thought that in our lifetime, we could see this inheritance come to light again?
With such talent and great fortune, Ying Bing's future achievements are unimaginable. Everyone couldn't hide their emotions and excitement.
They looked at Ying Bing as if she were a priceless treasure. But Ying Bing herself pursed her lips, instead looking at the young man not far away.
To see him smiling even happier now.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully invested in Ying Bing, granting her a significant inheritance in life.
Do you wish to claim your reward?
Ice Block had the stars surrounding her, and little Li Dongxue was not the least bit envious. Because just now, he received the investment feedback from the system.
If it weren't for the inconvenient timing, he couldn't help but want to claim it immediately. I'll claim it later. I'll claim it later. Liamo rubbed his hands, eagerly wanting to return to Qiushui Pavilion.
At this moment, Shangguan Wensong finally spoke slowly. Alright, Ying Bing, your opportunity is yours to grasp, and no one else needs to speak out.
From today onward, Wangyue Cliff is sealed. Chapter 39, Big Goods, 3 Investment Feedbacks. Qiushui Pavilion.
Little Master Li hummed a little tune and began his busy day.
The ingredients were the meat of the exotic beasts caught today.
In a good mood, he was especially interested in cooking.
His talent as a chef should be a tiny bit stronger than his talent as a swordsman.
Ginger spicy winged snake, clear stew thornback turtle, scallion stir-fried black horn sheep, braised burnt ring wolf, plus a little green vegetable. 4 dishes in one soup, delicious and colorful. So fragrant. As soon as the dishes were served, a figure in a palace dress appeared at the door and quickly approached the table, reaching out to pinch a piece of lamb and put it in her mouth.
Master, didn't you go to discuss matters with the elders?
Liemo handed her a pair of chopsticks. Qingyuan's sect was currently going through a period of turmoil.
The matter of Ice Block receiving inheritance made the entire sect buzz with excitement.
If before, everyone regarded Ying Bing as the future sect master, now she was seen as a figure akin to the first-generation ancestor of Qingyuan's sect. If it weren't for Ice Block being only 16, the elders would have almost worshipped her. At this critical moment, the demon from the Huamen sect was causing trouble again. The sect master immediately summoned all high-level members to the main peak of Qingyuan to discuss matters. Old men with their endless talk, I'm too lazy to listen. Shang Wu clicked her tongue. The beautiful brows frowned, filled with disdain for the old folks.
Li Mo. Well, can't expect any constructive opinions from the master. The sect leader also assigned me a task to handle. I reluctantly agreed.
Shang Wu propped her chin and ate with swift movements.
Li Mo blinked. The master actually listens to the sect leader's orders? He asked me to move to Chiu Shui Pavilion to conveniently teach you.
Shang Wu rested her chin on one hand, snorted softly, if it weren't for little Binger here, I wouldn't bother coming.
Li Mo forced a smile. Probably can understand the sect leader's intention.
Rather than teaching himself, it was more about watching over Ying Bing. The master may be unreliable, but when it comes to fighting, she's truly formidable. Agitate her enough and she could rip the sect leader's beard right out. With such a fierce star-keeping watch, the safety level of Chiu Shui Pavilion soared.
After a meal. Little Binger, what kind of inheritance did you receive today? Shang Wu lowered her voice and asked again.
Ying Bing set down her bowl and chopsticks. Towards the carefree elder from Kunyu Peak, she surprisingly showed a little less coldness. As she used her vital energy, a layer of rosy light gradually enveloped her surroundings. Shang Wu's eyes revealed astonishment, casually throwing a wine cup over. The wine cup was surprisingly steadied by a gentle force, slowly rotating on the rosy light. The liquid inside the cup was also manipulated by Ying Bing, flowing out and gathering into water balls that circled around her. You can release your inner energy at the blood realm. No, this is much stronger than inner energy.
Shang Wu clicked her tongue in wonder. Just a trivial application. Ying Bing slightly nodded, the rosy light suddenly billowing. Smash!
The wine cup exploded into shards. Attack can let the rosy light injure silently, while defense can turn force into a feather's weight to move mountains.
Shang Wu applauded, also feeling it was truly impressive.
Liemo looked sadly at the shattered porcelain on the ground. Ah, my green jade wine cup.
Suddenly, he had a bright idea. Binger, how much water can you control? Water?
Ying Bing walked to the water tank, and with a pull of rosy light. Suddenly, streams of water transformed into a water dragon, swirling around her easily and freely.
Li Mo's eyes lit up.
He placed his empty bowl into the water flow wrapped in rosy light, letting it whirl about along with the water.
Ying Bing, ? Li Mo, it's getting quite clean.
Little Li seemed to have discovered a new continent. Seeing the wonder and admiration in the boy's eyes, Ying Bing's slightly furrowed brows relaxed, and she suddenly felt this feeling wasn't unpleasant. In her heart, there was even a little sense of accomplishment.
Can I add 2 more bowls?
Of course.
Wow, amazing, amazing.
Shang Wu rested her chin on one hand, watching the boy and girl not far away, a smile flowing beneath her hazy drunken gaze.
Binger. This nickname actually suits her quite well. Wait, it seems like I forgot something? Never mind, it shouldn't be too important.
The moon rose on the branches.
In the room. Ying Bing wrote elegantly on the bamboo slips. After soaking in the Yuan Huang blood pool, the body is reborn, suitable for body refining.
Swordsmanship talent is barely acceptable. If enough effort is put in, combined with guidance, it's not impossible to master a sword technique to great success. Having a heart of a child, observing the divine method is crucial, must cultivate a neutral and peaceful method to avoid straying from the path.
What she wrote was shockingly an evaluation of Li Mo's current state.
It was also a plan for his future development.
Ying Bing had already decided.
In the future, when she leaves the eastern wilderness, she will bring Liemo along. Not knowing why, he had such a huge change in this life. Could it be because of her rebirth, triggering a butterfly effect?
No matter the reason, it's not important.
After all, in this life, in the cave, he passed on the inheritance to her, that is a fact.
Perhaps he still lacks shining talents now. But as long as he has her help, why worry about not reversing his fate in the future? What made Ying Bing a little comforting was, although Liemo did not have any extraordinary gifts, there were also no fatal flaws to make up for. In summary, he is a clean white paper, with plenty of potential for the future.
As long as the operation is done properly, it is highly possible to bring him into the ranks of true elites. So far, it is enough to secure a place among his peers in the Eastern Wilderness domain. He put away the bamboo slips. She returned to the bed and pulled the bed curtain closed. Soon, the coldness surged, and ice crystals began to slowly spread from the bed as the center. Although she had obtained the Xiaofo beforehand. But before forming an internal world, it was ultimately impossible to control the power of the lunar. Moreover, because of the Xiaofo, her physique had further strengthened. The power of the lunar, instead of decreasing, had increased. This also meant that her realm growth speed would be even faster. Within the Xiaofo, there was a divine-level martial technique that focused on the application of internal breath. Xiahong Qi. She had known about this martial art for a long time, it was just that without the Xiaofo before, it was useless to learn it. When the ranking calculation mentioned by the system arrived, she should be able to step into the realm of internal breath. Next door. By the way, what about the reward for being first in our sex trial? Could it be that Master suppressed it? Little Lee thought for a moment and then gave up thinking. It didn't matter, compared to the rewards grabbed from the ice monster, it was all just fleeting clouds. As everyone knows, the rewards given by the system are usually better than what was invested. He should count today as having invested the inheritance of the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix into Ying Bing. The feedback should definitely be something even better. With a thought. Name, Liam O. Age, 16. Root bone, Xianpin immortal body. Realm, Qi and blood realm 10 meridians. Fate? Evaluation, carrying an immortal body, fate chaotic, future unknown. Recent encounter, immersed in the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix's essence blood spring in Qingyuan, physical talent greatly increased, body refining talent stronger, obtained first place in the sect trial. You have a pending investment feedback, do you wish to collect it? Collect. Li Mo did not hesitate. Investment feedback 1, gold script seal. Investment feedback 2, world seed. Investment feedback 3, formless glazed face. Li Mo, exclamation point. Probably, it seemed that, as expected. They hit the jackpot. And it was 3 items at once. Chapter 40, Gold Script Seal, can upgrade Divine Arts, World Seed. 3 investment feedbacks came out at once? Little Lee was surprised and excited. The rewards he got from the ice monster this time looked not only high in quality but also satisfying in quantity. For a moment, Li Mo felt a bit overwhelmed. As expected, the ice monster's jade legs were great to hug. Tomorrow, he must treat the ice monster to something good as a reward. Let's look at them one by one. Li Mo turned his gaze toward the first reward that appeared. Gold Script Seal, can elevate any martial art below Divine Arts to a higher grade. It can even elevate the grade of Divine Arts? Little Lee gasped in surprise, lacking in knowledge. To be honest, he had only heard of Divine Arts. It is worth noting that the Qingyuan sect has a long history, and the first-generation patriarch came from Central Continent. The highest martial art within the sect was merely a supreme skill. Practicing a mid-level martial art to mastery could qualify one as a strong figure in a region. Practicing a top-level martial art to mastery, one could establish their own sect. That's right. Currently, Little Lee only needed his realm to keep up, relying solely on the Fire Crane Thousand Feather Sword technique. He could be regarded as a well-known expert in one region. Regarding Divine Arts, Li Mo had only heard Mr. Shu talk about it. A century ago in Middle Continent, there was a strong individual named Qianqing Wuzuan, who fled to the Eastern Wilderness with a divine art. At that time, it attracted countless foreign strong figures to descend, and local sects like Qingyuan sect had no qualification to intervene. Even the Daiyu Sikh Heaven Guards personally stepped in. In the end, that divine art's fate is unknown. In his understanding, divine arts were the pinnacle of heaven and earth. Above divine arts? That was entirely beyond Li Mo's imagination. It's a pity I don't even have a divine art now, so I'll just save it for later. Li Mo's mind was stirred, like a poor person suddenly finding a box of gold bars. Gold bars are great, but they can't be taken out to spend at that moment. He now possessed the best martial arts. It's just an ultimate skill. Using the golden book seal on an ultimate skill is completely a waste. Inside the heavenly book seal, there should be something that can upgrade the ultimate skill. At that time, I can upgrade the ultimate skill to a divine skill. And the mere divine skill might burst forth from the ice block at any moment. Little Lee's mindset has always been steady. Having read so many novels in his past life, he may not have eaten pork but he has seen pigs run. Calm. Li Mo looked at the next reward. World Seed, a small world in its initial state, currently in a chaotic and unfound state, will gradually grow and improve with the host's strength, and may evolve into a real large world in the future. A large world. Just these 5 words are enough to show its value. Li Mo was genuinely a bit stunned this time.
Wait, we're just beginning to practice martial arts. Is the standard for the future already moving toward the direction of Pangu, the great deity, creating the heavens and the earth?
The world seed will grow stronger with his own strength. And as the small world grows stronger, it will also benefit him.
In the end, the world is me.
In his world, the concept of strength and weakness no longer matters. He is both the way of heaven and the ruler, with a single thought capable of turning the world upside down and moving stars. The vast 9 heavens and 10 lands also begin with the world seed.
Does it expand naturally, or does it grow attached to someone? Li Mo's thoughts wandered, unable to help but make connections. Well, this is not something he can explore for now. In his perception, his small world wasn't even a seedling yet. Claim. As soon as Li Mo's thought fell, the environment around him began to change like water waves.
In a daze, he saw countless colors surging, reorganizing, transforming, bizarre and fantastical.
In an instant, all the colors vanished, leaving only an infinite void.
When he came to his senses, he found himself standing in a pure white space. In all directions, there was boundless white mist. The space beneath his feet, already developed, was only the size of a basketball court, a bit smaller than the Joshua Pavilion. But this space completely belonged to him.
Sword, come. Li Mo's expression was solemn as he waved his hand casually. Suddenly, an unknown divine sword flew in, its aura fierce and sharp. He was dressed in white like snow, as if he were a true unparalleled swordsman. Suddenly, he shouted. Sword, open the heavenly gate. Instantly, endless sword energy surged forth, sweeping through heaven and earth. If you ignore that this heaven and earth is only about 10 zhang in circumference, this sword is still quite impressive. Being a swordsman is really refreshing. I wish I could use this move outside too. Little Li sighed.
His talent for swordsmanship hadn't changed much, it was just his performative personality acting up, and this world was just cooperating with him.
It still looks a bit too empty here. A little decoration. Li Mo became a bit interested in tidying up his personal space. 10 minutes later.
Little Li had used all the scenes he had accumulated from novels to transform the place. The empty ground now featured pavilions and towers, all crystal clear and subtly elegant. Within the pavilions, there was an ancient well, a chessboard, an alchemy furnace, and a series of extraordinary items.
Li Mo even thought about adding some exotic flowers and plants. Unfortunately, it seems I still can't create life. Li Mo realized this.
Even though he was the ruler of this realm, there were still things he couldn't do.
Like creating life. But I can bring life from the outside in. But that life cannot be stronger than me. As for what is created inside, it cannot be taken out for now. Li Mo fiddled for a while and gained some understanding of his small world. Late at night. Consciousness exited the world seed. Li Mo glanced at the moon outside.
He had just estimated that he had been inside for about an hour, and the time outside was roughly the same.
For now. The flow of time in the two worlds is about the same. By the way, there's some feedback. Just now, he was playing happily. Li Mo almost forgot the last piece of feedback.
Formless glazed mask, it can change endlessly and block all means of detection.
The introduction is brief and to the point. Li Mo directly took it out.
It was a glazed colored metal mask. After putting it on, he looked at himself in the mirror and found that his entire aura had changed.
If he changed into a different outfit, he wouldn't even recognize the person after wearing the mask as himself. For example, every person has their own aura.
But as long as he wants, wearing the mask can give others a deep and inscrutable impression. Not only can the aura switch, but the shape of the mask can as well.
Swish. In the next moment, the formless glazed mask transformed into a dragon head mask. Swish.
The dragon head then changed into a cute pig head mask. The voice can also change. When Li Mo spoke, his voice became deep and rich. He nodded in satisfaction. He collected his thoughts and began to cultivate.
By afternoon, just as he was about to eat and was preparing to open the 11th meridian, a guest arrived at Joshua Pavilion. Elder Cold Crane, an old acquaintance. Li Mo and Ing Bing, why didn't you go to the Divine Weapon Peak today? As soon as the old man entered, he frowned and asked Shang Wu. What do we need to go to the Divine Weapon Peak for?
Shang Wu was comfortably lying on the rocking chair, basking in the sun, and accidentally scratched her ear.
They are the top 3 in the sex trial.
Elder Cold Crane was not in a good mood.
Why do you say that every inner disciple can go to the Divine Blade Cave to choose a weapon? Because those who can enter the inner door basically get good results in the sex trials.
Thus, they get a chance to go to the Divine Blade Cave to choose a weapon. Of course, as the top 3, the rewards are not limited to this, it's just that the sect is busy now, and some rewards haven't been distributed yet. It seems that this is the case.
Shang Wu tilted her head and remembered. Elder Cold Crane was too lazy to say more to her. Seeing that Ying Bing and Liu Mo were both present, he said. Let's go, follow the old man to the Divine Weapon Peak. Elder Cold Crane, I have a request. Ying Bing suddenly spoke. Speak. Elder Cold Crane, who was about to turn around, stopped. Originally, notifying disciples about this matter did not need his position as the Peak Master. The reason for personally coming was precisely because of Ying Bing, this treasure of the sect. Naturally, her opinion had to be considered. Ying Bing said, I would like to delay a few days to go to the Divine Blade Cave. Why? Ying Bing glanced at Liu Mo and softly said, the disciple feels that the swordsmanship can still improve, and then I can obtain a better weapon. If that's the case, it is not impossible. Elder Cold Crane raised his eyebrow, seemingly surprised at her swordsmanship improvement, then nodded and said. That can naturally be arranged, but it can only be delayed for 3 days. 3 days later, the Divine Weapon Peak will enter the most intense season of fire, and people cannot enter the Divine Blade Cave. The disciple understands. 3 days. Ying Bing is confident that she can help Li Mo's swordsmanship reach a new level. She anticipated that gaining recognition for a good weapon at that time would not be difficult. Chapter 41, Teacher Ice Dumpling comes online, Li Mo's strange talent. After Elder Cold Crane left. Elder Shang Wu, do you have any arrangements for Liu Mo in these few days? Ying Bing asked. Shang Wu slightly squinted her apricot eyes, thought for a moment, and said. Other than cooking, there isn't much important work. Then I trouble you to lend him to me for 3 days. I want him to learn swordsmanship with me for 3 days. Ying Bing said softly. After all, she wasn't Li Mo's master. If she wanted to teach him something, she still needed to ask for the main character's permission. Little Bing, I trust your swordsmanship, but 3 days. You can't learn much, right? Shang Wu agreed but was also a bit curious. I have this. Ying Bing took out something from her sleeve. 3 azure incense sticks. Lingxi incense? The sect leader even gave you this? Really generous. Shang Wu's apricot eyes widened slightly, clearly knowing the value of this item. This is not a product of the eastern wilderness, but from Central Divine Continent, ground from a rare material called Lingxi wood, it was transformed into powder. Refined from other precious materials. Igniting this item to comprehend martial arts can greatly enhance one's wisdom. However, Lingxi wood grows slowly, taking 300 years to grow 1 inch, thus its yield is extremely rare. What remains in the sect now should be few, mostly left by the first-generation ancestor, saved over generations by each sect leader. Giving 3 pieces to Ying Bing at once shows how much they value her. Shang Wu scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seems that besides giving her disciple 2 books of martial arts, she has just been enjoying free food and drinks here. Wait, do you mean to apply Lingxi incense on Xiao Mo? Shang Wu regained her senses. Yes, this item is of no use to me. Ying Bing nodded. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. TSK. This kid is quite lucky. Shang Wu smiled with approval. Though she hasn't used the good stuff, it's the same if her disciple does. Learning sword from you? Liu Mo had just opened another meridian. 11 meridians, the small world expanded a bit more. Suddenly, he saw Ying Bing push the door in. Follow me downstairs. Ying Bing's expression was calm. After speaking, she turned and went down the stairs. What's with this sudden change? Liu Mo scratched his head, as if he understood. Ice Cube isn't a person good with words. Though she hasn't mentioned anything about what happened below Qing Yuan, she must have remembered it in her heart. That's fine. With the Ice Cube around, he could avoid a lot of unnecessary martial insights. He knew he wasn't cut out for sword practice, but Little Lee still had no intention of giving it up entirely. Moreover, he didn't have any other martial arts to practice now anyway. In the open space of Chioshui Pavilion. In the copper stove, blue smoke curled. The scent of the incense brought a sense of clarity and vibrant thought upon arrival. Liu Mo knew this was a good item. From great success to perfection, it means you have truly turned martial arts into something of your own and are no longer bound by moves. Moreover, you need not rely on sword moves anymore. Similarly, any sword move is moving closer to the true meaning of swordway, one can connect with 100. Ying Bing put her fingers together and gently brushed against a nearby bamboo. At once, traces of crane feathers appeared on it, but not in fiery red, rather in icy blue. Li Mo's eyes widened in amazement. Fire Crane Thousand Feathers has actually been transformed by the Ice Cube into Ice Crane Thousand Feathers. This shows that she has completely understood and mastered this superior sword technique. And he hasn't even seen her practice it. The transformation of your sword technique should allow you to freely control the timing, quantity, and position of power bursts. You can even condense 1,000 feathers into one, letting a drop of water penetrate stone. As soon as the words fell. Bang! Suddenly, a piece of crane feather exploded. Its power was 10 times stronger than a single burst. What you need to do now is to forget about moves. Pick up the sword. Okay. Liamo took out the blue steel sword covered in dents. Just as he was ready to make a move, a cold, soft little hand grasped his hand, and a girl's faint fragrance wafted over. Ing Bing tightly held his hand. Liamo. This feeling was different from when he jumped into Qing Yuan. At that time, it was free falling with his mind blank, there was no room to think of anything else. Now. Don't get distracted, I'll only take you through it once. A clear voice sounded in his ear. Indeed, she was teaching him hand in hand. Even in her previous life, among her disciples, even those with exceptional talent, she would only give a couple of pointers at most. Ing Bing had never taught a person with such seriousness before. All right. Liamo focused and earnestly began to learn. A quarter of an hour later. Ing Bing released his hand and silently stood aside. She appeared to have gotten a ruler from somewhere, her eyes calm as she looked at him, her red lips lightly parted. Practice. Liamo. The ice cube's intention was not to spank his palm if he practiced incorrectly, was it? 5 minutes later, little Li received the answer. Not the palm of his hand. I'm already so grown up, why are you hitting my butt? Liamo protested, covering his rear. It wasn't painful, but it was embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. Shangwu laughed until her body rolled on the lounge chair, tears streaming down her face. Ing Bing remained unmoved, her eyes downcast, saying, forget the moves. You just used your sword move again, power rising from the ground, flowing through your meridians, and without any sword technique, you can still achieve this. Not a single word was mentioned about the butt issue. Well, no negotiation. All right. I, Li, won't miss a chance. Do you really think of me as insignificant? Martial Arts Insight, activate. 5 years of martial arts insight successfully injected. First year, you accepted Ing Bing's guidance, gained inspiration, and began diligently pursuing the essence of swordsmanship, forgetting the existence of sword techniques. 5th year, after hard practice, you have forgotten a good part of the sword techniques, and the first 3 forms are no longer confined to their shapes. Good heavens! With Ice Chunk's guidance, I only made this little progress in 5 years of martial arts insight. If I were to rely solely on myself, who knows how long it would take. I'm ready. Liamo picked up his sword and started practicing again. Did you really learn it? Seeing him draw his sword, there was a hint of surprise in Ing Bing's eyes. However, after a few strikes, Liamo stopped. Could you teach me one more time? Okay. Ing Bing was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Thus, Ice Chunk's sword technique class began again. Wait for me. I've got it. Teach me again. This scene repeated over and over. Ing Bing felt a strange sensation she couldn't quite describe. It felt like Liamo. Both clever and foolish? When he was teaching, he was quite clumsy, often needing to adjust his instructions, and frequently making what she thought were very basic mistakes. But when he closed his eyes to think for a while, it was as if he suddenly understood, and all those flaws and mistakes disappeared without a trace. After a while, he would ask her to teach the next part again. What she didn't know was, little Li was actually conserving his martial arts insight. 3 days later. The Ice Chunk, who had just broken through to 12 meridians, dreamed again on this night. She dreamed of being in charge of the Gue Palace, before ascending to the Phoenix Haven. At that time, the righteous and demonic paths in Zhengzhou were in fierce conflict. The court sat back and watched the tigers fight, stirring the pot, wishing for both sides to suffer heavy losses. The Gue Palace, neither fully righteous nor evil, rarely interfered in the affairs of the martial world, yet gathered nearly half of the powerful female cultivators from all corners of the world, so both sides were making every effort to win them over. But the Deyu dynasty clearly did not want to see the Gue Palace join either side, thus disrupting the balance. So, the regent prince prepared a plethora of engagement gifts that would make any major power envious to approach the Gue Palace. This prince wishes to bound in joy with the master of the Gue Palace, to be forever united. This wasn't the first time someone proposed marriage, but it was the most grandiose offer yet. However, the outcome was no different. The other side couldn't even block 3 strikes. I have no interest in the weak. There were always interruptions, it was quite annoying. She was not interested in imperial ambition, nor in killing and fighting. Besides stabilizing at the peak of martial arts, nothing else held her heart. So, she must have said something like this at that time. But later, as the story spread, it transformed into, the master of the Gue Palace likes men stronger than her. This rumor persisted until she became the Phoenix Heaven Empress, but no one dared to challenge her again. I've been dreaming frequently lately. Without reaching the observation god realm, one cannot ultimately control their own spirit. Ing Bing stood up,
brushing the frost flowers off her shoulders. The sounds of sword dancing came from outside the window, prompting her to lift it. In the sunlight, the young man danced with his sword. The shadow of the sword sometimes transformed into hundreds and thousands, sometimes merging into one. With a delicate balance, flowing like clouds in water, as if a celestial crane was stretching its form. Ying Bing watched quietly, a smile forming on her lips, a curve she wasn't even aware of. She should still be a good teacher. Of course, it also related to Li Mo's talent. Strangely enough, when someone teaches, progress is swift, but when left alone, it's ordinary. But in any case, stumbling along, he somehow reached the transformation realm in this superior sword technique. Originally, Ying Bing thought just achieving perfection would be impressive. It could be said it far exceeded her expectations. Once half a month passed, the system would rank the talents within the Eastern Wilderness region. Perhaps he can really see himself on the leaderboard? Chapter 42, Choosing Weapons in the Divine Blade Cave, Fighting with the Qishao Sword again. Outside the carriage window, the beautiful scenery of the Qingyuan Mountains passed by. I can also be considered a swordsman. From great achievement to transformation. 80 years. Seeing the joy of the hunt, classmate Li's excitement was half gone, and he started to worry if the expenses were too high. It can be counted, he has spent over 100 years on his comprehension of martial arts. If it weren't for Bing Tuozi teaching him hands-on, it would have cost even more. It feels a bit like spending 2 months' salary on a high-end computer in a past life, only to leave it there gathering dust without time to play. Well, it's not that bad. The transformation-level swordsmanship is definitely much more powerful than what he could achieve with his fists. The understanding of martial arts should be enough for now. With 110 years left, there's no fear of being lost in new martial arts. Li Mo thought for a moment and stopped thinking too much. In the Divine Weapon Cave, you can check that Qishao. Ying Bing gently sipped her tea. Okay. Li Mo followed her suggestion. In fact, he was indeed preparing to try the Qishao sword. It's not that he holds a grudge, it's not like he was beaten by a sword and is now waiting for 30 years of karma to repay him. The Qishao is natured by fire, combined with the Fire Heart Lotus method, it exponentially increases its power, truly matches him well. This enhancement might not be very obvious in the Qi Blood realm, but it will definitely be visible afterward in the Inner Breath realm. At this time, sounds of iron striking could already be heard from outside the window. Once they got out of the carriage, they saw a throng of people in front of the Divine Weapon Cave. When Ying Bing stepped down, the murmurs in the crowd grew much quieter, with various respectful gazes directed at her. The oppressive presence of Bing Tuozi. Now she was not only the true disciple of the headmaster but also the future of the sect. Not only among her peers, but in the history of the Qingyuan sect, she is also uniquely dazzling. Li brother. Li junior brother. In the crowd, 2 people greeted him at the same time, then looked at each other in surprise. Morong Xiao and Xiao Qin exchanged glances and nodded slightly. They had both achieved good results in the sect's trials, so they were somewhat acquainted. Li brother, you actually took first place, as expected of you. Morong Xiao praised him. When I heard about it, I was also shocked. Xiao Qin's aura had noticeably strengthened compared to before. Through the trials, he had now returned to the inner sect. What surprised him was that Li Junior brother's aura was actually stronger than his. He had just rebuilt his skills and had the teacher's help, after all. This progress of Li Junior brother was indeed astonishing. What kind of weapon does Junior brother Li plan to choose today? My swordsmanship has made some recent achievements. It shouldn't be a problem for Junior brother Li to pick a famous weapon. This is where Brother Xiao doesn't know enough about Brother Li. After a moment of small talk, they talked mostly about recent happenings. Morong Xiao had completed the body refinement, meeting Elder Han He's expectations, and could start learning the forging techniques passed down by the Divine Blade Peak. And Xiao Qin had not only returned to the inner door but had also caught the attention of an elder, possibly being accepted as a true disciple in the future. Everyone had a bright future. Seeing the people he invested in thriving, classmate Li couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the sound of gongs rang out at the entrance of the Divine Blade Cave. The inner door steward guarding the entrance came out. Time's up. Every year, the Divine Blade Cave would briefly calm down, and then erupt even more fiercely. Disciples whose realms were not that high generally chose this time to enter the cave and select weapons. The disciples subconsciously made way. Ying Bing looked down and entered the Divine Blade Cave. However, she had just walked to the middle of the first layer and stopped, gently raising her plain hand. Just when everyone was confused. Clang. The sound of swords rang out, and a dozen white ribbons flew in the air, hovering in front of Ying Bing for her selection. All were famous quality long swords. Why are they so large? Li Mo looked on, feeling like a cat lover entering a cat cafe.
Surprisingly, there was not much emotion.
He remained calm, but the others were not calm at all, and soon shouts of surprise filled the air. Famous weapons, all of them are famous weapons.
Wow, not only did they get recognized by the famous weapons, but they also flew out from the third layer for anyone to choose? Didn't they say famous weapons have spirits and are very cold? Normally, they wouldn't even look at common people, so why are they all gathered together today? It's terrifying.
Wait, do you see that? As the voices of discussion rose, two beams, one blue and one white, shot over, pushing the other famous swords aside.
One was blazing hot, and the other was as cold as ice. For Liu Mo, they were old friends. Qishao and Tian Xuan. Everyone felt as if they might stop breathing.
They had never dared to dream of such a thing. Even the disciples of Shinbing Peak could not help but feel a pain in their teeth. Many had been initiated for many years, but had only heard of these two swords created by the founding master of Shinbing Peak, never having seen them.
How did they recognize them?
Among the remaining mystical weapons of Shinbing Peak, only two were swords.
Tian Xuan.
Ying Bing reached out and grasped the long sword, which resembled a white dragon. It was still that familiar feeling.
The Tian Xuan sword gently trembled, showing great joy.
Then, Ying Bing looked no longer at any other weapons and walked out holding her sword.
As she passed Liu Mo, she nodded slightly, giving a bit of encouragement. Liu Mo, this is happening too quickly.
When he looked again, the Qishao sword was already gone. Well, it seemed he had to take the usual path and accept the test for the Qishao sword.
Brotherly, I believe in you, you can definitely get a mystical weapon.
Morong Xiao patted his shoulder.
Shao Qin nodded in agreement. Then let's go. Liu Mo smiled and took a step forward. Oh right.
At the bottom of Shinfeng Cave, there was still a hammer calling him. He could still feel that call today.
Speaking of only being able to take one weapon, should he choose the hammer or the sword? This question, Liu Mo hesitated for just 3 1/3 seconds, and then chose the hammer.
No kidding, that was the father of all mystical weapons.
Of course. If he wanted to take it and could handle it, Elder Hang would probably not agree anyway. That hammer was the lifeline of Shinbing Peak. Let's take a look first. As Liu Mo pondered.
The three had already descended to the third layer of Shinfeng Cave together. Master said that to judge the quality of a weapon, one must look at its materials, forging techniques, and control of heat.
Morong Xiao began to identify them one by one according to Shelley's knowledge of forging.
Shao Qin's gaze skimmed over the famous weapons. At this moment, the voice of Qianqing Wuzuan echoed in his heart. That girl named Ying Bing, just as I said, has great fortune by her side.
Teacher, are you talking about her getting recognized by the mystical weapon? Shao Qin asked casually. The fact that she could have it as her weapon is rather a blessing for that mystical weapon. Qianqing Wuzuan was amused by his disciple's perspective and sighed.
What I meant was her inheritance.
Inheritance? Are you talking about the radiant light from a few days ago? Shao Qin raised this matter, curious as well.
A few days ago, the sky was filled with radiant light, and everyone inside the gate was discussing it. One of the theories was that the true disciple of the sect master, Ying Bing, had acquired some extremely powerful inheritance.
It seems it was likely true.
What the teacher said had never been wrong. I once saw something like that in an ancient book about the bird tribe. The old voice did not deny it.
Is that inheritance really powerful? Not just powerful. Qianqing Wuzuan's tone was tinged with reminiscence.
The 9-colored origin phoenix has 9 souls, each soul possesses boundless mysteries.
Gaining one allows one to traverse the skies and the earth.
If all are gathered, along with that little girl's 10 absolutes body, there would be a chance to reach the legendary realm.
Legendary realm?
Shao Qin listened, puzzled, and shook his head. I still think Junior Brotherly is not bad, his future achievements will surely not be weaker than those of Senior Sister Ying Bing. You kid, why not take a bet with me?
Qianqing Wuzuan chuckled.
His disciple was great at everything, but he had a stubborn mind.
Practicing martial arts requires perseverance.
But being too stubborn is not good, it easily leads one to be narrow-minded, unaware of the meaning.
Alright teacher, what do you say we bet on?
In the sect competition, if your Junior Brotherly can take 10 strikes from that young girl, then I will lose.
At that time, I will give you a big gift. If I win, we will talk about it then.
The Thousand Forms martial master spoke with much interest, completely unaware that he might lose.
Shao Qin naturally agreed.
Then, under the guidance of his teacher, he began to pick his weapon. As for little Li, he was still completely unaware of this. If he knew, he would surely ask, Old Shao, where does your confidence in me come from? He had already reached the 4th level. With a serious look, he gazed at the red sky sword and gave a salute. Buzz. The red sky sword vibrated gently, just like last time. Of course, it was much smaller in frequency compared to when it flew beside Ing Bing.
It seemed to think that Li Mo was not as appealing. Poof. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Li Mo murmured to himself, a small flame of desire for victory igniting in his eyes. He must seize the moment today. Chapter 43, The Bond of Red Sky and Heavenly Frost, Goal, Pangaea Meteor Hammer. The Red Sky Sword is a sword with double standards. It shows affection for the ice block, but gives our little Li a test. 10 strikes. If he can take them, he will become its master. Li Mo's vision blurred. Buzz. A familiar figure of a swordsman appeared before him. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The swordsman slowly cupped his fists in salute towards him. Please advise. Li Mo held the Qing steel sword, also cupping his fists. The next moment, two figures collided. The sounds of weapons clashing echoed throughout the entire 4th level. On the 3rd level, all the renowned swords began to tremble slightly at this moment. Is it the commotion caused by Brother Li? Mu Rongxiao couldn't help but look back at the dark 4th level cave entrance. That sound of the sword seemed to make his hair stand on end. What happened? Xiao Qin raised his head, holding a broken giant sword in his hand. This was the one he found under the guidance of the Thousand Forms martial master. Though it looked unimpressive among many renowned weapons and was only half remaining, its material was better than others. It was also one of the few renowned items willing to acknowledge him as its master. However, its spiritual quality was a bit weak and needed him to cultivate it on his own in the future. Xiao Qin was still quite satisfied with it. Yet at this moment, the giant sword was gently trembling with the sound of the sword ringing. Your junior brother Li is currently engaging with a mystical weapon. The Thousand Forms martial master spoke casually without having seen it himself. Engaging with a weapon? Xiao Qin did not quite understand what that meant. The stronger the warrior, the stronger their spirit. The weapons they use over the years will carry their will. Do you know which sword is the most powerful in the famous Tianshan sword manner? The Thousand Forms martial master seemed pleased to share anecdotes with his disciple to broaden his horizons. Please enlighten me, master. It is a wooden sword that once belonged to the sword ancestor. The Thousand Forms martial master spoke as if he had seen it in the past. It carries an entire pure essence of the sword path. This sword flew thousands of miles from the sword tomb hundreds of years ago, cutting through rivers and defeating evil monsters. To this day, that river still flows dry. A sword can cut rivers for hundreds of years? Xiao Qin gasped in awe upon hearing this. For him, this was simply unimaginable. The Thousand Forms martial master was quite pleased with his disciple's shock and continued. The sword ancestor's personal weapon is far beyond any mystical weapon. Of course, that Red Sky sword can also be considered a fine product among mystical weapons. Whether or not it can be mastered depends on whether your junior brother Li has learned something from that girl. Red Sky, after all, complements Heavenly Frost. Xiao Qin pursed his lips in thought. He did not feel envious, instead, he cherished his broken renowned giant sword even more. Clang. In the 4th level, Li Mo had already received the 6th strike of Red Sky in his consciousness space. The sound of the sword ringing made him feel an electrifying connection, his consciousness tingling. Is this the aura of a mystical weapon? Or, is this the true essence and spirit left by the master who once wielded this sword? Li Mo couldn't help but remember the words spoken to him by the ice block under Qing Yuan. Obsession can actually turn into a shadowy existence. That essence and spirit could indeed gather to form a powerful swordsman, which seems quite reasonable. The sound of this sword seems to have the effect of refining the spirit. Li Mo pondered over this. At first it was quite faint, but as time went on, the feeling of spiritual refinement became increasingly clear. Come on. Li Mo concentrated, seriously facing the sword. The 7th sword. The 8th sword. The 9th sword. These 3 swords were completely perfected sword techniques. He faced off for 9 strikes, feeling his essence and spirit improve significantly, and his consciousness became a bit more agile. Without Iceblock's guidance, relying solely on his own martial arts insights, he would have probably ended here. This is not surprising. Just like deep math problems, without a math talent, you might never solve them just by thinking hard. Ordinary people can only use the formulas summarized by geniuses to gain an advantage. The 10th sword. The presence of the swordsman opposite him instantly became restrained yet stronger. Li Mo let out a heavy breath, focusing like never before. The tense sound of the sword echoed through the Divine Edge Cave. It lingered, like a helpless sigh. Outside the Divine Edge Cave, the Qishao sword has recognized its master. Elder Han he stroked his beard and spoke, looking slightly strange. No one knew the meaning of this sword's cry better than him, the elder of the Divine Weapon Peak. The Qishao sword recognized a master, yes, but it seemed to carry some reluctance. It felt somewhat dissatisfied with Li's talent. A little disdainful but also reluctantly acknowledging him as its master? This left Elder Han He quite puzzled. Ha ha ha, old dang, I have both mystical weapons in my hands now.
Shang Wu didn't care about that much, feeling so pleased she was almost posing with hands on her hips.
Elder Han He remained expressionless. Tianchuan belongs to Ying Bing, what does Ying Bing have to do with you?
Shang Wu looked at him, her eyes filled with a hint of pity and sympathy. The former's forehead muscles twitched a couple of times. This gaze was quite disrespectful.
By the way, old man, not mentioning little Binger makes it too. At that time, we did make a bet.
In this way, it won't put you at a disadvantage. You don't need to settle the accounts for me, as long as I need, I can take any weapon from your Divine Edge cave.
Shang Wu squinted and smiled. Humph. One at a time.
Elder Han He snorted coldly. He was tough on the outside, yet he wouldn't dare to say who would emerge victorious in a fight. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in Morong Xiao, but getting the recognition of a mystical weapon showed that Liu Mo was definitely extraordinary in sword techniques.
Moreover, who among the same level could compete with someone holding a mystical weapon?
Letting Shang Wu go to the Divine Edge cave for a weapon, even if it got broken, was still better than settling her huge debts.
Old man, your only good point is that you never default on debts. Seeing him agree, Shang Wu offered him a few compliments. Ying Bing remained calm, not surprised by this.
It was her first serious attempt at teaching someone. If she couldn't even get a mystical weapon, it would be a total failure.
Shi Xiao. If I remember correctly, Ying Zhenchuan took Tianchuan, these two swords seem to have a combined technique? I've also seen similar records.
Some older disciples of the Divine Weapon Peak exchanged glances, collectively recalling the records. Legend has it that the ancestor forged these two swords and bestowed them upon his two disciples. Those two were a couple with an extremely good relationship, and they created a joint sword technique, able to fight beyond their level, gaining fame throughout the eastern wasteland at that time. Later, the two passed away, and Tianchuan and Shishao never recognized a master at the same time again. That sword technique was also shelved, never to be seen again.
Today, these two mystical weapons have both found their respective masters.
Everyone turned their gaze toward Ying Bing.
But they couldn't discern any emotion from the jade-like young girl's face. At the same time, still quite aloof,
Liu Mo held the long sword, which resembled flowing fire, in his hand.
Cannot help but feel joy. He himself had no talent for swordsmanship.
Yet at this age, he practiced the supreme sword technique to its peak. Thus, the Qishao sword reluctantly acknowledged him as its master. But, whether it was reluctant or not, it didn't matter, as long as it could be used, that was enough.
Classmate Li didn't care about whether the melon was sweet or not, as long as it quenched his thirst.
I have the sword technique, and I have the precious sword.
If I'm not a swordsman, then who is? Li Mo laughed happily. At this moment,
he looked towards the fourth level of the God Blade Cave, the entrance where firelight and cold light mixed. That direction called to him more and more strongly. The matter of being handsome was already settled. Naturally, he had to consider what could truly make him stronger.
Panjie Falling Star Hammer.
The glow of the entrance reflected in Li Mo's eyes. Although using a hammer didn't quite match his interest.
But, this was a divine weapon.
It was already a treasure that completely exceeded his understanding. Moreover, it could vaguely resonate with his extreme weapon destruction body, complementing each other.
It wants to follow me. But first, I need to get close to it and pick it up. Liu Mo walked past the entrance.
In an instant, he felt an intense pressure. The icy cold from the ice spring and the blazing heat from the fire spring, combined with the strong killing intent, nearly made it hard for him to breathe. If it weren't for the initial success of his body refining and having swallowed a 6-1 pure heart pill, he wouldn't even have the qualification to stand here.
Dong.
He took a step forward. Instantly, a thunderous sound echoed in the void. All his internal organs, meridians, and blood were shaken.
That bone-tingling sensation made Liu Mo clearly realize
his body had become stronger again.
I only took one step forward. Liu Mo gained a clearer understanding of the power of the divine weapon. Moreover, this was probably the result of the divine weapon having spirit, suppressing most of its pressure. Keep moving. Liu Mo activated his extreme weapon destruction body and took another step.
At the same time, the sound of a heavy hammer dropping echoed in his ears.
Chapter 44, Extreme Weapon Destruction Body Achieves Peak, Divine Weapon in Hand. The dark and ancient hammer quietly hung between the ice and fire. About 300 steps from the entrance. Who? Liu Mo, sweating profusely, exhaled a breath of white air.
He had walked 100 steps, and he was already drenched in sweat, even his bones were shaking with discomfort.
It was exhausting, but the light in Liu Mo's eyes grew even brighter.
With the divine weapon attacking his bones, with every step he took, he could feel his vitality strengthening, and his body being honed even stronger. In just 100 steps, he actually opened up a new meridian.
13 meridians.
For normal martial artists, 12 meridians were already the limit, and they would start to condense blood into energy, transforming their strength into breath at this point.
Liu Mo at this moment had completely surpassed the realm of vitality and blood. Moreover,
his advancing steps were far from stopping.
140 steps.
The pressure is getting greater. Liu Mo found it increasingly difficult to move, his body had reached its limit.
Fine lines of blood appeared faintly on his skin.
He had tried his best to use the techniques of the extreme weapon destruction body to reduce the damage caused by the killing intent. But divine weapons were still divine weapons.
Thankfully, I still have martial arts comprehension left. Otherwise, today I would have to stop here. Liu Mo still wanted to try.
As a result, when he took another step forward, the oppressive feeling of the killing intent instantly pressed in from all directions. Blood immediately seeped from the fine lines, and his body showed signs of collapse, making him hurriedly retreat.
Alright, no more struggling. Classmate Li knew its power inside. He didn't want to give up. But reality wouldn't allow it.
Relying solely on hard work, he couldn't obtain a divine weapon.
Let's start with 20 years. With a thought, Liu Mo chose to comprehend the extreme weapon destruction body. 10 years of martial arts comprehension infusion successful.
In the first year, you observed the divine weapon Panjia Falling Star Hammer and gained insight, achieving a deeper understanding of body refining, beginning to contemplate the purpose of the extreme weapon destruction body.
In the 8th year, you finally mastered the extreme weapon destruction body completely.
In the 10th year, you began to explore the mysteries of body refining and tried to pursue transformation.
10 years of comprehension, the understanding of the extreme weapon destruction body was directly perfected.
No, to be exact, it has been 8 years.
Little Li covers his face, once again facing the reality.
Supreme swordsmanship, the ice block teaches hand in hand. The ultimate body refining technique, he practices by himself. As a result, the insights gained from the former far exceed those of the latter.
Alright then. Liu Mo activates his perfected extreme weapon slaughtering body.
In an instant, the raging weapon killing sharpness from all directions became much gentler. He steadfastly walked towards the Panjia Fallen Star Hammer. 1 step, 2 steps. 10 steps, 100 steps. In the blink of an eye, he was only about 50 steps away from the boundary of ice and fire.
Just as Liu Mo stepped within 50 steps. Boom! The sound of a hammer echoed like thunder. The weapon-killing sharpness surged once again in an instant.
It felt as if he had walked into a whirlpool, constantly enduring countless washes. No wonder the Panjia Fallen Star Hammer can forge mysterious weapons.
This hammer, if it strikes down, even famous weapons might not withstand it.
Liu Mo felt as if he were a blade, being baptized by this divine hammer.
The first patriarch of the divine weapon peak must be a strong fighter.
At least, his mastery in body refining is unquestionable.
No wonder Elder Hanha allows this hammer to lie at the bottom of the divine sword cave.
Perhaps it was because he wanted to use it, but felt powerless. Even experts at the God-observing realm may not qualify to stand before the hammer.
What kind of strong individual can use it as an extension of their own body? Liu Mo stopped pondering.
Let me initiate as a sign of respect. He poured his martial insights into the perfected extreme weapon slaughtering body. In the first year, you observe the divine weapon, gradually understanding the true meaning of transforming your body into a weapon, and you begin to emit weapon-killing sharpness from your own body. In the 3rd year, your own weapon-killing sharpness can resonate with the divine weapon's killing aura, complementing each other. In the 12th year, you finally reach the pinnacle of understanding this technique, no less than its founder. Insight completed, the extreme weapon slaughtering body reaches the transformation realm.
A total of 20 years.
From great success to the transformation realm.
Liu Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, still feeling somewhat surprised.
What surprised him was that it took so little insight to reach the transformation realm. Long-term suppression from swordsmanship, he was a bit unaccustomed to it.
Transforming the body into a weapon. Liu Mo murmured softly.
In the next moment, his body began to emit the weapon-killing sharpness he previously used to refine his physique. It wasn't strong, just slightly stronger than a regular weapon. Compared to the Panjia Fallen Star Hammer, it was like the difference between fireflies and the bright moon. But the extreme weapon slaughtering body is an ultimate technique, and moreover, it is a technique he has comprehended to the transformation realm. This means that with a feather, he can move 1,000 pounds. The sense of oppression instantly diminished greatly, even Liu Mo could follow his heart to choose how much he wanted to bear.
The remaining 50 steps, Liu Mo strode forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, he stood at the boundary of ice and fire.
At this moment, he had time to examine this divine weapon carefully. This hammer seemed to be an integral part of the hammerhead in the handle, as if it were naturally formed.
The front of the hammerhead is sharp and pointed.
Square like a great seal, masterfully crafted. Pointed like a fierce wind or strange stone, skillfully carved by a ghostly hand. One side hammers weapons, the other side hammers people.
Liam-o withdrew his dangerous thoughts. I do not know why you called me. But since you chose me, I shall take you away today.
He extended his hand and gently grasped the hammer's handle.
Boom.
In his mind, it felt as though chaos had just begun, a noise like a comet crashing to earth, deafening and overwhelming. Liam-o's consciousness blanked out, and his hand almost shook loose.
No. I cannot let go.
He gritted his teeth tightly. 13 main meridians had been opened. At this moment, they were all fully activated. Every bit of strength in his body was being fully squeezed out.
The Pangaea Fallen Star Hammer was cooperating quite well with little Lee.
It really moved just a tiny bit by a chi and blood realm individual.
Rumble.
In an instant, the ground shook, and the mountains trembled.
The entire Divine Sword Cave shook violently. It wasn't just the Divine Sword Cave that shook. The Divine Weapon Peak did too.
The ground is shaking. The ground is shaking. Is the Divine Weapon Peak about to collapse? Don't talk nonsense, it must be that the Earth's veins are about to erupt ahead of time.
Wasn't there normally a few days of quiet period? Today is the first day. Run.
Those still in the cave all turned to flee, not daring to look back. Fortunately, most had already picked their weapons.
Teacher, what happened?
Xiaoqin was already outside, but he hadn't seen Liam-o come out for a long time. The voice of the Qianqing martial master grew serious.
This cave should not collapse. But that is, the aura of a divine weapon?
Xiaoqin didn't quite understand what this meant. But upon hearing his teacher's grave tone, he couldn't help but feel worried.
Master. Junior brother Li is still inside.
Mu Rongxiao became restless, but the entire God Blade Cave was filled with overwhelming pressure at that moment.
It really is him.
Elder Han He's expression changed. He had suspected this for a long time. When the ancestral weapon stirred last time, he had an inkling it was related to Liam-o. But he never expected the fluctuation of the Pangaea meteor hammer would be so intense. A nearly absurd thought popped into his mind.
Could it be, it's about to recognize a master? Hey, old man. What you just said better count.
Shang Wu crossed her arms, her apricot eyes narrowed, looking like a fox that had successfully stolen a chicken.
If he can really lift it, then what harm is there in letting him take it away?
Elder Han He's eyelids twitched as he stepped into the God Blade Cave. Chapter 45, Elder Han He let out a sharp explosive sound.
Liam-o exerted all his strength.
Good news, he indeed moved the Pangaea meteor hammer. Bad news, he could only move a sliver. This was still the result of the Pangaea meteor hammer lowering itself and cooperating with him to the utmost. That sliver was probably just the divine weapon using his strength to move itself.
This hammer isn't big, but it's incredibly heavy.
I can easily carry the spiked-back turtle now, but I probably can't even manage 10,000 pounds.
Liam-o relaxed and sighed in amazement.
Fortunately, he never planned on lifting this thing by himself.
If he could manage it at all,
then this divine weapon wouldn't be left in this cave, unseen by sunlight all year round.
No worries. We have a backup. World Seed.
I can now infuse a small part of its power into myself.
The duration is very short, I need to act fast. Liam-o did not come alone.
Behind him, there was an entire world. Although this world had just been born, it was fragile and chaotic. But that is still a world.
Crackle.
At the moment he infused the world seed. His bones let out pops like frying beans, his blood surged and roared, the 13 main meridians were like furious dragons soaring through the sky.
An overwhelming force flowed through him.
Liam-o even felt that if the divine weapon mountain had a ring for him to grip, he could lift the entire mountain.
Rise. Boom.
The hammer's roar was 100 times louder than before. The Pangaea meteor hammer. After hundreds of years, it was once again held in someone's hands.
In just a moment, Liam-o quickly stored it into the small world.
Then, feeling completely drained, he collapsed to the ground, not even wanting to move a finger, letting sweat flow all around.
Thank goodness the divine weapon isn't alive.
Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to use the small world to take it in.
I actually picked up a divine weapon.
Now, Little Lee's chest heaved like a bellows, his eyes bursting with stars.
Various chaotic thoughts surged out uncontrollably.
Using power that did not belong to him felt truly overwhelming. If it lasted any longer, his physical body might start to collapse. Yet, he eventually succeeded.
Li Mo's consciousness was fading, and he felt waves of drowsiness wash over him. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard a sharp explosive sound that was old and piercing. Familiar. Is it Elder Han He? At night. God Blade Peak, Elder's residence. Upon entering, one could see various metal materials and half-finished weapons everywhere. Rather than the Elder's residence, it resembled a weapon storage. Where's the hammer? Where's my ancestral weapon from God Blade Peak? Looking at the unconscious little Li snoring away, Elder Han He paced back and forth, doubting life. The usually steady Elder. He already looked completely lost. Stop your nagging. You're going to annoy me to death. Shangwu crossed her legs, a hint of leg light was vaguely visible between her palace attire, resting her chin on one hand, she said. Tisk, stinky disciple, sleeping so soundly, we were supposed to roast a whole lamb today. What time is it, and you're still thinking about eating? Elder Han He's three spirits jumped in anger, shaking with rage. That is a divine weapon. My divine weapon peak got its name from that. If it goes missing, even if I die, I won't have the face to see the ancestors. If it weren't for Shangwu being here, he would have already shaken Liamo awake. Anyway, no one can use it, so it just gathers dust there. Shangwu narrowed her eyes, displeased. Also, when you speak, speak properly. Why are you so loud? Do you think I'm deaf? Han He. What in the world did I do in my last life? Only in this life could I meet this pair of master and disciple? Whom? Just then. On the bed, Li, who had been sleeping for half a day, yawned and seemed to have woken up. He opened his eyes hazily. He saw a large old face close up, with bloodshot eyes. Little Li almost punched him out of surprise. Elder Han He, why are you so close? You scared me to death. I scared you? I almost lost my soul because of you. Elder Han He laughed in anger and urgently asked. Quickly say, where's the hammer? Where is the ancestor's hammer? Shangwu clenched her small fist and deliberately coughed. It meant to speak to her properly, mind your volume. Elder Han He wanted to curse. What, you make me lose the lifeblood of my divine weapon peak, and I have to keep smiling and serving? But he also knew that the more anxious he became, the more useless it was. Elder Han He could only try to ask in a gentle tone. Li Shenchuan, when you went to the bottom of the Divine Edge Cave, did you see a hammer? As he spoke, the old man gestured. About this big. I saw it. Li Mo cooperatively nodded. Where's the hammer? Where did it go? Elder Han He's speech quickened. Gone. Little Li shrugged. Gone? Elder Han He's eyes went dark. Li Mo nodded and added. When I went to the bottom of the Divine Edge Cave, I indeed saw the hammer you mentioned, Elder. Out of curiosity, I reached out to touch it, then it just disappeared. It seems like I stored it in the Shumi object. Li Mo omitted some parts of the process. He changed the small world into the Shumi object. Yes, this world has storage bags and the like, collectively called Shumi objects. For example, the beautiful master's wine gourd is one such item. Of course, these things are not as common as some novels portray. It involves the most mysterious aspect of spatial abilities. Only the strongest masters who are proficient in this path can open space from rare materials. Thus, the quantity of Shumi objects is extremely rare. Except for Shangwu, none of the elder peaks have this high-end goods, only the sect master possesses one in Qingyuan sect. Disciple, the inheritance you received is not bad. Shangwu's eyes lit up. Shumi object? Elder Han He stood there stunned. His confusion not only didn't decrease but increased. For example, how did Li Mo get close to the Panjian meteor hammer? And how did he take it away? Even the most powerful Shumi object could not store something the master cannot lift. Isn't the truth coming to light? Shangwu rubbed her chin and reasoned. It must be that the hammer recognized its master. As a divine weapon, it might feel light as a feather to its master but incredibly heavy to others, right? Li Mo? It sounded quite reasonable. But the Panjia meteor hammer didn't seem to have this feature. Suddenly, little Li noticed his beautiful master winking at him. Li Mo felt a sudden clarity. I didn't feel it was heavy at the time. Can you take it out now? You saw as well. Li Mo shook his head with a bitter smile. When I stored it, I felt an overwhelming mental shock, almost losing consciousness. I fear I won't be able to take it out again in a short time. So, to ensure my disciple gets a good rest, if he gets exhausted, he might never recover in this lifetime. The master and apprentice harmonized in their exchange. Recognizing a master. Elder Hanha's vague suspicions were confirmed, yet he couldn't help but feel his resolve shatter a little.
Our divine weapon peak has not had a usable divine weapon since our founder, and now it has fallen into the hands of someone from another peak. And it's a mere blood-chi realm. Amidst mixed emotions, he felt utterly helpless. The founder truly left no relevant records. What Shangwu said was indeed somewhat possible. The hammer was really no longer at the bottom of the cave. This argument could barely hold up. Reasonable as it was. But who knows if that's the real situation? It's all based on your words. After thinking for a moment, Elder Hanha spoke up. Since that's the case, let him keep the divine weapon here at the divine weapon peak before he claims it. Chapter 46, Li, with a little fortune, MO, questions about the ice block. As soon as Elder Hanha finished speaking, Shangwu didn't even think, her expression turned unfriendly. You want him to stay here? Old man, are you trying to steal my disciple? Who cares about your disciple? I want the ancestor's divine weapon. Elder Hanha was surprisingly firm. And besides, Shangwu's worries were not baseless. If the Pankai Falling Star Hammer is recognized by a disciple of the Divine Weapon Peak, he would undoubtedly be the next Master Elder on the throne. Elder Hanha wouldn't want to keep me here to forge, right? Li Mo vaguely sensed a hint of foreboding. That wouldn't do at all. If I stayed here every day, how could I embrace the ice block's jade legs? Let the true disciple Li stay here, and all your expenses in the future will be covered by our Divine Weapon Peak. The next moment, Elder Hanha's somber voice came through. Filled with temptation. Clearly, he was prepared to bleed heavily for this. Elder, what are you saying? My master is strong-willed, how could he give up on a disciple for just a little money? Right, master. Master? Li Mo said with righteous indignation. Turning around, he found his master no longer had her previous aggressive demeanor. Her beautiful eyes looked a bit dazed, as if calculating a life of unlimited food and drink ahead. Seriously suspecting she could hear the sound of money pouring in. Little Li. Looks like I underestimated my master's poverty and greed for money. Li Mo lowered his voice. Master, when has Joshua Pavilion ever skimped on your food and drink? If I stay at Divine Weapon Peak in the future, no one will cook for you. The weapons from Divine Weapon Peak are in high demand, indeed making a fortune every day. But it can't compare to how quickly I can make money out of thin air. Moreover, I would never fear being impoverished by anyone. Instead, I would grow richer from reinvestment returns. I'm not that kind of person. The beautiful master's gaze instantly cleared up, nodding earnestly. Elder, you worry too much. I still have a little fortune. Li Mo cupped his hands toward Elder Hanha. How much can you have? Bang! A pair of large, shining metallic chunks struck the ground. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped a little, as if these two pieces of metal would absorb heat. Elder Hanha's smiling expression froze, the thought turning into deep contemplation. Iron essence. 10,000 pounds of iron, an ounce of essence. Ordinary weapons, just a hint, can cut through hair and sever a single strand, slicing through iron like mud. These two large pieces of iron essence, even if Divine Weapon Peak were to use Han Flame Spring water and work their disciples to the bone, it would still take 3 years to produce. Bang! Another loud noise. A fist-sized piece of crimson metal fell to the ground. Hiss. Elder Hanha completely lost his composure. Fire rock copper mine. Only near volcanoes can there be veins, and the ores within must be forged by earthfire for tens of thousands of years before they can be born, only possible to be obtained after a volcanic eruption. The materials in the Jishao sword are of this type. You call this a little fortune? Elder Hanha began to ponder the origin of Li Mo's inheritance. Shangwu was also contemplating this issue. The strong one who left this legacy, was he not afraid of running a store in the past? Or perhaps he was a bandit who plundered countless riches? Disciple is not a blacksmith, these two rare treasures are like pearls that have fallen into dust. Elder, you are a renowned master craftsman of the mansion, only you can make full use of them. Classmate Li is skilled at flattering the old man. Elder Hanha remained silent. After a while, he sighed and said, Shangwu, your disciple is better at dealing with people than you. I am no longer worried that he will bring endless disasters with the divine weapons. Shangwu? Elder Hanha didn't look at her for long, turned back, and spoke solemnly. Li Mo, if you can do 3 things, I will fulfill your wish. Elder, please say. Li Mo readily agreed. First, if one day the Divine Weapon Peak forges a mysterious weapon and needs the Punishment Star Hammer, you, as the main weapon master, must assist. Second, before your strength is sufficient, do not spread word of the divine weapons. Besides me and your master, no outsiders should know. Third, do not let the ancestral divine weapons be stained with unjust blood. For the last point, Elder Hanha emphasized it heavily. That is only right. Classmate Li didn't hesitate. These conditions were already unexpectedly lenient for him.
Even if Elder Hanha did not mention them, he would still do so. Good, you may go.
Elder Hanha wearily waved his hand.
The old man is so agreeable today. Shangwu raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit unaccustomed. Liemo respectfully saluted Elder Hanha and pulled his master out the door. We should be grateful for the benefit without pretending to be virtuous. Watching the master and disciple leave. The divine weapons have finally found their owner, and they have ultimately fallen into the hands of Chu and Peak. They didn't let Shangwu get them, instead, her disciple got them. The world is truly marvelous and beyond description. Elder Hanha murmured with emotion. On the way down the mountain. Precious disciple, you're quite clever. Shangwu narrowed her apricot eyes, one hand on her waist, and the other draped over her disciple's shoulder, laughing without care for her image. Not bad, to have tricked the old man Hanha. You're already 6, 7, or 8 parts skilled. But you can't really say it was trickery. With his master leaning on him, Liemo cleared his throat lightly. Humph, you little rascal even tricked your master? Where's the hammer? Let me see. Shangwu looked at him as if she understood everything. Liemo smiled bitterly. I really can't take it out. Just kidding. Getting it in was already a tough battle. He hasn't fully recovered yet. Another application of the world seed? Master, do you believe I can perform a sudden breakdown right here? Humph, heartless.
Shangwu sniffed, her charming face sagging.
Liemo. Master, did you really want to sell me just now? Hee, how could that be? Shangwu's gaze shifted elsewhere. That was just your master's test to see if you are devoted to Chu and Yu Peak. Master, you are feeling guilty. Bold disciple, how dare you question your master? Do you want to defy heaven?
The pace of her steps obviously quickened, her bright red palace outfit fluttering.
Liemo sighed softly. Master, how about we roast a whole lamb with aged bamboo tonight? Classmate Li activated his persuasion skill. How many years aged?
30 years. The effect of the persuasion skill was remarkable.
Moments later. The master and disciple returned under the stars, a bountiful hall.
Upon opening the door, Liemo saw the figure of a girl sitting at the stone table where they usually ate, leisurely sipping tea, with a long sword reflecting the moonlight on her lap.
I thought you went back to practice. I haven't had dinner yet. Ding Tuozi replied. Classmate Li fell silent for a moment and looked up at the sky.
The moon was dim, indicating the night was almost over.
But soon, it will be breakfast time. Is it?
Ying Bing also looked up at the moon, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion.
What sort of time concept is that? Who judges time by meal times? Liemo weakly complained and went to cook.
Ying Bing lowered her eyes for a moment and looked at Shangwu, softly asking.
What happened in the Divine Weapon Cave today?
This was another matter that exceeded her expectations. Chapter 47, The True Power of the Divine Weapons, headed to the library. Ying Bing knew that something had happened in the Divine Weapon Cave.
There is a divine weapon.
In fact, she knew this because of Shangwu. At the moment when Qing Yuan's sect was overturned, it was Shangwu who paid a huge price to take up the Panjia meteor hammer. Later, Ying Bing went to Zhong Shenzhou and saw a few divine weapons that were no less impressive than the Panjia meteor hammer. But ultimately, none of them gave her that unmatched sense of power.
Indeed.
Even from her perspective, divine weapons were not ordinary things. Divine weapons were 2 levels higher than Xuanqi. They were the ultimate embodiment of craftsmanship, the highest level that humanity could reach.
What comes after?
That would be the Dao weapons, born from seizing the world's creation. For example, the Jiangshan Sheiji seal held by the emperors of the Dayu dynasty.
Speaking of which,
she remembered that in her last life, the Panjia meteor hammer did not have a master. Shangwu barely activated it once, and after a fleeting moment, both vanished without a trace. When she first took charge of the Gue Palace, she had once inquired about this matter. But she only received some vague and uncertain news.
Elder Shangwu, huh?
The opposite side did not respond for a long time. When Ying Bing looked up, she found that at some point, Shangwu had fallen asleep in the rocking chair, snoring softly.
Before long. Roasted lamb is ready. Liemo came out holding the prepared lamb.
He placed it on the rack and started to light the fire.
The youth's face was illuminated by the warm glow of the fire. It also reflected in Ying Bing's cold eyes. Could it be related to him?
At that time, the 9-color Yuan Phoenix's Xiapuo also seemed to have a special affection for him.
Give me a hand.
At that moment, a brush was handed to her by the youth. Ying Bing tilted her head in confusion.
But Liemo brought over a clay pot that gave off a fragrant aroma. Ying Bing realized.
This was for her to brush sauce on the lamb.
This is my special soul juice. Even Xianjiang eats it in silence, it's handed over to you. Li Mo said as he slowly turned the roasting rack. So?
The Phoenix Empress narrowed her eyes, her gaze shifting slightly. In the end, she dipped the brush into the so-called soul juice and began her first cooking experience in life. Later, classmate Li simply entrusted the task of turning the rack to her.
Before long,
the roasted lamb sizzled and oozed oil. Looking from afar, Ing Bing was applying sauce to the lamb with a slightly serious expression, making Li Mo smile inwardly. When Ice Block was cooking, it seemed to have a bit more of the warmth of humanity and was not as cold anymore.
Perhaps in the future, Ice Block can achieve fully automated feeding? But soon, classmate Li changed his mind. What smell is that? Just as he was preparing the side dishes, Li Mo caught a whiff of something burnt.
Turning around, he discovered that the good lamb had suffered a tragic fate.
Half of the lamb was burnt, while the other half was still raw.
The girl was still turning the lamb, completely unaware that something was wrong.
Li Mo.
He looked at Ing Bing helplessly, his gaze a mix of laughter and tears.
No, sister, it's burnt. You're still roasting the burnt side vigorously?
Feeling his gaze, Ing Bing calmly met his eyes.
What's wrong?
She asked so confidently.
All right.
Ice Block still has her flaws, such as being basically unrelated to the kitchen in this life.
I'll do it.
After finishing this meal, whether it was breakfast or dinner, the sky brightened.
In the room. Master, this meal, it turned out to be worth 500 taels of gold?
Far surpassing the value of that jar of Qingzhou liquor.
The feedback from Ice Block is even more fragrant. Li Mo lay on the bed, rarely counting his money.
8 Xian crystals. Gold had long surpassed 10,000 taels. Silver, he was too lazy to count, there was plenty of silver, and many silver notes, counting felt terribly dull.
There were also some valuable odd items.
Various 6-pattern elixirs, ores, and rare flowers and herbs were all present.
Kiwandan can dispel 100 poisons. Fenghuan rain talisman? Can summon 3 days of heavy rain, should not be needed for now.
The ancient pine pattern ring looks exquisite and grand, it can serve as a decoration to elevate one's status.
After spending a little more than half an hour, Li Mo finally finished clearing out the clutter. Then he entered the world seat again.
There were some changes compared to when he left. The area seemed to have expanded by a few tens of feet. In front of the open space in the chessboard, the falling star hammer quietly hung upside down there. Not far from the hammer, the red sky sword huddled in the corner, not daring to come closer.
Buzz. Feeling Li Mo's arrival, the hammer lightly trembled twice.
The sharp and fierce energy still remained.
But it could no longer exert pressure on Li Mo. After all, he was the ruler here. Strong and mighty. Li Mo silently thought.
Then he walked over and grasped the hammer's handle, effortlessly lifting it up.
It was so easy. He didn't even feel any weight.
If it weren't for the joy emanating from the falling star hammer, one would think that this divine weapon had been swapped for a fake.
Whoosh. Li Mo swung it a couple of times.
Immediately, the sharp and fierce energy stirred up a storm in the small world, as if the heavens were furious. When he brought it down, it crashed like a meteor falling to the ground, filled with infinite power. At this moment, he seemed like a deity capable of shaking the heavens and earth.
Currently in Li Mo's understanding, Elder Hanha was considered a very strong presence. He had a premonition.
The hammer wind he was stirring up, even if it were just the slightest edge, was likely something Elder Hanha could not withstand.
Truly a divine weapon. This must be its true power. Li Mo let out a long breath.
The falling star hammer buzzed incessantly, growing even more excited, as if it hadn't been pushed to its limits for a long time.
I want to go out. Dimly, Li Mo seemed to hear a childish voice. Was it from the falling star hammer?
He looked down to confirm the source of the sound.
Fight. He understood the meaning of this divine weapon. It wanted to hammer something. For example, a person or a strange beast. As long as it was not used to forge other weapons, it would be fine. Li Mo. I want that too. But my strength doesn't allow it. Buzz. The falling star hammer seemed somewhat aggrieved, its weak intelligence still could not comprehend overly complex matters. Why was the master sometimes strong and sometimes weak? Why could the master clearly unleash its power to the fullest, yet was reluctant to take it out to play? When the time is right, I will let you shine. Li Mo gently comforted. After reassuring the divine weapon, he began to think seriously. Now that I have the divine hammer, shouldn't I also look for some hammer techniques?
Having experienced the power of the divine weapon, a sense of yearning arose in Li Mo's heart.
As a swordsman, knowing a few hammer techniques should be quite reasonable, right?
But in the investment feedback he received, there really hadn't been any martial arts related to hammer techniques.
That's right. Being the first in the sex trial, it seems I can go to the 5th floor of the library to select martial arts? Let's go take a look. Thinking this way, Liamo restored the messy small world and waved to the red sky sword not far away. Come here. Buzz. As soon as he spoke, the falling star hammer trembled twice, like a father educating a mischievous child. The red sky sword then slowly landed in his hands. With the sword in hand, Liamo exited the world seed. He greeted the half-asleep Shan Wu and then headed towards the library. Chapter 48, This Child is Too Honest, the Bronze Heavenly Book Seal. Qingyuan Sect, Library. This was an 8-corner-shaped building, stacked layer upon layer, soaring to 100 feet high. Many disciples came and went within. As soon as Liamo appeared at the entrance, he was greeted by countless gazes. So that is Li Jinchuan? Li Shixian looks really handsome, especially when he smiles, very gentle, unlike other true disciples who are so cold. The sword at his waist must be the red sky sword. Being so young and already possessing a mysterious weapon, he must be skilled in sword techniques. I don't know what happened at the Divine Edge Cave yesterday, but the earth vein erupted ahead of time. Sigh, now below the 3rd level of the Divine Edge Cave, all has been sealed by Elder Hanha. It looks like it will be hard for any disciples to obtain mysterious weapons in the future. Many of the elders don't even possess mysterious weapons. The relationship with the disciples has nothing to do with me. The whispers were not loud, but Liamo heard them clearly. Elder Hanha is quite quick in his actions. Although the old man cares about his face, he is indeed reliable in doing things. Deep in thought, Liamo arrived at the counter on the 1st floor. The inner door steward smiled brightly upon seeing him. Li Jinchuan, are you planning to go to the 5th floor to receive the sect trial rewards? That's right. Liamo nodded and handed over his waist token.
Li Jinchuan, the 5th floor has only some intermediate martial arts. The inner door steward reminded him. For inner door disciples, suitable intermediate martial arts are relatively rare. But a true disciple shouldn't lack such things, right? Liamo smiled and said nothing. The steward suddenly remembered that although this Li Jinchuan is a true disciple, his master is Elder Shangwu. It all made sense. You can choose 2 intermediate martial arts, please. Thank you. Soon, the steward completed the record. Then Liamo turned and went upstairs. On the 2nd floor of the library, there were still many disciples of Qingyuan sect. The bottom 3 levels contained mostly subpar martial arts, along with various biographies and miscellaneous books. Liamo did not linger and continued to ascend the stairs. On the 4th floor, the number of people had noticeably decreased. What was stored here were the lower-tier martial arts and various knowledge, such as alchemy, forging, and beast raising. Most of those browsing books here were also inner door disciples. Liamo noticed a book about cooking. But after glancing at it, Little Li couldn't help but twitch his mouth and put it back. No wonder the taste of the cafeteria at Qingyuan sect isn't so great. Liamo thought it was far below the cookbook he invested in and received back. On the 5th floor, the number of people here was even fewer. Only disciples who completed sect tasks and accumulated certain contributions could spend their contributions to come here. Hammer techniques. Liamo walked to the section where weapon techniques were stored. Quenching hammer technique, used for forging. Tiger roar hammer, suitable for a long-handled giant hammer? Not so good. All right. It seemed not only did Little Li not like hitting people with a hammer himself. Even the library had a few hammer techniques that were hard to find. Makes sense. In the martial world, one often hears of sword gods, blade sects, and gun immortals. Who has ever heard of someone known for their hammer? Hammer techniques are already quite obscure. The falling star hammer is another short-handled hammer, even more obscure among obscure items. Li brother. At this moment, a familiar youthful voice suddenly came from not far away. Turning around, he saw Morong Shao waving at him from a distance. Are you here to choose martial arts too? Liamo asked in surprise. The divine weapon peak was large and prosperous. How could a true disciple personally come to the library to look for martial arts? Li brother, you misunderstood. I didn't inform my master. Morong Shao said with a bitter smile. He explained a bit, and when Liamo opened his Heaven's Mandate eye, he understood. Name, Morong Shao. Age, 16. Root bone, Mingjiao body. Realm, Qi blood realm, 7 meridians. Heaven's Mandate, gray and blue. Evaluation, his father is a person of great character, and his mother is a transformed dragon, benevolent yet suffering from their bloodline's influence. If he can combine the strengths of both, his future is limitless. If the weaknesses collide, disaster may strike. Recent experiences, influenced by his bloodline, he has been haunted by mixed thoughts recently, plagued by nightmares, dreaming of blood on his hands. Therefore, he wanted to find a method to calm his mind.
My master still doesn't know that my half-demon bloodline comes from Mingjiao. Morong Xiao sighed with a worried brow. So you came to the library yourself? Li Mo's expression was strange.
Morong Xiao nodded. Right, if he asks me, I wouldn't want to deceive him, but I can't tell the truth, so I decided not to tell him at all.
Li Mo.
The old man Hanhai is so easygoing, just ask for the cultivation method, and he would likely toss you a superior method.
This kid is truly sincere. You should be able to find a mental cultivation method.
But don't expect an intermediate mental cultivation method to suppress your bloodline.
Li Mo shook his head. What should I do,
Morong Xia showed a difficult expression, truly unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a booklet was thrust into his hands.
At this moment. Golden Bell Shield, a top-level body refinement martial art.
Morong Xia opened his mouth, confused, not knowing why Brother Li gave him a body refinement martial art.
Calm your heart and focus your mind, and why must it be a mental method? Li Mo glanced helplessly at this unfortunate child.
This top-level martial art comes from the Buddhist school, containing Buddhist principles. It is a method for both body and mind cultivation.
If you master the Golden Bell Shield, what need is there to fear distractions? Golden Bell Shield.
Morong Xia's dim eyes suddenly lit up. But soon, he became anxious again, tugging at his clothes, wanting to say something but hesitating.
You don't need to feel burdened. Li Mo patted the red dawn sword at his waist. I took the mysterious weapon from Divine Weapon Peak.
It is far more precious than a top-level martial art, so consider it a token of gratitude. In fact, it wasn't just the red dawn sword. If he gives something, the other party might gain a little, but he will always gain more.
Divine Weapon Peak is Divine Weapon Peak. How can this be considered a token of gratitude? Brother Li, I owe you a great debt. Morong Xia tightly pressed his lips together, unable to express his feelings of gratitude.
Seeing him like this, it seemed that apart from having children, Li Mo could mention anything without him frowning. When you go down the mountain to carry out your sect's tasks, be sure to inform me.
Sect tasks. Including true disciples, all disciples of Qing Yuan sect must regularly complete sect tasks, big or small. This is mandatory.
After all, if Qing Yuan sect did nothing and just stayed here, no one would respect it as the head sect.
I do have this plan recently.
Then it will trouble you.
Li Mo promised. The Morong family has considerable influence in the capital, being one of the local tyrants, so whatever task they undertake, they can ease his way.
Then I'll go back and comprehend the Golden Bell Shield.
Morong Xia finally revealed a smile. Go ahead.
After he left, the system timely sent a notification. Congratulations, host, you have successfully invested in Morong Xia's top-level martial art and helped him escape the bloodline troubles.
Investment reward, 1 ancient bronze book seal.
Ancient bronze book seal, stamp it on any martial art to allow it to evolve, improve, and thus raise its martial art grade, up to the level of absolute techniques.
Good stuff. Top-level martial arts becoming absolute techniques. Moreover, he could choose the type of absolute technique.
The feedback brought by Morong Xia this time was somewhat beyond expectation. Chapter 49, 12 Hammers of Wind and Stability, Ing Bing's Terrifying Progress. Last time, investing in Brother Morong's 6-pattern heart-calming pill was worth about as much as a top-level martial art. But this time, the reward is the ancient bronze book seal.
A one-time investment is better than a momentary relief, right? Li Mo thoughtfully rubbed the copper seal in his hand. He began searching again on the 5th floor.
There were not many top-level martial arts here, and hammer techniques were even scarcer.
But after half an hour, he surprisingly made a gain. 12 Hammers of Wind and Stability. Li Mo brushed off the thick dust on the booklet, clearly seeing its name. Top-level martial art, and it was a short-handled hammer technique.
There were 12 forms in total, and when mastered to perfection, a single hammer strike could shake the earth and mountains.
If cultivated to the realm, and with sufficient personal realm, could it match the power of Master's Fist? Li Mo looked towards the chunk missing from Divine Weapon Peak, silently pondering.
He continued flipping through the pages. Then he discovered.
This martial art only has 2/3?
When he flipped to the 8th form, the martial art abruptly stopped. Little Li found himself deep in thought. After a moment, he still picked up the booklet and went downstairs. Mainly because he currently had no other options.
He had no choice but to take it back and think of a way. Upon reaching the 1st floor, it was still that inner sect steward. Li Junior brother, have you made your selection? Could you trouble Senior brother to record it for me? Li Mo handed the booklet over.
The inner sect steward took the booklet, and just as he was about to write it down, he was startled upon seeing the name of the martial art.
Li Junior brother, this is a hammer technique.
He seriously glanced at the long sword at Little Li's waist. In the Shindeng Cave, obtaining the Qishao, which is equal in fame to the Tianshuang sword, has become widely known within the sect.
Therefore, including him, many people believe. Even if he is not as good as Sister Ing Bing, he is definitely a sword path genius in their understanding.
After all, Ing Bing is too frightening. With just one move, she can summon the famous sword, causing people to line up to acknowledge it as their own, which exceeds their understanding. On the contrary, Junior Brotherly, relying on his swordsmanship to pass the test for the Qishao sword, is what they imagine a genius would look like.
A sword path genius, who chose a hammer technique. I didn't make a mistake.
The stone from other mountains can be used to attack Jade. I already have sword techniques, so looking at other martial arts might lead to new insights.
Li Mo shook his head. The stone from other mountains can be used to attack Jade? That's too far to reach.
This martial art is incomplete, but it will consume an opportunity. Junior Brotherly should think carefully.
The inner sect steward reminded again. I've already looked it over.
Okay, within a month, please return the martial art and refrain from spreading it. Seeing that he had not changed his mind, the inner sect steward said no more.
Meanwhile,
at the Qingyuan main peak, in the sword path arena, Ing Bing crossed the threshold with her sword, her plain dress as cool and clear as the long sword in her arms. As soon as she entered the sword path arena,
several gazes of wonder fell on her as if she were a treasure.
The Tianshuang sword has found its master after 400 years, it is indeed a match made in heaven.
Qian Bufan exclaimed in amazement.
Shui Jing looked weary, as if he had just returned from outside the mountain, yet the smile on his face was unyielding. The last time a mysterious weapon found its master in our sect was 50 years ago. This time, two mysterious weapons recognized their masters simultaneously, and both are the Tianshuang and Qishao swords.
Rare indeed, truly rare.
Hanhe, you needn't sulk. Mysterious weapons placed in the Shindeng Cave are meant to be used, and besides, a precious sword paired with a hero means they have met their rightful owner.
Elder Han he had not spoken since entering the sword path arena.
Everyone thought he was reluctant to part with the mysterious weapon, which made his expression complicated. You've all praised as you should. I'm not good with words, nor do I care to say flowery things. Han he shot a displeased look at Shui Jing. The title of Divine Weapon from the Divine Weapon Peak has been taken away from me. Alright, let's see what kind of astonishing talent this is, that can attract the mysterious weapons.
Shangwan Wensong spoke gently.
Good.
Ing Bing nodded.
A beam of sword light suddenly illuminated the entire hall. Out of nowhere, a breeze blew, scattering the pear blossoms surrounding the sword path arena. The crowd instinctively squinted their eyes. As petals danced with the wielded sword, they moved without wind. At times spreading out, at times gathering together. When they spread, they were awesomely beautiful, hiding deadly intent. When they gathered, the chill was astonishing, overwhelming and unmatched.
Snap. Suddenly,
every petal exploded into ice shards. There is already a hint of sword intent. Yes, even the creator of the flower-seeking sword technique would be left in the dust. I can hardly recognize this sword technique. It's not the sword technique that is strong, but her. The crowd looked at each other in shock, as if waking from a dream. They finally understood why the Tianshuang sword was so eager to acknowledge a master.
Intent. This is not something that can be comprehended from superior martial arts.
Let alone the Qi blood realm, those who can glimpse its mysteries within the observation spirit realm are extremely rare. This indicates that she already possesses a martial arts accumulation stronger than that of the observation spirit realm and the Qi blood realm.
Is this what true genius looks like?
The elders found themselves at a loss for words to describe it. Ing Bing stood quietly, holding her sword.
Little Bing, Li Mo's sword technique was guided by you, wasn't it?
Shui Jing slowly came back to his senses and asked.
Ing Bing nodded. I see.
Even if there is some mastery of sword techniques, it is still difficult to withstand the test of the mysterious weapon at this time. But this also shows that Li Mo has the potential to be trained in the sword path.
The elders looked like they understood everything.
Only Han he wore a complicated expression, letting out a sigh. In the realm of swords, even if I consider myself knowledgeable, having read through historical texts, I am afraid it is hard to find anyone with sword talent comparable to yours.
Shangwan Wensong, the usually strict leader of the Qingyuan sect, couldn't help but feel emotional at this moment.
Yes.
Ing Bing answered without hesitation.
Oh?
There is always a higher mountain.
Ing Bing said softly. The sword was her most handy weapon, but it wasn't her greatest strength. Moreover, the true swordsmanship genius. A name flashed through her mind again, a name that deserves to be mentioned.
Xiao Binger, how many meridians do you have now? Has the icy energy in your bloodline changed recently?
Shui Jing suddenly asked.
12 meridians. The icy energy
has not changed.
12 meridians?
The old man Shui Jing's teacup silently slipped from his hand, soaking his pants. In the vast sword training hall, one could hear a pin drop.
Then Ing Bing's voice added.
Almost 13 meridians.
The elders had already turned to stone.
Hearing this, their petrified bodies nearly shattered into pieces.
Not only were they astonished by Ing Bing's heavenly progress.
It is well known that martial artists at the blood energy realm can open up a maximum of 12 main meridians.
What did she just say? 13 meridians? Doesn't that mean Ing Bing's maximum limit in blood energy realm is even more terrifying? Xiao Binger, how many main meridians do you feel you can still open? 24 meridians.
Ing Bing said calmly. Even with some mental preparation, the sound of gasps filled the sword training hall. They realized that everything they knew about talent was nothing in comparison.
At the same time, not far from the Chioshui Pavilion, in front of a waterfall. Ha! Li Mo stopped his cultivation.
In his sensing, his meridians, reinforced by the extreme battle body, felt like hidden serpents, each containing blood energy seeds like lotus, all surging with powerful force. This time in training, surprisingly, I opened 2 meridians at once.
Li Mo exhaled the stagnant air.
He could feel that, after the last time exhausting himself lifting the falling star hammer, his body had completely recovered.
It even felt like he was reborn anew.
Moreover, that divine weapon had a unique effect on body tempering. That's why he could leap over 2 steps in his progress.
Cannot be slack. I haven't even traveled halfway in my blood energy realm yet.
Youngli felt happy for a while but remained cautious and humble. Then he took out the 12 hammers of stabilizing the wind from his pocket.
Chapter 50, 7 Regulations of the Universe, Master Level Transformation. The Ice Cube's request.
First, let's try the Heavenly Book Seal.
Li Mo took out the Heavenly Book Seal and pressed it down. No response. The small characters above showed no signs of flowing into it.
Clearly, the Heavenly Book Seal could not complete the incomplete martial arts text. How about I first try to learn the previous 8 forms?
Li Mo felt a bit of a toothache.
If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to learn an incomplete text. If there's really no choice, he could only wait until descending the mountain for sect tasks, and then check the merchant's shop to see if there are suitable martial arts available for purchase. If there aren't, he could spend a lot of money to have the merchant help find some. For Yunli, things that can be solved by spending money are not a problem at present.
Half an hour later.
He had already thoroughly memorized the outline of the 12 hammers of stabilizing the wind.
Though he was reluctant to admit it.
But when he learned the hammer technique, it seemed to be much faster than learning the sword.
The incomplete text
should be able to infuse martial arts insights.
Li Mo tried it lightly. 1 year of insight infusion successful.
In the first year, due to your astonishing talent in hammer techniques, even though the martial art acquired is incomplete, you still practiced it diligently. You entered the basics in a month, became proficient in 3 months, and reached minor success in 6 months. Just at the end of the year, you were inspired and astonishingly broke through to great success.
Li Mo. No way, buddy.
A year to achieve great success, practicing an incomplete martial art, is this me?
Strange, too strange.
The good news is that he finally discovered other talents besides being handsome.
The bad news is that this talent. Indeed, interest and talent are 2 different things. Knives, guns, swords, halberds, anything goes, why is it a hammer? Li Mo's mood was complicated. He can't possibly understand the hammer techniques through an incomplete text, can he? 5 years of martial arts insight infusion successful.
In the first year, you practiced the 12 hammers of stabilizing the wind to perfection. But because there was no follow-up chapter, I fell into a bottleneck, trapped in a perfect realm and unable to make progress. In the second year, you began to ponder deeply, thinking about the true meaning of this hammer technique and trying to find the missing parts. In the third year, the previously blocked path was unexpectedly found by you, and you discovered a bit of direction to move forward. You felt your way across the stones and created the 9th and 10th styles. In the 4th year, this hammer technique in your heart became merely a puzzle missing a piece, and you easily created the 11th and 12th styles, successfully obtaining the complete 12 hammers of tranquility, which subtly surpassed the original. In the 5th year, your 12 hammers of tranquility reached the transformation realm.
Li Mo supported his forehead, doubting life.
One reason was that countless insights about hammer techniques were surging in his mind.
The second reason was, his talent in this area seemed to be even better than he had imagined. 5 years. A flawed martial art. He actually managed to complete it, and even practiced it to the transformation realm. Compared to the slow speed of learning sword techniques, it was like riding a rocket. Is it that my hammer technique itself is good? Or is it because I became the master of the falling star hammer, enhancing my talent in this area? Divine weapons seem to be more than just powerful. Sensing the falling star hammer in the seat of the world, Li Mo didn't delve deeper for now. He couldn't even take out the divine weapon to use it, so thinking too much was meaningless.
First, I need to complete the 12 hammers of tranquility.
Liamo walked to a relatively flat piece of blue stone. He laid out the paper and began to write swiftly. Before long, the complete high-level martial art jumped onto the paper. Taking out the ancient bronze divine book seal, he pressed it on, and the tadpole-sized characters immediately flowed in, quickly arranging and combining the text. In the end, even the name of the martial art changed. 7 Fixed Universe. A brand new ultimate skill was born. The 7 Fixed Universe can be said to be a super upgraded version of 13 Hammers of Tranquility. The former interprets the word slow to the extreme without changing the latter's fundamental principles. It emphasizes hitting fast with a slow move, lifting heavy things as if they were light. When practiced to the transformation realm, it can make what seems to be a light blow unleash incredibly terrifying power. Shattering mountains, splitting seas, and dominating rivers are all effortless. No need for words. Martial Arts Insight, activate. Meanwhile, at the main peak of Qingyuan, after a series of tests, the elders began to discuss. With the blood gas realm, one can unleash the perfect high-level sword technique using the glow of the clouds. The body, refined daily by the breath of the Taiyin, has a formidable strength. It is truly like ice skin and jade bone. The soul and spirit also seem to be different from ordinary people for some reason. Little Bing's battle power is definitely not below the inner breath jade liquid realm. If it weren't for her pure bloodline, I would suspect she is a transformed descendant of some powerful auspicious beast. Yes, born with 24 meridians, her blood gas realm is still only halfway through. Several elders, having lived most of their lives, now felt at a loss for words. The turbulent waves in their hearts had never ceased. However, they did not know that this was not all of Ying Bing. She still had a trace of Taiyin power to call upon. There was also an incredibly mysterious glow of the clouds. And that unparalleled talent for battle surpassing all ages. As well as the vision and experience once possessed by the Huang Tian Empress. The elders did not notice, nor did Ying Bing intend to bring it up. She showing her skills today was not to seek recognition. She truly did not care about others' opinions. I want to go down the mountain, to the asterisk capital. Ying Bing lightly said while hugging her sword. Her clear voice fell to the ground, and for a moment, the elders fell silent. Can you tell me why you are going down the mountain? Shangwan Wensong asked. Sect mission. There are tasks that can be completed within the sect. You do not lack contribution points or rewards. There should be other matters you want to attend to, right? The elders also followed up with inquiries. Although Ying Bing had practiced martial arts for a short time, strength is indeed formidable. Comparable to the inner strength realm, going to a city is indeed not easy to cause trouble. But this saying, better safe than sorry, always holds true. Ying Bing remained silent, which was considered an acknowledgement. Shui Jing thought for a moment and smiled. If it's something serious, we can discuss it together. After all, we have been eating for half a lifetime, and we have some say in the city. If it's a small matter, it's better to entrust it to a trusted person beside you to avoid any complications. I don't have. Ying Bing's red lips slightly parted, just about to say she had no one trustworthy, let alone someone nearby, when a sunny young boy flashed inexplicably in her mind. He should be considered a trustworthy person, right? After pondering for a moment, Ying Bing nodded. All right, I understand. On the other side. Achoo! Just returning from the waterfall to Qiushui Pavilion, Xiaoli sneezed. Strange. With his physique, crushing blue stones was like crushing a soft persimmon. How could he catch a cold? He needed to practice more. Unfortunately, in the world seed facing the Panky meteor hammer, he couldn't strengthen his body, nor could he take it out. Body training had to be temporarily set aside. The 7 settlements of the universe was actually mastered in just 20 years. What a pity, this hammer technique was not originally created for the Qi-blood realm. I can only perfectly use the first settlement. Liamo shook his head, muttering, contemplating how powerful his strike would be. Anyway, it shouldn't be a problem to smash and kill someone in the inner strength realm, right? The awkward part was, other than a divine weapon he could see but not use, he really couldn't find a suitable hammer weapon. Pata. As soon as he stepped into Qiushui Pavilion, the clan leader's carriage arrived at the door. Ice Cube stepped down, her eyes fixed on him. What's wrong? I would like to ask you for a favor. Chapter 51, Ice Cube's missing person notice, descending the mountain, tasked to pursue a killer. Help? Liamo couldn't help but feel puzzled. Ice Cube's character, actually asking someone for help? Ying Bing sat down at the stone table, habitually poured tea, her delicate face showing some confusion. She cleared her throat. You come closer and listen. Liamo. Why did this feel so weird? It felt like she was scolding him like a leader. Who knows how Ice Cube developed this upper-level aura? Well, let's just say it's the extraordinary nature of the destined girl. What's with the formality? You don't have much to worry about.
Liamo sat down opposite her and casually picked up a teacup to take a sip.
He didn't even notice.
He was using a cup that Ice Cube had just drunk from.
Did you take on a clan task to go to city? Ying Bing's gaze shifted lightly, as if she hadn't seen it. I haven't taken on any tasks yet. But I do plan to find a task in city to do. Liamo put his hands behind his head, smiling.
Since I came to city, I haven't had a proper look around. Let's count it as me wanting to serve the public interest a bit. This trip won't be too busy. If you have any trivial matters, feel free to say.
Doing a task was secondary.
The clan contribution points didn't matter to him. As long as he could complete a simple task, that was enough.
I want you to help me find someone. She should now be a beggar, right?
Caught in her memories, the frost on Ying Bing's face seemed to melt a bit.
At that time, she couldn't join Qing Yuan sect. She could only live in a dilapidated house in city.
And because of that, she met Jiang Chuchong, who was also without a place to go. In this life, she opened her veins and revealed her talents thanks to Limo's help. In her past life, without the mutual help of Jiang Chuchong, she also couldn't have opened her veins.
Now she has entered Qing Yuan sect.
Without her, Jiang Chuchong was all alone, not knowing how to face those difficult situations. I want to ask you to find her and arrange her food, clothing, and shelter. After listening to her words, Liamo was stunned for a moment.
Ice Cube actually cared about someone's food and shelter? Is this really the Ice Cube I know? Could it be she is a relative of someone?
Her original county had suffered from a disaster, and her family should have perished according to reason.
Perhaps she got the news from somewhere, knowing she still has a single relative who has fallen to Fu City? This suddenly made sense. Classmate Shaoli naturally thought of this point.
So he said seriously. Don't worry, though Fu City isn't small, it's not hard to find someone.
If you remember the person's appearance, you might as well draw it.
While speaking, he took out his pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. He was more than willing to help the ice lump. As long as it was related to it, the system rewards had never been disappointing.
Moreover, searching for relatives, even without payment, he was happy to assist. Drawing. Ying Bing calmly took the pen. Half an hour later.
Classmate Shaoli looked at the masterpiece on the table, his expression serious.
Ying Bing. I mean, does anyone really look like this?
Looking at the picture, which could be called an abstract masterpiece, Liamo asked.
Let's say it. If you want me to find someone, can our portrait not be realistic? You made it abstract. If I hadn't seen a few Picassos in my past life, I wouldn't recognize this as a person. The features are obvious. A woman, she has very large eyes and very small lips. Ying Bing's beautiful eyes looked elsewhere. Liamo, does she have any more obvious features?
Ying Bing seemed to be recalling, and after a while, said.
Yes.
She has a very terrifying wound on her chest, she stutters a little when she speaks, and also, if she cleans her face, she's very beautiful.
How beautiful. Compared to me, each has its merits. That's true.
Time was of the essence. Finally, classmate Shaoli managed to summarize some specific information.
There's no time like the present. He didn't hesitate and prepared to set off that very day.
Before leaving, he even left a few days' worth of wine for his master, so Ying Bing could supply it regularly. After doing all this, he headed to Divine Weapon Peak.
In the afternoon.
A rather imposing carriage headed down the mountain. Inside the carriage, incense burned, and the teacups spun in their bowls, not spilling a drop.
Brotherly, how did you take on a mission to hunt down a notorious bandit? Morong Xiao glanced at the spread-out portrait on the table. This picture drafted by the Foreign Affairs Hall was quite vague. After all, there were no photos in this era. If you can't compare it to a person while drawing, you can only rely on oral descriptions, which can lead to different people describing the same person and having discrepancies. I was going to find someone anyway, so I'm just doing it on the way. Liamo casually replied. The notorious bandit Chui Pang, an inner breath solid-state master, was severely injured by an outer door steward 10 days ago.
Skilled in unarmed combat and adept at using swords, he bore dozens of blood debts. For other disciples at the Qi and Blood realm, even if Chui Pang was injured, he wouldn't be easy to deal with. But for Liamo, he was merely a good practical combat target, nothing more. He had yet to truly clash with anyone in a real fight. Since Brotherly has taken the task, I will dig 3 feet into Fu City and surely find this person. Morong Xiao chuckled while touching the back of his head. Liamo couldn't help but laugh. Why did it feel like after learning the Golden Bell Shield, Morong seemed a bit more simple-minded? By the way, Brotherly, besides Chui Pang, who else do you need to find? It's a small beggar. In the carriage, Morong Xiao took out a pen, seriously writing down every word Liamo said, appearing very attentive.
He planned to return home and let his grandfather help. The Morong family had quite a good network for information, and Li Mo trusted this. Unnoticed. The carriage entered Fu City and drove directly into the inner city, where the buildings were much more luxurious than in the outer city. Morong Mansion. Li Mo raised his eyes and saw the gilded plaque. Morong Mansion was indeed quite imposing in the inner city. Young Master Li. The steward clearly already knew, smiling as he came forward to greet them. Brother Li, please, just feel at home. Morong Xiao relaxed completely upon returning home. Walking through the gallery garden, Li Mo looked around with great interest. This seemed much larger than his home and felt more like a grand family mansion, quite exquisite. Xiao air. As they entered the main hall, two old men were sitting at a large table, enjoying tea among a feast of delicacies. One, wearing a crimson robe, waved to Morong Xiao. The other, an old man in a purple robe with half-black, half-white hair, fixed his gaze on Li Mo. Then, he turned his attention to the long sword at Li Mo's waist. This must be the renowned Li Jinchuan. He truly is a talent, a hero emerging in youth. The old man in the crimson robe stood up with a smile to greet him. Just now, I was having tea with the lord of the mansion and learned that Li Jinchuan was coming. He has taken quite a few of my cloud mist eyebrows. Chapter 52 Morong Xiao, this doesn't seem right? Glancing at the purple-robed old man, Li Mo slightly cupped his hands and said, the younger generation has met the head of the Morong family. Morong Hai stroked his beard with a smile, please, take a seat. I suppose this is the Xianbing Qishao then. In the future of Qingyuan sect, it seems there will be two more sword immortals. The purple-robed old man smiled, showing no airs of a mansion lord. The Dayu dynasty is undoubtedly the ruler of the world. But in reality, apart from the central divine continent, the rest of the 9 heavens and 10 lands are managed by various sections. It's somewhat like the feudal divisions of the previous life. Dayu is like the Zhou dynasty, and the sects are the various lords, dividing territories. Li Mo had read the history books. In the previous dynasty, it was not so. The true ruler was the king throughout the land. Later, when the martial emperor of the Yu dynasty raised his army, offering co-governance with the sects, he received countless responses and successfully changed the day and night. However, superficially, the other parties still regarded themselves as the mansion lord, on equal footing with the Qingyuan sect master. Li Mo did not lose his manners. After some small talk, it was already afternoon. The mansion held a grand banquet to entertain guests. On the table, everything that flew in the sky, walked on the ground, and swam in the water was present. Each person had a beautiful maidservant attending them. Shower, in Qingyuan sect, you haven't slacked off without my watch, have you? Morong Hai held his grandson's hand, feeling it silently, then suddenly exclaimed softly. This does not seem to be the body refining method of the divine weapon peak. You noticed? Morong Xiao smiled awkwardly, Li brother gave this to me, I'm still a novice. Their gazes met. The former was somewhat hesitant, while the latter had a hint of bashfulness in his exploration. Li Mo smiled, clearly unconcerned. It's fine to show it to your grandfather, it's not borrowed from the library, so no need to worry about it spreading. Only then did Morong Xiao feel relieved and pulled out the book. The Golden Bell Shield. Morong Hai squinted his old eyes, and the light in them grew stronger with every look. He was also a martial artist of the observation god realm, and at a glance, he could tell this was a body refining method with Buddhist roots. Not only can it refine the body, but it can also eliminate distractions and cleanse the soul. For Shower to practice, it could not be more suitable. Actually, he had been searching for similar martial arts during this period, but had found nothing. This Golden Bell Shield, I fear, is extremely precious even among high-level martial arts. Li Xiaoyu, this method is precious, but one should not pass it lightly. I have a good relationship with Morong brother, and this Golden Bell Shield is just right for him. It can be considered finding a successor for this martial art, otherwise, it might be lost. Li Mo noticed Morong Hai's hesitation. Whether major sects or minor schools, they all take their own martial arts seriously, strictly forbidding them from being passed on. Stealing martial skills, if discovered by the rightful owner, it is reasonable for them to come and kill you. At the very least, your skills would be crippled. The old man was worried about the origin of this martial art. Hearing him say this, Morong Hai's frown finally relaxed. He indeed had not heard of any major sect in the world known for this high-level martial art. But one thing could be certain. This Li Jinchuan must know Morong Xiao very well, including his bloodline. Li Jinchuan has deep fortune. Could it be that he encountered a certain high person's legacy? The mansion lord, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly asked. Sort of. Li Mo gently nodded. For the great kindness of passing on the skill, my Morong family will remember it. Morong Hai understood in his heart, smiling kindly, since Li Xiaoyu has come to the mansion city, stay a few more days, and let us show our hospitality. As he spoke, he looked at his grandson, Shower. From now on, Li Xiaoyu should be regarded as an elder brother, do you understand?
He didn't know who was older between the two, but that wasn't important. The person in front of him, Li Zhenchuan, not only had great talent but also was very graceful in handling matters. He would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future.
Such a person, as long as nothing unexpected happened, would certainly rise to a high position in the Qingyuan sect.
It was even possible for him to become the sect master. Even if there was no passing on of skills, maintaining a good relationship was still necessary.
Morong Xiao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Did you even need to remind me? You and Xiao are coming down the mountain to carry out the sect's mission, right?
Yes, grandfather, I need to find 10 stalks of blood herb, and Li brother is after the criminal Cui Peng.
Cui Peng.
Morong Hai rubbed his beard, appearing deep in thought. The old man in the purple robe seemed to remember this person. He was once a disciple of Jinyang Blade sect but later defected, becoming a notorious outlaw. After he fled to prefecture, he killed several officers, which is why this matter reached the Qingyuan sect. As the lord of the prefecture, he only managed the common people. Matters related to martial artists were handled by the Qingyuan sect.
I'll have someone inquire about it.
If Li Zhenchuan needs any further assistance, feel free to speak up.
Morong Hai casually said.
For him, finding a bandit who had reached the inner energy realm was nothing major.
Liemo didn't stand on ceremony. I do have a personal matter.
Go ahead, say it. In my family, we have a tradition to do good deeds once a year, so I would like to borrow some helping hands from you to open a charity hall in the city to distribute porridge and rice. Little Li's actions were, of course, to help Bing Tuzi find people. Since he was looking for little beggars, the best way was to distribute food. According to what Bing Tuzi said, the people she was looking for were probably living in extreme poverty now. Once they found out about the news, they would likely come. At that time, he would sit there with the eye of destiny, waiting for them to fall into the trap.
Moreover, he could also make a big investment.
Although there might not be any significant gains. But, as the saying goes, a mosquito's leg is still meat. Li Xiaoyu has such kindness, it is truly rare. Someone, bring wine, I want to drink heartily with Li Xiaoyu.
Morong Hai slapped the table, seeming to have found a soulmate. The atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly harmonious and lively. Li Xiaoyu, I toast to you.
Cheers.
Li Xianxue, another cup. Gladly accompany.
Li Laodi has a great capacity for alcohol. Older brother, you're too polite.
Watching the old and the young drinking and chatting merrily. Murong Xiao?
I shall take my leave first. The prefectural lord stood up, greeted them, and walked outside.
Just as he exited the door, he caught a glimpse of Li Mo and slightly squinted. The legacy that produced the rosy light that day was not with this person.
P.S. Sorting out the plot, sorry for the late update, but today's updates will not be less.
Chapter 53, Li, the Great Benefactor, Mo? Cui Peng appears, Stutter Sister. The next day. Li Mo woke up early and saw everyone at Morong's house busy, maids and servants coming in and out.
When he reached the door, he saw the old man Morong personally directing everyone at work.
Li Xiaoyu, you're awake.
Morong Hai turned around, his expression completely unlike he had been drunk the day before. I've arranged for grain from Hungtong Commercial House, we can set up the charity hall today.
Thank you for your trouble.
Li Mo took out the silver notes he had prepared long ago from his sleeve. Since it is following the family tradition of doing good deeds, one should not burden others. I hope the old man won't decline. Being able to borrow the Morong family's reputation and manpower is already very grateful.
Investment returns would certainly be handled by himself.
Money was the thing he lacked the least. Young friend, your kind heart makes me feel ashamed. Morong Hai nodded and called to the passing steward. Go wake Shower to help. Also, send someone to spread the word. Let Shower go.
Yes. On that day,
in the streets and alleys of Prefecture City, someone was beating gongs and drums, attracting many people's attention. Li Zhenchuan from Qingyuan sect is coming down the mountain to offer alms. All the homeless can come to line up for porridge and rice.
The location is at Morong's house.
Morong Zhao's voice was loud, shouting until his face turned red and neck strained.
Enthusiastically shouted. Well. Actually, Li Mo had no intention of becoming famous.
Mainly, Morong Xiao wished for the whole world to know that his brother Li was a kind-hearted good person. The first half of that sentence was added by himself. In the small tavern nearby, voices of discussion arose. The true disciple of Qingyuan sect? I have some impression of that name, seems like he is the one who received the mysterious weapon. Could it be that he took some sect mission to come down the mountain to aid the disaster victims? In the corner by the wall at the tavern entrance. Watching Morong Zhao's departing figure, a thin, unkempt beggar slowly raised his head. No one noticed, under his straw-like hair, that pair of eyes glinted with fierce light. Qingyuan sect. Li's true disciple.
Opening a porridge stand to give away food, specifically for the refugees and beggars, could it be that my whereabouts have been leaked?
A cold gleam flickered in Chui Peng's eyes, waves of killing intent surged within.
It was reasonable for Qing Yuan's sect to issue a task to capture him.
But what was strange was, he only disguised himself as a beggar after entering the city. There was no reason for anyone to know. Yet, the other side right away began giving out porridge. It seemed they were targeting him directly. Liamo, Qing Yuan's sect's newly promoted true disciple, just joined the sect not long ago. A Qi blood realm, daring to take on a mission to capture me, such bravery. It seems he relies on help from the Morong family, viewing me as a fish in a barrel.
Could it be that Qing Yuan's sect wants to use me as a whetstone for their true disciple? Ha, not afraid of breaking the blade. Chui Peng's eyes turned increasingly fierce.
The short dagger in his robe felt hot, he unconsciously grasped the hilt. What he practiced was the blood blade technique. Every life taken under his blade would make the technique sharper. At first, he simply practiced secretly. Later, when found out by his brothers in the sect, he killed them to silence them. Little did he know that the matter would be exposed, making him a rat in the street.
Now I am at my wit's end. The only way out is to join the Rainy Building. If I can use the head of this Qing Yuan sect true disciple as proof of loyalty, perhaps I can avoid the trial of the void. Indeed. Chui Peng planned to join the Rainy Building, becoming an assassin.
Perfectly, the martial arts he practiced were born for killing. One true disciple's head from Qing Yuan sect, a mysterious weapon long sword, would be enough for him to enjoy a high position after joining. Of course, this matter needed to be approached slowly. For now, he still didn't have a clear grasp of the other's background. He should only know that I disguised myself as a beggar. He doesn't know my exact location.
I am in the dark, he is in the light. Fool, trying to lure me out while making himself a target. Ha ha ha, let's see in the end who walks into the net. Chui Peng got up and walked towards a small beggar ahead. He patted the small beggar's back, and the boy immediately turned around. What is it?
The small beggar looked back at him, somewhat wary.
Are you going to Morong Mansion to get porridge and rice?
You ought to go, just go by yourself, I don't have time to help you carry. The small beggar shook his head repeatedly.
I don't want porridge and rice.
Chui Peng suppressed the killing intent in his eyes, trying to appear friendlier, and took out a copper coin. Only then did the small beggar's eyes light up with desire. When you go get porridge, just touch the hem of that true disciple's clothes from Qing Yuan sect, and this coin will be yours. If you return to East City's mud corner alley and tell me what he looks like, I will give you another coin. On the copper coin, he smeared a special fragrance. Only specially trained rats could smell it.
Okay. The small beggar took the coin and cheerfully went off.
At the entrance of Morong Mansion, in front of the charity hall set up with bamboo awnings, a long line was forming, mostly shabby and pale-faced individuals, including refugees and impoverished citizens. Wow, such thick porridge. Not only is there porridge, but there is also a small bag of rice. Wait, there's even half a salted fish. TSK. I thought that Li's true disciple was just seeking fame and doing it for show, didn't expect him to be so sincere.
So what if he genuinely wants to earn a good reputation?
In the end, we still get the real benefits.
Don't talk nonsense.
Somebody is personally handing out food, and he even requires all the beggars to line up. The sound of discussion was endless. In the porridge shed, Liamo was busy like a spinning top, personally distributing porridge and rice while using his divine eye to observe. He was also puzzled. He only said he wanted to do good deeds, and he didn't introduce himself.
How did everyone know his identity?
It was predictable.
After today, he was likely to become a well-known good person in the city. Who exactly told them that the charity hall was opened by me? While handing out food, Liamo turned around. Brother Morong, do you have any clues?
I don't know. Morong Zhao's voice was hoarse, and he took a long time to finish his words.
Liamo shook his head and began to scoop more porridge.
At the same time, the divine eye opened.
Name, Lu Ning. Age, 21. Root bone, none. Realm, mortal. Destiny, gray.
Evaluation, ambitious but lacking talent. Recent experience, originally from a wealthy family, he secretly left home to do business, lost everything, and had no face to go home, so he ended up as a beggar in the city. As he handed a small bag of rice to a beggar who was intentionally covering his face, Liamo sighed, "Go home early. Bowing to your family is better than bowing for 5 scoops of rice." The beggar's hand trembled as he received the rice bag, softly thanking Liamo.
Have you seen a beggar with a wound on his chest, bright eyes, and who stutters? Replying to the great benefactor Li, I have not seen him. Good, you can go. Liamo was a bit worried.
He had seen quite a few beggars this morning. There were those pretending to be poor to collect charity rice and those who failed the examination in Beijing.
It was indeed a display of life's variety. But strangely, the person he was looking for was still nowhere to be found. Could it be that the little beggar wasn't mingling with the others? Or perhaps, there was a problem with the information provided by the ice chunk? Just as he was thinking this. Great benefactor Li, thank you.
Looking down, he saw a frail little beggar, around 7 or 8 years old, timidly standing there.
Can you lift the rice? MMM.
As Li Mo handed the rice bag to him, he noticed a tiny paw print on the child's clothes. Looking at the little beggar, he saw him biting his lip, closing his eyes, seemingly prepared for a beating.
It's okay, I'll wash it later. Li Mo chuckled softly. You are really a good person.
Have you seen a beggar who stutters, has bright eyes, and a wound on his chest?
Li Mo casually asked. Ha? Do you know Sister Stutter?
The little beggar's eyes widened.
Sister Stutter? Li Mo raised an eyebrow.
He was about to ask again when the little beggar suddenly covered his mouth, as if he had made a mistake, and hurriedly ran into the crowd, looking panicked. But his information was detailed in Li Mo's divine eye.
Name, Meng Can. Age, 7. Root bone, none. Realm, mortal. Destiny, black.
Evaluation, as weak as wild grass, life is as thin as paper, although he meets noble people, he has no noble fate. Recent experience, Sister Stutter is sick, he came out to beg alone, encountered the bandit Chui Peng, unknowingly left a mark for the true transmission of Qingyuan sect, Li Mo, and is about to be silenced.
Chapter 54, Instant Kill, Did I Underestimate Myself? In Mud Corner Alley.
Chui Peng leaned against a crooked tree, seemingly waiting for something. Kill Li Mo, stain the genius's blood, and my blood knife will reach a new level. I just don't know if there are any experts around him besides the Morong family. As he muttered in his heart,
a yellow mouse climbed up his shoulder from his pant leg.
After a few squeaks, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The little beggar successfully left his scent on the opponent. Thus, he could use the strange mouse as an eye to check all the opponent's information, including the martial arts they excel at, whether there are elders following them, and what their daily habits are.
When you fully understand a person, you can easily kill them.
Chui Peng gently brushed his blood knife beneath his robe, and his heart burned with excitement.
Step. Not far away, footsteps echoed.
Chui Peng looked up and saw the little beggar he had sent over. Since the goal has been accomplished, then this little beggar no longer has the need to live.
Come and take the money. Chui Peng shook a pouch of copper coins from his bosom.
With his other hand, he had already gripped the blood knife.
But before he could move,
the yellow-furred rat chirped in his ear twice. His heart raced wildly as he abruptly turned around. He saw that he didn't know when, a young man dressed in a cloud-patterned brocade robe had already stood there, with a warm smile.
Chui Peng, you look nothing like the painting. Li Mo said, calm and unhurried. He also hadn't expected.
Originally helping Bing Tuozi to find someone, he unexpectedly gained more. Before the Morong family could give him any news, Chui Peng had collided with him by himself.
How did you know?
Chui Peng's voice was like a chilling wind scraped from the depths of hell. His whole being was tense to the extreme. Knowing about the enemy made him feel like a hunter, filled with confidence of mastering the situation. But at this moment, the other party suddenly approached. Who is the prey and who is the hunter, it became unclear.
There are many things in this world that you don't know. Li Mo shook his head.
In the divine eye of fate, information about the other party appeared.
Name, Chui Peng. Age, 28. Root bone, white ape arm.
Realm, internal breath condensing chi realm.
Fate, gray among the blue.
Evaluation, a cold-blooded, ruthless swordsman with extremely good luck, a natural killer. Recent encounter, blood knife technique has reached a bottleneck, injuries not yet healed, at an impasse, preparing to take risks and attempt to ambush the true disciples of Qingyuan sect, Li Mo, and use this achievement to join the Drizzle Tower.
Chui Peng stared intensely at Li Mo.
In his hand, a short knife with a faint red color, stained with blood, had already fallen into his grasp. In the alley, the atmosphere froze, with murderous intent filling the air. The little beggar had long been scared silly, his young mind was blank, and the rice bag in his hand had dropped to the ground with a thud. You go first.
Li Mo walked to his side and patted him on the head. Thank you.
The little beggar left in a fluster, trembling and falling to the ground several times due to weak legs. When he reached the alley entrance, he turned back for a last look. Although he didn't understand what had happened, he vaguely knew that the kind-hearted leader from Qingyuan sect was a good person, while the beggar who gave him money to do things was a bad person.
Chui Peng.
That was a madman who had caused deaths not long ago.
With a crack.
In his panic, he stepped on a broken twig.
This instantly shattered the atmosphere in the alley. Pretending to be mysterious. Daring to come find me alone, today will be your death day.
The shade in Chui Peng's eyes turned into danger. The blood knife appeared, slicing in a sorrowful arc, aiming for Li Mo's chest. The blade howled, carrying
killing intent? It seemed to also carry a hint of blood? Li Mo's expression was strange.
He could be sure that Chui Peng hadn't held back.
Because for him, fighting for his life and quickly ending the battle was the best choice.
But wasn't this a bit unfortunate?
You kill for the practice of such knife techniques? Li Mo shook his head.
He originally wanted to try his hammering technique, but now it seemed unnecessary. The Qi Shao sword at his waist fell into his hand.
Ding ding ding. In a flash.
Qi Shao directly broke the internal breath enveloping the opponent's knife, colliding with the blood knife multiple times. In the eyes of the incredulous Chui Peng, the blood knife, close to being a named weapon, actually burst open with small gaps.
Chui Peng's eyes nearly cracked.
But before he could feel heartache, where the weapons clashed, a violent force suddenly erupted.
Crack!
The blood knife shattered. The backlash was an even more overwhelming killing intent, exploding his entire arm.
You also know the blood knife technique? Chui Peng's heart surged with turmoil. What is this? Puff.
Blood splattered and flowed down the Qi Shao sword.
Chui Peng left peacefully.
Even at the peak of the internal breath-condensing Qi realm, you would definitely not be my opponent.
Li Mo was actually quite surprised. Am I really this strong now?
He could only be considered an ordinary sword just now, but he directly defeated a higher-level opponent in an instant.
But upon reflection, it makes sense.
Although he is in the Qi blood realm, he has already surpassed the limit of 12 pathways. With an extreme weapon body, his strikes carry the sharp killing energy of a weapon, able to effortlessly break through the Qi of the inner energy condensation realm. He is also holding a mysterious weapon. These are conditions far beyond what ordinary people could reach, allowing him to achieve the feat of over-level instant kill. I was originally hoping that Chui Peng could let me hone my practical skills.
Li Mo shook his head, glancing at the opponent's corpse and searching through it.
Cough, this is purely old habits from playing games too much in his previous life, habitually looting corpses after defeating monsters.
Silver bills. Blood blade technique. Strengthening bone pills. Most of the items on the opponent didn't catch his interest.
The blood blade technique that Chui Peng valued his life was merely a middle-level martial art. He didn't lack silver bills or pills.
What is this? Li Mo suddenly felt something hard and sharp.
After flipping it out, it turned out to be an iron swallow. The material is nothing special, just the most ordinary iron, but the engraved characters on it convey an inexplicable sharpness.
It is written. Once, the swallows of Wang and Xia flew before palaces, now they fly into the homes of common folk.
The swallow before the hall of the Drizzle Tower.
Li Mo recognized this item.
He had heard it mentioned by his beautiful master during a casual chat. The Drizzle Tower is the most infamous organization in the 9 heavens and 10 earths.
Even their entry ritual is extremely inhumane. To join the Drizzle Tower, you don't sign up willingly, they come to find you. An iron swallow signifies they have sought you out. Regardless of whether you want to or not, you must participate in the infernal trial.
The so-called infernal trial is to designate an area and make selected individuals kill each other. Only those who survive until the end can enter the tower.
The infernal trial of the Drizzle Tower is about to start at Mansion? Li Mo had no interest in such organizations.
He would rather wait for the officers to arrive and send Chui Peng's body to the sect for the elders to consider.
Just then. It's just ahead. The voice of that little beggar rang out.
Accompanying him were Morong Hai and his grandson Morong Xiao. Upon hearing no response, Morong Xiao grew a bit anxious.
No worries, young friendly is safe.
Morong Hai, a strong presence in the divine observation realm, had powerful perception. He could sense that in the mud corner alley, there was only the aura of Li Mo, and it was quite stable. It seemed that Chui Peng had fled. Before he could finish this thought, he saw the youth standing before a corpse, playing with the iron swallow in his hand.
Chapter 55, Jiang Chuchong, Princess Yu Zhao, Golden Destiny. Morong Hai's pupils constricted, feeling a bit dazed. He never thought that the true disciple of the Qingyuan sect would be weaker than an injured bandit. If it weren't for Xiao being ambushed and suffering from the lack of experience in the martial world, he could have won as well. The martial arts of large sect disciples are already systematically stronger than those from rogue practitioners or small sections. Li Mo, bearing a mysterious weapon, was certainly stronger than Xiao. But this was perhaps too easy, wasn't it? There were almost no signs of battle at the scene. Even the blood blade that Chui Peng had taken out became debris all over the ground. Old Master Morong, you're just in time. Li Mo casually tossed the iron swallow and said. please, could you take care of the body of Chui Peng for the authorities? After the authorities verify the identity, they will inform the Foreign Affairs Hall, saving him trouble. Carrying a corpse around is already uncomfortable to think about. Brother Li, you're truly formidable. Mo Hongxiao admired him with a full face of respect after silently comparing. The inner energy is divided into 3 realms: condensation, jade liquid, and mysterious pill, each representing different worlds. He had sparred with his brothers in the condensation realm, even his strong physique was still at a disadvantage. Even though Chui Peng was injured, he also lacked confidence in taking the opponent down. What is this? A hidden weapon? Mo Hongxiao picked up the iron swallow. Before he could examine it clearly, it was slapped out of his hand by Mo Hongxiao. You foolish grandson, don't grab everything in your hands. This hidden weapon doesn't look like it's poisoned either. This is not a hidden weapon, but the swallows of the hall. Mo Hongxiao shook his head. He frowned and recounted the origin of this object. What he said was similar to what Shang Wu mentioned. I don't want to participate in any secret trials. Hearing this, Mo Hongxiao shrank his neck and did not even look at the iron swallow. It's a time of trouble. Mo Hongxiao sighed, then looked at Li Mo, and his expression softened. Those who can receive the swallows of the hall from the Rainy Tower are all vicious and difficult opponents. For young friendly to easily kill it, he deserves to be called a hero. Speaking of this, he felt somewhat emotional. I wonder how remarkable the young lady Yingbing, who is equal to young friendly, is. I have also benefited a lot from her to reach today. When Li Mo said this, he indeed felt a bit like Yingbing. 2 days. Without any feedback from Yingbing, Little Li always felt something was missing. Soon, the government officials arrived and began to clean the scene. Many gazes looked at him, filled with awe and shock. What were they doing at 16? They had already turned the tables and killed a reckless martial artist. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Meng Can and saved his life. Investment feedback, 1 year of martial arts insight. Thinking of this, he looked towards the not far away. The little beggar named Meng Can stood awkwardly there, staring at the rice bag on the ground, but dared not go over to pick it up. Li Mo smiled gently, bent down to pick up the rice bag, and brushed off the dust on it. Here, take it. Li, great benefactor, I did not know he was a fugitive. Meng Can trembled, not daring to reach out to take it. However, the rice bag was placed in his arms by the young man. I was going to find Chui Peng, and if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found him so quickly. You did nothing wrong. Also, don't call me Li, great benefactor. It sounds strange. Meng Can was stunned for a moment. Seeing the young man's sunny smile, he felt as if touched by a spring breeze, and suddenly felt his eyes sour, quickly using his small hand to wipe, making his dirty face look even messier. Li, big brother, you are a good person, just like the stuttering sister. Who is the stuttering sister you mentioned? Can you take me to meet her? Li Mo asked gently. Meng Can's small face instantly became conflicted, struggling for a moment, then softly said. The stuttering sister said we must not tell outsiders about her, nor can we casually bring people over. Li Mo pondered. This cautious demeanor seems to be avoiding something? Even if this stuttering sister is not the person Yingbing is looking for, she probably isn't simple. Maybe she is a suitable investment target. But she is sick now, very seriously. Can you help her, Li big brother? Meng can look like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. Investment genius Li Mo smiled and said. What a coincidence, I am very skilled in medicine, and I guarantee I can cure her. His damn pills are at least 6 patterned. For external injuries, there is 100 flower dew ointment. For internal injuries, there is 5 elements purple spirit pill. For detoxification, there is dispel gloom pill. Even for difficult to speak ailments, there is tiger bone yang enhancing wine. Any illness can be cured equals medical skills are good. No problem. Mud Corner Lane. The courtyard was dilapidated and the surrounding walls had fallen in several places, giving a sense of decay about to return to nature. Why hasn't Kin brother returned yet? Could something have happened to him? Grandpa Huolian said that there are kind people giving out porridge and rice on the street today. I am so hungry, boo-hoo. ABA. A few dirty-faced, ragged little ones peeked outside. Like the dilapidated courtyard without any belongings, these little ones were not normal children either. Some were limping, some were missing an arm, and some had no tongues and could not speak. Little Kin still hasn't returned? A slightly older little beggar, who was fully capable, entered, dropping the rags and wild vegetables he had just picked up. The little ones all shook their heads, their eyes blank and helpless. How is the illness of the stuttering sister? He asked again. She is still running a fever. I just changed her wet cloth. It hurt for a while, but now she has fallen asleep. Should we go ask a doctor to check on stuttering sister? She seems to be in a lot of pain. Seeing a doctor costs at least a few silver coins, but we have no money. Abba Abba. Listening to their chatter, the older little beggar raised his hand, carefully taking out a small, yellowed piece of salt from his pocket. You all go cook first. Saying this, he went inside the room. The little ones seemed to have found treasure, suddenly bubbling with energy, as if it were the new year. Some went to gather firewood, some went to fetch a half-broken jar, all excitedly starting the fire. Inside the room. Though it was called a room, there wasn't even a door, and looking up, one could see the gloomy sky. On a pile of weeds lay a girl beggar about 15 or 16, in tattered clothes that barely showed their original pale blue color, her face covered in mud, her eyes blindfolded. Hearing footsteps, her ears twitched. Stuttering sister, it's me, are you feeling better? No. It's nothing. Don't worry about me. Just rest, for a while, that will be good. Her hoarse voice was broken and fragmented, as if uttering a simple sentence exhausted all her strength. Then I won't disturb you, I'll call you when it's time to eat. The little beggar sighed and turned to go out. But just as he was about to exit, he heard a voice behind him. You can't go, steal things. Got it. Jiang Chulong finally breathed a little easier, curling up her body. Her whole body was burning, yet she felt a chill coming from all directions. In her chest, where her source of confidence once lay, she could now faintly hear the sound of countless swords echoing. Now it had turned into an invisible abyss, endlessly consuming her with overwhelming emptiness. Am I going to die? Jiang Chulong thought numbly. She felt a bit sad, but hunger and weakness had drained her of any strength to feel love or hate. When one dies, can they see the people they will never see again? Mother! Suddenly, a commotion came from the door. Brother Can, you're back. Wow, it's Rice. Who is this big brother? Why did you bring a stranger back? He's the big kind person who gives us food, he can save stuttering sister. As Meng Can hurriedly explained. Li Mo's gaze passed over the little ones and fell on the blindfolded little beggar lying in the broken dwelling. At the moment his divine eyes landed on her. His breath froze for a moment. Name, Jiang Chulong. Age, 15. Foundation, Celestial Emperor Swordbone, currently missing, Wild Grass Swordbone in development. Realm, none. Destiny, gold. Evaluation, the young daughter of the great Yu Emperor, born with a sword body. At 14, her brother, the Crown Prince, took her sword bone, but the sword bone was born because of her, she does not become because of the sword bone. If she can clear her heart of dust and restore herself, she may step closer to the source of the sword path. Recent events, sent by the great Yu Emperor for marriage, she escaped with the help of her mother's old friend during the journey, and is now being hunted. Her sword bone was taken, her vitality drained, damaging her foundation, which will have irreversible effects on her future. Chapter 56, Investing in Jiang Chulong, the Strange Princess. Golden Destiny. So far, aside from Ice Block, this was the highest destiny he had encountered. He took a look at the data shown by the divine eyes of destiny. Then he looked again at the little beggar lying there, gasping for breath. The contrast between the two was just too great. Making sure he wasn't seeing things, Li Mo stood there stunned as if struck by lightning. The little daughter of the great Yu Emperor. Born with a sword body. Little Li murmured these two adjectives in his heart, still a little dazed. Although Jiang Chulong had a golden destiny, it didn't compare to Ice Block, yet the shock it brought him was not much less. He did not know how many strong individuals existed in the heavens and on earth. But when it came to identity and status, who could compare to the wearer of the crown? No wonder. Jiang Chulong had fallen to such depths yet could still maintain a golden destiny. If it were anyone else, it would be good enough to not die from being unlucky. She must be the person Ice Block is looking for. Li Mo firmly convinced himself of this. And he realized, the person Ice Block began to search for was not some missing relatives. It is not because of any sudden realization that led to Jiang Chulong, but rather due to having seen her at some point, knowing her extraordinary nature that makes him seek her out. Brother Li, what's wrong? Meng Can looked up with some confusion as she asked. The other little beggars also looked over, some curious, some hopeful, and some fearful. Ice Lump, if you stay here, I'll definitely kiss you. Li Mo withdrew his fiery gaze. It made more sense to think that someone extraordinary would appear beside the chosen one. Brother Li, is the stuttering sister very ill? Meng Can thought Li Mo was shocked by the stuttering sister's illness, her small face filled with worry. I'll take a look first and then talk. Li Mo suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and walked into the dilapidated house. He placed his hand on Jiang Chulong's frail wrist and closed his eyes to sense. Her vital energy was weak, the organ's vitality was decayed, serious cold damage, wound infection, severe malnutrition caused by long-term hunger. At this moment, Jiang Chulong resembled a wind-blown ragdoll, ready to fall apart at the slightest touch. If it were anyone else, they would have likely perished long ago.
But Jiang Chulong's situation was strange. Every time her life force flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing, an inexplicable force would pull her back.
What illness does the stuttering sister have?
A careful inquiry came from beside him.
Liamo softened his voice and replied gently. Her condition is quite complicated. But she can be treated.
The golden fate did not reveal a death omen wrapped in black. Even if he didn't take action, Jiang Chulong wouldn't die, she just needed to endure a long struggle.
After a moment of contemplation,
Liamo took down the fire sparrow feather pouch he wore on his chest, pried her fingers apart, and placed it inside.
She can't endure medicinal supplements right now.
This pouch can nourish her body. Once she feels better, then we can give her medicine.
It's amazing how it works.
As soon as the fire sparrow feather pouch was placed, Jiang Chulong's breathing became a little stronger.
She no longer sweated cold as before. At the same time, Liamo heard the system's feedback prompt in his ear.
Congratulations, host, you have invested in Jiang Chulong, receiving 1 fire sparrow feather.
Investment feedback, spiritual milk of the earth vein. Do you want to receive it? No. Liamo quietly thought, then glanced to the side.
The stuttering sister is saved.
Brotherly, your medical skills are amazing. Aboba.
The little ones all showed expressions of surprise, as if they had regained a sense of security. After exchanging glances, the oldest little beggar ran outside. When he returned, he held a piece of yellow salt, almost burying his head into his chest.
Brotherly, we have no money. So, you plan to invite me for a meal? Liamo couldn't help but smile.
Looking at the finely dressed, handsome young man, as if stepping down from the clouds, and then glancing at the broken pot outside that was simmering thin vegetable soup, the little beggars became even more flustered. Mencken had only ever seen powerful people like the sword-wielding officers, yet just now, she witnessed the imposing officer not even daring to look at Brother Li's face, extremely humble.
The food they usually ate was so poor even wild dogs would disdain it. How could they serve Brotherly with that?
These wild vegetables are really good stuff, pure and non-polluted.
I usually can't even eat them. Saying this, Liamo walked to the pot.
He added a suitable amount of rice and somehow had a piece of meat in his hand, which turned into meat cubes with a light swipe.
I haven't cooked in 2 days, I'm really not used to it.
The little beggars were all dumbfounded. They never expected this older brother to change his demeanor so suddenly and become so down-to-earth.
He actually looked so relaxed while cooking. Brotherly, do you often cook at Qingyuan sect?
Yes, the food in the cafeteria is quite terrible.
Brotherly, what are you making?
It smells so good. Wild vegetable and lean meat porridge, just joking, my cooking skills are much better than my medical skills.
Liamo smiled. He had just secretly added a 5 elements purple spirit pill into the pot.
It is a precious item that fills the body's voids, and its effects are gentle enough for an ordinary person who has not cultivated their body to use. Even a regular one can be sold for 5,000 taels of silver in a shop.
Not to mention, this one has 6 patterns. Of course, for Little Li, this is not something rare. Before long,
in the rundown courtyard, smoke spiraled up peacefully. I have never eaten such good food in my life.
ABA. I am so full. Whoa, I miss my mother. Liamo stood not far away, a smile at the corner of his mouth, silently watching them drink porridge. Name, Dezhu. Age, 8. Root bone, none. Realm, none.
Fate, gray. Evaluation, like wild grass, life as light as a feather. Recent encounter, with Jiang Chuchong's help, escaped the clutches of the tooth, no longer living by stealing.
This investment does not have any substantial return.
After all, these little beggars are all similar in fate to Dezhu.
But Liamo felt good. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind. Liamo turned around.
He saw a beggar girl standing there, leaning against the doorframe with her eyes covered by a rag. Though her eyes were hidden, he could clearly sense her gaze was very alert.
It's you.
Yes, I made the food, and the pouch was given by me.
Liamo answered quickly. Why? Gulu.
Before Jiang Chuchong could finish her words, her legs weakened, almost fainting.
You eat first. If your stomach isn't full, you can't think of anything else. Liamo chuckled softly.
It was understandable to see Jiang Chuchong's wariness. Running away all the way, chased by the Sky Patrol, anyone would feel like a startled bird.
Thank you.
Jiang Chuchong bit her lip and nodded finally. After a moment, she came back, bringing a bowl of porridge, also the last bowl left in the jar. You eat first. Her stammering voice sounded beautiful, making her seem pitiful.
Liamo. This left Little Li somewhat confused.
But you're so weak that you can barely stand.
Are you seriously worried about me not eating? What is this princess thinking? Chapter 57 Cross-Server Dialogue, The Terrifying Effect of Earth Vein Spirit Milk. 15 minutes later. Not far away, Jiang Chuchong was licking the bottom of the broken bowl like a little cat, her dirty face finally relaxed a little. The delicious wild vegetable meat porridge warmed her numb body a bit, and her chest didn't hurt as much anymore. She quietly raised her head, glancing at the boy beside her with her peripheral vision. The boy rested his chin in his hand, looking worriedly towards the direction of Qingyuan Mountain, afraid that the icy lump would poison him while cooking. As if sensing her gaze, the boy turned his head. She quickly lowered her head as if being electrocuted, silently burying her face in the bowl. I finished eating. If it's not enough, I can go make some more. Looking at Jiang Chuchong, whose eyes were covered, shy and self-deprecating, Liu Mo felt even stranger. She is down and out now, but last year, she was still the little princess of Yu Dynasty. Even a random county princess coming to the manor would have the whole manor decorated, with the head of the 3 clans coming to personally welcome her. A princess, born with a silver spoon, is truly noble beyond compare. No. It's not necessary. Rice. Jiang Chuchong hurriedly shook her head like a rattle. You want to save the rice for later? But seeing Jiang Chuchong treating a bag of rice like a treasure, Liu Mo felt absurd but had no sense of wrongness at all. The Murong Manor has a charity hall, you can go get porridge and rice there during this time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuchong looked up, and even from behind the rag, he could see the light in her eyes. Then, save it until winter. You really plan to save it for the new year? Liu Mo smiled helplessly. After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 silver notes of small denominations. If you're short on food, go buy some on the street. What's this? Jiang Chuchong's dirty face was filled with confusion. She didn't recognize the silver notes. Little Li fell into silence. After Mengcan finished eating, he covered his little belly with a happy face and said, Stuttering sister, that's money, yes, you can use it to buy food, buy roast chicken, buy tanghulu, it's super useful. He took the silver note and looked at it carefully, his eyes suddenly widening. 100 taels. 100 taels, how much is that? 1 or 2 silver coins can buy 140 jin of rice. Jiang Chulan, exclamation point. She counted with her dirty little hands, her fingers trembling as she calculated, and she was completely stunned. The princess was shocked. So much. We. Only. Jiang Chulong bit her lip, not daring to look at the shining silver note. You want to say we are strangers and cannot accept such a large sum, right? Li Mo answered again. Mengcan looked at him in amazement. How did Big Brother Li know what the stuttering sister wanted to say? Jiang Chulong nodded timidly, her face tightening. The other party was running a charity to help the poor. But even with a kind heart, there was no reason or justification to give her such a large sum of money. Mother once said, there might be inexplicable evil in this world, but there can never be inexplicable goodness. No pie falls from the sky unless there's a hidden agenda. Just as she felt a sense of caution rising in her heart, Li Mo spoke again. Firstly, 100 taels is nothing to me, there is no difference between that and a bag of rice or a single grain of rice. Wow. The little kids looked at him with admiration, especially Mengcan, whose eyes sparkled with strong longing. Jiang Chulong was stunned, as if she was overwhelmed by Li Mo's magnanimity. Li Mo continued. Secondly, I was entrusted by someone to take care of you. Entrusted by someone? Jiang Chulong murmured softly, suddenly gaining strength from nowhere, tightly clutching her clothes. Is she still alive? The only person in the world who still cared about her was Aunt May. Aunt May was her mother's sword attendant. Since her mother died, she had taken care of her as if she were her own. To save her, Aunt May had drawn away a lot of Sky Patrol guards, and now her life or death was uncertain. Was Li Mo entrusted by Aunt May to take care of her? Yes, she has escaped danger for now. Li Mo nodded firmly. The ice block was indeed scary at night, like 1,000-year-old ice. But cold was cold, and it was no longer dangerous. That's good. That's good. 2 lines of clear tears flowed beneath the blindfold. Where the tears slid, it was like a beautiful jade being wiped clean of some dust, pure and shining. She hurriedly wiped her face, making it dirty again. Thank you. But this money is still too much. How about this? Li Mo thought for a moment and said, you might as well follow me to Qingyuan sect, then you can naturally see her, and there will be no need to worry about living difficulties. The ice block was anyway meant to take care of Jiang Chulong's living needs. So why not just take her to Jiushui Pavilion? Just say whether it has been resolved or not. Moreover, he could also include Jiang Chulong in his daily investment list, which would be simply wonderful. Stuttering sister. Is sister leaving?
The little kids looked at each other, pouting, with two little girls already teary-eyed, ready to cry.
The slightly older Daju shouted, "Sister's friends have come to find her, we should be happy."
This remark clearly didn't work, as even he himself was in a daze.
I won't leave.
Jiang Chulong slowly shook her head.
I can have someone watch over them. Li Mo said softly. No. I don't want
to put her in danger. Seeing her slowly speaking, Li Mo began to think. Jiang Chulong was still being hunted by Sky Patrol guards. This was no small matter. Sky Patrol guards, the strongest military force in DU, were a crucial reliance of the dynasty that struck fear throughout the world.
Do you not want to implicate your friends? Alright, it's getting late, I should go back first. She was the golden destiny, also bearing immense karmic weight. Li Mo nodded, deciding to think of a long-term plan.
Jiang Chulong's current situation certainly wasn't suitable for keeping her close long-term, and she wouldn't want that either.
How to invest in her then? With these thoughts, Li Mo waved goodbye to the little beggars and walked out of the dilapidated house. The boy's back disappeared into the night. Goodbye, big brother Li. The little kids all came out to see him off.
In the Morong family's villa. Strange, she actually has not a trace of martial arts realm on her.
Have you never practiced martial arts? Or did the sword bones get dug out, causing you to fall and become immortal?
If I could lead Jiang Chulong back into the martial world, the rewards would surely be unimaginable.
Li Mo was deep in thought in the courtyard.
If I want to help Jiang Chulong practice martial arts, but can't keep her by my side,
how can I make this happen?
As he pondered, a maid came over.
Young Master Li, the hot water is ready for your bath. Okay. Do you need me to attend to you? No need, thank you.
The maid walked away, her face full of disappointment.
Li Mo then lay in the large bathtub, receiving his reward.
Earth Vein Spiritual Milk. It takes thousands of years of Earth Vein energy to condense a single drop. It is a holy product for refining chi and blood, yet its greatest effect is still to extend life.
I don't really need it for extending life.
I'll use it to refine my chi and blood instead.
With a whole bottle of Earth Vein Stone milk, Li Mo opened it and poured 2 drops into the bath.
If Elder Shuijing were here, he would probably let out a sharp explosion of sound. This stuff is a rare treasure for refining life-extending pills.
You little brat are using it to bathe? Anything related to extending life is incredibly precious.
Because this world is never short of dying people. Drip, drip. 2 drops of stone milk hit the water, quickly making it shimmer with a brilliant light. Li Mo simply started to use the Heart of Fire Lotus technique right in the tub. Buzz. In an instant, he was one with heaven and earth. This time, because he used the Earth Vein Spiritual Milk, the resonance between heaven and earth was amplified several times.
The entire Morong residence could clearly sense it.
Chapter 58, Breaking Through to 17 Meridians, Morong Family's Gratitude.
Morong Residence. Quiet room. This is typically a place for the Morong family masters to practice.
Morong Xiao was granted permission to enter the quiet room.
Grandpa, why did you call me here?
As soon as he entered, he saw his grandfather, Morong Hai, sitting on a cushion with a wooden box beside him.
Naturally, to check your progress, to see if you've slacked off since entering Qingyuan sect. Morong Hai looked up and said.
Now, the Morong family was still governed by his word.
However, he would eventually grow old one day.
His son, who was Morong Zhao's father, had been missing for a long time. Other families had long been eyeing the position of the family head. Fortunately, Morong Xiao had continuously displayed great talent, causing those people to only dare to think in their hearts, but not take real action. Don't worry, Grandpa, your grandson has always remembered your words. Morong Xiao said earnestly.
How many meridians have you opened? Morong Hai asked.
Morong Xiao replied honestly, 7 meridians, I'm just a little away from 8 meridians. Not bad, much stronger than I was back in the day. Just don't know how your combat power is.
Morong Hai nodded and stood up.
He suppressed his aura to the 7th meridian of chi and blood.
Come, let's work together, grandson. Grandpa?
Don't worry, I won't use martial arts beyond the chi and blood realm. In the quiet room, the sound of fists colliding and powerful energy surged.
After a stick of incense. No more, you're too strong, Grandpa.
Morong Xiao sat on the ground in defeat, soaked in sweat. You are indeed much stronger than a typical chi and blood realm. Morong Hai looked at his grandson with satisfaction. If you can reach the 8th meridian and take the Golden Bell Shield to an initial mastery level, ordinary chi and blood realm fighters without divine weapons will probably find it hard to break your defense.
Am I really that powerful?
Receiving his grandfather's praise, Morong Xiao tiredly smiled. Of course, in the 9 Peaks competition, getting into the top 5 would not be difficult.
It's hard to say, Grandpa. There are many strong people in my generation. Morong Xiao shook his head. Li brother, Ing Bing, Lin Jiang, Xiao Qin, these are the geniuses he knows. There are also many remarkable talents among the true heirs of other peaks. You are too prone to underestimate yourself. Morong Hai shook his head. In your generation, there are indeed many outstanding individuals, but that doesn't mean you are not among the best. Last month, I met the most renowned talent of the Burning Jade Forest, and he was still 3 points inferior to you. His grandson's character was a bit too timid. Clearly, with such strong talent. In the mansion, he is absolutely outstanding, and in the future, he has the ability to take the Morong family to a higher level. For no reason, he always sees himself as so lowly. Take this. Morong Hai handed a box from the table to his grandson's hand. When opened, there were 2 blue elixirs inside. Each one had 4 patterns of essence. 2 4-pattern breaking pulse pills are enough for you to open another pulse these days. Grandpa, won't the other grandfathers, uncles, and cousins mind? Morong Hai asked quietly. This undoubtedly involved using family wealth to purchase, and the expense was not small. He was not worried about scarcity but about inequality. He had always received a tilt in resources since childhood, and the other branches had long had their grievances. You are the genius of our Morong family, the future pillar of the family. If the money isn't spent on you, should it be given away for others to squander? Take it now. Morong Hai snorted, his tone firm and resolute. Only after personally watching his grandson swallow one of the pills did he sit back down. Creak. Before long, a light sound came from Morong Zhao's body. He was just a step away from breaking through, but now with a calm mind, he achieved a breakthrough in no time. Ha, good. As expected of our Morong family's prodigy. Morong Hai's brows relaxed. He initially thought his grandson would need both breaking pulse pills, but unexpectedly, one was enough. Then he saw Morong Xiao carefully place the remaining breaking pulse pill back into the box. Grandpa, I want to give this one to Brother Li, he has given me elixirs before. What elixir? Morong Hai smiled, not opposing, and casually asked. This question left the old man silent. A vial of 6-pattern serenity pills. Wait a moment. Morong Hai's mouth twitched, looking at his grandson's expression, realizing it was not a lie. Well, Shower's nature never lies. 6-pattern elixir, a whole vial. Seeing his grandpa's eye twitch, Morong Xiao walked into a small room in the silent chamber, where sounds of rummaging were heard, leaving him puzzled. What is Grandpa doing? Before long, Morong Xiao returned, holding a box. I picked a few treasures, let's go. Oh. The grandfather and grandson walked out of the silent chamber, heading towards Li Mo's residence. On the way, Morong Hai had mixed feelings. He initially meant to do a favor but hadn't expected to owe one in return. And it wasn't guaranteed that he could repay it. A top-class martial arts technique and a vial of 6-pattern elixirs were almost equivalent to changing Shower's life. Just as he was thinking this, a strange wave caught his attention. Ha! This is... Morong Hai suddenly changed his expression. The closer he got to that residence, the stronger the inexplicable feeling of unease became. Grandpa? Morong Xiao was confused and hurriedly followed. Before long, they reached the door. Inside the residence, many animals had appeared, all harmoniously and quietly staying in the yard. Spring had clearly passed. But the peach blossoms in the yard were suddenly sprouting new buds. Morong Hai's beard fluttered in the wind, his eyes filled with astonishment. In his youth, he had traveled the world and had the fortune to witness a powerful outsider breaking through. At that time, the scene resembled this moment so much. Is young friendly possibly hiding a master of high realms? This question arose in his mind. However, boom! A sound of tiger roaring and dragon howling echoed, shocking his mind. Inside the room came a strong wave of vitality. Without a doubt, this was the sign of a breakthrough in vitality. Li Mo was indeed at the vitality level. But this breakthrough was a bit unusual. Is Brother Li breaking through? Morong Xiao scratched his head. Seeing the commotion of the breakthrough before him, he even doubted whether he had broken through himself. Just then. Boom! Crack! Another sound of a breakthrough echoed. This time, it seemed something had broken. In just a few breaths. Breaking through 2 levels. Morong Hai, the distinguished observer of spiritual realms, suddenly felt breathless. He had just thought his own grandson was a genius. But now, he suddenly felt like he was looking at the world from the bottom of a well. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Li Xiong is just like this, you must be surprised to see such a thing. Morong Xiao said casually, accustomed to it. Morong Hai. Finally, I know why you don't think of yourself as a genius. It's truly hard to have self-confidence when often hanging around someone like Li Mo.
Just as the grandfather and grandson were silent, the door opened.
Liemo came out in a new outfit, looking apologetic and said,
"Sorry, but I think I broke the bath bucket."
It's not that the high-quality golden silk wood bath bucket was the problem.
The main issue was that he didn't expect the buried spiritual milk to be so powerful, causing such a big ruckus when breaking through the 17 meridians.
That's right.
Little Lee has reached the 17 meridians.
Chapter 59, Genius Liemo, the method of investing in Jiang Chulong. You came over, why bring something? Li Xiaoyu, please don't say that.
This is just a little gesture from an old man. Morong Hai handed over his gift very straightforwardly. He was quite glad that his grandson had a kind nature and got along well with this Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu is definitely stronger than the descendants of those major sects in the eastern wasteland.
There's one more thing I need you to help with. Liemo suddenly said. Feel free to say. Morong Hai was afraid that Liemo wouldn't make a request. A moment later, Morong Hai led Liemo to the training ground inside the mansion.
Many young members of the family were practicing there, and upon seeing the head of the family arrive, they all stopped and bowed. In the center of the training ground stood a coral stone as tall as 3 people. This is the whale-breathing coral stone, which is a rare thing in the eastern wasteland. The only advantage of this item is its toughness, and it changes color based on the force applied to it. After special processing, it can be used to test attack strength. Morong Hai pointed to the coral stone and explained.
This is indeed unusual. Liemo reached out and touched the rough coral. I've never used it before.
Morong Sha was eager to try, as he had previously lacked the strength to make the whale-breathing coral stone change color.
Here he goes.
He gathered his strength, tensed his body, and threw a punch like a cannonball, actually showing a hint of the hammering technique.
Bang!
With a dull sound, the dark coral stone immediately turned white, covering more than 80% of the entire stone. Showers hit is almost at the level of the Qi and Blood realm with 10 meridians.
Morong Hai nodded in satisfaction.
Is white the color of the Qi and Blood realm?
Liemo slightly nodded. He currently actually lacked a comprehensive understanding of his own strength.
Just right, he could take this opportunity to try.
Old man Morong, I won't break this coral stone, right?
Xiaoyu, don't worry. Morong Hai chuckled, this item even I can't damage it when I go all out.
That's good. Liemo nodded.
Without using martial skills, he threw a simple punch. In the air, faint explosive sounds were heard.
Boom. The coral stone didn't move at all.
Only the white color rapidly filled it, and then at the bottom, a layer of blue actually appeared. This should be because I soaked in the Phoenix blood pool, plus the extra main meridians in my body, resulting in stronger Qi and blood power.
Liemo pondered. Wow, Li Zhenchuan is in the Qi and blood realm, and he didn't use inner breath just now. This punch is equivalent to the attack strength of someone just entering the inner breath consolidation realm? How can he be so strong? The young members of the Morong family, watching from afar, were left speechless.
Their family member Morong Xiao, who bears half-demon blood, didn't possess such great strength. Li Xiaoyu truly has divine strength.
Morong Hai appeared calm. Compared to Li Xiaoyu's astonishing talent, what's a bit of strength? But that's not all. Try adding the extreme soldier kill body. An intense, sharp killing aura spread from Liemo.
The people around him looked at him as if he had transformed into a precious weapon, making their hairs stand on end as if blades were suspended over their heads.
Boom! Another strike.
Sparks shot out, and a wave of air rolled in, with the sound of gold and stone clashing echoing for a long time. The dust on the roof was shaken down. As the dust settled, only half of the whale-breathing coral stone had turned blue.
The Qi and Blood realm unleashed an attack comparable to Inner Breath Liquid realm? The large schoolyard suddenly fell silent. Shower. Morong Hai took a long time to regain his senses. Morong Xiao closed his slightly parted mouth. Did you not say that Li Xiaoyu's greatest strength is actually his sword technique? It should be so? Night fell. In the guest courtyard, Liemo shook off the dust from his clothes before pushing the door open to enter. He did not continue to try. Understanding oneself completely was already enough. Martial arts is just an enhancement based on one's own power. He knew without needing to try. If there was a suitable hammer. Now, I should be able to fight against those in the Inner Breath and Profound Dan realm? This must be a little question mark. Although he knew that a full strike from him now would definitely match the power of the Inner Breath and Profound Dan realm. But after all, he had not reached that realm and did not know if there were other methods. Moreover, the whale breath coral stone was just a dead object. Living people would not stand there giving him a fight. Of course. If he waited until his blood energy realm was complete, it would be a different story. Because at that time, he might have a killer move.
Once his strength was sufficient, he could bring out the Pangu Oblivion Hammer, and even with a reluctant strike, it would definitely not be something the inner breath realm could endure.
So, does this mean I am strong now? Liemo raised the corners of his mouth, lying back on the bed with his hands behind his head.
Staring at the ceiling, he couldn't help but fall into a daze. Fighting beyond one's level was a privilege reserved for the chosen ones. Our little Lee is no longer an ordinary person, he is not worse than those big sect disciples, right?
Suddenly,
he remembered that the old man Morong had given him a gift. Thus, he opened the wooden box on the bedside. The contents did not touch the blind spots of little Lee's knowledge. A pill with 4 patterns, known as the Broken Vessel Pill. A piece of dark ancient wood that emits a fragrant scent, though it is called wood due to the wood grain, its sheen resembles that of jade. And a booklet. Liemo was not interested in the elixir. Without even looking, he picked up the piece of wood next to him. I don't know what it's called, but it should be a rare treasure beneficial for nurturing the consciousness soul. Things like this are generally hard to come by. Liemo played with the wood, feeling a sense of ease and comfort. Old man Morong probably took out something from his treasure vault, right? But this thing, he couldn't use it for now.
Wait. Isn't there an old man beside Brother Shaoqin? Little Lee's experience in novels once again came into play.
Old men usually exist in the form of a spiritual body. In this world, they're called consciousness souls.
As everyone knows,
the old man had slept for such a long time, he must urgently need this item.
I can invest in Brother Shao.
The old man that follows him.
Liemo toyed with the wood block, his mind clear. Suddenly,
a long-standing problem that had troubled him seemed to sparkle a moment of inspiration.
Right. Old man. Liemo's clever mind birthed an idea. He has a small world.
And he can bring beings weaker than himself into the world seed.
For example, Jiang Chulong.
If he finds an object and leaves the aura of the world seed on it, it would allow others to enter the world seed regardless of where they are. As the ruler of the world seed, this is definitely feasible.
Then, wouldn't he also be able to be Jiang Chulong's old man that follows her around? I really am a genius. Saying and doing. Liemo selected for some time, finally choosing a ring from a pile of items. Ancient Intent Ring.
Its design was primitive yet exquisite, not like anything from this era. It looked impressive, and if sold as an antique, it could fetch a good price.
The key is that it's sturdy, it seems to be crafted from some rare metal. Opening a back door. Liemo held the Ancient Intent Ring and communicated with the World Seed. Chapter 60. Does Big Brother Lee want to have a baby with me? 3 days later.
At the entrance of the Morong residence, the horse carriage that had come was quietly parked there. The porridge shop was still open, and many members of the Morong family came out to see them off.
Shower, practice your skills well with Li Xiaoyu, understood? If something is missing, just tell the family.
Morong Hai stood at the door with his hands behind his back, every wrinkle softening into a kind expression. Now, looking at him, he didn't seem as imposing as when they first met, more like an ordinary old man.
Understood, Grandpa. Morong Xiao nodded earnestly. Glancing around, he scratched his head again. Where's Brother Lee? I'm here.
A voice came riding on the wind. However, before the voice arrived, the person was already there. Morong Xiao turned around and found Liemo had appeared on the front of the carriage, his robes gently swaying with the breeze.
Wind Shadow Step? He was taken aback. How could Brother Lee master their family's superior martial arts?
I taught this technique to young friend Lee just 3 days ago.
Morong Hai could only sigh in amazement now. He could clearly see.
Just now, young friend Lee displayed a skill that was clearly already quite good. It seemed to suit him well, leading to a sudden enlightenment, plus he inherently had exceptional talent.
Brother Lee, have you been studying the Wind Shadow Step for these past few days? No wonder we haven't seen you. Not entirely. Liemo shook his head slightly.
He mastered the Wind Shadow Step on the first day. His talent in martial arts wasn't particularly exceptional, having basically used up all his insights gained from helping ordinary people.
Oh, right, and practicing.
Morong Xiao seemed to grasp something. Liemo played with the ring in his palm, smiling without speaking. For the past 3 days, most of the time, he had been studying how to leave the aura of the World Seed on the Ancient Intent Ring.
This was indeed not an easy task, requiring a lot of energy. Liemo had spent quite a bit on the 6 pattern elixirs to restore his spirit.
Fortunately, in the end, he succeeded.
Now, the Ancient Intent Ring, guided by Liemo, successfully had a back door left by the World Seed. The coachman arrived. Grandpa, let's go. Morong old man, let's keep in touch. Liemo also waved towards the outside of the carriage.
The horse-drawn carriage began to move slowly. Along the way, the refugees picking up food, beggars, looked up at the carriage, their blank expressions suddenly filled with life. They all knew. Lee the Good had said, even after he left, the charity hall would continue to be open. Take care, Lee the Good. When I become rich someday, I'll definitely build a shrine for you. Wish you great fortune in martial arts. Listening to the gratitude from both sides of the road. For the first time, feeling regarded as a ray of hope by so many, Liam felt a strange emotion surging in his heart. He let out a long breath and let down the carriage curtain. Please, first head to Mud Corner Alley. Of course. The coachman quickly agreed. Now, Mr. Lee's words, he must not ignore. Even the young clan leader must listen to him. Mud Corner Alley. In the homes, many broken items were still piled up, but they no longer looked lifeless. For the past 3 days, Liam had come every day. And every time he came, he made food for them. Why hasn't Brother Lee come today? Will Brother Lee bring candy today? I want to eat rolling donkey. All you ever think about is food. The little beggars were busy in the yard. Suddenly, the little mute started babbling loudly, his ears the most sensitive, and the little beggars ran to the yard entrance. Sure enough, the sound of the carriage came. Brother Lee. Today I'll make you lotus leaf chicken and roast meat, very simple, and in the future you'll be able to make it yourselves. Liam entered, chatting with them as usual, having become quite familiar with this group of little ones. Good morning. Jiang Chulong shyly greeted. Her face was still purposely smeared to look like a flower cat, so it was hard to tell how her complexion was. But her voice had regained some strength, indicating her health had improved significantly. She even had the strength to help out now. I came to help you, cut vegetables. Sure. Liam shook off the water droplets on his hand. But for a long time, Jiang Chulong did not make any move. Her timid voice rang out again. I don't have a knife. Here. Liam casually handed over the red sky sword from his waist. Don't say. The usually aloof red sky sword had become quite restless these days, seeing Jiang Chulong react like a cat seeing catnip. When it was in her hands. So clever and obedient, able to cut whatever needs cutting. Thus, the precious artifact temporarily became a vegetable knife. You actually use this to cut vegetables? Seeing this, Morong Xiao was also stammering. It's not very convenient. This sword is not good. Jiang Chulang replied stammeringly. Morong Xiao. Li Mo. The princess's values are just so strange. A bag of rice is treated like a treasure, while 100 taels of silver notes can make her mouth shut for a long time. Yet when facing the artifact, the fire sparrow feathers, she treats them as ordinary items. Little Lee had also curiously asked her before. So, there was the following conversation. People don't eat, will die. Then what about silver notes? Silver notes can buy food. Don't you think this sword can be exchanged for a lot of silver? Can it? But I've seen many better ones than this before. Including pills, artifacts, and precious items, she always felt they were commonplace. Perhaps, these treasures that are precious to ordinary people were everywhere for her in the past. So, she knew nothing about the common sense of ordinary people. For example, yesterday, when she picked up a rattle and Liam fixed it, she felt like she had obtained a rare treasure. That was quite impressive. It also counted as a kind of naivete. Not long after, the meal was ready. This time, Liam didn't eat with them. Instead, he called Jiang Chulang aside and first took out a piece of paper from his bosom. This is the land deed, belonging to this abandoned house. From now on, you will no longer be refugees or beggars, but the owners here. Owner. Jiang Chulang blankly took the land deed, carefully folded it, and then stuffed it into the pouch containing the fire sparrow feathers. And this. Liam took out an ancient ring from his bosom. Without saying a word, he slipped it onto her delicate finger. Jiang Chulang. Mother had said before, rings are usually tokens of love. When a man gives a ring to a woman, it represents affection. If she accepts it, that means they decide on a lifelong bond. And they would have little babies. Accepting the ring equals soon having little babies. Jiang Chulang thought so. Li Gu was handsome, gentle, could tell interesting stories, and could cook. But she wasn't ready yet. If she refused, he would surely be very sad. Little stammerer? Across from her, Jiang Chulang suddenly seemed to freeze. Even through the smudges on her face, one could see that her face had turned as red as blood. Liam confusedly waved his hand in front of her eyes. Li Gu, this is. Oh, this item was also entrusted to me to bring to you. Little Li directly shifted the responsibility to Ice Block. Ice Block gave her this, she should want it, right? So, that's how it is.
Jiang Chulang relaxed her body but felt a bit despondent.
Wearing the ring, her calming heart felt like it was missing something, leaving her feeling lost and wistful.
Then I'll leave now. You, where are you going? Back to Qingyuan sect, but don't worry, I'll come back after a while.
Watching the young man walk to the door and smile as he bid farewell.
Jiang Chulang bit her lip, watching him walk step by step outside.
She didn't know where the courage came from, but suddenly shouted.
Li Gu, wait. You still haven't seen my appearance. Chapter 61, my name is Primordial Celestial Venerable. The sun hung high at noon.
The carriage moved towards Qingyuan Mountain under the sunshine, faintly revealing the buildings on the main peak of Qingyuan, with a unique layout standing out in the green mountains, not knowing which master designed it.
But
Li Mo gazed at the mountain scenery while involuntarily recalling the scene just moments ago.
Half an hour ago.
The little beggar took off the blindfold, revealing a pair of clear gray-white pupils, filled with innocent purity that reminded one of a baby's eyes.
But also carrying a hint of timidity and humility, not daring to look others in the eye. How can someone's eyes really be this color? As Li Mo was reminiscing about a certain ninja anime.
Suddenly, in his line of sight, a pale little face appeared. Her hair was still tangled like grass, and her clothes were very worn, forming a strong contrast with that small face.
Li Mo remembered the scene, not because of the girl's stunning beauty at 14.
She stood there, her two small hands nowhere to rest, tangled together.
Like a little white flower swaying in the wind, sprouting from the barren ruins.
The color of fate hasn't changed, she shouldn't be discovered by the Sky Patrol.
I wonder how long it will take her to realize the uniqueness of the ancient intent ring. Li Mo's thoughts surged.
Suddenly, he slapped his thigh.
What's wrong, brother Li?
Morong Shao, leaning slightly, looked up with sleepy eyes, his features squished together in drowsiness.
Oh no.
I forgot to tell her, she needs to drop blood on the ring to acknowledge it.
Little Li regretted immensely.
To make it more realistic, he had used a classic plot from a novel in his past life when making the ring. The ring was supposed to remember the user's aura through blood.
But when he saw that girl's face, he forgot all about it. That night, smoke rose from the dilapidated alley.
The incomplete little beggars busied themselves, restoring the broken courtyard.
This used to be their temporary shelter, but it was different now. Brotherly said from now on, this was their home. A home, needed to be tidied up, right?
Stuttering sister has been in a daze all day.
Is she thinking about Brotherly? Now that you mention it, I miss him too, his food is the best. In the future, I also want to go to Qingyuan sect, then I can see him every day. Abba. Stuttering sister, no matter how clean you wipe the ring, Brotherly won't see it anyway. This doesn't seem to be the ring Brotherly gave.
Jiang Chulang hugged her knees, wiping the exquisite ring on her index finger, afraid to dirty it. Hearing this, she was momentarily stunned.
Oh right.
Although this ring was given to her by Brotherly, it was prepared by Aunt May.
Why would Aunt May give her such a ring?
It wasn't something she was aware of as a Sumeru object, nor did it have any other special features. Aunt May surely wouldn't do meaningless things. This ring must be very important.
Jiang Chulang bit her increasingly pale lips, anxiously thinking. Could it be that I am the one with a problem?
In the past, her world was full of wonders. The world in her eyes had more things and auras, as if she could see an extra color beyond others. But after the sword bone was dug out, that hue vanished.
Am I going to disappoint Aunt May? It's all my fault. I'm sorry.
Jiang Chulang tightly clenched the ring, her knuckles turning white. The stinging sensation made her feel a little better inside.
Drip. Bright red blood flowed down through the gaps between her fingers. It also stained the ancient intent ring with a touch of enchanting luster. Buzz. At that moment,
she suddenly felt dizzy. The world before her began to swirl like a vortex.
What was happening? In her hazy consciousness, this thought arose.
The calls of the little ones echoed in her ears.
Stuttering sister, what's wrong? She fainted. Suddenly, all sounds disappeared, leaving only silence.
She vaguely opened her eyes, shielding herself from the sudden light, and then finally realized where she was. Boundless white mist enveloped her, as if she had stepped beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This place wasn't large, covering an area of only about 500 meters. Yet pavilions and towers stood in elegant disorder, filled with exquisite beauty, unlike any house she had seen while in central China.
Like a fairyland in a dream. Where am I?
Jiang Chulang rubbed her eyes, her face full of bewilderment.
Ha! Suddenly, a deep laughter echoed through the heavens and the earth. Little friend, you have come from afar, please step inside. Me?
Jiang Chulang cautiously stepped over the threshold. In the courtyard, under an ancient tree, a figure sat leisurely on a green stone. He was dressed in snow white, with a face covered by an ancient bronze mask. Around him, countless phenomena and algorithms rose and fell, as if he had been there since the birth of the world.
Watching the world.
He is the source of existence in this realm, able to change the winds and clouds with a wave of his hand.
Senior, where is this? Jiang Chulong asked cautiously.
Here? This is merely a cave dwelling I opened up beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The man replied calmly.
Jiang Chulong, exclamation point.
Her little head seemed to stall.
Beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Has she crossed an unknown distance and appeared beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths?
He, just a small trick, no need to panic.
I am able to bring you here, and I can naturally send you back.
The man's ethereal voice echoed again. With a wave of his hand, a stool appeared on the ground, and tea utensils appeared on the stone table.
Sit down. Still in a daze, Jiang Chulong walked over and sat down.
After a long while, she finally regained her senses.
Who are you?
Why did you bring me here? As she moved closer, she felt the senior was even more mysterious and unfathomable. Even her cold father, who bore the fortune of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, did not give her the feeling this mysterious man did. For her, strong people like this were rare and well known.
My name.
The mysterious man fell into deep thought. It seemed he had not been called by anyone for so long that he had even forgotten his own name after enduring the passage of time. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. I am called the Primordial Celestial Venerable.
Crack.
As his voice fell, suddenly thunder rumbled from the sky.
Boom.
The winds and clouds changed, and thunder danced wildly, instantly turning the world into a stark white. Jiang Chulong was stunned, her heart racing as she looked up. In the world filled with only black and white colors, the outline of the man became clearer.
What a profound separation from the world. Chapter 62, Young girl, do you want to become stronger?
Primordial Celestial Venerable. Jiang Chulong had never heard of him. But in her understanding, the strongest of the 9 heavens and 10 earths would have the word Tian in their title. For example, the great Emperor Wu of the Yu dynasty was titled Hong Tian.
Celestial Venerable? Doesn't that mean the shared respect of the 9 heavens, standing above the 9 heavens?
With just this title, it is enough to show the man's unfathomable power. After all, if an ordinary person dared to call themselves Celestial Venerable, they would probably only be able to go out at noon, since something bad would almost surely happen morning or evening. Moreover, just relying on a name could inexplicably change the colors of heaven and earth.
Could it be that he is even more powerful than the 9 heavens? If so, that's simply terrifying. Have some tea.
The ethereal voice came, and the strange phenomenon in the world suddenly disappeared, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Jiang Chulong's mind was blank as she dumbly nodded. As soon as the tea entered her mouth, a pure vitality began to spread inside her abdomen. She had seen this thing before. It was a tribute from a big sect presented to the Emperor of the Central Plains, given to many of her siblings but not to her. Her crown prince brother, seeing her in pity, had shared a bit with her. Jiang Chulong cast a glance and found that there was a spring nearby. The mysterious man had used that spring water to brew tea. The reason you are here is because many years ago, I dropped an ancient ring. Only those with great fortune and exceptional talent can sense it. The Primordial Celestial Venerable raised his teacup. His hand paused but did not drink, he merely played with it in his palm.
So it's because of the ring.
Jiang Chulong suddenly realized.
Great fortune? Exceptional talent? Celestial Venerable Senior. I may not be the person you are looking for.
Jiang Chulong's little head drooped, almost burying herself in her chest. Her birth caused her mother's death, so she was not favored by Emperor Jingtai since childhood, almost to the point of hatred. She did not know this when she was young, thinking that every child of the emperor lacked new clothes and lived in the cold palace. Even on her father's birthday, a day of universal celebration, if she secretly sneaked in to catch a glimpse of her father, she could turn the feast into a scene of punishment. The palace maid who accidentally revealed news to her ended up being executed. Her gaze fixed on her, bleeding out.
As for talent. Talent?
She had never practiced martial arts, and no one dared to teach her. Yet she knew that without that piece of bone in her chest, she was definitely not a genius. Having the true dragon body and the prince brother who had taken the bone, he must be the real genius.
He, little girl, do you doubt my insight? No, how dare I? Jiang Chulong, the youngest daughter of Emperor Jingtai.
Unhurriedly, a voice that calmed the heart came.
Jiang Chulong was taken aback.
She clearly hadn't introduced herself.
How did the senior know?
Born with a sword fetus, carrying the divine sword bone of the Supreme, yet taken by family. Now, you are being hunted by the Celestial Patrol.
Jiang Chulong.
Her small mouth opened slightly.
Why does the senior know everything?
In fact, she herself didn't even know what that extra bone in her chest was called.
To receive the ancient intent ring and stand before me, how can that not be great fortune? But that bone, I have already lost it.
Jiang Chulong bit her lips until they turned white. The divine sword bone. This senior was also called the Primordial Supreme. It must be for this reason that she had summoned herself.
This is a good thing.
The Primordial Supreme said lightly.
Ah.
Jiang Chulong's eyes widened, filled with confusion. The sword bone can accomplish a person, but it can also shackle a person.
You have lost the sword bone, yet can walk your own path. How can that not be a good thing?
In the desolate realm, there is a young child whose supreme bone was dug out, and yet he still grew a second and a third. One day, when you stand higher and look back, those are merely ephemeral clouds.
The calm tone made one inexplicably believe.
As if the so-called sword bone was truly just an ordinary thing.
Stand higher? Jiang Chulong was confused. Desolate realm? Supreme bone? She couldn't quite understand, but it seemed quite powerful.
But before, she also stood not low. If the sword bone was not important, why would the Prince brothers steal it?
You are still young and ignorant, which is normal.
The Primordial Supreme chuckled, as if feeling helpless at the girl's ignorance. The history of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is long, and the Dayu dynasty is but a drop in the ocean of time. In ancient times, the heavenly court reigned over 33 heavens, controlling the stars and creating all things in the world. At that time, the ruler of the heavenly court was called the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, enduring calamities for 100,000 and 30,000 cycles, each cycle lasting 129,600 years, ultimately mastering the Tao.
Not only speaking. There was even an animation.
The white clouds in the sky began to slowly gather and disperse, depicting countless scenes alongside the Primordial Supreme's narration. Golden light a million paths, colorful auspices shining forth.
Among them,
through the great southern heavenly gate, 33 treasure palaces stood in a row, and the 72 palace stars were brilliant, with various true dragons and phoenixes soaring and flying. A sapphire dish holding the purple haze pill furnace, and the vast jade trees in the palace of the vast cold. It was a truly immersive experience.
Jiang Chulong was somewhat captivated by this celestial scene, already entranced.
This was just what was manifested in the clouds.
If it were the real heavenly court, wouldn't it be even more astonishing?
She could see from this tiny bit of light the glory of ancient times.
The senior wasn't exaggerating.
Compared to this, the Dayu dynasty truly seemed insignificant.
Moreover, enduring 100,000 and 30,000 calamities, each calamity lasting 129,600 years?
This time Jiang Chulong didn't try to count with her little fingers.
There definitely wouldn't be enough.
Buzz. Suddenly, a wind blew, and the clouds dispersed. The Primordial Supreme's wistful voice rang out.
All things have an end. If one cannot become immortal, one will ultimately fade into time. I, too, am merely a remnant soul now. Remnant soul? Jiang Chulong's heart tightened. If merely a remnant soul was so unfathomable, how incredible would the Primordial Supreme have been at full power? The world is unpredictable.
I didn't expect that a ring I casually threw away countless years ago would now take root and sprout.
That's right. I wish to take you as my disciple and impart everything to you.
The request is quite simple. As long as your strength is sufficient, help me revive.
Girl, do you want to become stronger?
The words of the primordial celestial master were undeniable, filled with endless confidence.
Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to become stronger?
Jiang Chulong clutched her chest, as if removing her small hand would cause her heart to be shaken out by this question. Helping the celestial master senior, surely, would be very, very difficult. In that moment, the image of her mother's tombstone flashed through her mind, her father's indifferent face, her prince brother's blood-stained dagger, and Aunt May's determined expression as she lured away the watcher.
She thought. Moreover, she didn't know how to refuse. I am willing. Speak louder, I can't hear. I am willing. Good. Very spirited. Chapter 63, The Princess Jian's Incredible Swordsmanship Talent, Poor Ice Chunk? Teacher. If I practice with you? One day. Can the dead come back to life? Jiang Chulong's eyes were full of flickering hope.
Her father has always hated her because of her mother.
What if she could bring her mother back?
Hearing this, the primordial celestial master,
also known as classmate Li, fell into deep thought. Can it be done?
At least now, he had never heard of any method that could bring the dead back to life. After he obtained a small world, he understood even more that life is truly a creation of heaven and earth. Even though he is the master of the world, he cannot create life out of thin air.
Didn't all the emperors of the great Yu dynasty wish for immortality? If there were such a method, why not let the founding Emperor Wu be reborn? However, he has a system. The system is an existence beyond common sense.
Whether he thought of this or couldn't bear to crush her hopes,
Li Mo eventually nodded. There is.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulong stood there as if struck by lightning. The flame of hope in her eyes grew stronger and stronger.
She wanted to become stronger. I am really awesome.
Looking at the girl across from her, she clenched her small fist to encourage herself.
Classmate Li let out a long breath.
It is indeed not easy to make a princess so dazed. Fortunately, as a seasoned bookworm, he had a wealth of knowledge. When it comes to bragging, no one can compare to those writers of stinky novels.
Little Princess Jiang must have been completely tricked. Teacher. Teacher is good. Thank you. You.
Suddenly, the girl stood up, bowing deeply, her frail shoulders trembling lightly with excitement. Like a little white flower in the ruins, as long as it receives a glimmer of light, it will desperately grow towards the sun.
Hiss. How could she be so pitiful?
Classmate Li felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. Tricking such a girl made his conscience ache.
But little Princess Jiang indeed needed some confidence. We are all telling kind lies. Alright, there are some secrets I won't tell you.
Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing.
You only need to follow me diligently from today onwards and practice.
In time, even the great Yu dynasty will be forced to bow at your feet.
Zhang
Chulong nodded earnestly. This strange conversation, if heard by outsiders, would surely make them think both of them were crazy. But little Princess Jiang, after learning of her celestial master's background, had already believed it completely.
Then, teacher, what will you teach me first?
Since you have never practiced martial arts, let's start from the most basic chi and blood realm.
Li Mo lowered his gloomy, bubble-like voice.
1,000-mile journey begins with a single step, you must take it step by step. Although your sword bone is gone, this has instead awakened the potential of your innate sword body, making your foundation even stronger. Upon hearing the praise, Zhang Chulong shyly lowered her head.
She didn't expect that the removal of her sword bone would actually be a good thing? Teacher, can I cultivate my own methods? Ha? Li Mo paused for a moment.
He had been thinking for a long time about what chi and blood realm martial art to prepare for Zhang Chulong.
You said. To walk my own path. Zhang Chulong stammered. Classmate Li understood.
The meaning of Princess Xiaojiang is that although she has never learned martial arts, during her time at Tianshan Sword Manor, she has watched many swords, even though they were all broken. There was an old scholar who guarded the sword tomb, and he often took her for walks in the sword tomb. And so, it was like instinct, she understood a kind of martial art. But her father did not allow her to practice, so she always hesitated to train.
Recite the main principles for me to hear.
Relatively shallow, please, teacher, guide me.
Zhang Chulong repeated what she had comprehended.
Her stuttering voice echoed in the seat of the world.
Li Mo fell increasingly silent as he listened. Is this martial art about swords powerful?
Not powerful, just an average-level martial art. For him, finding a comparable one would be easy. But the key point is that Princess Xiaojiang has never practiced martial arts.
She is self-taught. How can that be possible?
It takes decades to master a middle-level sword technique by oneself.
Teacher.
Seeing that the celestial master remained silent, Zhang Chulong thought her ideas might be too shallow. She worried that she had disappointed her teacher.
In a weak tone, she said. I can still improve, later. I can make this martial art even stronger.
Little did she know, every word she spoke felt like a sword, piercing Li Mo's chest. Without comparison, one would not feel pain.
She truly inflicted real harm, and it was a critical hit.
Fortunately, little Li was not simple, he had been living every day with the red destiny ice lump.
Cough, it's not bad. Teacher, why are you also, like me? Zhang Chulong became anxious.
I was just deducing this martial art.
Li Mo coughed lightly, thought for a moment, and then regained his calm voice. Not bad, if you practice like this, you should meet my expectations. Great. I can practice martial arts now. Zhang Chulong happily bounced a bit, and she didn't stutter this time.
But soon, she glanced at the celestial master and stuck out her tongue, carefully sitting down. You are still quite weak physically now. So what you need to do now is to recover as soon as possible, strengthen your meridians, and lay a foundation for the future. Also, you have lost your sword bone, and your body has also become depleted, you need to restore your vigor. With a wave of his sleeve, 2 jade bottles appeared on the table.
Both are relatively mild and can replenish the body. This includes the innate replenishing pill he had taken before, and another bottle is the mildest healing pill.
Although it cannot immediately restore the body to its original state, it is gradual and without hidden dangers.
Thank you, thank you. Celestial Master.
Zhang Chulong cherished the pills, holding them close to her heart. After patting them, she finally let out a sigh of relief, her little mouth curling up into a happy smile. Knowing her little hamster-like nature, she'd probably cherish the pill bottles and wouldn't even throw them away after using the pills. At the same time, a notification sound rang in his ear. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in Zhang Chulong and helping her recover her body.
You have an investment feedback, would you like to claim it now? Liu Mo did not go to claim his reward for now.
Instead, he looked back at Zhang Chulong. She, now permitted to practice martial arts for the first time, appeared eager to try, with her grayish eyes reflecting 3 words.
Desire for knowledge. Liu Mo.
As a teacher, one imparts knowledge and answers questions. This truly puzzled him.
This cannot be fabricated, right? If you have questions, you can ask first. But to avoid you being too ambitious, I'll answer you next time.
Understood. Opening his eyes, it was already dark outside. In Xiao Shui Pavilion.
What to do? I can barely remember those questions. Liu Mo opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. Asking others with the questions?
Well, first exclude the teacher.
While pondering, he went downstairs and walked into the kitchen.
Before getting close, he smelled a strong burnt smell.
Liu Mo instinctively looked up, and then fell into silence, his gaze becoming blank.
The kitchen situation could be described as quite tragic. Because the ice lump was cooking at the stove. In the pot was a lump, and it was unclear what it was. Anyway, it was black and emitting black smoke. It was just short of having the words dark cuisine written on it. Liu Mo seriously doubted whether he would roll his eyes and foam at the mouth on the spot if he ate it.
You're back?
Ice Block wiped his face.
Thus, the perfect and flawless beauty now had a small gray mark like a little kitten. Yeah, I'm still late coming back. Liu Mo felt a little like crying. Did Ice Block live like this all the days he was gone? Chapter 64, Discussing the Sword Path. Bing, did I underestimate him before? Ice Block cooked seriously for the first time.
Based on the principle of not wasting, a few dishes were finally served on the table.
On the table, a few scoops of food gave the illusion of exuding a devilish halo. So, what did you make? It is well known that Little Lee has exceptional cooking skills.
But these few dishes made by Ice Block were indeed a bit beyond his level.
Tomato scrambled eggs.
Bing wiped her face with a handkerchief and said coldly.
What about this one? Liu Mo fell silent for a moment before asking again.
Stir-fried chili with meat.
Bing answered, receiving Liu Mo's surprised gaze. She could actually recognize it? And this? 9-turn intestines. She even answered quickly. Liu Mo gasped, were you doing this on purpose or by accident? He had no choice but to look away, unable to bear to see.
Okay.
You can cook for yourself now. Hee, awesome, these past few days. Is this how you've been eating? I only cooked once today.
Bing replied softly.
Liu Mo, ? So you didn't cook before, or after, but you chose today when I came back?
This time it's confirmed, she did it on purpose.
Makes sense.
Ice Block proactively cooking is like the sun rising in the west.
Don't just look at the appearance of things.
Perhaps it just looks bad, but in reality, it could be unexpectedly good.
Bing's serious lips parted lightly. At this moment, let's not elevate this anymore. Liu Mo finally understood why Ice Block prepared this table of food.
She was stunningly beautiful, yet had pride within her bones. Although she never spoke of it, it was evident from her every gesture. Ice Block was not one to be content with being behind others, she wanted everything to be perfect.
Including cooking.
But speaking of it, when God opens a door for you, he will surely seal a window with cement. The beauty, immeasurable, made a stunning entrance like a shock to the world.
If you don't eat soon, it will get cold.
Bing spoke softly, cutting off the excuse Liu Mo just found. The impact of these words was not less than, Dewang, take your medicine.
All right. Then today, I will risk my life to accompany the gentleman.
Liu Mo nodded heavily, with a heroic feeling, he reached for his chopsticks. His hand trembled slightly as he picked up the food. But perhaps Ice Block found his movement too slow. Before he could grab the tomato scrambled eggs, she quickly served him a piece of 9-turn intestines. As soon as he took a bite, a spectacular flavor erupted in his mouth, stunning like his past life. It was sour, bitter, and twisted, making one's scalp tingle.
That taste could pull you from a nightmare in the middle of the night. You? Why are you crying? Grandma. Are you remembering Grandma's taste?
No, I saw her. Seeing a tear fall from Liu Mo's eye, Bing furrowed her brows.
There were actually two reasons she cooked by herself. Firstly, she couldn't believe she could do something badly. Secondly, asking Liam for help meant owing a favor again, and she had to show some gratitude. So these days, she studied it seriously. Take stir-fried chili with meat for instance, the recipe states it should be spicy enough that the fragrance bursts upon entry. So she went to Dan Ding Peak and asked Elder Shue for a few bottles of blackwood oil. This material is usually used when the alchemy temperature isn't enough and needs explosive heat to burn away impurities. Elder Shue said it was harmless to eat, so she brought it back with confidence. Then when it came to the recipe's instruction to add a spoonful, she couldn't quite understand. After all, it didn't specify how big the spoon should be. So she added for 10 seconds. Not tasty? Ing Bing picked up a piece of stir-fried chili with meat. Half an hour later. A new spread of dishes was served on the table. Looking at the already rosy lips of Bing Huazi, which became even more red and juicy, Liam sighed. Actually, I didn't help you much, there's no need to bother cooking yourself. Let's eat. Liam rinsed his mouth and then eagerly took a couple of bites of the stir-fried vegetables he cooked, feeling more alive. Bing Huazi's eyes flickered, and she asked again. How is she now? I left some recovery supplements for Chu Chong, the house she's staying in has been bought, so there's no need to worry about daily life. I've instructed the Morong family to deliver things to her regularly. A hint of unusual interest flashed across Bing Huazi's delicate features. She understood Jiang Chuchong's character, she was a very closed-off girl who couldn't even express herself clearly. The fact that Jiang Chuchong was willing to tell Liam her name indicated that they got along quite well. Watching Liam eat heartily, Bing Huazi's gaze softened again. If it were him, it wasn't really unexpected. Thank you. It's just a small act. Liam cleared his throat lightly and said seriously, we're already so familiar, there's no need to treat such small matters so formally. Having learned about Bing Huazi's journey in cooking, Xiaoli felt. Being serious is good, but sometimes it is totally unnecessary. Considering Bing Huazi's character, Liam continued. If you really want to thank me, just help me with one thing. How to help? For example, discussing swordsmanship with me? There was no one else Liam could ask about this. After thinking, only Bing Huazi came to mind. There's no other way. He truly didn't know how to enlighten Jiang Chuchong. What could be in that girl's little head? Discussing swordsmanship with me? Bing Huazi raised her gaze, her delicate brows gently arching. Teaching and discussing are two different things. In all the heavens and earth, there are very few who are qualified to discuss swordsmanship with her. She once had mastery over a sword path, which meant her understanding of swordsmanship had touched the essence and stood at the peak of all realms. At least, based on Li's past talent in swordsmanship, he was not qualified to discuss it with her. In-depth discussion would bring him harm rather than benefit. Let's hear your questions first. I made a list. Liam grinned and pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. He was afraid of forgetting, so he wrote all the questions down. Bing Huazi glanced over at it. Her clear eyes suddenly fixed and slowly narrowed. These questions were surprisingly pointing directly at the essence of swordsmanship? Of course, she could answer them. But Liam managed to ask such questions? Asking questions also requires a certain level, the doubts generated by a genius and a mediocre person are completely different. Well, it's like someone got hit by an apple and wondered why today was so unlucky. The genius asks why the apple fell down instead of flying up. Bing Huazi stared at Liam, her icy mirrored eyes reflecting the young man, seemingly trying to see something extraordinary on Li's face. His previous talent could only be considered strange, far from being a genius. To call it strange was also due to Li's occasional dullness and sudden insight. One could only say he was easily enlightened differently than others, not that his swordsmanship talent itself was extraordinary. Did she underestimate him before? The specific reason was a bit hard for Bing Huazi to pinpoint. Is that all? Liam subconsciously tapped his cheek and nodded. Yeah, just these for now. Chapter 65, the value of his talent is still increasing, the punishment of the defeated is released. Although Bing Huazi was puzzled inside, she still began answering the questions on the paper from shallow to deep. Sword techniques and sword arts are actually the same thing, they basically come down to precision, flexibility, and applying them to oneself. If you practice a superior sword technique to its peak, then you could be listed here, and it's considered acceptable. However, for those who truly possess sword energy, sword force, sword will, and the sword path, sword techniques are ultimately just some experiences they summarized on their way to the sword path. Liam understood only partially. He could only relate it to his understanding of mathematics and physics from his previous life. Comparing swordsmanship to mathematics, the techniques and skills are just like formulas. For most people, the way to solve problems is simply to apply the formulas. Where do the formulas come from?
They are summarized by those true geniuses who reach the essence directly.
Liam nodded and took out paper and pen. Are you there? Aha, I'm taking notes. Liam smiled and quickly wrote down notes. It's still shallow now, and he was afraid he wouldn't remember when it got deeper.
Ing Bing suddenly felt a bit confused. In both past and present lives, it was the first time someone was discussing while writing.
After all, these things aren't just about rote memorization, understanding a little is enough to grasp everything. After a moment, she spoke again.
Sword chi, sword momentum, sword intent, indeed, they are three different paths, yet they converge at the same destination.
First, let's talk about sword chi.
In the Grand Yu period before the Great Shang, there was a great scholar who studied for 60 years, not practicing martial arts, not training with a sword, only writing poetry and texts. After those 60 years, upon entering the Golden Palace, he used his sharp words to cut through dragon scales and sever the fortune of Great Shang.
This is transforming a full heart of scholarly passion into sword chi.
As for sword momentum, it emphasizes acting in accordance with momentum.
The rising of the sun and the setting of the moon is the momentum of heaven, the blooming and withering of flowers is the momentum of nature, the direction of people's hearts is the momentum of humanity.
Ing Bing gently poured a cup of tea to moisten her throat.
Her appearance reminded Liam of a young beautiful teacher from his previous life.
Usually quiet, but when it came to teaching, she had a sacred aura of confidence in grasping the truth. Of course. Liam was not only focused on writing, he also wrote continuously.
Half an hour later.
8 sheets of paper with wet ink spread out on the table, little classmate Li licked the tip of his pen with satisfaction.
As long as he memorized all of these, he would be incredibly strong. That little Princess Jiang would surely be captured without a fight. Just as Liam was feeling pleased with himself, Ing Bing's questioning voice came. Did you understand everything I just said?
As a genius who could ask such questions, at this level, she should have understood most of it.
Understood. Liam confidently nodded. Then tell me your own insights.
Ing Bing's eyes, like snow and ice, were fixed on Liam's, clearly waiting for a good answer.
Oh.
Liam's expression froze, his smile gradually vanished as he fell into deep thought.
Did I get a bit too complacent just now? How did I forget that Iceblock wants to hear my thoughts too? Oh right, it's a discussion.
Iceblock talked for a long time, he couldn't just say nothing.
But to be honest, he was really muddled.
Practicing hammering versus practicing swordsmanship, the two aren't just slightly different.
After all, have you ever heard of a blacksmith hammering for 60 years and then killing a tyrant with one strike in court?
Noticing a hint of confusion gradually appearing in Ing Bing's eyes, little classmate Li's brain was racing. Ing Bing indeed didn't quite understand. She only asked him to talk about his insights, how could that be so troubling? Or could it be?
At this moment, the pondering Liam finally spoke, apologetically smiling.
Sorry, I was thinking a bit too deeply just now. In my view, Ing Bing, you don't need to make it so complicated. The so-called swordsmanship, at most, just has 3 realms.
1. Stopping at skill.
Holding a sword in hand but not in heart, a common man in anger can spill blood 5 steps away. Second, no sword in hand, but containing his sword in heart, practicing the unity of man and sword, able to wield all things as swords. Third, no sword in hand, no sword in heart either, at that time, your very existence is the way of the sword. With a calm tone, the young man spoke as if he didn't care about others' evaluations, just expressing his understanding of the way of the sword. And the jade-like person drinking tea across from him had a demeanor that seemed to melt like snow and ice, revealing a hint of emotion. After a long while, she finally parted her lips.
Good. You taught well. No, you are right.
The way is simple, reducing complexity to simplicity is the true principle. Wherever.
Liam smiled lightly, wiping the sweat from his heart.
Fortunately, he had secretly read novels in class before, he was even caught by the teacher, who said he wouldn't succeed in the future if he kept it up.
But look, it came in handy now. However, seeing Iceblock moved.
In dim light, a hint of further questions arose, and classmate Li hurriedly spoke first. If I only practice sword skills, can I touch the path of the sword? Upon hearing this, Ing Bing pondered for a moment, and after deliberation, she nodded. Yes, but it can also be said that it is not.
How so?
Liam thought that Icebump wasn't like a person who enjoys riddles. The skill approaches the path, in theory, it is indeed feasible. But there are countless sword techniques in the world, and an ordinary person may spend a lifetime learning but only grasp a small portion. Many die without achieving it, so no one can fully succeed unless, never mind, don't think too much about this, it holds little meaning. What Ing Bing wanted to say was that only the legendary immortal could live alongside the heavens and the earth, thus having enough time to achieve skill approaches the path. But the existence of immortals is itself more elusive than skill approaching the path.
I see. Liam took a deep breath, suppressing the unusual feelings inside. It's late, thank you for clearing my doubts today. I'll go take a rest now. Saying this, Liemo stood up gracefully and left without taking a single cloud with him. He didn't even bother washing a dish after dinner. Liemo's back faded away. A leaf drifted down into the teacup in front of the girl, causing the tea reflecting her jade-like face to ripple. The more they interacted, the more she felt he was vastly different from his past life. From initial ordinariness to now being impossible to ignore. Today, Liemo had drawn much closer to her world, almost stepping half a foot inside. Of course. Her strongest skill wasn't the sword path. But relying on this talent in swordsmanship, he had already positioned himself beside her. Compared to Jiang Chulong. Before Ing Bing could continue her thought, she silently shook her head. Jiang Chulong was a born sword body and once possessed sword bones. This was not a fair starting line and couldn't be compared. Hint, a month is approaching, and the system will announce the comparison results in 7 days. At that time, the system will rank all talented martial artists in the Eastern Wilderness domain. The punishment for losers has been confirmed. Punishment condition: sleep in the same bed with the one who defeated you for at least a month. Ing Bing didn't even glance at the so-called punishment. She had already reached the 20 meridians of the blood realm. In 7 days, she would completely achieve the great circulation of blood and step into the inner breath realm. With 1 month of inner breath, or 24 meridians connected, that would be remarkable across the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the inner breath realm, possessing the 9-colored original phoenix essence, she could utilize the power of the moon and also had insights as vast as the 9 heavens, along with martial arts accumulation. She couldn't think of anyone among her peers who could surpass her. Chapter 66, A Blade of Grass, Cutting Through Sun, Moon, and Stars. Liemo, what has she realized again? Just as Ice Bump was at a loss over how to lose. In the room. Liemo slightly polished what he had just transcribed and added his own summary at the end. After finishing everything, he looked at the paper, and the 4 words still echoed in his mind. Skill approaches the path. For others, this might be a road without visible end. The night breeze softened, causing the candlelight to flicker gently in Liemo's pupils. Having spent a long time with little Princess Jiang and Ice Bump, he deeply understood. Those carrying destiny are gifted with extraordinary talent and never tread an ordinary path. The ordinary path is too long. But for someone like him, an ordinary person, it was the only way out. The difference is, because of his insight into martial arts, it allowed him to soar forward like a rocket on this ordinary path. In the future, I will invest more martial insight into the sword path. Liemo's thoughts churned. The hammer technique naturally needed to be the main focus, this goes without saying. Beyond the hammer technique, there were also body techniques, mental techniques, and cross-practice. Only after reaching the peak of the current realm in these areas could he consider the sword path. After all, the 2 destined goddesses beside him were both monsters in the sword path. If he didn't study this, wouldn't that be a waste? Moreover, being a mere novice in swordsmanship wouldn't make it easy to get along with them. Speaking of martial arts insights. How many do I have now? Liemo checked. Martial Dao Understanding Balance, 71 years. For hammer techniques, it is a lot. For sword techniques, it is too little. This is a story filled with both joy and sorrow. After pondering for a moment, Liemo still decided, let's reveal the results first. Investing in Princess Xiaojiang had just brought him a reward after discussing Dao with Ing Bing. I am not a genius in swordsmanship, just a transporter of truth. Then I can make a small profit. Congratulations, host, discussing Dao with Ing Bing, providing a summary for her sword theory. Investment feedback, Martial Dao Understanding 60 years. Congratulations, host, helping Jiang Chulong recover her body and repair her foundation. Investment feedback, 1 bottle of Earth Vein Spirit Milk, 10,000 years. 10,000 years Earth Vein Spirit Milk. Taking a drop can increase the lifespan of an ordinary person by 20 years. From then on you will be immune to all poisons, free from illness, and gain great strength. It is a material for making longevity pills, and also a holy product for refining vitality. Ice block is just an ice block. Martial Dao Understanding can explode for a whole cycle. In the skies and on the earth, many ordinary people do not even reach 60 years of age. Princess Xiaojiang did not let him down. 10,000 years Earth Vein Spirit Milk is something Liemo had never heard of. Perhaps it has appeared in the Eastern Wilderness domain, but it should be a rare treasure with little information circulating. After all, the kind of thing that extends life, whoever gets it usually keeps it for themselves. Which of the two is more precious? Liemo believes that in the system's definition, they are about the same. Ing Bing's destiny level is higher, but that recent discussion actually did not benefit her much. One could only say it was better than nothing. The elixir he invested in, however, can help Jiang Chulong recover from her injuries and repair her foundation. 10,000 years Earth Vein Spirit Milk. I was just worried that the speed of refining meridians was getting slower. Ordinary earth vein spirit milk has little effect on me now. Li Mo did not expect this.
After the 24 meridians, refining the meridians is practically a hellish difficulty. Even maintaining unity with heaven and man every second, the speed is no different from a turtle crawl. If this Xianpin immortal body appeared on someone else, it would be a bottomless pit. I don't know how many years it would take to break through the Qi and blood realm.
Li Mo opened the jade bottle, the pure essence of the earth vein rushed to his nostrils.
To avoid damaging the room, he stepped out in the dark and went to the waterfall not far from Qiushui Pavilion. First, he dug a pool the size of a large bathtub, filled it with water, and then poured a drop of 10,000 years earth vein spirit milk into it. Then he picked up the bottle. He took a small sip. Produced by the system, it must be a premium product.
99%, a rare object.
For external use and internal use, that little strength immediately surged up.
Hope my inner breath realm lives up to this difficulty. Li Mo stepped into the pool water. The next day. In the seed of the world.
The so-called sword path has 3 levels.
The first level is sword technique and sword method. The great master Yuanchi Tianzuan was lecturing.
Jiang Chulong was still in the tattered old clothes, but it was already clean, and her little face was no longer covered in dirt. She sat obediently at the table, her little hands folded together, her gray-white eyes sparkling with brilliance.
Our great master emphasizes vividness. Not only does he lecture, but he also presents vivid and expressive PowerPoint presentations.
The second level is having no sword in hand, but having a sword in heart. With sword energy in the chest, sword intent in the heart, and using the great forces of heaven and earth, at that time, even a blade of grass can cut through the sun, moon, and stars. His voice was awe-inspiring.
In simplicity, it revealed boundless dominance. A blade of grass can cut through the sun, moon, and stars?
Jiang Chulong's little mouth opened slightly. Historical records state that in the sky, there are 3 suns, among which 2 are transformed by the ancestors of the Yu dynasty, including the great Yu's Taizu Wudi. They all suppressed their era, achieving unbeatable strength.
They could be defeated by a blade of grass?
This was too far beyond her imagination.
He.
The teacher seemed to notice the surprise in her eyes, and chuckled lightly.
With a casual move, a piece of grass leaf appeared between his fingers.
With a gentle wave, endless sword energy tore through the sky. Shocking sword intent shattered the Star River. Every bit swept away all existence. That sword intent, sword energy, sword momentum.
Everything was reflected in Jiang Chulong's gray-white eyes. Including herself, even Li Mo did not notice.
In her heart, something was growing wildly like wild grass. As for this third level, after a stick of incense, the lesson on the sword path by the heavenly master ended. I believe, with your comprehension, you should have understood everything.
Teacher is so amazing.
Jiang Chulong clapped her dirty little hands, her dirty little face full of admiration. What she originally did not know how to call, was actually called sword energy, sword momentum, sword intent? But, cutting through stars and trees? Even she had never imagined that those things could achieve this step. But since the teacher said it is possible, then it must be possible. Now, it's just that she is too weak, and her understanding of the sword path is still not deep enough.
Fu Chung. A blade of grass can cut through the sun and the moon. Mud Jiao Ali.
Calm and powerful words echoed in her ears. Jiang Chulong awoke silently, the sword intent seemed to still linger in her eyes. She smeared mud on her face again and wrapped a rag around her head. Picking up a dry twig from the ground, she began to practice in the courtyard. She wanted to grow stronger. For her mother. To not disappoint her teacher. Swish. Her thin arms held the gnarled twig, yet her face was serious, making others think she was just a little beggar playing around. However, the weeds and leaves in the broken yard began to move without wind.
Qing Yuan sect. Li Mo looked at the martial arts rewards just credited to the system, and couldn't help but ponder. What has she comprehended again? If I ask proactively, will it make me seem like a bit of a joke to the primordial heavenly master? Next time I'll say it's a test. Li Mo praised his own cleverness again. This middleman job is not easy. This little Princess Jiang has asked again. Filling 3 sheets of paper with questions. Just when Li Mo was looking for the figure of ice block in the courtyard. On the wall of the autumn water pavilion, a woman poked her head out, carefully peering inside. Master? Who else could it be but Shang Wu? You're back, my precious disciple? Luckily, you met me first. Why are you still here? Are you looking to die? Shang Wu lowered her voice, her apricot eyes full of alertness. Ha? Li Mo was confused. There's no time to explain, little Bing has recently become obsessed with cooking. Hurry up and come with me. Shang Wu was very serious. Li Mo. Do you think I came back when? I said, it's been days since I've seen the master. So as the saying goes, there's always a bigger fish. Even the fearless master can have some cautious moments. Chapter 67 Shang Wu, rebellious disciple, troubled Xiaoqin. Master, actually you came late, I've been back for a few days. You ate? Shang Wu instantly froze, looking at her precious disciple's sorrowful nod, then sighed to the sky with her hands behind her back. The autumn water pavilion quieted down. They looked at each other in silence. Today's wind suddenly feels a bit noisy. Seeing the beautiful master covering her mouth, her apricot eyes flashing wildly, little Li's feelings were actually not so wonderful. He always felt her gaze was quite impolite. Remembering when he was a child, he had boasted to friends, mumbling, "My brother dares to eat poop," the other friend had a similar gaze. Master, actually if Ing Bing's cooking isn't bad, then it's still. I understand, you don't need to say anymore, you're back, alive and well, that is double happiness, our master-disciple pair can share a drink. Shang Wu uncorked the small gourd, drinking a couple of sips as if celebrating. Then she casually handed the small gourd to Li Mo, heavily patting his shoulder. Good job. So how did things develop to the point where we share a drink? Crisis averted, Shang Wu happily lay back in the rocking chair, her apricot eyes narrowed. Today's sun is bright. As soon as she lay down, the sunlight outlined a beautiful picture. A poem goes, look from one side, it's a ridge, look from another, it's a peak. Seeing Li Mo about to go out, she turned her head again, sleepily asking. By the way, precious disciple, what are we having for dinner tonight? Meaning, you are going out anyway. Then I will order the dishes. Li Mo couldn't help but grin. Leftover food, you know, the Nine Peaks Martial Arts Conference is coming soon, I'm quite busy training. That day I actually didn't finish eating, there were still some 9-turn intestines and chili stir-fried meat left. Exclamation point. Seeing that the master was wide awake, Li Mo held back his laughter and slipped away quietly. As his footsteps faded, Shang Wu glanced at the spot by the water jar, where the vegetable basket used to be empty, and lightly spat. Rebellious disciple. At the same time. In the outer affairs hall. No errors. Inner disciple Xiaoqin killed a full circle of blood and qi criminal, reward of 1,000 contribution points. The steward of the outer affairs hall smiled and nodded at the young man across from him after carefully checking the token. Having just entered the inner sect, to kill a full circle of blood and qi criminal in actual combat shows that this disciple is a good seed. Many disciples coming to submit tasks also cast curious glances at him. The bounty for criminal capture tasks is rich, but the failure rate is also high, and there are great dangers. Therefore, not many disciples take on such tasks. A considerable number do so to sharpen themselves. 1,000 contribution points. May I ask the steward, how many contribution points are needed for precious items beneficial to the spirit? Xiaoqin did not show much joy on his face. Spirit treasures? The inner sect steward was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said. This I can tell you without checking, none are below 30,000 contribution points. Those are objects used only in the God Vision realm, you're still too early to contact them, do not aim too high. I suggest you first exchange for some healing items, so as not to be left with hidden injuries. The inner sect steward had a good impression of him, so he said a few more words. Thank you. Xiaoqin bowed in thanks but couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, just as he had thought. When he went down the mountain to take on tasks, he had also inquired about similar items, but either they were unavailable or the prices were completely beyond his imagination. Exchanging contribution points in the mountain gate was indeed cheaper, but still beyond his ability to bear. Child, don't worry, I am just a bit weak, not to the point of dissipating. The voice of the thousand-shaped martial venerable sounded, now much weaker than before. It's all my fault, a moment of inattention. Xiaoqin showed a guilty expression. When capturing that criminal, he hadn't verified the other party's information, not knowing there were accomplices, resulting in him being surrounded. This forced his master to consume much of his spirit to save him. Everyone has their youth, you handled your first life and death struggle like this, that is already commendable. You are already at the full circle of blood and qi, but I am unable to refine the tiger tendon qi condensation pill for you. Although the thousand-shaped martial venerable was weak, his tone carried satisfaction. With the Nine Peaks Martial Arts Conference approaching, Xiaoqin originally wanted to break through to the inner breath realm before this and achieve a good ranking. But he didn't expect to encounter such a change. Xiao's senior brother? You're here too. He had just stepped out the door. Suddenly someone called out to him, Xiaoqin instinctively turned his head. It was Li Mo, who he didn't know when had arrived, smiling at him. Li Junior brother, are you also here to submit a task? Yes, I also took on a criminal capture task. Li Yamo nodded, noticing that Xiao Qin had some injuries that weren't fully healed from a recent battle. It's been 3 days since we last met, I see you in a new light. Xiao Qin couldn't help but feel a bit emotional.
Seeing Li Junior brother like this, clearly he completed the task easily. One should know, criminal capture tasks are heavy, the targets are at least full circle of blood and qi, and anything below is handled by the local authorities, not reported to the Qingyuan sect. Recalling when they first met, Li Junior brother had just opened his veins, and now he could easily kill at the full circle of blood and qi. I was just lucky that criminal was injured, and his strength could only be about 60 or 70%.
So that's it. Hearing Li Yamo say this, Xiao Qin finally relaxed a bit.
By the way, senior brother Xiao, I was looking for you yesterday.
Li Junior brother, what is the matter? Just speak freely, as long as I can do it.
I unexpectedly came across something, but I'm unsure of its specific effect. Senior brother Xiao, you're known for your knowledge.
Li Yamo said as he reached into his sleeve.
He took out a piece of wood that looked like neither wood nor stone, and handed it to Xiao Qin.
I'm afraid I.
Xiao Qin smiled bitterly. Normally, when he encountered something unknown, he would ask his master. But his master had just spoken a few words to him before falling into a deep sleep.
This is the soul-nourishing Yin wood.
An elderly voice suddenly rang out in his mind, sounding somewhat excited.
Wasn't Master supposed to be in a deep sleep? Why was he suddenly so alert?
But soon after, the voice of the Thousand Forms Martial Venerable quickly continued. This is a rare treasure for nourishing the soul, requiring a rare spirit wood that, after being struck by lightning, sinks into a water vein and nurtures for many years, transforming into wood, then stone, and finally jade. Many powerful people, when facing a deadlock and breaking through their boundaries, will use this wood to make a coffin, seal their bodies, nourish their souls, and wait for the next era to break the seal and emerge. This soul-nourishing Yin wood has already reached the stage of wood turning into stone.
Xiao Qin understood.
What Master meant was that this item was very precious and would be of great use to him.
He wanted it.
But this was Li Shidi's thing.
Xiao Qin took a deep breath and said seriously. Shidi, this is soul-nourishing Yin wood, a treasure for nourishing the soul, very precious. You must keep it well, it will be of great use when you reach the God-seeing realm.
Sigh. Old Xiao, just say this thing isn't worth much, and I'll casually give it to you.
But that wouldn't be him. Li Yamo could only ask again.
Since it's for use in the God-seeing realm, to nourish the soul, why do I see Xiao Shixiang somewhat moved?
To be honest, I really need something like this.
Xiao Qin scratched his head awkwardly.
Master was now scolding him as a rebellious disciple in his heart. Li Yamo pondered for a moment. Then how about I lend it to you for now?
Chapter 68, Li Shidi is indeed noble and upright, feedback, mysterious weapon embryo.
Ah, this.
Seeing Li Mo's casual expression, Xiao Qin thought he didn't know the value of the item. Li Shidi, this item is useful in the God-seeing realm and even higher realms, it is an extremely precious rare treasure. The voice of the Thousand Forms Martial Venerable said. If he gave this to him, his soul would be able to recover 30% of its peak strength. But his disciple was too upright. Well, that's also a good thing. If Xiao Qin really had a problem with his character, he wouldn't have regarded him as his successor.
Li Yamo smiled helplessly.
These days, to give someone a favor, one has to think so hard.
Giving gifts is an art, isn't it?
So, this thing is useless to me in the short term?
Indeed.
Xiao Qin paused for a moment and nodded.
Li Yamo then said. Isn't the only value this item has to help a friend? That's not wrong.
Xiao Qin thought for a moment and found Li Mo's reasoning so convincing that he couldn't refute it.
Li Yamo continued with a gentle tone. Then, are we good friends?
Of course. Xiao Qin immediately said seriously. Then there's no problem.
Take it. Li Yamo smiled brightly and slapped the soul-nourishing Yin wood into his hands. Xiao Qin opened his mouth. Is this how it is?
It feels strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. The Thousand Forms Martial Venerable also found it very strange. He was old and wise, so he naturally saw that his disciple had been led astray by this Li boy. But having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he saw someone being led astray just to send someone a favor. If it was about tricking or deceiving, at least the person was still kind. It was absurd. Alright, Xiao Shixian will definitely achieve something in the future. At that time, what will this item even matter? I'll go hand in my task now. After saying that, Li Yamo no longer spoke and quickly left. No wonder the sect says Li Shidi is noble and has the aura of ancient sages.
Compared to him, what am I? A man of integrity?
Xiao Qin looked at Li Mo's graceful back as he left, feeling a mix of emotions. He had always felt that he owed Li brother a favor.
There is still much more owed below.
But since junior brother Li has said so, he really cannot refuse anymore.
Moreover, the master truly needs this item urgently. It's surprising that you still think of me. In his mind, the master of many shapes snorted softly.
Master, the disciple has no other intentions. Xiao Qin felt somewhat embarrassed.
Alright, I know your nature. If not, I wouldn't dare to entrust you with life and death. The master of many shapes was not really angry. Instead, he continued.
That kid Li is indeed someone worth forming a deep friendship with, and he himself is extraordinary. You should work harder and see if you can catch up with his pace. Xiao Qin was about to nod, but suddenly felt stunned.
Catch up with junior brother Li's pace?
He had just broken through and recultivated, and only now reached the point of perfecting the 12 meridians of the Qi and Blood realm.
Junior brother Li surely hasn't condensed his inner Qi, right?
Seeing his foolish disciple's thoughts, the master of many shapes said.
It's even more impressive than you think.
Although he hasn't condensed inner Qi, on the path of the Qi and Blood realm, he has traveled much further than you. I don't know how many meridians exactly, but definitely far more than 12. The master of many shapes was once, after all, a giant in the martial world. Now he only had his spirit left, and his perception was far beyond ordinary people.
More than 12 meridians?
Xiao Qin was touched by a knowledge-blind spot, feeling somewhat incredulous. In terms of martial arts, you are still a frog at the bottom of the well. Heaven and earth create, indeed every person has only 12 main meridians. But some people are born to seize the creation of heaven and earth, their foundation far surpasses ordinary people. I once said 15 main meridians, far exceeding the same realm. The master of many shapes spoke with a tone of pride.
Just as his words fell,
in the outer affairs hall, the voice of the steward came.
The verification is correct.
True disciple Li Mo has killed one criminal in the inner Qi condensation realm, reward of 5,000 contribution points.
Inner Qi condensation realm.
Xiao Qin's spirit shook, his eyes widened. He was still feeling a bit smug for about to break through to the inner Qi realm, but junior brother Li could already kill criminals in the condensation realm?
How terrifying.
As expected, he is probably comparable to what I had back then. So, Ying Bing is even more exaggerated, no wonder she is still in the Qi and Blood realm to this day.
The master of many shapes said gravely. Then how can I catch up to junior brother Li?
Xiao Qin suddenly felt somewhat powerless. He did have a teacher's guidance, yet he was left far behind.
In the future, would he only be left further behind? He. Of course, innate talent is important, but who says one can't surpass others later when the universe is not yet settled?
The master of many shapes wanted to give pressure to his disciple, not to let him lose his ambition. So he spoke as if he had foresight. What I take pride in is not those 15 main meridians, but the 1,000 shapes technique.
When you reach the divine observation realm, you will naturally understand its profundity.
Xiao Qin clenched his fists tightly, his fighting spirit reignited.
If in the future he cannot even keep up with junior brother Li's figure, what would he use to repay him?
Inside the outer affairs hall.
Qi and blood cutting inner Qi? Is this the true transmission?
Don't think just because junior brother Li is nice, he is just an easygoing person.
Why is senior brother Li so strong? Do you forget, his master is Elder Shan Wu? Then I can understand. After greeting a few familiar disciples, little Li was quite happy.
It wasn't just because the 5,000 contribution points had just arrived, but because the system sent a prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in Xiao Qin for 1 piece of soul-nurturing wood.
Investment feedback, 1 piece of mystic weapon embryo.
Mystic weapon embryo can generate an excellent mystic weapon closely resembling the template provided by the host. Although little Li was unwilling to mention it, he had to admit.
Right now, he lacks a handy hammer.
A divine weapon, at his current level, he can't even lift, let alone use it. Even if his physique is strong enough to activate world power, it can only serve as a trump card. With this mystic weapon embryo, he would be able to use the falling star hammer as a template to create a copy later.
Li, true transmission, is there anything you need to exchange?
The outer door steward saw him standing there for a long time.
I thought he was considering what to exchange. Yes. I need some exotic beast meat. Li Mo came back to his senses and nodded.
Oh. The inner door steward was somewhat surprised, but then continued. Exotic beast meat may not be as effective as medicinal pills, but it is solid without the excess poison. It seems that Li Jinchuan is thinking long-term.
Do you need blood essence refining, body enhancement, or breakthrough? I want something tasty. Question mark.
Chapter 69, Starstick, Li, Master of Time Management, M.O. That's all, thank you for your trouble. I suggest the junior brother, these few you picked are all fresh, don't keep them for too long.
Oh? Steward, you have such insight? Seems like we're kindred spirits. Not at all.
I'll go cook now, let's have hot pot together when you have time.
Liemo cupped his hands toward the steward. Thus, in the astonished eyes of everyone, Little Lee carried 2 baskets of exotic beast meat, walking slowly out of the external affairs hall. Senior brother, how do you know which exotic beasts are tasty? An outer door steward thought thoughtfully. The inner door steward, who just recommended many things to Liemo, said with a deep gaze. You have a lot of questions today. Autumn Water Pavilion. When Liemo returned, it was already noon. Time was short, but he was skilled, and Bing Tuozi had not returned, leaving only Shang Wu in the pavilion. After satisfying his master, he went to the front of the waterfall. Mystical Weapon Embryo. Liemo looked at the soft metal sphere in his hand, bouncing like slime. He was to replicate weapons according to the template, and it had to be an excellent mystical weapon. If based on the Pangea Meteor Hammer template, it would probably be its ultimate weakened version. Perhaps like the Qishao sword compared to the Fenkong sword? But it should be a bit stronger than the Qishao sword. He had heard others mention that the Qishao sword was a high-grade mystical weapon. Thinking of this, Liemo took out the Qishao sword and walked behind the waterfall. Fire Crane Thousand Feathers. He wielded the sword against the thick rock wall. The transformation swordplay combined with mystical weapons was extraordinarily effective. It was like cutting tofu, and the stone he cut out was directly collected into the small world, quickly carving out a cave dwelling. I am much stronger than when I first enhanced the world seed. After taking it out, I should have enough strength to pull it back. Liemo took a deep breath. There was no choice, the changes in the small world could not affect the outside. He couldn't practice in the world seed with the Pangea Meteor Hammer. He could only take it out. Buzz. The surrounding air started to tremble. In an instant, the power of divinity without restraint reappeared. Compared to the first enhancement, Liemo was much more experienced. The cave he carved out instantly filled with a sharp murderous aura that left cuts on the granite wall. Without wasting a moment, he immediately took out the Pangea Meteor Hammer. Once again grasping the divine weapon, a strong sense of excitement surged in his heart. His instincts urged him to unleash the power of the ancient times. But Liemo held back. Rationality told him that the consequences of swinging this hammer would be hard to bear. He gently placed the hammer on the ground and then released the enhancement of the world seed. Liemo was drenched in sweat, letting out a breath. A wave of weakness coursed through his body, but it was better than directly fainting last time. Buzz. The Pangea Meteor Hammer trembled twice, like a child, excitedly asking to play. Hit. Once excited, it just wanted to pound something. Activating the transformation's extreme weapon slaughter body, Liemo wiped his sweat and said, Good, we must be a sophisticated divine weapon. A sophisticated divine weapon cannot strike easily, not to mention hurting people, it's also bad to hurt the flowers and grass. Buzz. The Pangea Meteor Hammer responded with short tremors. As Liemo's realm deepened, the area of the small world grew larger. Aside from the lack of life, it was much more comfortable than under the Divine Edge Cave. Don't move around. Liemo nodded in satisfaction. After saying this, he covered the mystical weapon embryo over the Pangea Meteor Hammer. Buzz. The mercury-like metallic liquid. Wrap the entire hammer and start shaking violently. The mysterious weapon fetus is quietly simulating the shape, spirit, and breath of the Pangea Falling Star Hammer. Of course, it is limited to mysterious weapons. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Liemo watched for a while and then sat cross-legged. The extreme weapon body, he hadn't practiced for a long time. Now that he can take out and put away the divine weapon, tempering his body is naturally an essential part of his daily routine. The hammer technique has very high requirements for the body and vitality. Without realizing it, the sunlight outside dimmed. A figure walked out from behind the waterfall, and the pouring water created billowing white mist around him, making him look like a freshly forged weapon. After becoming the master of the divine weapon, practicing with the Pangea Falling Star Hammer shows visible progress. His physical body was already advancing towards the next level. However, after being empowered with 2 world seeds, he felt very fatigued. Fortunately, I cooked tonight's meal at noon. Little Lee sighed in relief. He didn't stop and added 10,000 years of earth vein spiritual milk into the pool. After lying down, wrapped in the essence of the earth vein, his fatigue finally eased. He activated the Fire Heart Lotus technique. Liemo had time to take out the hammer he had just imprinted to examine carefully. The shape is not much different from the Pangea Falling Star Hammer. The breath is quite similar, just much weaker. Pangea Falling Star Hammer's youthful mini version? Little Lee felt like this name was a bit too long. Then he thought, isn't this the son of the Pangea Falling Star Hammer? From now on, I will call you Star Hammer. 5 days passed in a hurry. Little Lee has been very busy recently. practicing, tempering his body, and refining his vitality. He also had to find time to feed the ice dumpling and beautiful master in Xiao Shui Pavilion. At night, he couldn't rest either, he had to satisfy the diligent Princess Jiang. From time to time, he still had to have in-depth discussions with the ice dumpling about sword techniques. I'm practically a time management master. That evening, Liemo dragged his exhausted body back to Xiao Shui Pavilion. He poured a pot of water and gulped it down. Sitting at the stone table, he sighed. I don't want to move anymore, I really don't want to cook today. Humans are iron, meals are steel. My dear disciple, you are so tired, how can you not eat? Shangwu propped her chin up and said seriously. Liemo glanced at her, so can't you trouble the master? Shangwu raised her chin, proudly saying, I'm completely clueless about cooking. So what are you proud of? At that moment, a certain ice dumpling spoke up. Then shall I go? No need. X2-inch. The master and disciple said in unison. Shangwu sat up in shock, and Liemo's fatigue instantly vanished as he darted into the kitchen. Wind's shadow step finally had a place to shine. Little Bing, didn't you practice in the ice fire pool all day today? You should rest well. Shangwu was afraid she might overexert herself. Ying Bing, sitting quietly and drinking tea, frowned slightly. What I meant was, we can go to the Internal Affairs Hall cafeteria and have someone bring food. The highest alert in Xiao Shui Pavilion was lifted. Shangwu breathed a sigh of relief, looked over Ying Bing for a moment, and suddenly noticed something was off, exclaiming. Little Bing, the power of your vital energy has already integrated as one. You're about to break through, right? She was speaking of a significant breakthrough. Ying Bing nodded slightly, her delicate face showing little change, her tone as calm as the tea in her cup. Tonight. Many martial artists spend their whole lives stuck at the outer breathing realm and cannot enter. But the path she had walked in her previous life, she would not encounter any bottlenecks. It was merely the great circulation of 24 meridians, breaking through the outer breathing realm with the power of the moon. For her, it was just a slight improvement, nothing to fuss over. The reason why she would break through tonight was also to be cautious. In the system's ranking, she must be the top. Day after day, not returning home. I don't even know what he's busy with. Shangwu looked at the busy figure in the kitchen and mumbled. Master knows nothing about Shaoli's progress. He must be practicing his swordsmanship. Ying Bing withdrew her gaze. These days, she was increasingly convinced that Liemo's ability to ask those questions last time was not a coincidence. Because every day, Liemo would ask new questions about the sword path, many of which were deep extensions of yesterday's queries. What does this indicate? It indicates he hasn't been slacking off, and after discussions, he has been practicing hard and researching. That's why he goes out early and returns late every day. He's working so hard? Shangwu blinked, a little confused. Yes, he's very hardworking. A hint of appreciation flashed in her beautiful eyes, reflected in the teacup. If you ask her what helped her ascend to the skies in her last life, what would it be? A heavenly body? Peerless talent? No, for someone truly qualified to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, those are just embellishments. Only perseverance matters. This is the precious treasure that everyone who swims upstream in the river of martial arts can easily obtain yet easily lose. Eh? Then he must have improved a lot recently. Shangwu's face flushed, her eyes sparkling, then this time at the Nine Peaks Martial Gathering, our Chuanyu Peak is finally at the point where people will take notice. Actually, saying take notice is not quite accurate. Chuanyu Peak hasn't participated for many years. Shangwu had long coveted the rewards from the Nine Peaks Martial Gathering. According to the rankings of disciples in the gathering, the sect will provide considerable resource rewards, including but not limited to martial arts, elixirs, and rare treasures. I wonder what rewards the champion of this martial gathering will receive. The more Shangwu thought about it, the more outrageous it became. Being the champion of the martial gathering means being the contemporary leader of Qingyuan sect. The rewards are even more exaggerated. Rewards? Ying Bing poured another cup of tea, her thoughts drifting far away. She couldn't remember other rewards too clearly. But one of them has been a constant among the top 3 in every martial gathering. That is the qualification to choose an ultimate martial art. Thinking of this, Ying Bing gently stroked the Tianshuang sword. The first owner of the Tianshuang sword practiced swordsmanship that ranked among the ultimate skills, just like the Qishao sword. Those two ultimate sword forms complement each other, resonating and verifying one another. To be precise, this is actually a single sword technique. Ryu Jiujing sword technique, from the Tianshan sword manner. Originally, this is a martial art that allows two people to communicate through the sword and progress together. Many from Qingyuan sect have tried to replicate the combined might of the two swords over the years but have all failed, mainly because they strayed from the essence. Dinner is almost ready, come help out. At this moment, Chef Li's voice came from the kitchen. Ing Bing set down the Tian Shuang and walked into the kitchen. Tonight, they would have hot pot, and the broth was already prepared. Li Mo had his back to the doorway, chopping the ingredients. Li Mo. By the way, you haven't been eating spicy food lately, right? Li Mo was focused, not turning his head. I don't eat it. How is your current realm? Ing Bing asked. Li Mo was silent for a moment before tentatively saying. The peak of the later stage of the Qi blood realm, great perfection? Ing Bing, ? Why not just say that you're at great perfection in Qi blood realm? Why all those suffixes? Actually, Shaoli also had his difficulties. While others reach great perfection with just 12 meridians, he has now opened 35 main meridians. Clearly, this cannot be equated with the normal great perfection of Qi blood realm. Then I won't put in the chili, we'll have clear broth tonight. Li Mo was also a bit curious and asked, how's your progress? Tonight, I can achieve inner breath. Let's add some spice after all, a hot pot isn't complete without chili. Ing Bing's tone was calm, as if nails were being hammered down, with no consideration of breaking through failing. Shaoli was not surprised by this response. Just the normal performance of the ice cube. As expected, you won't stay in the inner breath realm for too long. How are your preparations for the Nine Peaks Martial Gathering? I'll add more garlic, I really enjoy eating garlic. For the Nine Peaks Martial Gathering, I will seize the championship. You can prepare a garlic dish for yourself. At that moment, the scene had a slightly strange vibe. Amid stunning and shocking news, a casual chat about whether to add chili to the hot pot blended in. The topic of whether to add garlic or not. The two parties involved don't feel any sense of awkwardness. You have made great progress lately. Ing Bing softly spoke while wrapping minced garlic in a small bowl with rosy light. Compared to you, it's nothing. As a descendant of Yan and Huang, classmate Li has always upheld traditional virtues and remained humble. No need to be humble, I can feel your improvement. Ing Bing's eyes reflected Li Mo's busy figure as she softly said, among our peers, besides me, no one has better swordsmanship than you. You have hoped to compete for a ranking. Li Mo paused for a moment, then casually laughed, what's the point of competing for those rankings? You don't want to meet me in the finals, do you? Classmate Li truly had no interest in vying for a title. He didn't lack the rewards from the sect. I hope you can be in the top 3. Suddenly, the voice of a girl sounded like a jade stone dropping to the ground. Clang. Li Mo was taken aback and turned around. The girl was holding a hot pot, standing at the door, with moonlight shining down from behind her, casting a clear glow on her icy skin and flawless figure. As the night wind blew, the dress made by her mother shimmered with ripples. Okay, see you in the finals. Li Mo nodded. Ing Bing lowered her eyes and nodded. Listening to the sound of footsteps fading away, classmate Li turned back, looked at the vegetable knife in his hand that had a small chip, and murmured. Was it really such a mood killer to ask why just now? Forget it, although he didn't know why the ice lump had expectations for him. But since he had agreed, he would go do it. His swordsmanship really wasn't as high as Bing Tuozi thought, but if it really didn't work, he would pull out a hammer. The pleasant dinner time at Xiaoshui Pavilion ended. Everyone returned to their rooms. Li Mo, however, stepped out into the darkness. He was already quite tired today, but he planned to practice more because he was getting closer to the internal breath realm and he was a bit excited to know what that world was like. The night grew deeper. Gurgle, gurgle. The water in the stone pool suddenly began to boil, with the medicinal power of the 10,000-year earth vein spirit milk flowing like stars, entering his body rhythmically with his breath. In his dantian, nourished by the abundant earth vein essence, the last lotus seed was finally planted. The 36 lotus seeds inside his body all became perfectly round and emitted precious light, surging with a dragon-like force of blood energy. Li Mo did not stop. Using the remaining earth vein essence, he began to try to break through to the internal breath. According to the description of the Fire Heart Lotus cultivation method, the lotus seed sprouting and rooting, converting blood energy into internal breath, would mean success. However, Li Mo, who had never faced a bottleneck before, furrowed his brows this time. I can't convert blood energy into internal breath? Is the 10,000-year earth vein essence ineffective? No, it seems not. Opening his eyes, the brilliant starfire flickered in Li Mo's pupils, as he began to contemplate while sensing. The effect of the earth vein essence was still powerful, it was not an issue in that regard. The problem lay within himself. He couldn't condense the blood energy into internal breath. The blood energy of the 36 main meridians was too overwhelming. It seems that the founder of the Fire Heart Lotus cultivation method never anticipated that a monster with 36 lotus seeds would emerge, so he hadn't considered this situation at all. The superior heart technique isn't sufficient. I still have one piece of the ancient bronze heavenly book seal. Liemo thought for a moment and took out a piece of the ancient bronze heavenly book seal that he had obtained from Princess Xiaojiang. Chapter 71, The Immortal Body Cannot Accommodate Internal Breath, Beyond Divine Skills? Departing for the Nine Peaks Martial Conference. Half an hour later.
Liemo looked at the freshly finished Fire Lotus Extreme Young technique in his hand and fell into deep thought. This was an ultimate technique. With the foundation of the Fire Heart Lotus cultivation method and after 10 years of martial understanding, he easily grasped it to perfection. A superior heart technique transformed into an ultimate skill, the difference was glaringly obvious. However, the 36 lotus seeds responded with much stronger fluctuations, but still showed no signs of rooting and sprouting.
I don't believe it.
Liemo took out a bottle of 10,000-year earth vein spirit milk, popped the cap, and took a big gulp. Instantly, he felt a swelling sensation in his dantian and meridians. He activated the Fire Lotus Extreme Young technique with all his might. Every lotus seed seemed to turn into a pump, crazily swallowing the essence of the earth veins. A quarter of an hour later. Within the dantian, a trace of fire appeared unexpectedly. Internal energy. Before Liemo could feel the joy. In an instant, the just-born internal energy vanished into nothing. It seemed to be swallowed by an invisible abyss, without a trace. He was truly stunned. Not only was it difficult to condense internal energy, but once it was formed, it still vanished? This is strange. Even if I practice the ultimate skill, I still can't break through? Could it be that I'll be stuck in the blood and chi realm for life? Liemo opened his eyes, stopped circulating his technique, his face full of doubt about life. He forced himself to calm down and think. The technique derived from the ancient bronze book seal must have no problem. The problem must be with himself. Xianpin immortal body? A light flashed through his mind as Liemo murmured. Though he had carried the immortal body for a long time, he knew very little about this constitution. When he went to the library, he had read some strange stories, but he never found any records about it. But after thinking for a while, apart from the immortal body, he couldn't find any other reasons. The 36 lotus seeds are difficult to use the ultimate skill to condense internal energy, and also, my body cannot accommodate the internal energy. He concluded with these two problems. Liemo fell into deep thought again. What to do? After thinking it over, he believed there were two possible methods that might work. 1. Disperse the power and recultivate, this time not opening all 36 main meridians, but just opening 12 main meridians like ordinary people. 2. Wait for a higher level silver heavenly book seal. With the silver heavenly book seal, he could turn the ultimate skill into a divine skill. Also, he still had a gilded heavenly book seal, which could even raise Fire Lotus Extreme Young technique by 1 rank, making this martial art reach above the divine skill. The 36 meridians blood and chi cycle is very strong. Once entering the internal energy realm, it was even more unimaginable. Since it's already opened, then I must follow through. Liemo hesitated for only 3 1/3 seconds before making his decision. Wait. I have the ice lump and the little Princess Jiang, the mere silver heavenly book seal is nothing. It's just around the corner. Back to Autumn Water Pavilion. The leaves in the courtyard stopped swaying, covered in white frost, unable to lift their heads. Tonight at Autumn Water Pavilion was especially cold, entering it felt like instantly crossing into the dead of winter, with water freezing on contact. Inside a certain ice lump's room, a chilling aura was emanating, with waves of misty glow. Say tonight, just tonight. Tomorrow, she will be in the internal energy realm, right? Liemo sighed and returned to the next room. The cold wasn't unbearable. It was just that his bed was against the wall, and the bedding had frozen solid. Suddenly, he felt a sense of connection. It was the world seed sending out a fluctuation. Zhang Chulong is always pretty punctual. Liemo lay on the bed, resting his body, and his consciousness entered the world seed. Teacher! Teacher! Zhang Chulong obediently sat at the stone table. Seeing a figure coming with the textbook in hand, her little face immediately broke into a careful smile. Liemo sat down at the table, casually making tea. He made the tea but didn't drink it, instead looking up and saying, Ahem, the teachings from last time, have you fully integrated them? MHM. Zhang Chulong nodded like a little chick pecking rice. She was extremely serious. The requirements of her teacher, the Celestial Lord, were very high, and she was afraid of not meeting them and disappointing her teacher. Every day, even when she went out to pick up garbage, she would wave a branch a couple of times. Good, then regarding the confusion you had last time, I will explain it to you. The Celestial Lord opened the textbook. This textbook was passionately provided by the Ice Lump, revised by Little Li. There is only one copy of this in the entire world. Zhang Chulong's swordsmanship talent was incredibly extraordinary. After these days of teachings, without being taught any specific sword techniques, she had already perfected her self-created martial arts to a high level. And was not far from the ultimate skill. It was absurd. This time, like a sponge, she absorbed all the swordsmanship knowledge that Liam brought from the ice lump. Along the way, Liam had to use his martial arts insights to keep up with her thinking. To understand the swordsmanship knowledge taught by Ying Bing. After the not-so-wonderful lecture section ended for Liam. How is your body recovering? It's almost there. Zhang Chulong's fingers twisted together as she spoke. Then let's seize the day. The sooner you recover, the sooner you can start practicing martial arts. Liam took out various restorative medicines again. Once Zhang Chulong's body fully recovers, there should be a decent reward, right? Just as he thought this. Teacher. Liam raised his eyes. He noticed Zhang Chulong across from him, biting her lip, wanting to say something but hesitating, her fingers twisted together again, with a hint of small expectation in her grayish-white eyes. What's the matter? I want to hear a story from the wild realm. After the last training session, to motivate little Princess Jiang, Liam had slightly revised a novel he read in his past life and turned it into a legend to tell her. I have to say, the novels that made him remember were not only very motivating but also very enjoyable to read. So Zhang Chulong's flickering little expectation was simply written in 2 words. Update. Alright. The next day. Shangwu actually got up very early. In the small autumn water pavilion, her serious voice echoed. For many years, our Chuanyu Peak has faced defeat repeatedly, with morale dwindling and peak prestige declining. This situation must be completely reversed from now on. Little Binger, my precious disciple, we must showcase our talent, our confidence, and our results this time. Reforge the glory of Chuanyu Peak, you all. Shangwu clenched her fists, as if she could already see Chuanyu Peak returning to the top of all peaks under her leadership. After a moment of silence, Little Li student glanced at the ice chunk, then raised his hand and said, Master, what I'm saying is there any possibility? Ying Bing is the true inheritance of the leader? Shangwu, exclamation point. Oh right. How did I forget about this? The smile of Master gradually faded. That's bad, I've bet a lot of money. Liam. There's a gambling game in the sect? So not only were you thinking about the sect's rewards, but you plan to make some extra money, right? Shangwu glanced at her disciple and shook her head while holding her forehead. Oh no, it surely won't work. My precious disciple is still in the blood energy realm. She originally held great hopes for Ying Bing, who had broken through internal energy. Liam helplessly said. Just me alone, I shouldn't make our Chuanyu Peak's ranking too bad. It's useless, I bet on first place. Can you really defeat Little Binger? Shangwu shook her head again. She has already begun to calculate how to cheat. Therefore, the pre-match mobilization meeting at Autumn Water Pavilion ended hastily. At the door, Old Ba arrived on time with the horse-drawn carriage. 2 true disciples, it's time to go to the main peak. Chapter 72, the 9-peak martial arts competition begins, Old Zhao's first battle. The heavens were kind, today was a bright sunny day. Under the main peak of Qingyuan, different carriages flowed like rivers into the sea, and there were servants everywhere maintaining order. A grand scene. Everywhere showcased the aura of being the number 1 among the 3 major sects of the mansion. So lively? Liam lifted the curtain of the carriage, surveying the scene outside. He had only come down the mountain once for a mission, not really experiencing the rivers and lakes. Old Ba, who was driving the carriage, smiled and said, Our Qingyuan sect's 9-peak martial arts competition is a stage for our sect's next generation to showcase their strength, and naturally, neighboring small sects and the other 2 major sects must send people to observe. I see. Liam nodded, roughly understanding the reasons for the lively atmosphere of the 9-peak martial arts competition. New talents replace the old, the new generation will eventually become the backbone of the sect, representing the future strength of the sect. Strength represents status, and represents how other sects should position themselves in the future. Moreover, not long ago, Qingyuan sect had a tremendous phenomenon that shone across the sky. There were quite a few who came with the intention of investigating the truth. While talking, Old Ba pointed forward. Over there is the team from Burning Jade Forest, led by one of their 6-peak masters. Liam looked over in the direction of the sound. The people from Burning Jade Forest weren't many, just over 10, but the scene was quite grand, with all disciples dressed exquisitely, and their weapons were all famous artifacts, clearly distinguishing them from the surrounding small sect members. A disciple in white stood in front with his hands behind his back. The faint pride flows in her eyes. Burning Jade Forest is on the west side of the mansion, part of it borders the central god state, so some disciples come from extraordinary backgrounds. Old Ba explained as he noticed. What about that side?
Li Mo asked again.
Old Ba glanced over, chuckling. That is the Red Whale Gang. It's the largest gang in the mansion and ranks among the top in the eastern wilds. On the surface, its power is at the bottom of the three sects, but it's full of mixed characters, very deep waters.
The Red Whale Gang was much livelier over there.
They had connections with many small sects, inevitably drawing a crowd for greetings.
Hearing this, Li Mo slightly nodded. He squinted. The leader was a captain of the Red Whale Gang, but what caught Li Mo's attention was the blood-clad youth beside him. This young man gave him a strange feeling. But before he could activate the Destiny Divine Eye, a familiar figure blocked his view.
The Mansion Master. That Mansion Master, whom he had met once, began talking with the leading captain. The carriage also moved. Before long, they had reached the middle of the Qingyuan main peak. Treasure Disciple, do your best.
Shang Wu yawned as she got up, lightly landing on the high platform.
There, the elders of the sect had already taken their seats, and there were some extra places prepared for the disciples from the outer sect to watch the battle. Shangguan Wansong sat in the center, casting his gaze over. Upon seeing Ying Bing, his eyes flashed with strong expectation.
Not just the sect master looked over.
Many pairs of eyes in the crowd were now focused on them.
Shangguan Wansong's only disciple, the recognized next sect master of Qingyuan, an extraordinary talent among peers.
With numerous enviable halos, coupled with the high mountain snow lotus and an air of solitary grace, it was hard to ignore.
Question mark. Little Li frowned. His senses were keen, naturally detecting many hostile eyes viewing him as a thorn in their side. Who let him be the only one standing beside Ying Bing? Moreover, he had the accompanying red sky that matched the heavenly frost.
Facing those gazes, Little Li curled his lips.
Ying Bing, I brought tea, care for some?
Sounds good. Ying Bing loves tea, regardless of its price. With her delicate hands, she took the tea set and skillfully began brewing, her movements quick and pleasing to the eye, beautiful like a painting, mesmerizing many.
Tisk. Li Mo picked up a small cup of Longjing tea.
Those gazes turned even more unkind. If looks could hurt, he would likely be pierced through instantly. He savoringly took a sip, praising, still the best when brewed by you.
At this moment, the voice of the Qingyuan sect master resonated.
Today, at the Nine Peaks Martial Arts Assembly, I'll just say a few words. Esteemed colleagues and heroes, our Qingyuan sect is holding this martial arts assembly mainly focusing on the following key points.
An hour later.
The old voice on the high platform finally slowed down, still reluctant to finish. The sect master usually speaks little, it must be because he said everything at this moment.
Alright, that's enough for now. Shangguan Wansong gently nodded, signaling to start the next segment.
Mainly, if he continued, not many in the crowd would listen anymore, they would all fall asleep. The next segment was the drawing of lots. Shen Bufan had the steward collect all the entry tokens from the participating disciples and place them in the bronze bull in the arena, then pressed his palm against the back of the bull. A sound of metal clashing rang out, and the bronze beast spit out 2 tokens. He looked at them and announced loudly. Xiao Qin faces off against Ciel and I.
The first match is Brother Xiao?
Li Mo looked up at the stage. Old Zhao's aura was stronger than what he had seen days ago, clearly having made a breakthrough in martial arts. He was carrying a broken sword, his expression resolute, giving off a tough and determined vibe. His opponent was also not simple. The woman had exquisite features, but her high cheekbones added an edge to her otherwise cold expression.
Li Mo used his Destiny Divine Eye to glance over.
Name, Cielanai. Age, 23. Root bone, broken plum hand.
Realm, Inner Breath Jade Liquid Realm. Destiny, Gray Among the Green.
Evaluation, the true inheritance of Luoxia Peak, with a hopeful future to take charge of a peak. A fateful calamity in life, arising from character, makes one easily swayed by emotions to a poisonous extent. Recent encounter, learned that his beloved, senior brother In Huacheng wants the Qishao sword, preparing to plot against Taiyang Tang. Old Xiao is not having good luck.
In Huacheng wants my Qishao? Li Mo raised his eyebrows.
He remembered the elder of the Jinshou Peak, with the surname In Hua. With one word start, the struggle began. Xiao Qin clearly knew, facing an opponent one level higher, he should not fight for long. Woo! With the giant sword in hand, as he struck, the broken parts of the sword seemed to mend, enlarging its sword light several circles. With his first move, he seized the initiative. The surging sword light pressed down. Xiaolanai's eyes showed a hint of surprise, yet she did not flinch or evade. The soft sword at her waist, akin to a silver snake, coiled around her arm. She neither retreated nor swung her sword, but instead moved closer.
Xiao Qin's pupils shrank.
He did not understand the opponent's actions.
Even with a higher realm, it shouldn't be bold enough to withstand sword moves with the body, right? But the next moment,
Xiaolanai's form suddenly became soft, like falling leaves in the wind, impossible to capture.
Xiaoqin's giant sword struck as if hitting a mound of cotton, lacking any force. Then, a cold light flashed. Before Xiaoqin's eyes, the soft sword, akin to a spirit snake, inexplicably shifted in a strange trajectory, appearing before him. Under the opponent's control, this soft sword seemed to come alive. The crowd could not help but show astonishment. This is clearly the famous spirit snake sword technique of Luoxia Peak, belonging to top-notch martial arts. Moreover, Xia Lanai has already mastered it to a great success. Chapter 73, Elders, Why is Xiang Wu so confident? The First Battle of Ice Tuozu. Wind slash. A furious shout came. In a critical moment, the broken sword was surprisingly called back by Xiaoqin, blocking the opponent's sword, and a surge of internal energy suddenly burst forth. A circle of light green internal energy radiated from the broken sword, sweeping out in a fan shape. External release of internal energy. Many people pondered this term in their hearts. Xiaoqin was apparently a recent breakthrough. Many internal energy cultivators could only achieve this technique in the Yuan realm. At once, gasps of awe rang out in the arena. On the high platform. This Xiaoqin is not bad, just a bit lower in realm. He must be one of the top disciples of this generation in Qingyuan sect. The proud young man, Wen Yulan, spoke lightly. 19 or 18-year-old internal energy realm, this talent is already quite high. Of course, still much weaker than Yu Er. The middle-aged man in Confucian robes smiled lightly. Wen Yulan's disciples were surprised, but not overly so. Most who followed to Qingyuan sect came from distinguished families. For them, Xiaoqin was only commendable for his combat talent. Beside them, the members of the Red Whale Gang appeared much more excited. Many of them came from the rivers and lakes and greatly appreciated Xiaoqin's fighting spirit, cheering for him loudly. Xiaoqin seems to be from the outer gate before? Xian Bufan had some impression of this kid. He is another rising star, perhaps has gained some opportunity. He has a good relationship with my disciple Li Mo. Xuejing smiled as he stroked his beard. The elders nodded slightly. Given Xiaoqin's performance, regardless of the outcome of this battle, he is qualified to be a true disciple. The battle continued. Little Li is no longer a naive martial arts newbie. Thanks to shuffling between Ice Tuozu and Princess Xiaojiang, coupled with his beautiful master often mentioning how she had smacked some people down, Li Mo had gathered quite a bit of insight. Watching the two figures clashing on stage, Li Mo shook his head slightly. Old Xiao wants to win, it's still not easy. Old Xiao was matching an opponent one level higher by externalizing his internal energy, yet this method consumes a great deal. Xia Lanai was obviously not a fool without combat experience. It has already been discovered, starting to rely on outstanding agility to fight. Ing Bing retracted his gaze, lowering his eyes to drink tea. 3 breaths. As soon as the words fell. Not more, not less. Just 3 breaths. Xiaoqin suddenly relaxed, his face pale as he cupped his hands. Senior sister, I lost. Xia Ailan stopped in her tracks, not even glancing at him. She walked down the stage silently, going to adjust her breath alone. Xian Bufan's deep voice echoed throughout the venue. Xia Ailan, victory. Xiaoqin, enter the loser group. If you lose the next fight, you will be eliminated. For fairness, the Nine Peaks Martial Gathering does not eliminate someone after one loss. You need to lose twice in a row, ensuring the results are relatively reasonable. Of course, if someone continues to face opponents who are much stronger, they can only consider themselves unlucky. This first battle was so exciting that the atmosphere on site instantly grew even more intense. Xian Bufan patted the bronze beast again, causing 2 waste tokens to drop from its mouth. Next battle. Inner Door Disciple Lu Bo vs. Rui Peak Lin Jiang. This was a battle without much suspense. If it had to be described, it could only be said that it truly let everyone realize the gap between Inner Door disciples and true disciples. Lin Jiang's spear shot out like a dragon, blood and energy surging. The opponent used the same moves, but in less than 10 exchanges, Lin Jiang swept him off the stage with the spear body. After greeting the opponent, he did not look at the high platform but instead gazed at where the disciples sat. Seeing that familiar figure brought a smile to his face. Old Lin has made great progress lately. Li Mo met his gaze and returned a smile. Lately, he had occasionally encountered Lin Jiang and had discussed martial arts issues with him. Little Li suddenly felt emotional. Watching someone he had helped shine brightly made him feel a sense of achievement like a nurturing game. Lin Jiang wins. Next match. An hour passed. During this time, Morong Xiao also took the stage once, winning with a significant advantage and gaining much attention and praise. He must be the most outstanding genius of this generation, right? The arrogant young man from the Fenyu Lin was eager to try, showing he had met a worthy opponent. If not for the rules, it seemed he wanted to challenge him. After the Nine Peaks Martial Gathering, you can find him to spar. A middle-aged scholar spoke. The blood-clad young master from the Qi Jing gang flickered with interest in his eyes. Sounding dragon body? The demon nature is so well controlled?
A body of light gold, this peaceful aura resembles Buddhist martial arts.
Interesting.
The Lord noticed his interest and lowered his voice. Young master, this young man is a descendant of the Morong family. I expect he will return to the capital.
Understood.
The blood-clad young master nodded lightly. Strangely, as a disciple of the Qi Jing gang, his attitude toward the Lord was so casual.
The cold crane taught an excellent disciple. Morong Xiao is indeed extraordinarily talented, a prime material for body refinement. If he forges well, then our Qingyuan sect will have another great craftsman. His unique physique will become even stronger at the divine observation stage. Only then will he truly shine.
Listening to his colleague's envy, Elder Cold Crane's bark-like face also blossomed with a smile. Morong Xiao is indeed the most likely disciple to take on his role.
He is lucky. Morong Xiao. Always following behind my precious disciple, calling him brotherly all the time? One group of Jade Peak Masters' untimely confusion came through.
Yeah, he really has a good relationship with my disciple. Shui Jing also said with a smile. As disciples of the Qingyuan sect, the elders naturally prefer to see excellent disciples maintain harmonious relationships, so they can unite when encountering challenges in the future.
The only thing that doesn't bring comfort is probably Creak.
Elder Cold Crane's smile stiffened, his hand used some strength, almost crushing the armrest of the chair.
The best disciple of the Divine Weapon Peak is Li Mo's little follower.
The divine weapons of the Divine Weapon Peak are also in that little one's hands.
Why is he getting angrier and angrier as he thinks about it? Isn't this a form of? Shanghua Master's nephew, you're happy now, but isn't it too early? Old man knows that you pressed Chu and you peaked to the top of the rankings. I don't know where you got the courage. As soon as the words fell,
the gazes of the elders swept to Shanghua, their eyes filled with a bit of doubt, meaning simply.
I know you're often topsy-turvy, but this is too much, right? How dare you? My disciple is still a child. In fact,
by the time Shanghua remembered that little Binger was not a disciple of Chuanyu Peak, she had gone through 3 phases.
Incredulity, then regret, finally, letting it be. Since she couldn't change the outcome, let it be. Shanghua took a sip of wine, indifferent, and said. Because I believe in my precious disciple. The elders, exclamation point. Why is she so confident? This isn't like her?
Everyone knows that Shanghua values money above all, and does not let go until she sees a rabbit, yet she dares to bet so heavily on her disciple.
Could it be that the lone seedling of Chuanyu Peak really has some astonishing backing? Elder Hanch fell into deep thought. That kid wouldn't be able to use a divine weapon, right? Conflict among martial artists doesn't have so much fluff. When there's a gap in strength, distinguishing high from low is quite simple. Moreover, this is a sparring session among peers, not a fight to the death. Soon another match ended. Jian Bufan patted the bronze bull again. Next match. From Luoxiao Peak, Xia Ailan, facing Qingyuan Main Peak, Yingbing. P.S. All the audience, if you have time, please give some reviews and ratings, thank you very much. Ors. I will try to ensure that each plot is interesting. I love all the audience who see this, moi. Chapter 74, Connections Change, Whispers of the Crowd, is there a dark secret?
This match attracted much attention. Only because it was the first time that the true inheritor of the sect would take the stage. Yingbing stood alone with her sword, cold and distant, like a divine Tianshan snow lotus, naturally becoming the center of everyone's gaze.
Many people below were transfixed, completely focused. How high was her talent?
Opinions varied, but there was no dispute about her breathtaking beauty. She had even gathered a certain fan base within the sect.
Bing Bing, go for it.
No one knew who shouted first. One shout led to another, 3 made a tiger, the crowd voiced their support.
So, the Qingyuan sect disciples roared like a tidal wave. On the high platform. Bing Bing, go for it. Shanghua waved her fist, standing up without care for her image, waving both hands. Elder Hancha's mouth twitched slightly. What was she doing? As an elder, commanding a peak, she had no dignity at all. What kind of situation was this? Bing Bing, go for it. Elder Su from Luoxia Peak had a particularly loud voice. Hanch. Yingbing was facing your disciple, you know. At that moment, the high platform was quite lively.
The other smaller sects were even more serious, all holding their breaths. After all, many had climbed the mountain because of that stunning radiance.
That radiance would very likely fall upon Yingbing.
The scene became slightly chaotic.
Across the way, a drop of cold sweat slid down Xia Ailan's forehead, not because everyone was supporting Yingbing, but because of Yingbing herself.
But she gritted her teeth and still spoke.
Junior sister, I want to add a bet.
If I win, please hand over the Tian Shuang sword.
If I lose. Okay.
Before Xiaolan could finish her words, she heard a voice that sounded like a falling jade stone agree.
She hadn't even heard what was being used as a wager. This made Xiaolan feel a bit unhappy. In that case, junior sister, please make your move. You go first.
Yingbing finally raised her gaze to assess her.
Xiaolan understood that this wasn't a gesture of modesty.
What she meant was, if she attacked first, she would have no chance to counterattack.
How arrogant.
Liamo felt a chill on his scalp. He took a deep breath.
Right, it's so right. Exactly this vibe.
Junior sister, be careful. Xiaolan no longer said much, and began to unleash the spirit snake sword technique to its fullest. The unpredictable sharpness rushed over, wanting to utilize the abundant inner breath of the Yuliki stage. With the power of her realm, she pressed down on others.
Her anger did not mean she would look down on the opponent.
Being recognized by the mysterious weapon meant the opponent's swordsmanship must be superior to hers. But she still had a significant advantage.
A higher realm. More rich battle experience. In this moment, she thought of many things.
She even thought about how to seal off the retreat after Yingbing retreated, and if Yingbing countered, how she would step-by-step control the pace, making her opponent unable to keep up.
But in reality, she had overthought it.
The weaving sword light approached her, sharp in her energy cutting through the air. Even someone of the same realm would be severely injured if they were struck by such sharpness. But a fair hand seemed to ignore it, effortlessly passing through the sword barrier. In the changing sword moves, it was as easy as picking a leaf in her own backyard. The spirit snake sword technique stopped. Because the soft sword had been caught between two slender, white fingers.
Clang!
With a light flick of her finger, the sword tip actually curled back, brushing past its owner's clothes. It was a hair's breadth from piercing her chest. Xiaolan's eye froze in place, her pupils shrinking, and her breath stopped. She instinctively looked at the girl just a sword's distance away, but saw those ice mirror-like eyes, still calm and unperturbed. The opponent had shown mercy.
Otherwise, it would have been a fraction closer. The entire area fell into silence.
On the high platform, it was also silent. Everyone had expected Yingbing to win. But they didn't expect it to be like this, so effortlessly. Facing an opponent with a higher realm, she hadn't even drawn her sword. She merely used the tiniest inner energy wrapped around her fingertip. That sword of hers, is it called Tian Xuan? The young man in the white robe from the burning jade forest had already lost his arrogance. The middle-aged scholar did not answer him, only sighing and saying, "Every time the Qingyuan sect is in a weak position, there always seems to be a prodigy." As for the reaction of the elders, there's no need to elaborate here. Classmate Li has the broadcast. This girl, so terrifying. Hiss. What are you doing? Looking at Liamo, whose voice was sometimes low and sometimes gasping in shock, performing his audience persona, Yingbing furrowed her brows.
Liamo, I'm being a qualified shocked bystander. Yingbing, ? They drank tea for a while.
Just when Liamo was about to get up to go to the restroom, Elder Qian Bufan's voice came.
Next match. Rui Peak, Lin Jiang, against Chuanyu Peak, Liamo. Good news, it was finally his turn. Bad news, he was a bit anxious now. Coincidentally, he ran into someone familiar in the first match. Sure enough. As Elder Qian Bufan finished reading these two names, all eyes in the arena turned toward them, many with scrutinizing gazes. There had been a lot of discussions within the sect about Liamo. Some said he was a man of righteousness, a warm-hearted gentleman. Others said his strength was insufficient, unable to be compared with Yingbing, calling him one of the Qingyuan sect's twin prodigies. Some haters said he was a pretty boy, the kept man of Elder Shangwu. Of course, such comments were purely from jealous people spreading rumors. Senior disciples of Qingyuan sect knew that Elder Shangwu was so poor that she couldn't afford to support a pretty boy. In any case, there were many opinions. But it was certain that everyone wanted to see just how capable this so-called true disciple Liamo was. Under everyone's gaze, Liamo couldn't say that he needed to go for a quick bathroom break. So, he could only step onto the stage and softly say, "Brother Lin, let's finish this quickly." Okay. Then. As soon as Lin Jiang stepped onto the stage, he walked to the edge of the platform. At the very moment Elder Qian Bufan called start, he jumped off the platform. "I surrender." Lin Jiang shouted without hesitation, afraid that if he was a moment slower, Liamo might make a move. Disciples, huh? Elders? Other spectators of the sect? What the hell, is there something fishy going on? You two are both in the blood chi realm, and you didn't even fight, just surrendered directly? Do you think we're idiots? Lin Jiang, are you serious about this? Damn, refund our money. Oh wait, we didn't pay. Well, never mind. But this is definitely suspicious, something's really wrong.
The rules didn't say one can't surrender, and falling off the stage does indeed result in a loss, but this is the first time something so strange has happened. In the presence of renowned sects, Qian Bufan felt a bit embarrassed, so he rushed back to discuss with the other elders.
How should we decide? Why not let them fight again? Look at Lin Jiang, is there really a need for another fight? It's meaningless. The elders couldn't come to a conclusion. Suddenly, Qian Bufan thought of something and suspiciously asked, Shang Wusher's disciple, you didn't secretly threaten Lin Jiang into surrendering, did you?
The elders looked at her, it was indeed something she could have done.
Watch your words. Would I need to threaten a mere disciple? How troublesome. Isn't directly threatening Elder Qian to blow the whistle more convenient? Shang Wu was very angry.
You can question her character, but questioning her intelligence was something that made her really furious.
The elders? What are you arguing about so confidently?
Thus, Elder Qian had no choice but to announce.
Liu Mo wins. Shoo.
A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd.
Liu Mo fell silent for a moment and bitterly smiled, Lin brother, you're fast, but, is it really necessary to go this far? I'm not stupid.
Lin Jiang shook his head like a drum.
He remembered clearly.
During the sect trial, with one punch, Brother Li had turned the suffocating Wang Hu into a cripple. The shell of the spiky-backed turtle had shattered, he was like a human disaster beast.
Fighting Brother Li was just a gift, right? Now to surrender, he could preserve his strength for the next fight. If he didn't surrender, he wouldn't even have to think about the ranking in the Jiufeng competition. What if Brother Li couldn't hold back and directly gobbled up a few dishes? Chapter 75, Guaranteed Top 8, Elder Qian placed a bet.
Lin Jiang seemed to understand his thoughts. Since he couldn't win, he might as well surrender directly.
It made some sense. Liu Mo was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to refute him, and could only laugh and say, I'll concede.
Thank you, Brother Li, for your mercy. Lin Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, the first battle of Chuanyu Peak ended in victory. They promised to showcase strength and friendship, but for everyone, this competition was really just friendship.
Among the inner disciples, there must be something going on behind the scenes.
I know Lin Jiang, during the sect trial, he dared to fight against a late-stage 9th grade beast.
Something's off, there's definitely something wrong. Among the inner disciples of Shinbing Peak.
Looking at the young man who slowly walked down from the stage, Wang Hao's eyes erupted with cold intent. Since Wang Hu entered Rui Peak, he had never come out again. Along with him, Wang Hao was also taken by the law enforcement disciples of Rui Peak for questioning for 3 days due to his kinship with Wang Hu. At that time, Wang Hao finally understood the reason. Because Wang Hu was associated with the demon summoning sect, which was strictly prohibited by the Daiyu dynasty, and would be killed on the spot if discovered by any sect.
Brother Wang, it's your turn to compete. A fellow disciple nearby reminded him.
Wang Hao finally came to his senses and stepped onto the competition stage. He faced a true disciple in the inner Qi Jade liquid realm. His aura was also in the inner Qi Jade liquid realm, but he was much older than his opponent. His martial arts realm was also much more profound. The two sides exchanged blows, and the battle reached a fever pitch.
It finally ended with Wang Hao's victory. After defeating his opponent, Wang Hao's aura didn't retreat, his gaze was like a knife, slicing through Liu Mo. The hostility and intent to declare war were evident.
Seeing Wang Hao like this, Liu Mo felt relieved instead. Finally, he didn't have to worry about not having a fight. Once on the ring, if all his opponents jumped down to concede, then this Jiufeng competition would be utterly unenjoyable. Of course. He shouldn't encounter opponents who concede in every battle, right? According to the famous Murphy's Law, the more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen.
In the next match, on the ring, two old acquaintances faced each other in silence.
Li brother. Morong Xiao looked at him, revealing a shy smile.
Li Mo. He suspiciously looked at Elder Qian, who was responsible for drawing lots. Elder Qian gently took a breath, his face filled with confusion, wondering how he drew another acquaintance of this young man. Morong Xiao is also a quite popular disciple of the Qingyuan sect. Although he is only at the Blood Qi realm, relying on his half-demon body and superb body refining skills, he has already defeated several opponents who are at higher realms than him. From his performance, he appears to be even stronger than Lin Jiang. If he gets lucky, he might have a chance to enter the top 16. On the high platform, Morong Xiao, the Kailan of the house. In this battle, he should show all his strength, right?
The young man in a white robe looked at Morong Xiao with admiration and intense fighting spirit.
He is the chief who has been highly regarded by Feng Yulin in this generation.
He also bears the half-demon body.
The Kailan of the house? That title should belong to him.
On the side of the Red Whale Gang, the blood-robe young master remained silent, but his eyes were already narrowed.
He cannot see the depth of that young man. Like Ying Bing. Han He, what do you think? Qian Bufan asked, and everyone turned their gaze towards this elder of divine weapon peak. It is well known.
Elder Han He has a stern personality and is stubborn, he certainly won't engage in any underhanded dealings.
So this battle must be fair. Unexpectedly, Han He shook his head. Morong Xiao is not a match for Liu Mo. He was quite straightforward. This left the elders stunned. As a master, he must understand Morong Xiao's strength. How could he say with certainty that Morong Xiao would lose without even thinking? If that's the case, there is only one possibility. Li Zhenju indeed has strength that Elder Han He recognizes. Looks like my disciple really might surprise us. Shui Jing chuckled and directed his gaze towards the arena. However, Qian Bufan's voice came. Morong Xiao concedes. Liu Mo wins. This time the elders did not say anything, their expressions becoming thoughtful. The other disciples watching, as well as people from outside the sect, completely could not understand. A chorus of exclamations followed. Ha! Morong Xiao also conceded? You see him calling Li brother so affectionately, it seems he has a good relationship with Li Zhenju, so he let him win? Don't the elders care? It's said that Li Zhenju has a great reputation. Today's scene is also impressive. Can one really enter the top 32 relying on connections? If there were any underhanded dealings, how could Elder Qian not know? I suspect he might have bought him off. Whispers and doubts echoed around. Liu Mo took a deep breath. Brother Morong, you. Brotherly looks to have broken through again. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold back. Morong Xiao shivered. Images from when Liu Mo acted in the martial hall flashed in his mind. He suspected that the earth had trembled at that moment. At least let us exchange a few moves, just to show some respect. Liu Mo felt helpless. I still wanted to aim for the top 16. Morong Xiao felt wrong too. Such a large piece of whale breath coral stone had been turned color directly. Brotherly didn't even use martial arts, and with one punch, he displayed the strength of inner essence. Even a hint of killing energy made his scalp tingle. Now that he has broken through, what can be done? Liu Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A battle that didn't happen, yet he's in the top 32. If he says it was because of connections, that shouldn't be the case. Where can he argue this? The morning's matches ended with Elder Qian's announcement of a break. Then 2 more rounds of battles took place. From 32 to 8. The fighters emerging from the crowd each had their strengths, showcasing their unique skills. It can be said this is the most significant event in the Nine Peaks contest ever. Among them was Wang Hao, who coincidentally stood right on the edge of participating, rich in experience and combat proficiency. There was also Morong Xiao, an exceptionally talented rising star. Of course, we must mention Ying Bing. Every time she stepped onto the stage, she crushed her opponents with absolute advantage, pushing through in record time. Of course, there were others faster than her. Such as a certain person who got recommended through connections, who hasn't even shown his hand yet, the true disciple of Chuan Yu Peak. The afternoon's martial competition was full of highlights. At the peak of Qingyuan, in the cafeteria, Liu Mo, Morong Xiao, Xiao Qin, and Lin Jiang sat at a table eating. Looking at the 3 who were buried in their meals, Liu Mo felt a bit melancholy. Now everyone in the sect says I got in through connections. Some even say I threw the matches. Do you have any clues? After competing the whole morning without a match, he felt inexplicably frustrated with no outlet for his energy. Li brother, if I were to fight you, I might not be able to advance. Morong Xiao said awkwardly. Lin Jiang nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. Li brother, the Bao Hua Glingdal ointment probably can't resurrect the dead. Li Mo's mouth twitched as he looked to the side. Old Xiao, what about you? You're at the internal breath realm, you should at least put on a show, right? Ha! Xiao Qin had dark circles under his eyes, his nose stuffed with tissue, looking confused. He pointed to himself with his bandaged finger. Me? Old Xiao had bad luck. He encountered a true disciple at the internal breath jade liquid realm and had a real man 1v1 with him, both got injured in the end. In a narrow victory, his right hand was temporarily unable to move due to injury. Then, in the next round, he met Liu Mo. Chapter 76, Liu Mo vs Wang Hao. On the mountain path not far from the discussion hall at Qingyuan Peak. Young master, the leader of the Shangguan sect has sent for us to discuss matters. The helmsman bowed his head and spoke softly. Qingyuan sect, truly a different world now. The blood-clothed young master of the Red Whale Gang gazed out at the vast Qingyuan mountains, suddenly feeling emotional. What do you mean by that, young master? The helmsman asked with slight confusion. The leader only said to respect this mysterious young master, without revealing much.
He naturally thought that the other party might be a young master from a major family in East Wilderness or a powerful noble from another state.
Hearing from the other party, it seemed he had been to Qingyuan's sect before? In every aspect. The blood-clothed young master walked ahead with his hands behind his back, seemingly in a good mood today, enjoying talking more. What do you think of the current Red Whale Gang?
Our Red Whale Gang has many disciples, spreading influence throughout the prefecture. Wherever the Red Whale sails, it commands the rivers and lakes, and is naturally thriving.
The helmsman's tone couldn't hide a bit of arrogance.
Ha! The blood-clothed young master merely responded non-committally, saying casually.
Then how does it compare to the current Qingyuan sect? Not far off. The helmsman was straightforward. Currently, in terms of influence in the rivers and lakes, Qingyuan sect couldn't catch up to the Red Whale Gang.
However, after seeing the Nine Peaks martial competition today, he only gave a not far off evaluation, otherwise, it would be difficult to distinguish the two.
If I said, once upon a time, Qingyuan sect, just any peak could easily suppress the Red Whale Gang?
This.
The helmsman was shocked inside.
He had heard of the past glory of Qingyuan sect, but it was not to such an extent.
The blood-clothed young master did not wait for him to reply and casually pointed. Look at these 9 peaks of Qingyuan.
Weapon forging, pill making, beast taming, writing and classics, regulations, business, farming, every aspect is complete.
Tell me, which sect in the world is so all-encompassing? The helmsman pondered.
Among the sects, each had its strengths. Those that focused on pill making were known for it, those that forged weapons gained renown through weaponry, each had their own unique skill.
Sects like Qingyuan, which involved in all paths, were indeed rare. Was the blood-clothed young master talking about the secret of Qingyuan sect's lasting prosperity?
But it also seemed not quite so.
Your arrival is an honor. I apologize for not greeting you earlier.
A giant like an iron tower stood ahead, cupping his hands in salute.
It was Fu Tuesday.
Beside him were the lord of the prefecture and Eldarine Huaxian of the precious beast peak. Having a few come to welcome you is a fortune for our Red Whale Gang. There is no such thing as negligence.
The helmsman cupped his hands in return.
He was somewhat flattered but understood once he saw the lord of the prefecture was also present. The group walked towards the discussion hall together. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw people from various sects present.
Shangwan Wansong sat at the head seat, still dressed as a humble farmer.
He was puffing on his dry tobacco, his gaze sweeping over the crowd through the smoke, exuding a powerful aura of depth and stillness. Once everyone had gathered, he slowly began to speak. You all should be familiar with the unbreakable trial of the drizzling rain tower. Not long ago, our disciples went down the mountain for duty and captured a hall-front swallow.
As his voice fell, an iron swallow landed on the long table with a crisp clink.
Many in the hall furrowed their brows. Every time, the unbreakable trial inevitably caused some trouble. Although it was an event chosen by the drizzling rain tower to cultivate killers, it always led to significant disturbances. Those trying to take advantage of the chaos were never few.
This is something I reported. The government city is a critical area, it cannot be chaotic.
Therefore, I ask you all to lend a helping hand. The city lord stood up and spoke loudly. Everyone nodded, willing to help, and turned their gazes towards the chief seat. Shangwan Wansong tapped his smoking pot and slowly began to speak.
Our Qingyuan sect will send a few true disciples and an elder to assist. Isn't that a bit too few? Which disciples is sect master Shangwan planning to send, and which elder?
The middle-aged scholar in a Confucian robe, Wen Yulin, spoke up.
Shangwan Wansong glanced at him.
As for the disciples, let's choose the top few from the Jiufeng competition, and as for the elder,
Shan Wufang just volunteered to take on the task.
Hiss.
A sound of cold breath echoed in the hall. The city lord's expression froze. Shan Wufang was far more terrifying than the unbreakable trial.
In the afternoon, the Jiufeng competition continued as scheduled. Liamo had just bumped into Wang Hao in the cafeteria. The details won't be elaborated on, just to say they were rather typical. In short, it was.
Have you ever seen the Black Hand? Don't let me run into you on the arena, otherwise, the Red Sky Sword will definitely be taken from you. That was about the gist of it. Liamo noticed that Wang Hao seemed quite eager for the Red Sky Sword, but the other party didn't seem to be someone skilled in sword techniques. So, guess what happened? In the afternoon's drawing lots, the first 2 contestants met. Inner door disciple Wang Hao, fighting the true disciple Liamo of Chuanyu Peak. Qian Bufan announced loudly, holding 2 waste tokens.
Wang Hao was one of the strongest among the 8 contenders, being the closest to the high level of the Jiufeng competition in history, and his realm could be considered among the top of the fight.
Most disciples of the visionary realm had already outgrown the age limit.
Let alone visionary, even the Xiandan stage was rarely seen in battles.
He. Wang Hao landed on the arena with a roar, his aura of the jade liquid realm fully revealed, aggressively imposing.
He glared coldly at Li Mo, his fists cracking with tension.
On the opposite side, Li Mo also stepped onto the stage. The atmosphere in the audience became slightly heated.
Seeing Wang Hao like this, it seemed he wanted nothing more than to swallow Li Mo whole.
Could there be any connections to rely on this time?
Li Shinju, who had consecutively surrendered 3 times, would have to show up this round.
Moreover, to outsiders, Wang Hao was of the Jade Liquid realm. Li Mo was merely at the Blood Qi realm. The gap between their realms was a bit too large. On the high platform,
the elders also lowered their gazes, pondering slightly. They did not doubt Li Mo's fighting power, it was just that Wang Hao was a whole realm higher than Li Mo.
This discrepancy felt a bit like strong bullying the weak. It's going to be hard to fight.
If Ying Bing activates her astonishing bloodline, she might be able to match the Jade Liquid realm with her full blood qi. While the elders were discussing, Shan Wufang's gaze fell on Li Mo. She realized she hadn't paid attention to her dear disciple's progress for a long time. But she always had a strange confidence she couldn't articulate, feeling that her precious disciple had a big advantage.
Li Shidi is amazing.
Go, Li Shidi! Xiao Qin shouted loudly. Beside him, Lin Jiang and Morong Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. Xiao Qin's loud voice had made the 3 of them the center of attention.
Xiao Qin turned back and asked, "Why aren't you two shouting? Brother Li will definitely win, so we don't need to cheer, right?"
Lin Jiang spoke in a low voice.
This is so eye-catching.
Morong Xiao wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in.
But if we don't shout, how will everyone know we didn't throw the match?
Xiao Qin's words shook them awake from their daze. The 2 leaned back slightly, a flash of lightning racing through their minds.
So, Brother Li, you're mighty. Brother Li, you will definitely win.
The 3 shouted together, feeling less ashamed.
Chapter 77, A One-Sided Beating, Shangwu, Haizi, speak. On the stage.
When enemies meet, they glare with intense hatred, the atmosphere was heavy with gunpowder. But hearing those familiar voices cheering for him, Li Mo's toes scratched the ground, ignoring Wang Hao's predatory gaze.
Please, don't keep shouting.
Let me see how strong you are, Junior Brother Li.
Wang Hao's inner energy surged, targeting Li Mo across from him.
As Chen Bufan shouted start, he shot towards Li Mo like an arrow released from a bow. His fist emitted a faint dark glow, clearly wearing special gloves. With a punch, the wind sounded like a tiger or leopard roaring, the sound of collected inner energy like thunder.
Many within Qing Yuan's sect recognized his move. That was the unique skill of the inner sect steward, the top martial art, Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist. Good move. Excitement surged in Li Mo's heart. This is his first serious fight. Last time, he only faced a weakened Shui Pang and didn't exchange many moves before winning. He didn't draw his sword. With a shake of his bones, his 36th meridian surged with blood, twisting his waist and striking back with a punch. Wang Hao was momentarily stunned, then a wicked smile curved his lips. It seems the opponent was holding back, not wanting to use the Qishao sword and show off weaponry advantage. He had once worried about whether his gloves could withstand the power of a mysterious weapon. Li Mo's actions played right into his hands. Facing an opponent of a higher realm, holding back for the sake of face and not immediately going all out? Today, he would make the other taste the meaning of extreme cruelty. But could he really? Ha! A Blood Qi realm fighting an inner energy realm, and he doesn't even use a weapon? Not just not using a weapon, he seems to not even be using martial arts. Li has a foundation in body refining. I often see him at the Divine Edge Cave, maybe he has other advantages? Can body refining really reach the peak of Blood Qi realm? Otherwise, everyone would just do body training, who would learn other martial arts? Isn't he skilled in swordsmanship? A Blood Qi realm without a weapon, fighting in melee with an inner energy realm. No one could help but be confused. However, in an instant, their fists collided. Clang. Flesh against gloves sounded like a bell ringing. A circle of dust swept out from their center. An outline stumbled back, leaving a series of deep impressions in the ground. When everyone saw who retreated, they stood frozen like they had seen a ghost. It was Wang Hao. At this moment, Wang Hao's face was pale, the smile frozen at the corner of his mouth. His arm that had just exchanged blows trembled uncontrollably. He hadn't trained his body, but that didn't mean his physical quality was poor. Moreover, he had just used inner energy. How could Li Mo's strength be so immense? Before he could finish his thoughts, the young man across vanished from his sight. Of course, he didn't just disappear into thin air. Wind shadow step. Wang Hao also used his footwork. However, Li Mo's figure was like a raging wind crossing, sweeping over like a shadow. What was Li thinking right now? On the stage, killing was not allowed. He was thinking whether it was really wrong to beat the opponent to death. Let alone using a hammer.
Even using a sword, Xixiao's sharpness combined with the sword techniques he improved in the icy pit and among Jiang Chuchong would absolutely not be something Wang Hao could withstand. Also, he wanted to see, this body that can't even break through the inner energy realm with ultimate skills, what its limits are. In an instant, Liemo appeared right in front of Wang Hao. The two exchanged glances for a moment. Under the gaze of those fiery-colored pupils, Wang Hao felt an unexpected chill in his heart and gulped down a mouthful of saliva. But soon, shameful anger arose in his heart. In the history of the Nine Peaks Martial Arts Conference, there had never been an inner essence jade liquid realm that looked so bad in front of a blood energy realm. He was angry, but it didn't matter. A sharp pain shot through his kidneys, causing him to briefly lose his ability to think. Inner armor? So, you can take a hit pretty well. Li Mo frowned. When he threw that punch, it didn't feel like he hit the other person's body. Wait. Wang Hao felt a bad premonition rising, not having time to finish his sentence. Li Jinchuan got close to Wang Hao. No, it's Wang Hao who got close to Li Jinchuan. Again, it was the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist, colliding with an ordinary punch. Crack! The punching glove caved in from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Liemo, taking advantage of the shock in his opponent's mind, struck down like a drowning dog, elbowing into the chest of his opponent. The coherence of the Luhop fist was executed in one breath. Fist, elbow strike, knee smash. Bang bang bang. Wang Hao, dressed in inner armor, was pressed down on the ring and mercilessly beaten by Liemo. His inner essence that had turned liquid had no opportunity to fight back, only able to protect his vital spots. He hadn't tried to counterattack before. But it was completely useless against the defense. Wait. Bang 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 bang. I admit. Bang 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 bang. The stone floor, forged from blue stone, had been hammered into a spider web of cracks. Compared to a match of experts, this looked more like a street brawl. And it was a one-sided adult beating a child. The scene was extremely brutal. Gulp, wow. Wow, what the hell? Is this Li Jinchuan human? Fortunately, he advised me last time not to urinate everywhere. I agreed, or else it's hard to say whether I would lose control now. Li Jinchuan usually looks gentle and refined, like a good man, but why is he so terrifying when he fights? Don't forget who his master is. Many eyes could hardly bear to watch the stage now. Especially when they saw Wang Hao attempting to crawl off the ring to concede, only to be grabbed by the ankle and forcibly dragged back, leaving 10 scratches on the ground with his nails. Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. So brutal. Those with family hurriedly covered their children's eyes. Phew, thankfully I didn't fight with Brother Li. Xiao Qin let out a long sigh. To be fair, Wang Hao was currently stronger than him. If he went against him, without his master's help, he wouldn't even have a 1/10 chance of winning. Master, is this the benefit of having a blood energy realm that's stronger than ordinary people? Was your blood energy realm this strong back in the day? The inexperienced old Xiao inquired. Yeah, somewhat similar. The voice of the thousand-form martial master sounded a bit drifting. Master, why does your voice sound weak? Xiao Qin was puzzled. Hadn't Master already recovered a lot after using the soul-raising wood? Cough, oh, this Li young friend is somewhat beyond my expectations. And the soul-raising wood doesn't work that quickly. The thousand-form martial master's old voice still hadn't recovered its former mysterious depth. He too was stunned. How many veins does this kid have? Did he misjudge? It's good to be alive. Lin Jiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his palms sweaty against his clothes. Although Brother Li's fists didn't land on him, just thinking about it made his back feel cold. Aha! Mu Rongxiao nodded vigorously. Thankfully he reacted quickly at that moment. Looking back now, that was truly the wisest decision he ever made in this life. At this moment, the gazes surrounding them held no doubt, only admiration and praise remained. They were not putting on a show. This was called foresight. On the high platform, Shangwu waved her delicate fists, her eyes twinkling with appreciation. Her precious disciple did indeed not disappoint her. She suddenly stood up, her gaze sweeping over the many stunned elders. She took a deep breath. Haizi, speak. The elders were silent, their eyes reflecting horror. Zhongyuan sect has already produced a formidable saint body fighter, Shangwu, and it's quite overwhelming. If a second one appears... Hiss. The elders leaned back in shock. The only thing to be thankful for is that although Liemo fights fiercely, he is usually good-tempered and kind to others. This time, his heavy hand was a result of provocation. Old Shui, this child is indeed your disciple, right? Qian Bufan said in a low voice. Yes. Li Dalong was indeed my personal disciple. Shui Jing's eyes were complex. But he was injured later and requested to return home. Then you should visit Qiushui Pavilion more often. Indeed, the ideological education of disciples is also very important.
The elders had already begun to plan Li Mo's philosophical training class. That is my disciple. Shang Wu sniffed, huffing, a bunch of old men just questioned my teaching skills. The elders?
His body refining methods and sword techniques have nothing to do with you at all.
It is purely due to his own talent. Reaching such a level under Shang Wu's guidance makes Li Mo seem even more like a raw gem. Unfortunately, Li Mo's talent left them all in a dilemma at that time.
One wonders, did joining Shang Wu as a master help him directly? He has got the Qishao sword, his sword skills must be impressive. If he has the level of body refining, then perhaps he and Xiao Binger can truly give us a fierce battle. Our Changyuan sect has given birth to a true phoenix and is about to give rise to a hidden dragon.
Just based on the level Li Mo displayed on the arena. At the age of 16.
If he also has high achievements in swordsmanship, he is definitely among the top talents. The elders looked at the people from various sects, their gazes somewhat smiling yet mocking.
Do you think Changyuan sect is declining? Come and see our sect's foundation? Are you sweating profusely now? By the way, old Qian, why don't you go up and stop this?
Oh, I was just thinking that, getting old, I forget things easily.
This competition ended.
The result goes without saying, and it was deeply memorable. After all, this was the first time in the current Nine Peaks conference that someone had to be carried down on a stretcher. If it weren't for Wang Hao still twitching when he was carried down, everyone would have thought he was dead.
Many people looked at Ying Bing.
But they saw the girl still sipping tea, showing no signs of surprise.
She had taught Li Mo swordsmanship, so she naturally knew. For Li Mo's swordsmanship, body refining was merely an embellishment.
Everyone thought, and they were relieved. The two lived together, and they certainly understood each other's strength. It was normal not to be surprised.
But who knows? Who is stronger between them now?
The Nine Veins conference continues. But the subsequent matches were unremarkable.
Ying Bing's fighting process can basically be summarized as:
I started, defeated with one move.
However, that person didn't even make a move.
In the battle from the top 4 to the top 2, Li Mo's opponent was still someone familiar. The disciple of Elder Shui from Danding Peak, who had received Li Mo and Ying Bing at the medical center that day.
Hee, Li Shitty, nice to see you again.
The boy smiled, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. When I saw you that day, you hadn't opened your veins. I was already in the Yuya realm then.
Who would have thought that now you stand right across from me?
His real age is actually much older than his appearance, but he has been stuck in this state due to illness.
Senior brother. Li Mo nodded slightly.
If we're talking about standing across, you need to get up on the stage first. Looking at the boy still standing below the stage, Li Mo showed a helpless expression.
I just remembered that Danding Peak is still refining pills.
I'll take my leave, I won't disturb you.
The boy rushed away. As he left, his gaze lingered between Ying Bing and Li Mo, then he gave Li Mo a thumbs up.
Go for it, Li Shitty.
I believe in you. Li Mo, ?
Great, he didn't even need to move.
The last match was here. Looking up, he saw.
In front of the steps, Ying Bing in a light blue outfit, her graceful figure making a sound as it swayed, her eyes, as deep as a quiet spring, finally showed an emotional surge. She had never thought about it before. At the Nine Peaks martial arts tournament, the person standing across from her would be Li Mo. This was the boy who had quickly disappeared into the crowd in the previous life, blending into the masses. In this life, he had jumped into the clear abyss without hesitation with her, unreservedly giving her the Yuan Huang Ziafo, and then revealed an astonishing swordsmanship talent, almost rivaling Zhang Chulong. Because of him, her life in this world had also undergone many changes. Every day, there was delicious food, someone to discuss swordsmanship with her, play chess, and occasionally, she could hear him say some new and interesting words.
This feeling wasn't bad? Thanks to you, I've become much stronger. I won't show mercy. Li Mo smiled. The rewards from the ice block didn't need further explanation.
Daily exposure gave him the chance to realize his dream, to be a handsome swordsman.
No need to thank me, just thank yourself for your efforts.
Ying Bing's delicate lips lifted into a smile that even she didn't notice the curve of.
Let me see, how have your results been lately? I'll definitely surprise you. Li Mo smiled brightly.
As a swordsman, facing off with a master.
This feeling is great. If you've made great progress, I'll also be happy for you.
Ying Bing said softly. His sword, she had taught him. If there were results, of course, she would be happy. Victory or defeat didn't really matter.
Audience, ?
Elders, ?
Wait, you two aren't going to fight? The moment you stepped onto the stage, instead of trash talking and provoking, you were already showing a high level of etiquette. But you two are getting happy for each other? Should we leave? Luckily, neither of them said more.
Liu Mo gripped the Qishao sword tightly, his breath slowing down. Ying Bing tied her long hair into a high ponytail with one hand, then nodded slightly.
The battle began.
Little Li took the first move, the tip of the Qishao sword flickered, and the sharp aura of killing weapons almost became tangible. Like a flock of crane feathers shooting through the air, every strand had the sharpness to pierce gold and split stone. He hadn't wasted time during this period. To communicate smoothly between the two destined women, he went to the book repository, found many swordsmanship books to catch up on, and invested almost half of his martial arts insights into it. On the path where technique almost approached the Tao, he had made great progress.
Using the killing aura of the weapon, replacing the inner breath. Not bad.
Ying Bing lightly praised. The sword light, as bright as the snow of Tian Shuang, swept through, and she didn't use inner breath. However, the graceful sword flowers dissolved the sharp aura of the weapon one by one without a trace. And still had extra energy left. The sword flowers disrupted the crane feathers, and then went straight towards Liu Mo.
The next second,
Liu Mo's figure disappeared in place.
Wind shadow step.
The seeking flower sword technique can be activated in a stormy or cloudy atmosphere. Only avoiding will only make my sword force stronger.
Ying Bing's clear voice came. Liu Mo thought deeply. Both are sword techniques of the transformation realm, but why?
Suddenly, he stopped thinking about the fire crane thousand feathers, and instead, traced back to the original burning sword technique.
Wildfire burning the prairie? The audience below fell silent. Are these two strong? Very strong.
Whether it's Liu Mo or Ying Bing, their swordsmanship had already surpassed their imagination.
But where is the gunpowder smell of fighting for the title of martial arts champion? This is a fight?
It's clearly just feeding each other moves.
Li Zhenchuan, where's the cruelty of slamming Wang Hao to the ground? Ying Zhenchuan, where's the invincible pose of a one-hit kill? You two weren't like this before. Are you playing around? Chapter 79, The Suffocating Ying Bing, Liu Mo's ultimate move, is the victory decided?
This was the first time Little Li had a sudden insight in swordsmanship. His sword suddenly slowed down.
No need to speak.
Across from her, Ying Bing also tacitly slowed down her attacks.
This process lasted only a few seconds. The next second, when Liu Mo swung his sword again, at first glance, the sharpness of the sword seemed much weaker.
In the weaving shadows of sword light and flowers, the Qishao sword was like a candle flickering in the rain, swaying several times but never extinguished. Furthermore, it grew stronger instead. Yet, a hint of comfort flashed in Ying Bing's eyes.
He understood.
The wildfires spreading across the land rely on endless life, on the rise and fall of all things.
Clang, clang, clang.
The red and blue sword lights clashed dozens of times in the blink of an eye.
To outsiders,
it seemed that Li Zhenchuan was initially suppressed, facing danger yet always standing tall, gradually shifting from weak to strong, ready to match Ying Bing.
These two sword skills must have been practiced since they were in the womb, right? I can hardly understand it anymore.
Li Zhenchuan's style looks like the wildfire sword technique but is also somewhat different. Their competition had exceeded most people's understanding of the 9 Meridians martial arts meeting. This was far beyond the level a newcomer should have. Gradually, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the scene before them.
The next moment,
the Qixiao's sword momentum suddenly surged. Like a raging wildfire, it tore through the heavy curtain of rain. The crowd erupted in gasps.
Is Li Zhenchuan going to win? Is the outcome about to be decided so quickly?
But Liu Mo knew what was happening. This was Ying Bing deliberately letting him familiarize himself with the sword momentum, intentionally not changing his moves. In this strike, out of 10,000 people, there would be 9,999 that would find no counter, and the only exception was Ying Bing.
As expected. Ding.
The sword blade broke through the wind, about to stab Ying Bing, but the Tian Shuang sword had already appeared before. The tips of the two swords precisely collided against each other. Qishao brought the wildfire intent, pushing Tian Shuang to its utmost bend. Yet Ying Bing's sword momentum, like a candle in the wind, did not disappear.
Liu Mo felt a chill in his heart.
This scene felt familiar.
Too familiar.
In the blink of an eye, he saw Ying Bing's slightly pursed lips, quickly reacting. Wildfire spreading across the land sword momentum. A sense of crisis surged in Liu Mo's heart. He exerted more strength, adjusting the sword's edge without allowing any breath, slashing down once more.
This is the benefit of having 36 main meridians in the blood chi realm.
His follow-up power was continuous, without worry of exhausting his strength.
Clang.
Tian Shuang turned in his delicate wrist, the seeking flower sword technique's stormy momentum reigniting, intertwined with the never-ending wildfire intent.
One sword, two forces.
The wildfires accumulated pressure while the stormy momentum continuously came in waves, overpowering them. Both forces were perfectly layered by Yingbing, merging without any dissonance, even compensating for each other's shortcomings.
Li Mo sighed in his heart. Yingbing is still Yingbing.
Trying to match her sword skills 50-50 is indeed unrealistic. Of course, little Li had never intended to win just with swordsmanship from the beginning. He actively retreated with the wind shadow step, his figure suddenly retreating over 10 zhang.
Impressive. Li Mo sincerely remarked. This is nothing.
Yingbing did not pursue, standing still with her sword, not showing the slightest pride. In her previous life, she had never mastered two forces at the inner breath realm. It was only in the God observation realm that she could use them skillfully. To be able to use them at this moment was already enough to amaze her. What shocked her even more was Li Mo's long-lasting aura and profound strength, something she had never seen in anyone at the Blood Qi realm.
This was also from the inheritance he had received? The audience below was currently extremely quiet. Even on stage, there was a moment of silence. Just now, the two had slightly engaged, far exceeding their understanding of the word genius. Is it possible? Yingbing hasn't used her full strength yet? Xian Buren mumbled. The crowd became even more confused in their daze. Indeed, what Yingbing possesses is far more than just swordsmanship.
The inheritance beneath the clear abyss, and their own physical abilities, have yet to be fully utilized, as they haven't even used their internal energy.
Let's just watch. Elder Han he looked deeply at Li Mo. Did Yingbing use her full strength? Did that kid even use his?
As the elders quietly discussed amongst themselves.
I will get serious now, Li Mo said. I have a level higher than you.
Yingbing looked at the serious young man, suddenly parting her crimson lips.
If you touch the corner of my clothes, then you win.
Ice Dumpling rarely showed her domineering side. This means she is also getting serious.
Okay.
This word ignited a small spark in Li Mo's heart. One could say he felt a little high.
In the next moment,
the two of them moved on the stage. Buzz. A powerful and sharp killing aura resonated, and just the breath alone scratched the stone ground with marks.
Li Mo seemed to transform into a precious weapon, blinding to behold. The extreme killing body was finally fully activated to fight against an opponent. From the eye of destiny, he already knew that Ice Dumpling's strongest reliance was definitely not swordsmanship,
but her very being. So, Little Li decided to go for the hard hit.
Boom!
The Qishao sword was wrapped in sharp killing intent, ringing loudly, becoming the center of a storm. Carrying boundless sharpness and vigorous strength, nearly devouring Yingbing. One force breaks all methods.
This was not something Li Mo comprehended from the sword. At the same time,
with the emergence of the Tianquan sword, clouds and rosy light suddenly appeared, as if it did not exist, yet seemingly everywhere, within creation and destruction, concealing a sharpness of obscurity. No sword light was visible, yet it felt as if 1,000 swords were upon him.
Clearly, he was only facing Yingbing, yet Li Mo inexplicably felt surrounded. No matter how Li Mo attacked, the sharp killing intent, no matter how fierce, failed to create many ripples in the rosy light. The crowd in the arena had completely lost their senses. If at first, both of their sword techniques surpassed their understanding, now they couldn't even tell who had the upper hand. They could only see the rising and falling of the rosy light, sharp and surging into the vastness. The aura of both of them had even caused a thin mist to rise in the air. Ding! Li Mo finally caught a glimpse of Yingbing's figure in the illusory rosy light, and without hesitation, he struck with all his might. However, what awaited him was not a clearing of clouds and rain, but the slowly fading figure of the girl. He had hit empty air. No wonder it said that if I touch the corner of your clothes, I win. Li Mo was truly drenched in sweat. He also deeply understood that he couldn't continue to waste energy. Those hidden heavy feints within the rosy light enveloped Yingbing's internal energy, incredibly cold. At this moment, he could hardly think straight. Soon, even moving became a challenge. This is the Red Destiny, this is, a person born into the world of martial arts. Ice Dumpling was simply strong enough to instill despair. The elders on the high platform also sighed, though barely noticeable. If they were to replace him, even maintaining the realm of internal energy and profound elixirs, facing Yingbing, they wouldn't have even the slightest chance of winning. They probably wouldn't even last as long as Li Mo did. What they saw was even more than that. Yingbing was using rosy light and internal energy to simulate sword intent. Compared to Shaoqin's internal energy projection, it was laughably childish. Moreover, it wasn't merely a simple simulation. At times it was light and ethereal, at times it was vigorous and mighty, at times ancient and unrefined, constantly changing, yet resonating with one another. One word, exceptional. Two words, terrifying. Who? Can rosy light conceal the sword? Can the killing aura also? Suddenly, Li Mo seemed to have an epiphany. and the left hand hidden under his robe quietly crumbled into his palm. Everything around suddenly slowed down. Ying Bing sensed it in an instant, even her figure became slow. Across from him, Liamo, however, unknowingly drew closer. The young man did not use his sword, his right hand held the Qishao sword down. He lifted his left hand's robe, to be precise, the hammer hidden within the robe, slowly descending. The speed is not fast. However, it gives a feeling that no matter where you escape, no matter how you twist and turn, you cannot avoid it. Determine the world. Ying Bing seemed to ponder deeply. The empty sword energy began to shrink, a strand of Taiyin power was taken as a thread, twisting the sword energy into a ball. Boom! Time around seemed to pause. In the next moment, countless auras erupted, uncontrollably shooting in all directions. The scene suddenly became a bit chaotic. Shangguan Wansong slammed the table and instantly appeared on the stage, pressing down with one hand. In his palm, it seemed there was a sphere that devoured everything, capable of absorbing all things, returning everything to nothing, extinguishing the storm into formlessness. His gaze was fiery as he looked towards the center of the stage. Everyone else did the same. Who won? However, under everyone's watchful eyes, they suddenly fell silent again. What just happened? Classmate Xiaoli shattered the condensed sword energy with one strike. He used a forbidden technique that was impossible to invoke at the Blood Qi realm. Even with his 36 meridians blood energy, he was almost exhausted. However, that strand of Taiyin power did not dissipate, leaving him feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It's really cold. He had no time to react. In a daze, he hugged Ying Bing's waist, collapsing into her arms and toppling to the ground together. Classmate Xiaoli's eyes were covered. His already dazed mind now had only one thought. Even if it's an ice lump, it's still soft jade and fragrance to hold. Ying Bing seemed to be stunned. She didn't push him away at the first moment. Everyone. Elders. Witnesses from various sects. A passing dog. Their hearts that were hanging high finally fell silent. The already chaotic scene became even more chaotic. Chapter 80, the day of the full moon, the time for comparing results. So, who won in the end? You still haven't realized, the one who lost is us. No, dude, I'm living in chaos, I jumped. Alright, you little brat. Damn it, let go of your hand. Various voices filled with jealousy and emotional turmoil rose. Finally, classmate Xiaoli was able to move. He raised his head, only to see that in her cold eyes lay a vague incomprehensibility. Looking up from below, her beautiful face was like snow under frost. Yet amidst all the chaotic words, Liamo only felt quiet. He felt that some heart was beating even faster than usual. Cough. An untimely cough broke the silence. It was Shangguan Wansong. Good times are always short-lived. Under everyone's gaze, Liamo had no choice but to sheepishly stand up. His mind was also a bit chaotic. What kind of awkward situation just happened? Oh, he couldn't stop himself for a moment, and fell into Ying Bing's arms. Who told the icy aura hidden in the sword energy to be so cold? Can he be blamed for that? Liamo thought, glancing sideways at Ying Bing. The girl did not look at him. If it weren't for the lingering fragrance at the tip of her nose, it would seem that everything just now had never happened. But classmate Xiaoli could be sure. That suddenly quickening heartbeat just now wasn't his. As long as you all are unhurt, it's fine. As for win or lose. Shangguan Wensong's gaze swept over the young man and woman, and a hint of speechlessness appeared in his eyes. This really puzzled him. She won. The two spoke in unison. Ying Bing spoke about the wager. Liamo felt he shouldn't take advantage and act coy. To be fair, he actually lost just now. However, after falling into her arms, the ice lump did not deliver a finishing blow. In terms of strength, there was indeed a gap. Unless he supported the World Seed and used the Panga's falling star hammer, but that power he couldn't control, and it didn't belong entirely to him yet. After thinking, Liamo added. Our private wager, of course, only concerns the two of us. Seeing his sincere tone, Shangguan Wansong showed no reluctance towards the so-called chief disciple and nodded. In that case, Ying Bing is the top of the martial arts, the contemporary chief. As soon as the words fell, cheers erupted from below the stage. Everyone on the high platform stood up, congratulating in unison. The top disciple from this session, the future leader of Qingyuan sect, naturally required their recognition. In the midst of the crowd, the white-robed noble from Burning Jade Forest had a blazing gaze, then turned to look at Liamo beside him, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. The blood-red-robed noble did not rise, but there was no longer any ease in his eyes, only lingering danger and contemplation. On the arena. Yes. Ying Bing did not dwell too much on this title. She and Liamo had both made it into the top 3, which was enough.
Whether she was the chief of Qingyuan sect or not, it didn't mean much, as it wouldn't affect the system's ranking. The system ranked the prodigies not based on fame.
Shangguan Wensong showed a helpless expression.
He understood Ying Bing's character to some extent. She truly was indifferent to distractions, perhaps that was why she could reach such heights that others could hardly attain. The two candidates qualified for chief were both uninterested in the position, which was frustrating, yet there was nothing to be done. With his hands behind his back, he said loudly. In this martial meeting, those ranked higher will receive rewards. The top 3 can enter the library pavilion and choose one ultimate skill, while the other disciples will have their own rewards. You all possess outstanding talents, and will be the pillars of the sect in the future. With the current winds of change in the world, I hope you will continue to maintain your spirit of progress. As soon as the ultimate skills were mentioned, countless gazes turned again to the two who possessed Tian Shuang and Qi Xiao. Rumors about these two swords had persisted in the sect for a long time. Were those rumors true? If these two acquired the corresponding sword techniques, it might finally be time for the truth to come to light. The Nine Peaks martial meeting came to a close. On this day, many changes occurred within the sect, and numerous rumors emerged. However, the days in Qiushui Pavilion continued as usual.
Liemo hummed a little tune, bustling about in the kitchen, clattering pots and preparing meals.
The stream that flowed through the courtyard made a cheerful sound. Recently, the water seemed to become increasingly spirited, causing the peach blossoms by the stream to bloom vibrantly. A petal fell gently with the wind, landing softly on a turning page, becoming a girl's bookmark. The book was clearly titled The Moonlight Sword Classic.
And a book named The Solar Wheel Sword Classic lay quietly not far away. Dinner is ready. Liemo peeked his head from the kitchen.
Ying Bing stood up and went to the kitchen to help with the dishes.
Master?
Liemo patted the woman in the rocking chair, but she remained unresponsive, leaving only a guilty profile. Thinking she had fallen asleep, Liemo walked around to the front. However, he saw that Master's eyes were vacant, as if she had lost her soul, and she was mumbling softly. Leaning closer to hear, it seemed she was saying, "My money, my money."
Liemo.
It seemed Master had gone bankrupt again. Her heart was breaking. But this wasn't his fault. Liemo clearly knew how to handle this situation. He took out 2 jars of fine wine and placed them beside her, waiting for her to get drunk and wake up full of energy. After doing all this, he returned to the table. While eating, he flipped through the sword classics. This was his first time encountering ultimate-level sword techniques, even if it was just a low-grade ultimate skill. But after looking for a while, he let out a long sigh. Ultimate sword techniques are truly difficult. He felt like a middle school student tackling university problems. Is Bing Bing really? I'm done looking. A copy of the Moonlight Sword Classic was suddenly presented in front of him. The implication was that she wanted to switch and read each other's. Liemo was speechless. He wouldn't be able to learn it right away anyway, so he handed over the sword technique in his hand. After a while, Ying Bing's soft voice rang out. Did you find anything? I'll take a look in my room later. Liemo buried his head in his meal. The characters in the 2 sword techniques were familiar to him, so why did they suddenly seem so strange when put together? After finishing his meal, Liemo held the 2 sword techniques, planning to return to his room. But then came Ying Bing's voice from behind. It's best to keep your distance from me tonight. Otherwise, it's easy to get hurt. Huh? Liemo was puzzled but nodded. Then I'll sleep in the guest room. Ying Bing lifted her head and looked at the moon that had not yet fully risen in the sky. Today is the day the system reveals the results. On this gloomy month and day, at the time of the year's full moon, her constitution today would be particularly frightening. Even she could not fully control it, so she could only minimize the range of its effects. Step. The sound of a youth coming upstairs was heard. She could not help but withdraw her gaze and look at the figure ascending the stairs. The last move he used. Is it also something he gained by chance? His talent seems to not be limited to swordsmanship alone. She driven away all distracting thoughts one by one. Ying Bing also returned to her room, quietly waiting for time to pass bit by bit. At this moment, nothing else mattered. In this life, things were slightly different from her past experiences, and many unexpected events had happened. But the result of being first would not change. Only, she wondered, could Liemo rank in the top 20? Chapter 81, Little Princess John's Interests, Divine Skills, Fiery Lotus? Tonight's moon seems to shine much brighter than usual? In the guest room, Liemo had just spread out the bedding. After thinking for a moment, he guessed that Ice Boulder didn't let him stay next door due to her constitution. He wondered if it happened regularly every month, like those few days, or if it was just an occasional occurrence. The Tyene Moon Phoenix body, all its extraordinary signs. My celestial body is too low-key, even breaking through is a problem now. Liemo only complained a bit.
The system had never given him useless things, especially those that popped out from Ice Boulder. But this matter of constitution. That was something the martial artists with constitutions had explored through generations based on experience. Like Lin Jiang, he clearly knew he should practice spear techniques to bring out the strengths of his constitution to the utmost. Li Mo had no one to refer to. He could only rely on himself, step by step, to explore. As he thought this, Li Mo opened the two newly acquired supreme sword techniques and began to study them carefully. Gradually, the night grew deep. Suddenly, the world seed sent out waves. Why is Chuchong so early today? In the world seed, Jiang Chuchong held a branch, her little head drooping. She had just demonstrated her results and was stealthily looking at the opposite side. Biting her lip, she carefully asked, "Teacher, I didn't let you down, right?" She did not know. The Heavenly Lord was almost gasping, and thought to say that this girl was terrifying. A blade of grass cutting through sun, moon, and stars, he had just casually said that to give little Princess Jiang a bit of encouragement. But little Princess Jiang was seriously practicing in that direction. When she had just drawn her sword, it truly carried a hint of wildfire cannot burn out, spring winds blow and grow again boundless meaning. That was sword momentum. Without having studied any formal sword techniques, she had comprehended a momentum that belonged to her own. Quite good, you must have worked very hard during this time. Not hard. Little Jiang Chuchong's face turned red from the praise, repeatedly waving her little hands. I just. In the morning, at mealtimes, when going outside, picking up things. I practiced a bit, then at night, when sleeping, practiced with you for a while. Little Princess Jiang's day was very simple. Eating, sleeping, picking up garbage, and practicing swordsmanship while doing these three things. Li Mo. Practicing only 12 hours a day, right? Also, wasn't it said that the Morong family was to take good care of her? Why was she still going out to pick up scraps? Are you facing difficulties in your life? I used to often go hungry, but after Brother Li came, I never have again. Jiang Chuchong suddenly was no longer stuttering, softly speaking. When she mentioned Brother Li, her voice grew quieter. Then why do you go out every day to pick things up? Hearing the Heavenly Lord teacher ask this, Jiang Chuchong tilted her head. Oh right, why? She didn't understand. She only knew that every time she picked up something unwanted from outside, like a broken kite or a chipped bottle, watching those scraps tidied up and arranged neatly, she felt very satisfied, accomplished, and happy. Interests, hobbies? Jiang Chuchong blinked. Tentatively asked. Li Mo. Such a niche interest. Alright, as long as you're happy. By the way. Teacher. How is Li Degu recently? A weak inquiry came through. Jiang Chuolong's gray-white eyes brightened even more than before. She thought, the teacher is so amazing, knowing all the details of those grand ancient events. He must know how Li Degu has been doing lately, right? The little girl actually cares about me. Last time she said she wanted to come back to see me but never sent a word. Li Mo couldn't help but smile. He cleared his throat. Li Mo, right? He's doing well. He just won a top 3 spot at the Jiufeng Martial Convention in Qingyuan sect, gaining great fame and respect from the heroes of the house. As a pure bystander, I have to say, his swordsmanship is quite good. Jiang Chuolong's eyes sparkled, as if drifting far away, imagining Li Deji's energetic figure on the stage. She foolishly smiled. Li Degu is so amazing. Yeah, he should come back to the city to see you in a while. Really? Alright, back to business. Take these 2 sword manuals to ponder over. Next time I want to assess you, practice quietly without showing them to others. With a flick of his sleeves, 2 sword manuals appeared on the table. Jiang Chuolong treasured them and tucked them away. Then, covering her stomach, she looked puzzled. Teacher, I think there's a little mouse in my belly. Little mouse? Under the mask, Li Mo raised an eyebrow and placed his hand on her wrist. After sensing, he breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a bit strange. That's not in your belly, it's your dantian. You are about to open your meridians. Open meridians? Jiang Chuolong knew little about martial arts and didn't quite understand the concept of opening meridians. Li Mo didn't have time to explain. He had planned to wait until Jiang Chuolong's body was mostly recovered before teaching her how to refine her qi and blood. Unexpectedly, she naively found the right path for herself. In that case, I'll give you some pills to protect your meridians. The night grew deeper. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting silver light over the entire Qiushui pavilion, making the ground reflect a snow-white glow. The sound of the small stream in the courtyard had vanished. Ha! Li Mo exhaled a puff of white breath and looked outside.
Surprisingly, the entire small stream seemed to have frozen solid at some point, glimmering with a faint blue light in the night. The little Chioshui pavilion was now so cold that water would freeze instantly, even colder than the coldest winter.
Ice block. There shouldn't be any problems, right?
Thinking this, a sudden notification sound from the system rang in his ears. Congratulations, host, you have successfully invested in Jiang Chuolong, helping her open her meridians.
Investment feedback, 1 secret silver tome seal. Secret silver tome seal, can refine and perfect any martial arts below the absolute skill level and elevate it by 1 grade. Finally came. Li Mo's eyes lit up fiercely. He was just a piece away from the secret silver tome seal to upgrade an absolute skill to divine skill, then he could use the gilded tome seal. This meant he would gain a martial art above the divine skill. There was also a chance to break through to the inner breath realm. If little Princess Jiang were in front of him, he would definitely hold her tightly and kiss her fiercely. With no hesitation, a seal, shimmering like flowing mercury, appeared in his palm. The strange script on it seemed to come alive. He took out the Fire Lotus Extreme Yang technique and pressed it down. The characters suddenly began to flow, as if countless fish were swimming wildly within. True Phoenix Blood Lotus Changing Sun Divine Skill. Divine Skill. In the 9 skies and 10 lands, something that countless people yearn for lay quietly on the table. A divine skill could lead to numerous powerful falls, wield unimaginable influence over the rise and fall of power, stirring the winds and clouds, creating a storm of blood and carnage. Having read the Yuehua Sword Manual and Rihen Sword Manual, Li Mo knew that while these 2 sword arts were exquisite, they ultimately only belonged to the lower grade absolute skills. No matter how the 2 swords combined, they could never compare to a true divine skill. Most likely, it was due to the passage of time, the rumors growing wilder. Divine skills are still beyond imagination. It is the pinnacle of martial arts. Then what lies beyond this? Li Mo couldn't help but feel his heart surge. The golden celestial scripture seal, little by little, landed on the paper in his hand. The golden mysterious text erupted at that moment, pouring in like countless rivers flowing east to the sea. The fine blue and white paper gradually vanished, as if what was written upon it exceeded its capacity to bear. Wow, I can't even see it clearly. Startled, Li Mo focused his gaze. But he saw that each character was obscure and profound, seemingly changing and fading, completely beyond human comprehension. This was not any kind of writing Li Mo had ever seen. It was even hard to say it was writing. Buzz. The paper finally disappeared completely. Yet it transformed into a mysterious lotus petal, which, while Li Mo was not paying attention, flew into his brow. Boom. A majestic scene flashed through his mind. As if the heavens and earth were just opened, countless things fading and being reborn in an instant, far more exaggerated than any commotion in a small world. A red lotus quietly grew. As its petals gently moved, boundless karma fire burned through the vast sky. Chapter 82. The rankings are out. Ing Bing, am I second? Who am I? Where am I? It felt like a long time, yet also just a fleeting moment. Outside the window, there was still a cold moon shining on the stream frozen solid with ice. In the room, Li Mo opened his eyes in confusion. The grand and vast scene from earlier still lingered in his mind, almost occupying all of his thoughts. At that moment, only one feeling dominated his senses. Hunger. Not hunger in the stomach, but a thirst coming from deep within his soul. He instinctively took out a bottle of 10,000-year ground pulse spiritual milk and gulped it down. The essence of the ground pulse surged into his lower dantian, continuously absorbed by 36 main meridians, merging into his dantian, making his body feel as if it had met a long-awaited rain after a drought. Phew. Young Li wiped the corners of his mouth and finally snapped back to his senses, recalling what had just happened. He had used the celestial scripture seal to deduce martial arts. He elevated a divine skill, turning it into a lotus petal. That martial art. I don't even know if I can still call it martial art. This feeling was very strange. Li Mo clearly understood its content, but he didn't know how to describe it. Wanting to explain but finding no words. The means of conveying information he knew felt inadequate against what martial arts described. Then he noticed something was off. Quickly, he focused his attention on his dantian. There, a faint breath lingered in his dantian, almost tangible. It was light red, like flames that had burned since ancient times, eternal and unextinguished. Inner breath. This time, his inner breath had not disappeared. A bottle of 10,000-year ground pulse spiritual milk only gave me a trace? Li Mo couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Finally, he understood what the 36 meridians were for. If it weren't for them transforming the essence of the ground pulse, he wouldn't even have been able to condense this trace of inner breath. He raised a finger. That trace of inner breath immediately appeared at his fingertip. It had no temperature, no breath. He flicked his finger gently. Instantly, a trace of inner breath flew out the window and landed on the frozen stream. Remarkably, it ignited just like that. The ice was set ablaze. And it didn't even melt into water. The firelight danced in Lemo's pupils, revealing the surprise in his eyes. If I don't retrieve it, it will keep burning like this. Until the whole stream is burned away. This inner breath can not only burn ice, but it can even scorch other fires. A realization rose in his heart. Other martial artists' inner breaths definitely didn't have such exaggerated properties. At most, they were just stronger and more lethal. But his inner breath could burn everything, it was just a matter of time. So how did this inner breath become part of my body? Young Lee discovered the blind spot. All right. This probably can only be attributed to the wonder of the primordial immortal body. Regardless. Finally, it's the inner breath realm. Liemo finally let go of the heavy stone in his heart. Now, he has 12 bottles of Earth Vein Spirit Milk. He plans to divide them into 3 bottles, keeping 2 for his parents and 1 for emergencies, and the remaining 9 will be used entirely for cultivation. It's time to go for it. Upstairs. The room was filled with a snowy color, frost covering everything in sight. The finely crafted wooden bed was frozen and cracked. Ying Bing's beautiful face slightly frowned. A faint wave of internal breath came through. Indeed, even at this moment, she was still using the restless Taiyin energy to cultivate. This required enduring immense pain, but the rewards were even greater. Taiyin, the coldest, the softest. While everything was withered, it also harbored the vitality for rebirth. This was also the reason her physical body surpassed others of the same realm. It should be about time. Ying Bing lifted her gaze, looking at the bright moon in the sky. It's midnight. The system was quite punctual, coming with a timely notification at that moment. Listing all genius names in the Eastern Wilderness region. Comparing battle power for the host. The 2 tasks of the system were proceeding simultaneously. In fact, she could just look at the list. As long as her name appeared at the top, everything else would be self-evident. Ha! A breath with an icy crystal essence was exhaled by Ying Bing, revealing a trace of seriousness on her beautiful face. She wasn't worried about her position, she was curious. Apart from Liemo. In this lifetime, would there be others who exceeded her expectations? That boy who was so different from the last life, where would he rank? In the icy cold that turned water into ice, time seemed to have lost its meaning. Ding dong. The first ranking results are announced. 50th Genius of the Eastern Wilderness, Lin Jiang. 49th Genius of the Eastern Wilderness, Zhao Qin. 30th Genius of the Eastern Wilderness, Morong Xiao. Watching the system's lines of text appear, Ying Bing's expression returned to calm. The system rankings indeed differed slightly from her memories. For instance, Lin Jiang, for example, Morong Xiao. Coincidentally, these 2 seemed to know Liemo? So far, she hadn't seen his name. That's normal. Lemo's sword was learned from her. Moreover, today's contest revealed some things she hadn't expected. His rank would at least be in the top 20. The system's ranking text continued to appear. 20th Genius of the Eastern Wilderness, Xiao Qin. 19th Genius of the Eastern Wilderness, Mei Ziguan. 14th Genius of the Eastern Wilderness, Luo Yu. 13th Genius of the Eastern Wilderness, Zhuo Yang. Gradually, among the system's rankings, some names began to spark Ying Bing's memories. Some were renowned figures from her past life, while others later ventured to the central divine continent, leaving their names in the storms of 9 heavens and 10 lands. For example, Luo Yu, after the fall of Qing Yuan sect, led Fingyu Valley to become the ruler of a great house. For example, Zhuo Yang, claiming first place in the Trials of the Void, years later becoming a feared killer of the Tianzi class in the Drizzling Rain Pavilion. They were all outstanding talents. As for the top 10, they were truly the dragons and phoenixes among people. Ying Bing's thoughts stirred slightly. She noticed that Liemo was not among them. Had he reached the top 10? No, not just top 10. 5th Genius of the Eastern Wilderness, Zhong Jinyue. 4th Genius of the Eastern Wilderness, Han Jin. 3rd Genius of the Eastern Wilderness, Shangli. Seeing this, a hint of confusion and bewilderment finally flickered in Ying Bing's gaze. These individuals were all destined to shine brightly in the future, making their marks in the tides of 9 heavens and 10 lands. For example, Shangli, the prince of the former Great Shang dynasty. Carrying the last luck of the Great Shang, he later made a grand return to his country. For example, Han Jin. This person was quite mysterious. Ying Bing only knew that his rise was astonishingly rapid, and the martial arts he used seemed entirely unfit for this era, suspected to be an heir of an ancient power. Liemo managed to surpass them, only under himself? A thought just emerged. Ying Bing's thought suddenly froze, her clear eyes shook violently. East Wilderness Domain Top Talent ranking 2nd, Ying Bing. She saw herself.
Chapter 83, The Completely Chaotic Ice Block. Starting from tomorrow, the punishment begins.
In the vastness of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are wonders beyond belief.
But this is merely the ranking of the East Wilderness domain. It does not include the Diyu dynasty, nor those transcendent sects, it is just a corner of the 9 heavens and 10 earths.
At this moment, Ying Bing's mind was blank.
But the system would not stop because of her confusion and bewilderment.
East Wilderness Domain Top Talent Ranking First, Li Mo.
The remaining words silently appeared.
Li Mo?
These two characters reflected in Ying Bing's eyes, stirring up a storm. In her mind, she could not help but recall the young man's spring breeze-like expression, his busy figure in the kitchen, and the trusting words on the clear abyss.
How could it be him? How could it be him? Indeed, Li Mo had changed a lot from what she once knew.
His character had improved, making people feel as if they were in a spring breeze, his talent had risen, qualifying him to discuss swordsmanship with her, and he had obtained some kind of inheritance. But he had just lost to her today. On the arena, Ying Bing was not fully serious, she mostly wanted to see just how strong he had become. The result did indeed catch her by surprise. But Li Mo's strength was clearly still far behind her.
Moreover, since the two entered the Clear Abyss sect, they had been together day and night.
She hadn't seen any fortuitous encounters under her very nose. In the same realm, there could be some who could match her, but they would all be famous and notable figures.
Why? Why was it him?
At this moment, the figure of the young man was shrouded in a heavy layer of mystery. The air seemed to solidify. Ying Bing felt very strange.
Startled, confused, doubtful, unwilling. Being pressed down in the head, is this what it feels like? Comparison has concluded, starting to distribute rewards. The host ranks second.
Reward 1, 3 bottles of Imperial Flow liquid.
Reward 2, a genuine phoenix feather. Reward 3, a cold marrow jade bed.
The system's rewards were all extremely rare treasures, and they just happened to be usable for her, they could not be considered anything but precious. For example, Imperial Flow liquid. This is a heavenly essence, born from the sky, scattered upon the ground, plants can become demons from it, exotic beasts can gain wisdom by consuming it, and humans can cleanse themselves through it, advancing in martial arts by leaps and bounds. Every 60 years, certain places in the 9 heavens and 10 earths would see Imperial Flow liquid fall. As for the specific locations, only the Yen Tian sect knows.
Thus, apart from the Yen Tian sect, very few people possess this item. And then there's the genuine phoenix feather.
The true phoenix, the true dragon, these once ruled the 9 heavens and 10 earths, are still extremely rare today, and each time they appear, they surely carry great destiny.
Invisible rules exist in the world.
Whether it's the phoenix or the true dragon, no more than 9 are allowed to coexist at the same time.
Of course, many times, the number of these auspicious beasts combined does not even exceed a single hand's count.
The phoenix feather is its life essence, once integrated into oneself, one can possess many magical abilities, similar to the true dragon's inverse scale. Compared to the true dragon, the existence of the phoenix race is even rarer, they have long since vanished from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As for the final cold marrow jade bed, she had one in her last life in the Gui Palace. Lying on it, practicing became twice as effective.
Without a doubt.
These rewards, even for her last life, were not ordinary items. But detected that the host has activated the punishment of the defeated. The system will temporarily store all rewards and will bestow them only after the host fulfills the punishment conditions.
If the challenge fails, the system will automatically unbind, and all rewards will be destroyed.
Current punishment condition: share a bed with someone who has surpassed you for 1 month.
Starting from tomorrow, the challenge begins. Complex emotions surged in her heart.
Ying Bing looked at the rewards and punishment conditions, lost in thought. She had chosen to increase the reward, to start the challenge. She had never thought that there would really be a day when she would be punished. Because of her strong emotional fluctuation, the repressed power inside her lost control in an instant. The room grew colder and colder. So cold that thought stopped, and ideas froze. Her eyelashes, covered in ice crystals, blinked lightly, and her eyelids finally closed heavily.
Ying Bing's consciousness fell into darkness, sinking into a dream. In the dream, on the vast ocean, there were no sun, moon, or stars.
Only thunder danced wildly, dyeing the world in black and white.
Towering waves surged, forming an endless whirlpool, swallowing everything without a trace.
In the haze, Ying Bing remembered that she had been here before.
The Return Ruins.
In her past life, she searched for many times, the last place in the world that concealed the chance to become an immortal, also the final resting place of many legendary figures, including the founding emperor of Yu Dynasty, Wu Emperor. Those who wish to become immortals must enter this tribulation.
This was the only thing that existed on the ocean's surface. A towering giant stone tablet. She had been here. And it was with the other 8 from the 9 heavens.
Together, they killed the guardian of the Return Ruins and entered the path to immortality within the ruins.
But she failed.
At this moment, Yingbing finally remembered the reason for her failure in the tribulation.
A heart is lacking. Early morning.
Sitting on the already frozen mat, Liamo slowly took a breath, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up.
He was immersing his mind into his dantian.
In the dantian, the originally fine internal energy had already grown 10 times stronger. If he scattered it, it would fill the entire dantian. With a thought, the internal energy gathered and dispersed following his intentions, sometimes taking on various shapes.
Liamo opened the door and walked to the frozen lake, punching down.
The all-permeating internal energy drilled into the thick ice layer.
Moments later, he lightly threw a stone onto the ice. Crack crack.
The frozen stream instantly crumbled and began to flow again.
Not bad. Liamo was quite satisfied.
If it were before, accomplishing this task would have probably taken quite a bit of effort, right?
Has Ice Lump not gotten up yet? Liamo curiously glanced at the room upstairs.
Usually, Yingbing would definitely be sitting at the stone table drinking tea at this time. But after seeing the scene at Jiushui Pavilion, he felt relieved. Last night, the commotion was so great that she might need some time to rest. Shang Wu squinted her round eyes, scratching her flawless white shoulder, and sleepily walked out.
Seeing the scene in the courtyard, she looked confused. It's Ice Lump. Liamo said casually. Oh. Shangwu lazily nodded and stomped her foot on the ground. A furnace-like warmth swept over.
The beautiful master, the little sun, had an excellent effect. She then turned her gaze towards her beloved disciple.
Master, is there something you want? Liamo asked in confusion. Cough. From today onwards, I will seriously teach you.
Yesterday, the elders held a criticism meeting for her, with several elders emotionally agitated, accusing her of being unworthy of being a teacher.
Shang Wu thought about it too.
Her disciple had been left to fend for himself for almost a month now. As a master, she should indeed teach her disciple something well. If she had taught Liamo earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have lost to Yingbing. And then she had lost so much money. Therefore, from today onwards, she decided to earnestly instruct her precious disciple, allowing him to enter the internal energy realm as soon as possible. For this, she even specially reviewed the books on how to break through to the internal energy realm in the library. After all, she broke through while drunk, and she couldn't let her precious disciple learn from her. Shang Wu was rarely this serious. Today, I will teach you how to gather internal energy. But master, I am already in the internal energy realm.
Your grandmother.
P.S. Sorry, my grandparents specially came to see me. I had dinner out with them, so the update is late.
Chapter 84, Why is she acting so strange today? The master rushed to the library in a hurry, not even eating breakfast.
She said she was going to review relevant knowledge about the internal energy realm.
At noon.
A wisp of smoke rose from Jiushui Pavilion.
There hasn't been a sound all morning. Is Ice Lump really in some trouble? Still because of yesterday's competition.
Liamo's mind flashed back to yesterday, when he had knocked the ice block down to the ground. After all, it was a girl, and it happened in front of everyone.
Could it be that she was embarrassed and didn't want to see him? Unlikely, right? Liamo felt that Yingbing wasn't that kind of person.
After thinking it over, he decided to go upstairs and take a look. Holding the prepared dish, he walked upstairs and knocked on the wooden door loudly.
No response. Liamo blinked and, using some strength, finally pushed the door open with a crack.
As soon as he entered, classmate Li was stunned. The room was as cold as a freezer. On the bed full of cracks, where one would normally sleep, there was a large ice block. Inside the ice block was a girl curled up, unaware of life or death. It was Yingbing.
Really, an ice block? Liamo! Exclamation point. No, how did she manage to encase herself in ice? There wasn't that much water in the room. It was just very unscientific. Knock knock knock. Ice block. Ice block?
Liamo knocked on the ice block and called out twice without a response. He didn't care about whether it made sense anymore and prepared to smash the ice block open.
Whoosh.
But halfway through the punch, he suddenly stopped his movement. This blue-tinged ice was obviously not formed from ordinary vapor, it was incredibly hard.
Who knows if the ice block shatters, will the ice block girl break along with it? Right, internal energy. Liamo suddenly remembered that he was now a martial artist at the internal energy condensation level.
He stretched out his hand to send a few strands of internal energy into the ice block. Swish swish. Under his control, the internal energy acted like a precise sculptor's knife, gradually wearing down the solid ice. The speed was not fast.
Half an hour later. The ice block girl was finally rescued.
She kept her eyes tightly closed, her delicate brows furrowed, as if she had a nightmare. Fortunately, her breathing was steady. Liam grabbed her wrist to check her pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, a sudden chill spread from her wrist. She was holding on tight, like a person about to drown in the sea, grasping a lifesaver. You? Liam wanted to ask how she was but swallowed the words when he saw Bing open her eyes. What a complicated set of eyes they were. Confused? Complex? Even somewhat helpless. He had never seen the ice block show such a gaze toward anything. The past Bing was always calm and distant, seeming emotionally detached from everything. She always appeared to know exactly what she was doing. Did you have a nightmare? Liam didn't know what she had gone through, so he could only ask like this. Bing took a deep breath and slightly loosened her grip. The chill deep in her soul faded a little. If it weren't for him, how could she have relaxed her mind last night? But it was also him who pulled her out of her dream. Were you doing it on purpose yesterday? After a long while, Bing's gentle voice came. During the competition, Liam had clearly not shown any strength beyond hers. That could only mean he was hiding his skills. Bing had once experienced hiding her power too. Liam! Exclamation point. Sure enough, she was still tangled up in yesterday's events? And she had become reclusive because of it? This was strange. Was this still the ice block girl? Why did she seem so different today? Sorry. Liam smiled awkwardly. Bing's eyes drooped. He admitted it. He did hold back during their competition. Why? Classmate Lee fell silent at this question. He was just careless. What reason was there to find? If he had to find a reason. Because of the hammer. Liam took out the star hammer from his sleeve. Pandemonium meteor hammer? Bing blurted out. A divine weapon? No, it just looked the same on the outside, lacking any divine charm. This was just a mysterious weapon, a replica. Liam! Exclamation point. How did the ice block girl know? Did they not agree that day at the divine weapon peak that this matter must not be known by a fourth person? Could it be Master? Thinking of Xiangwu, classmate Lee suddenly understood.